Oh, you just hit the wall. You need to hit the one? Do you need help getting pushed? Okay, we're gonna get out of here. Oh, you're good. Different than anyone else. I agree. No, I mean, I'm employed. I employ a lot of people, actually.
Yeah, you make money for doing nothing.
For doing nothing? Do you think moving capital and charging interest is something more valuable than I do, or what?
What?
Moving capital and charging interest? Really, Tyler? Oh, really? I didn't realize you were such a socialist, Tyler. Like, this is what I mean. The first half of the video was like, look at these poor black and brown students that are having their public school fundings eroded, destroyed. Oh, I didn't realize you were a brave education advocate for marginalized communities from the 800 different videos you've done of like, this black town is doing black style crimes, the urbanest of urban crimes in this urban town where urban style individuals are doing all the drugs you've ever seen. And they're doing the drugs because they hate going to school. Okay. Only to then turn around and be like, well, you know, these poor marginalized communities, these black and brown communities are having their resources stripped away by these Jews, kosher style. Like, classic pitting of different marginalized identities. He just straight up went up to this dude and was like, oh, you think moving money around is actually, you think engaging in usury and moving money around is real work? Bitch, are you a fucking socialist? Are you an anti-capitalist? No. Why the fuck are you bringing this up? Yeah, moving money around Jewish style? It's crazy.
I think you should write about
Tell me.
the hundreds of thousands of people that do favors for people every day.
Tell me more.
Open up a book. You never saw so many charity organizations as you have here on Lake.
I know there's so many 501c3s. It makes me wonder, are they all charitable? Are they fiending for tax exemptions? You know, would you say?
Oh, you activated his trap card, bro. You shouldn't have said charitable contributions. Oh no. Now he's gonna do the fucking cars for kids shit.
A great place to move to for a young family. If I have a kid or a wife, a young wife. Okay. Not just the Jews.
My best friends are going.
Okay, respect. What do we have here? We have a. Hey, it's good to meet you.
You see that?
I saw it. What is the name of that organization once again? Hatzola. Okay, good to meet you, man. See you later. And we have Hatzola up here to help the community. Yeah, this guy doesn't even know what the First Amendment is.
We're busy with an eye.
Don't be a joker, bro. Come on. Yes. Come over here. Come over here. Let me. I need to get you like a second number. Son. What's your Instagram? You have Facebook?
No, I don't. Tyler,
Look at these hundreds. My phone number's been leaked.
You're a little child. Give me a number. I promise you.
Why are you insulting?
I'm not insulting.
You
Because
just insulted.
Come on, I'm a little child.
Just give me a number. I promise you I'll make it worth it for you.
All right, look, give me your email. Give me your email. Give me your email.
732. Give you my number.
All right, hold on. And what was your first name?
Moshe.
We're gonna do some big stuff.
You're afraid, I think.
I don't even know what's going on. Oh man, these guys are next level. I feel like I got dropped off on an alien planet. And you might be wondering, what is Hatzola and how are they able to blast through red lights like that?
That's crazy. I didn't realize that. I know that there's like Hatzola does like ambulance and stuff, like Orthodox emergency services. I didn't realize they have. Was that like a fucking cop card? That's a little crazy.
It's like a community watch, but they think they are cops. If you notice, they had their lights on and they just ran a red light, just like a police officer would do. No uniform. They had the Jewish.
No, they don't have cops. They have private ambulance services, which is normal. I don't know how it is in other states, but in the state of New Jersey, I mean, in most American states actually, the EMT services are private. The Hatzola is like the Orthodox community's own like private EMTs.
Uniform on, white pants and yeah, the curls. In a police car is what it looked like, but he's not a police officer, and he's blasting through the lights.
Thought you'd never been? Yeah, I read that in the newspaper. I've never been in New Jersey. I don't know what New Jersey is. Thank you for keeping me accountable. I wouldn't want to make the mistake of coming across like I've been to New Jersey at all.
Like he is a cop. There's a Hatzola billboard right there, Mike. And what is that for?
I mean, you're asking me questions. I don't
Why
know.
is he making it seem like this is like a unique thing? I don't. Yeah, bro, it's a private fucking ambulance service. Like, it's a private EMT service that Jewish communities have. I don't. I mean,
know if I have the answers to why. Because once again, because there's competing Hezbollah. You have competing groups of these.
Of a non-profit.
wait, what is this? When words aren't enough. Rebmeyer.org, 1,000 words.
Volunteer
Wait, what is
emergency service.
Yes. It
What is
sounds
that?
like a business, right?
But literally every
No way, dude. Private healthcare has yielded private healthcare services? That's crazy. Again, if you're not a fucking socialist, or if you haven't ever advocated for making these services public, I don't want to fucking hear from you. And even in a private structure, there's totally appropriate religious exemptions that you can make, like for Muslims or for Jews in general, if they have like different religious practices. Yeah, Hatzola is free and they don't care if you're Jewish. Mind reading my last message? I grew up in this community. Yeah, it's just like, this is just basically a Jew baiting, okay? It's literally just like, well, they're doing private ambulance services, but Jewish style. Isn't that fucking strange? Like, that stuff is like, this is what I mean when I say, like, they went to a fucking grocery store and they're like, well, this is a grocery store for Jews. Like, it's fine if you're you know, not Jewish. If you're Gentile, you can still purchase goods here, but you know, don't let their politeness fool you. They want to make you cattle. Like, come on, man. Do you understand what I mean, by the way? As far as like, there is like, as far as like taking away funds from public schools and then reappropriating those funds to like private schools, private Jewish schools specifically, like that's a commonplace practice that happens in this country. We need to tackle it, okay? But it's not something that we need to tackle on the you know, ethnic boundaries of Judaism. It's something that we need to tackle at the systemic level across the fucking board. There's plenty of Christian schools that do it. There's plenty of Mormon groups that do this shit as well. It's all done ultimately at the behest of capital and in a way to undermine teachers unions that are some of the strongest unions that we have remaining in this country. Catholics do it too. They all do it. Everybody does it. Muslims, I'm sure, do it in a certain. Muslims do it too, probably. I mean, I know they do it. Like, for example, here, I'll give you an example of Muslims that do it. Fethullah Gulen has a network of schools. He's a CIA asset, right? And there are a bunch of Turkish schools I mean, all around the country and all around the world, really. But the ones that are in this country are charter schools, and they do the exact same shit. Okay? They do the exact same shit. They get public funding, though. I know they all do, chatter. What the fuck? Did you forget the 7 million different times I've covered this issue about how the American school system is completely fucking destroyed? Because since the 90s, the Democrats basically designed this process where they were also anti-union and decided to go after charter schools and like really pump charter schools that are unaccountable. And it's a way to reorient funds away from, what's up? Oh, we were supposed to do it at 3. Oh, fuck. Oh, shit. Okay. Sorry. Okay. I'm going to pee real quick. Is on the Discord. Okay. I'm going to call in a second. We're going to talk to Nita in North Carolina. Okay. Nita is in North Carolina running for Congress. I'm going to talk to her right now, but I have to pee real quick. And then she's going to break her fast and we're going to talk about her race and stuff like that. But hold on 1 second, okay? 1 second. Okay. Okay. I am calling now. Hold on. Oof. Turn on camera. Hello. Can you see me? Can you hear me?
Yes, I can.
All right. Perfect. Hi, Nita. 1 second. I'm going to swap it over here real quick and then hide this. Boom, boom, boom. Perfect. All right. Nita Alum, everybody. Am I saying your name correctly?
Nadalam.
Nida.
Yeah.
Okay. For Congress in North Carolina 4, it's very exciting to have you on the broadcast. From what I understand, it's 3:05 here in Los Angeles, but it's actually 6 there. And my team told me that you were going to break your fast with us, even though I already ate, because I'm a bad Muslim and not a very good one. I apologize.
It's okay. We have 1 minute left. So
Okay. All right. Well, when that happens, we'll get to it. But hi, Nita. Welcome to the broadcast. I'm very excited to have you. You've been in the news a little bit. There was some drop site reporting that we're going to be getting to. Shadow super PAC that appears linked to Hakeem Jeffries is swooping into NC4 to back your opponent, Congresswoman Valerie Foushee. As a rematch of a race AIPAC spent $2 million to win in 2022. This appears to be a new backdoor way for AIPAC, funneling through Hakeem Jeffries. This PAC also spent $350,000 in New Jersey 11, where AIPAC accidentally boosted anti-Zionist Ana Lilia Mejia, and they're spending $257,550, mostly on the broadcast in North Carolina 4. Why do you think they're coming after you like this?
I think they're coming after us because they're seeing the momentum and energy we're building of a working class movement here at NC4, and giving people who haven't had a seat at the table, giving them a megaphone to show that they're sick and tired of the status quo. And it's not just this shadow PAC, it's also the AI lobby just dropped $1.3 million this week. And also other PACs that have been funded by Coinbase and AIPAC mega donors.
Yeah, it's a pretty difficult hill to climb when you advocate for oh wait, hold on, there's 2 screens on here. I didn't even realize because I was playing video games yesterday with a friend. Okay. There is a pretty steep hill to climb when you center the working class around your knees, but unfortunately, obviously, elections are won with big war coffers for the most part. Is there there's also another, this is the $1.3 million that was unveiled, new FEC, F-24 Jobs and Democracy Pact, with another $1.3 million. What are these financial interests that you are so threatening? Who are these people who are financially invested in your defeat potentially? Like, why do they feel so threatened?
Because I have been unapologetic and very clear that I would support Senator Bernie Sanders' call for a national moratorium on AI data centers, because corporations like Meta are trying to convince us that these data centers are going to create jobs when we know they're killing thousands of jobs, they're destroying our environment, and there's a data center being debated in this district right now. And hundreds of residents have signed an open letter calling on candidates in this race to not accept AI money. They've been showing up to town hall meetings to oppose this, and to have our sitting member of Congress see those residents of her district and ignore their voices, and in turn to accept over $1 million from the very lobby that they are standing up against. It's a slap in the face.
Yeah. By the way, I think it's time, right? If you want to.
I hear my alarm
Yeah,
going
I don't
off.
want to. I don't want to hold you back. And
Got my
you're gonna
date.
break your fast with a date.
Mhm.
You want to tell people what you're doing for all the non-Muslims in the chat that might not know?
Yeah, it's Ramadan, so I've been campaigning while fasting. And so for the month of Ramadan, we fast from our morning prayer to our evening prayer, but also, try to keep away from just bad habits and centering ourselves more, and praying and trying to give back to the community as much as possible.
Yeah, that's got to be tough because, like, in Turkey, usually in the month of Ramadan, people, the people try to stay away from doing too much work, during the day, especially if it's like during summertime when the days are longer too. A lot of traffic incidents in general, road rage. It's super tough. You're like an athlete basically, where you still have to, your campaign's in overdrive right now, and you're doing it while fasted. Do you want to talk about what some of the reasons are for fasting in general? Like, because I've been taught that it's a religious practice that is supposed to help you identify with some of the most marginalized people in society.
Yeah, it's one of our pillars of faith. We have 5 pillars of Islam, and it's to build that bridge with our most marginalized communities, because everything we've been given in this world is, as Muslims, we believe, has been a gift. And in order to make sure that we're reminded of the gift of food, water, but also all luxuries of this world and these material aspects of this world, that we take a moment to be grateful for it and give back and give to others. And to also do good actions, community service projects, and also just work on your negative habits. I try to curse a little less during Ramadan, curb that habit as much as possible.
I'm a bad Muslim in every aspect, including that one too. I curse all the time. It's really bad. I try to do good in other ways. So let's talk about your policies. This is something that I ask every person running for office. If you were to break it down to like 5 top line policies, the Zoran method, what would they be?
Yeah, I mean, starting in the true Zoran nature, is the issue of affordability is something that is not just, happening in New York. It's in this district, in the South, it's everywhere in the country. We're seeing our cost of living continue to go up because of these corporations and these billionaires who just want to line their pockets, and they're doing so on the back of the working class. And in the meantime, they're also paying us unlivable wages. So we need to tackle the issue of affordability by raising the wage to a living wage, actually passing, Medicare for all, so that healthcare is a human right and people aren't having to decide between healthcare and paying their rent. And all of those are intertwined with each other, like healthcare, rent, or mortgage, gas prices, grocery prices, salaries, and then also the threats against our democracy. The fact that, Trump is back in office and delivering on every single one of the promises he made on the campaign trail. And as Democrats, our leadership is just staying silent in this moment and saying, well, we'll try again in 3 years. We'll step up and put up a fight in 3 years, when families are struggling right now. ICE and CBP came into our communities here in November, and I was on the front lines protesting with organizations like Siembra to fight back for our immigrant neighbors. I'm a proud, daughter of immigrants, immigrant myself. It's a duty of mine as a local elected official to stand with my neighbors, and all we got from our representative was a tweet.
Yeah. So you said a lot of policies on the affordability side, which I like. You're heavily weighing on that side of things. Okay, but let's say that's 3. So what do you have 2 more for me? 2 bonus policies.
Bonus policies, also just the priorities that we have as a country. The fact that we constantly see our leaders tell us, well, we can't afford to provide, a safe and sound basic education to every child, that we can't afford to provide healthcare as a human right. We can't afford, to pay everyone a livable wage, but then we can afford writing blank checks to the Pentagon that hasn't passed an audit in over 30 years, sent endless amounts of money to, other countries like Israel to commit genocides when we're not even taking care of our own community members.
Yeah. I suspect that AIPAC, like AIPAC subsidiaries funding your opponent in this race has probably something to do with the fact that you have an anti-genocide position, a position shared by many Democrats, including Democrats in North Carolina. Has this ever been even a point of contention when you're door knocking, or are people more supportive overall of this position?
No, people are sick and tired of seeing their tax dollars being used for destruction of communities abroad. 70,000 innocent civilians have been killed using US taxpayer dollars that our current representative voted to send. And in the midst of the genocide, flying to Israel and taking pictures posing with Netanyahu, a known war criminal. And in the same time, our district is facing the highest number of federal funding cuts, more than any congressional district in the country. And to have leadership that's not stepping up and putting up a fight against right-wing authoritarianism because they're too busy, courting these corporate interests and these corporate defense contractors.
Yeah. Going back to some of your primary opponents here, AI companies, according to More Perfect Union, are gearing up to spend more than $100 million on the 2026 elections. In North Carolina, in your district, they've already dropped more than $500,000 on one primary ad, and they're trying to offer a boost to your opposition. What are their positions on AI?
So this lobby, they claim, quote unquote, or my opponent, you mean?
Yes.
Yeah, she was just right as I launched my campaign, conveniently placed as a co-chair of the AI task force by Hakeem Jeffries, Representative Jeffries. And then now you see there's three co-chairs of this. Two of the three co-chairs are being bankrolled by the AI lobby now. And we have been asked at a candidate forum by residents where we stand on the data center that's being built in this district. And she said, that's a local issue. I'm not going to speak on that. Then what is the point of having a federal AI task force if you're not going to speak up and call for regulations on the AI industry?
Yeah. So she's it kind of seems like, at least judging by the way that these AI companies are lobbying against you, it kind of feels like she's not actually doing her job as a regulator, at least from my assessment. So one other question I had for you is Robert Gurneri, according to Sludge, it has been outed as one of the billionaire co-founders of Jane Street Capital, is the only disclosed donor to a PAC affiliated with a super PAC now spending for Valerie Foushee. This week, he was sued in federal court over allegations of insider trading regarding Do Kwon's Terraform Labs. It's the mysterious billionaire boss at Jane Street smashing trading records. What is the reason why this person is so against you, in your opinion? Why don't you like insider trading?
Well, I'm sorry to say billionaires, but I'm not going to be a friend of yours in DC because I'm going to be there to advocate and fight for the working class. And I'm sure that these folks are scared because they see that not only this campaign, but campaigns like Sohran's, campaigns like Ana Lilia Mejia, campaigns like we have coming up with so many amazing Justice Democrats candidates and Leaders We Deserve and Sunrise Movement folks who are running across this country are giving a voice to working class individuals who are saying that we've had enough of billionaires making a profit off of our backs and then stepping on us and silencing us. And they see that we've built momentum and we've built energy, and they're scared. And they should be, because when we win, this is only the beginning in this race. We're going to continue to stand up all across the country and show people that they have the power, and that no matter how many millions they try to spend to silence us, our votes will silence them.
Okay, so you're against POC, people of capital, or POW, people of wealth. It seems the true minority, the only minority group that the Democratic Party and the Republican Party both align on protecting. It's good to know. So another question I have for you is related to the way that the party itself is seemingly orchestrating methods of diluting funds, or basically hiding funds that are coming from big lobby organizations that are now falling out of favor. Does this, like, if there was a message broadly that you could take to the National Democratic Party, you're a Democrat, you've been endorsed by other Democrats, as well as an independent senator from Vermont, Bernie Sanders, who always caucuses with the Democrats. If there was a message that you could send to the party, what would it be as far as getting out of the way of left populist candidates, candidates that are socialist, candidates that are endorsed by socialists? Like, why should the party not stand in opposition to people like yourself?
I think, the party every year, every election that we lose, the party always comes back and is like, oh man, well, why didn't working people come out and vote? Oh man, why didn't young people come out and vote? Why didn't immigrants come out and vote? It's because we see who's funding you. We see who is backing you. And these folks aren't spending thousands and millions of dollars for expecting nothing in return. And I think it's disingenuous and it's insulting to think that voters and constituents are stupid, that we don't see these super PACs coming in, that these corporate interests coming in and buying these elections and thinking that, oh, this representative is going to truly represent me. No, I think that we as Democrats, if we actually want to win in 2028, if we actually want to take back the majority this cycle, then we need to be building the party and fighting and standing with the working class people that we claim to be champions for, instead of being cashing checks from the same folks who put Trump and his MAGA Republican friends into the White House.
So you're in North Carolina. What is the demographic makeup of your district? Would you say that a pivot to moderation is the suggested outcome here? And your performance so far, do you feel like that actually goes against the grain? Like, do you feel like that actually is a clear-cut example that you don't have to pivot to moderation in order to win elections in purple districts or blue districts or even red districts?
This is actually the safest blue district in North Carolina. It's D+24, and it's not just blue, it's progressive blue. Like I'm a county commissioner here in the largest county in this district. I already represent like what's going to be 50% of the voting population. And that shows, like, as the first Muslim woman ever elected to office in North Carolina's history, the values and the diversity of this district, that we have the only district with a double-digit Asian American population, double-digit African American population, nearly just under double-digit Hispanic and Latino. And we have some of the most highly educated folks in this district with 6 colleges and universities. We're home to Research Triangle Park. And we don't have to pivot. And it's not even just about moderation. Like, I get called all sorts of things, and yeah, I'm a progressive, but also every single policy that I'm standing on is common sense. It's about allowing every person in this country to live with dignity. And these shouldn't be controversial, especially not in the Democratic Party. These shouldn't be considered radical ideas that, every family, every person should be able to put food on their table, should only have to work one job to make ends meet.
How would you reach across the aisle and make a convincing message that you would be the best congressperson for the district for maybe people who have voted in the past for the Republican Party? There's someone who said, this is my home district. There's 6 total Republicans here, and 2 of them happen to be my parents. How would you convince this chatter that I have, their 2 parents that have voted Republican, that you are the right candidate for them?
I think I would talk to them about the shared lived experiences that we have. People in this district, just like all across the country, are struggling to make ends meet. And me and my husband, we have student debt. We have 2 young kids that we're putting through daycare, and the cost of childcare for our 2 kids is the same as our mortgage. And we want to see our neighbors being taken care of. We want to see our neighbors be able to support themselves and be able to support ourselves. And I believe that every single person in this country, whether you're Democrat, Republican, or unaffiliated, would rather see their taxpayer dollars be used to build community, to support one another, rather than be used to give billionaires tax cuts and corporations tax breaks and fund endless war. And I think that's how we build relationships across the aisle, is through human interaction and relationship building.
Your opponent, Valerie, is turning 70 this year. don't you feel like you're taking out someone so young potentially by running against one of our youngest members in Congress?
You know, for me, I look at my generation, your generation, and I see that we are facing one of the highest points of unaffordability for us, that we have student debt. We're more likely to be riddled with student debt for the rest of our lives than be able to buy homes. The average age of a home buyer in the country is 59 years old. And we need leadership that understands this lived experience in this moment of how expensive it is to raise a family, how expensive it is to go to school right now, to buy a home, to try to achieve the American dream that we were told was possible for us.
Okay, so you're an ageist, is what you're saying. You're someone so clearly young in the prime of her life, potentially that doesn't understand the plight of those who are even younger, which of course is far too young to run for office. All right, last question for you, and thank you so much for coming on the broadcast, taking time out, and sharing your experience of breaking the fast with a bunch of people who don't fully comprehend the Muslim American experience. What are some areas of need for your campaign right now, and how can my community help you out?
Yeah, our biggest need right now is honestly, as you mentioned earlier, campaigns are unfortunately fueled by money. And when you see this type of, you know, right-wing special interest money coming in at the last minute to try to save this representative with over, I think it's nearly over $2 million that they've dumped in this last week. We are a campaign that's run on grassroots contributions. I think our average contribution is like $35. So anything that folks can donate and give, I think someone's probably dropping a link somewhere in the chat. And also volunteer. We have, 2 more days of early voting. Election day is on Tuesday. It's all about turnout now. So if folks can jump on the dialer and make phone calls wherever you are to tell people, remind them to vote and to get out and early vote. And also if you're in the district or around or want to come visit, come knock doors with us. Come reach voters where they're at and remind them that they don't have to settle in this election, that they have a choice for change.
All right, absolutely. Thank you so much for coming on the broadcast. This was wonderful, and I wish you all the success in the upcoming election.
Thanks, Hassan.
Thank
Appreciate
you.
it.
Bye. All right, that was I'm gonna butcher it again. Nida Alum, running for North Carolina 4. I have another guest here in the building right now. Ben Rhodes is in the building. He's been waiting on the sidelines here. And we're going to dive into, obviously, the top news story of the day. We're going to be talking about Iran. We're going to be talking about Iran. We're going to be talking about Cuba and a lot more. Welcome to the broadcast, Ben. I have a gift here for you.
All right.
This is. Did you eat already?
I mean, a little bit.
Okay.
But I'll
Well,
eat
this
more.
is goulash. This is a Turkish.
All right.
This is a Turkish delicacy that we eat during Ramadan.
Oh, nice.
Yeah.
Thank you.
You can try it and tell me if you like it. I haven't even tried this one yet, but this is like one of my it's a dessert.
Yeah, it's sweet.
Yeah, oh, it's very sweet.
Oh, it's good.
Okay. Hold on.
All right, so you can't get that here.
No, you this is well, I mean, my
Or you
mom
can, but,
my
I
mom
can't.
went and
Yeah.
found it somewhere. I don't know, but Anya, what's in it? What's in the goulash? Nishasta. No, I don't know what nishasta is, Mom. Starch. Is it starch?
Yeah, it's starch, layers of really thin starch.
Yeah, there's
that
napkins
you
here
can
too.
Yeah,
if you
yeah.
want it.
For just during this month, and then
And this is just usually a Ramadan.
just
Yeah,
Ramadan.
yeah.
It's water, sugar, and rose water. That's why it's called gula. Gula means rose. So.
All right, this is great. I didn't expect this.
Yeah. All right, Ben Rhodes, welcome to the broadcast. We had a long conversation at Abdul Al Sayed's fundraiser, and it was a very interesting conversation. And ever since then, I've been meaning to have you on. And unfortunately, this is probably the best possible time to have you on, but also
Yeah.
simultaneously the
Yeah,
worst
yeah.
possible time for the world in general. you were national security advisor in the Obama administration, and you were there in the room for at least, I'm very critical of Barack Obama. It's not a secret, but 2 key foreign policy initiatives that I always ride for, that I've always defended, normalization and ease of restrictions on Cuba, and also the JCPOA, which I think was a crowning achievement of the Obama administration's foreign policy. Now, obviously, we have a lot of areas of agreement, especially since then. I feel like your views have also evolved.
I've definitely evolved
quite a bit since that moment, since your time in the White House, and it's an interesting time to have this conversation. One of the things that I consistently talk about is how American foreign policy oftentimes is regarded as uniparty, and I also certainly say that as well. And there is definitely a uniparty component to foreign policy, but the one area where American foreign policy genuinely changed was in the post-Obama world, where Barack Obama's actions, specifically with the JCPOA, and I would love for you to describe it to those who don't know in the chat what the JCPOA was a pivotal moment. And the reason why I think it's a pivotal moment is because it was panned by the Democratic Party as well. There were definitely a lot of people who are still in power within the party.
The current Senate Minority Leader voted against it.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. And there was a very disrespectful moment where Benjamin Netanyahu was invited to Congress to deliver a speech in front of the entirety of Congress, even though plenty of Democrats actually chose not to attend. There were still a lot of Democrats that did go and attend that speech. And the reason why I'm bringing it up is because when Donald Trump came into power, I think we basically offered Israel the driver's seat in our Middle Eastern policy. Like, they've always played a consulting role. Israel is seen as this like reliable and very valuable ally. Israel's interests align with our interests in the region. It's a resource-rich region, and obviously we have different partners in the region as well. But like, they're not as seen as stable or as reliable as Israel has always been historically. But I think in the Trump administration, under Trump 1, there were a lot of decisions that were made that went against decades of precedent. Went against decades of precedent. Where Israel's wishes were fulfilled. Moving the embassy to Jerusalem was a huge deal. Now, after Donald Trump lost the election in 2020, Joe Biden became president, but Joe Biden also had some ideological commitments to Israel. And I think that was part of the reason why the Biden administration did not reverse some of these policies. One, because it would have been too difficult of a battle to fight.
They could have gone into the JCPOA on day one, and they didn't.
Exactly. So my question for you is, now we're in the second Trump administration, and we're even moving further, allowing Israel to seize control over the steering wheel, directing Middle Eastern policy. And as we're at the precipice of potentially striking Iran again in an incredibly costly military quagmire that might even collapse this country, depending on how far it goes, do you feel like there is a do you feel like the Democratic Party is falling short of what's necessary?
Oh yeah, I feel like the Democratic Party is falling short, and there's so much to unpack in that, Hassan. But I just on the Democratic Party today, look, we are on the verge of fighting a war that 80% of the American people don't want to fight. That could be absolutely catastrophic for this country, for obviously Iranians, but for countries across the region too. Mm-hmm. Because if you have an implosion of Iran, you could have 10 million refugees into Turkey, Afghanistan, Pakistan. We could go through those consequences. And so here's an issue that is politically popular on the left and the right. It's one of the few things people agree on in this country is they don't want more wars. The timing makes no sense. There's nothing that has happened in Iran that suggests that we need to mass the largest military force since the Iraq War there. And yet the Democrats are doing something, right? So the vehicle, Ro Khanna has been very good on this issue, and he and Thomas Massie have basically are forcing a vote on essentially a congressional break on Trump having the authority to act. And, you're seeing the Democrats kind of sign on, but if you look at their body language, right? If the fight is about, ACA healthcare subsidies, like they are out there doing press conferences, they're out there beating the drum, they're, traveling the country. They look uncomfortable. Not all Democrats. There's some very good Democrats on this issue, I should say. We can go, Ro Khanna, AOC, Ilhan Omar, but Chris Van Hollen, Tim Kaine, it's an interesting mix of people. But the leadership, looks like, well, this isn't really the battle we want to fight, which doesn't, objectively make sense because it's an 80-20 issue, right? And do you really trust Donald Trump to do the war in Iran competently and effectively? Well, we shouldn't be doing it anyway, morally and ethically. But why would we want to essentially...
The NatSec jumped out of you for a second when you said, do we really trust Trump in Iran?
Yeah. I mean, I think, look, we are far too comfortable with bombing countries.
Yes.
And I own my participation in that for 8 years. I'm happy to talk about it. Like you say, I've evolved on a lot of these things. But what are the, so what does that tell you? Like, and to me, there's a mix of things, right? Some of it, is like there's a correlation between the kinds of Democrats who've taken money from AIPAC and who've been very reticent to speak out on issues related to Palestine and this issue. Some of it is this kind of like trauma buried deep in the Democratic psyche from the post 9/11 moment where it's like, they're going to call us weak and we'll lose elections, which is, runs in the face of multiple elections in which Democrats voters rewarded people that didn't want to get us in wars.
Including Donald Trump.
Including Donald Trump.
But not limited to Donald Trump, who ran as an anti-war candidate 3 times now.
Yeah.
It was much more difficult for him to do so in 2020 because, it was the Trump administration. But he did successfully win twice.
Well, and Barack Obama ran in 2008 as an anti-war candidate. He never would have gotten elected president if he wasn't against the Iraq War and Hillary Clinton voted for it.
Yeah.
In 2012, he ran as the more diplomacy-forward candidate. Mitt Romney was the hawk. So in every single presidential election since 2004, with the exception of 2020, which is a weird election because I'm not sure Joe Biden wins that without COVID. But every single election, Americans are saying, hey, we don't want these wars. It's a left-right issue, convergence. And yet the political leadership in the Democratic Party is not where its voters are, and it's not even where the caucuses are. Most Democrats in the House and Senate, I think, are against this. It's kind of a leadership issue.
Yeah. And the leadership seemingly has been whipping votes behind closed doors, or at least like trying to engineer an alternative where the Democrats don't even speak out against it, with the exception of those who have actually been bold and have come out and spoke out against going to war with Iran. But unfortunately, as we've seen from both Hakeem Jeffries and Chuck Schumer, there's not a lot of appetite on the leadership side to present a message. I want to ask you how you felt seeing Chuck Schumer come out and have, hold on, I'm going to pull it up real quick, have these words, because the Gang of Eight had a conversation. Where is it? The Gang of Eight had a conversation with I believe someone
Rubio,
with Marco Rubio, And Chuck Schumer's only response in the aftermath of that, when he was asked, was, where is it? Was something that we've heard many times over. Actually, it was an aesthetic, process-focused response. Here it is.
And the administration has to make its case to the American people.
What did you hear?
The administration has to make its case to the American people, as though he's been fulfilled. I mean, he's been filled in about what's going on. He understands the moment, the necessity for war with Iran, and it's just if only the public heard about it. Do you feel like Chuck Schumer is in opposition to a war with Iran, whether it's Donald Trump doing it or anyone else doing it, really?
I mean, it seems like he's going to end up voting for this bill, and maybe because there's been a lot of pressure, frankly, for him to vote for this bill that tries to constrain Trump. Look, if you look at his body language there, though, he just got a briefing that could not have possibly answered the question of why we're going to war with Iran, because we should not be going to war with Iran. And this pivot to process, they need to make their case. They kind of need to go through the old motions of, I mean, it's like saying, we need a WMD campaign, like we need some fabricated intelligence, what kind of case would Donald Trump make? Like, do you really think that would answer any of the mail here? And what's missing is a moral argument of like, it is time for this country to stop getting into war after war. A policy argument, like nobody fucking voted for people to launch a war in Iran. We have cost of living crisis in this country. Like there are all kinds of avenues to attack what is clearly like a terrible idea. And he instead kind of retreats to this process point which to me is kind of the lowest common denominator. Who could disagree with the idea that they must make the case? But that's not meeting people's energy where they are, which is that we could go during this live stream, we could learn that we've started bombing Iran.
Yeah.
And there's no urgency there, right? There's no sense of like, I've just heard something very alarming and this needs to stop. This does not need to happen. This should not happen. Instead, it's this kind of process point.
Yeah, look, I wasn't in any administration. I'm 34 years old. I'm just a guy in the sidelines. And from my perspective, when I hear the leader of the Democratic Party say this, to me that reads as, I kind of want Trump to foot the bill for this politically, and I don't mind if he does this. I don't mind if he does this. I just want to come across like I'm subtly nudging him in the opposite direction without any real pushback whatsoever. And I think a lot of Americans do also recognize that, and that's where that voter apathy comes from, the idea that like both parties are not really going to represent my interests. No matter what happens, I still got to go to work and I got to worry about that. Clearly, there is no reason for me to pay attention to politics. Do you feel like this is one of those moments as well where Americans look at this and go, what am I going to do? Yeah,
and there's a political piece and a national security piece. On the political side, when it's not an issue that you want to really take on, right, as you're saying, you retreat to kind of Washington process speak. We need to make the case, or we need to have legislative process on this, or it's not taking a position on the policy. It's just kind of, I can be against this through a process door instead of like going out there and taking a stand against a war with Iran.
Yeah.
There's a bigger point though on the national security side, and this includes Congress, but also includes people that were in jobs like mine, is that, and I had this phrase for the blob, which was meant to refer to the kind of groupthink of people in national security in both parties. The conversations that those people have inside of rooms would make absolutely no sense to the vast majority of Americans. They're so inside of the machinery of American national security policy, the momentum towards the thing like war. If it seems like it's happening, then we need to make it work, or we need to figure out how to do it better, like kind of what I said earlier, instead of just stepping back and saying like, this is crazy, why are we doing this, and why do we do this again and again? And look, some people are doing it for clear reasons, right? So Israel has long had an interest. I've never been in politics without Bibi Netanyahu wanting the United States to remove the Iranian government through a military operation. So like their interest is very clear and it's very long-standing.
Okay, let me stop you right there.
Yeah.
Have you considered that they're a week away from a nuclear weapon?
After the Iranians, after their program was obliterated.
Okay.
By the way, I spent 8 years studying the Iranian nuclear program. It was neither obliterated nor is it a week away from a nuclear weapon.
Okay, but have you considered that? Imagine a world, let me pitch it to you. Imagine a world where the Iranian nuke is a week away, though. We got to do it. We got to bomb them a little bit, right? We got to do something.
Well, first of all,
I'm joking.
Yeah,
I'm not.
Here's what's really important. What Witkoff said is not that they're even a week away from a nuclear weapon. It was they're a week away from having enough fuel to make a nuclear weapon, but they've never weaponized. The U.S. intelligence community assesses that in 2003 they shut down any effort to weaponize that program, which is important because that means you can have fuel, but how do you shrink it down and put it on a warhead, right?
Yeah.
I mean, we are much further away from, even in the doomsday scenarios painted by Netanyahu and Witkoff and whomever's saber rattling, like they leave out the fact that Iran does not have an active weapons program. They have a nuclear program that could be concerning. I get it. But anyway, these timelines are all bogus.
The enrichment process is definitely above what is normal for civilian.
What is necessary for a peaceful
Yeah,
program.
what is necessary for civilian infrastructure. I see that as not an opportunity for Iran to develop a nuke, which, by the way, you and I probably have differences in opinion on that, because I think that we are in the age of nuclear sovereignty, but that's a totally separate conversation that we can have. But I think it's more so a way to try to negotiate with leverage at the negotiation table to get rid of at least some aspects of the sanctions. This was fairly successful. If you don't mind, can you explain to people what the JCPOA is and what the process looked like as someone who was working on it?
Yeah, and it's important because this deal has been so demagogued over the years. But essentially, what the JCPOA was the United States, together with Russia and China and the UK and France and Germany, so all the kind of big powers at the table here with Iran, negotiated a deal in which Iran would agree to never develop a nuclear weapon. They make that commitment, and Trump claimed in the State of the Union that they'd never made that commitment. They did, but then really importantly, they would destroy like the reactor that they were going to use to make plutonium. So they don't need plutonium. They have a uranium enrichment program. And then they would basically take out a significant amount of their centrifuges, put them under lock and key, monitoring and verification, so that they're only running a limited number of centrifuges that cannot produce enough fuel for a nuclear weapon. They're enriching at a far lower percent, that's consistent with peaceful purposes. Very importantly, they are shipping their stockpile of enriched uranium out of the country to be reprocessed and then used for things like medical isotopes. And then there are all these inspections regimes. There's people in the can go in and inspect the facilities.
Yeah.
There's cameras monitoring all this. The shorthand version is Iran gets some sanctions relief, and in exchange, they take a series of steps that guarantee that they do not have a program that could become useful for a nuclear weapon. The stuff is shipped out of the country. There's less of it. There's less of it operating. They're doing less research and development. There's inspections, and this solved if your genuine interest, right? And this is, I think, what the Obama debate kind of smoked out. If your genuine interest is making sure Iran doesn't have a nuclear weapon, this solves that problem for you.
Yeah.
So if you don't like the deal, you can say it's, I wanted a better deal on the nuclear stuff. No, this is about, and Trump is finding this out now, this is as good a deal as you're going to get on nuclear. It's do you want to remove the Iranian regime? And the Israelis said at the time, they need to get rid of their ballistic missiles too. They need to stop their support for
They're still
proxy
saying
groups. Trump is taking those positions at the negotiating table.
Which is
too.
insane.
And here's the thing. The Iranians will never do that.
Yeah.
And the Israeli government knows that. And so that proposal is designed in a laboratory to fail.
Yeah.
And that's kind of where we currently seem to be in these negotiations. And Trump has to decide, am I going to end up in this war because this deal is impossible, or am I going to take kind of essentially like maybe get a slightly better version of the Obama deal and say you did better than Obama and call that a win? I hope he does that. By the way, I'd be happy.
It's
for him
also
to do
really
that.
interesting that their second place prize for like not removing the ballistic missiles has been to limit their range to 300 kilometers that suspiciously doesn't reach Israel.
But still reaches some of our
Yeah, of course. Yeah. American
So
bases.
still reaches American bases in Qatar.
American bases in Qatar, Bahrain,
Bahrain,
elsewhere are obviously within striking distance. Even the oil refineries are in striking distance of the 300 kilometers, just not Israel.
Yeah.
Which is really interesting because that's the one regional partner that, regardless of like proxy wars that Iran has had with other regional powers, that's the one regional power that is almost always directly attacking Iran or has directly attacked Iran in like the last couple of decades.
Yeah, and that's why the Iranian government sees that program as their only potentially, that and the proxy groups were their way in which they tried to defend
of course.
their regime survival. And look, I think that the reason Trump can't explain why we're doing this is it's not even clear to me that he knows why we're doing this. You know what I mean? In the sense that there's a momentum coming up, some of it from Israel and its supporters in the U.S., some of it from kind of dead-ender hawks, like your Lindsey Grahams. I mean, who, yes, is
he's
supportive of Israel.
salivating.
But there are these people in the U.S. that, they hate Iran and Cuba because they've never gotten over 1959, 1979. There's a kind of vengeance seed in American foreign policy with some of these countries. So I think there is a kind of the convergence of these dead end Republican hawks, pro-Israel and Israeli government, a little bit of Reza Pahlavi mixed in, like the kind of.
I feel like he's just an irrelevant entity in the conversation.
He's
they
not.
Just use him. They just dangle him as like as a way to, I guess. There's two components, right? You have the MEK on the one side. With no domestic, with no domestic Iranian support whatsoever, that is completely gone after Iran, Iraq, and then you have Reza Pahlavi for some of the monarchists, who are my neighbors and they're wonderful. Please don't kill me. Anyway,
but you know, I would say one thing about this, if you don't mind. Like, I have a lot of Iranian friends, and the thing is, nobody's defending the Iranian government. The question is, number one, is the U.S. bombing that country the best way to bring about change? And I think the facts show Iraq, Afghanistan, Libya, when I was there, that doesn't end well. Even if you think that the enemy of my enemy is my friend, this can help. This could collapse your country and leave the worst people in charge, the most heavily armed hardline people. But the other point I make is that they're making cracks at this regime, like the Women Life Freedom movement. There are women going around uncovered in Iran. Like, it's small.
They've
changes.
actually they've gotten an ease of.
They've gotten an ease.
A lot of the restrictions with a tremendous amount of on the ground like protests and people have died as a consequence. People have been jailed as a consequence of this. But that's a domestic affair. That's domestic repression, and it doesn't help, like you said.
It doesn't. And the supreme leader is 87 years old and in poor health. Like, this thing is going to change. Better to have the Iranian people change it over time than randomly Donald Trump deciding one day, with Bibi Netanyahu, that we're going to bomb this country. Do you really think that their intentions are to set up a stable, successful Iranian democracy? It doesn't feel that way.
No, I mean, but that's also. That has literally never happened.
Yeah.
And you brought up one of those versions, which is, I think, a very scary outcome for every other regional actor, Libya, right? I mean, that's a great example, like Libya, Syria, Afghanistan, Iraq. American foreign policy is littered with these consequential disasters where obviously the American capital owning class have made a lot of money, whether it be Halliburton in Iraq or whether it be Exxon and Chevron and numerous other oil companies that are now playing a process in the refinement and the procurement. The American population doesn't see any benefits from it. Obviously, my argument always is the morality of it all is like, even if there was some sort of like military Keynesianism and America was able to prop up this wonderful social democracy on the backs of tens of millions of people that we have slaughtered, do I think that is valid or appropriate? Absolutely not. I don't. So, but even in spite of that, in spite of the immorality of it, there is not even any sort of material benefit for the average American. And I think average Americans see that more than ever before. Post 9/11, there was a lot of fervor. There was like Americans were looking to issue a consequence to people. They were looking to punish someone, anyone. And in the after like 20 plus years of that, and now we're on almost we're eventually gonna turn the 30th year of our destabilization initiatives. Americans realize that it hasn't helped them at all. So that's the reason why there's no appetite for this kind of military action in Iran. One of the things that the Trump administration is suggesting that I find very funny is I read this Political report that came out yesterday, and they want Israel to strike Iran first.
Yes.
And then they think this will be easier to sell to the American population.
I think they're wrong about that.
They are so wrong.
I think they're
about
misreading things. Because there's a muscle memory in Washington that you will be able to generate broad bipartisan support, if it involves Israel. But we are, through Gaza, through one war in Iran, Bibi Netanyahu, pretty universally loathed by Democrats. The idea that and by the way, it'd be the worst thing for Israel, frankly.
Yeah.
If they are seen as starting a war that the United States is then drawn into, that becomes a conflagration.
You might as well make Pat Buchanan the president at that point, because that's that is directly leaning into the argument that like all of the military ambition in this region is not even in America's best interest. It's simply because Israel wants it. Is the main argument from that you're actually seeing in the populist right quite a lot of, and in this iteration of the conflict, there's some truth to that, especially because like I think the divergence with the Obama administration was certainly where we did not act out in Israel's interests, and they certainly reacted negatively to it. And as I explained earlier, this just feeds into that and calcifies that narrative in the eyes of the average Americans, which will lead to never wanting to deal with Israel ever again.
I think one of the things that's interesting, Hassan, is there's so much to say about how overextended we got over 25 years in the war on terror, right? And part of it is the system itself that was constructed kind of created chaos in all these countries, right? Violence and chaos in all these countries. And part of what's hard to unpack is that like it's not like everybody who goes to work for U.S. national security is like, today I'm going to work to create chaos in the world, but they are operating within a system that allows that to happen, and it's in some cases is meant to make that happen in the sense that we don't, where are we destabilizing countries? Where are we dehumanizing populations, right? It's kind of on this periphery, and now what we've seen though is not only have Americans figured out what is the benefit to us in fighting these wars. By the way, what is the cost on our own military that has suffered a lot because of it, but also that mindset is coming home. Like Minneapolis looks like Kabul or Baghdad, like with the night patrols, masked people. Like this is literally, if you dehumanize people abroad, particularly black and brown people, like that stuff has now come home.
Sometimes right? The exact same tools that are being utilized.
Same equipment. Some of the same techniques, some of the same personnel. Frankly, ICE, I think, when they meet recruiting targets, they look to the
guy who killed Renee Good.
So all this is happening, and I think Americans, to come back to your point, when they look at the Middle East, they're just like, can this place just be? I don't want it to be chaotic. I want things to be kind of calm over there. I don't want to get involved over there.
Yeah,
and then it seems to be the Israeli government policy. If you look at Yemen, and by the way, with the United Arab Emirates, right? So UAE is a part of this too, but the UAE, whether it's the UAE in Sudan and Yemen, Israel and southern Syria, Lebanon, potential Iran conflict, what you're talking about is like just more chaos in this region, right?
Yeah. And
I think Americans would take the opposite view of like, I just want this place to be calm, for their sake and ours, like let's put an end to this. And there's an exhaustion that is part of what makes this ramp up to a potential another war in Iran feel so bizarre and discordant, because it's just not like read the room. This is not what the mood of the country is.
No, not even a little bit. And I do think that depending on Iran's appetite for self-defense, this could go very south. What would you say to my analysis that the Ayatollah is probably one of the more restrained parties involved in this back and forth, judging by past performance, as far as even like reacting to Israel's actions or reacting to American actions, as opposed to some of the more militant elements within the IRGC.
So this is interesting. So they've been hit twice, like once by Israel and then once by Israel and the United States, and both.
And even before that, the embassy strike
or the Qasem Soleimani assassination, the head of the IRGC. And what you saw them do is very carefully calibrate a response so that they could be seen to be responding, but be signaling that they don't escalate. So the example of this is they fired missiles at a U.S. military base in Qatar, by all reports, they called ahead and were like,
Yeah.
just so you know, we're going to fire these missiles. And I think that was more of a warning than they weren't intending to hit the target. It was like, because they know we can shoot things down, particularly if we have advance notice. It was like, we're trying to show you, like, you are within the range of our missiles, but we're also trying to not escalate this situation.
Yeah.
They did some of the same stuff with some of the drones they flew at Israel, like literally just flying slowly across
Yeah.
the Middle East, Now, at the end of the 12-day war, they were starting to try to really hit targets in Israel with their ballistic missiles.
Oh, yeah.
And they
were.
and they started to get through. Now, one of the things that has the ring of truth, I was talking to a really smart analyst named Ali Weiss, is that Israel took out a lot of the Iranian military leadership in the 12-day war, in the last war a few months ago. And some of those are the people that had been arguing, and we got to be careful here. We don't want to react in a way that leads them to remove the regime. So they're all they care about is regime survival, right? So now those people
I think they also do, like, I'll be fair and say that, like, I can only use my own personal example with Turkey.
Yes.
Right? I despise Recep Tayyip Erdogan. And from what I understand, the government is not a big fan of mine either. I can't go back to Turkey without, possibly going to jail for things that I've written about the Turkish government, things that I've written about the coup. I'm not a good at this by any means. Of course, I've been very critical of that as well. I'm anti-CIA. But having said all of that, I still believe that regardless of how corrupt Erdogan is, regardless of how despotic he is, I still think that his primary, like, there's a level of responsibility that he has to his population, to the sovereignty of the country. Even if that means he makes a lot of money on the side, or offers favorable contracts to his children and whatnot. And I feel the same way about the Iranian government as well. Like, ultimately, yes, they're ruthless and they're incredibly repressive to a degree that I think yields not only instability and creates national security problems for them. It opens up tremendous opportunities for Israel to very clearly take advantage of, and yet I do think that their primary focus here is to maintain sovereignty and to protect their citizens to the best of their ability.
Well, and here's another important point about this, because oftentimes American politicians, policymakers, they look at a place like Iran or Cuba for that matter, and they see they call it a regime. They see it as a monolith. Like, everybody inside that regime is the exact same person, and that they're not different factions. And there are. I mean, just because you're not a democracy doesn't mean you don't have people with different views in the government.
Yeah.
And there are always hardliners and people that are more open to reform or engagement, what have you. What's happening when you bomb a country like this? You are confirming repeatedly. You are confirming the worldview of the hardliners, right?
Yeah.
The people who've been saying all along, don't ever make a deal with the Americans. You shouldn't even made that deal with Obama. Like, there were a lot of people in the Iranian system who hated the nuclear deal because they're like, don't trust the Americans. By the way,
they might not
then
have been wrong.
when Trump pulls out, guess who looks like they're proved right? The hardliners, right? And so when those Iranian military commanders got taken out, the younger crowd that moved up the ladder, these people could be more, ready for a fight. And this time, Iran might not call ahead. And look, they can fire ballistic missiles at our bases in Qatar and Bahrain. They can fire ballistic missiles at Israel, try to overwhelm the missile defense systems, have a few missiles get through. And just imagine if a bunch of Americans are killed, for instance. Their proxies could, try to attack our embassy in Baghdad, which in the past they've been able to demonstrate they could do that. Lebanon, they could try to stir things up. They could launch cyber attacks. And then the problem is, of course, then there'll be an overwhelming response. And if you remove the regime, if you kill the supreme leader, it's far more likely that Iran implodes into some kind of civil conflict, or the IRGC, the most hardline faction, tries to seize power because they're the most heavily armed people in the country. And then you have separatist movements in parts of Iran.
There's also like a succession that was chosen already, given the Ayatollah Khamenei's age. And I think before the last 12-day war, there was like 3 different clerics that were chosen in secret. So there's like a contingency plan that they have. I don't know how successful that will be, especially because like Khamenei was also a formative figure in the Iran-Iraq war as well. So like he was an established known figure amongst the clerics as well. So I don't know where they would go from here. he was not the same force that I guess Khomeini was, but even then he was like an established entity.
And he's the longest serving dictator in the world, so he's kind of built this structure, you know. But the other thing they know is we can bomb. We have all this overwhelming superiority in the air, but he also knows that Americans, including
Someone
Trump,
said he's still younger than Chuck Grassley.
he is actually.
True.
And by the way, similarly online, his
Also tweets
Twitter
all the
account,
time.
is kind of
Just-
like Chuck Grassley.
just like
Check
Chuck
it out. Yeah,
Grassley.
but they know that we're probably not going to send in ground troops because
Yeah.
there's no support in this country for it.
Yeah.
So if they can,
But it's not even just that. It's also like a very difficult, like it's like a
it's
fortress.
a huge country.
It's
in
a huge
93
country.
million people.
90 million people. It's like a fortress with the terrain.
Yeah.
It's like Afghanistan times 10.
Yeah.
And recent events show that Afghanistan was
Well, and that's,
not exactly
so
successful.
that's the thing. If you can, if you're the IRGC and you weather, you know, midnight blizzard 2.0, you think, oh, I can wait these guys out. You know, look what happened with the Taliban in Afghanistan. Look what happened. I mean, Iraq, you know, kind of muddled to some place that is where nobody expected it to be. But you know, there's. Trump is depending on this idea that you can solve problems just by bombing countries.
Yeah.
Or remove regimes just by bombing countries. And that's never been the end of the story.
Well, I will say there has been, I mean, obviously I'm not a fan of Trump by any means. And I've been very critical of his insane military adventurism and destabilization initiatives. But the one thing that Trump has been somewhat shy about, has been somewhat restrained about, is that he also has this weird like anti-neocon tendency almost, where he's like, I don't want to subscribe to a 20-year war. I don't want to be like on the, I want to go in and out clean. Like, and as much as I abhor what the administration did in Venezuela, it's very obvious that there were different forces inside of the administration that would have loved to utilize more military assets and potentially go into a much more long-standing battle, maybe even try to forcibly put Machado in charge. And he was like, no, she has no popular base. It's not going to happen. We're going to work with Delcy Rodriguez. So in a weird way, like, I think that approach is different from like boomer neocons of the past.
It is.
And it shows me that even with Qasem Soleimani, he will do unpredictable things and he will greatly escalate conflict. But he doesn't want to have, this is not sane washing chatters. I'm trying to establish like a logical through line with the way with what he has done and what he chooses not to do. He takes risks, but he also doesn't want to engage militarily for an extended period of time.
So can I give you an analogy? Which again, I want to apologize in advance when you're talking about war. Like it's always hard to make these kinds of analogies, but I actually think this one does get into his mindset. He is like a gambler that thinks he can walk away from the table.
Yeah.
And so he'll go and he'll place a big bet, and then it'll hit and he'll cash it in, right? And the problem is one of those bets you're going to lose, right? Like one of those bets, the Iranian regime is going to hit a U.S. base, and then what do you do?
Or a ship.
Or a ship, right?
Like they're talking about using Chinese radar systems. They're talking about potentially shipments of Chinese anti-ship missiles. Like this is, and even before that, they have a fairly sophisticated and very affordable indigenous weapons manufacturing industry that is specifically designed around fighting against America and Israel. You know, underground missile silos and the like, and underground missile launching systems as well.
Production facilities.
Yeah, exactly. So like there's
supply chains.
This is a sovereign state. This is not waging war, like waging a counterinsurgency war against like a band of brigands using old equipment that we gave them, 20 years prior.
Well, and Venezuela had not been preparing for 40 years for a potential conflict with the United States.
Yeah.
Like the Iranian, their entire military and security ethos has been designed with the U.S. this precise conflict in mind.
Yeah, absolutely. Same with North Korea. Like, let's be real. Their initial artillery systems that they designed was like obviously a threat. And then beyond that, like their nuclear program and the intercontinental ballistic missiles program that they developed was developed specifically with this in mind. As a matter of fact, I don't know if you're aware of this, but I was fascinated by this. a lot of the tunnel systems that they use in Iran, they learn from DPRK engineers. Is what there was something I was reading about this. Like,
no, that makes a lot of sense. There's a lot of cross pollination. I mean, a lot of those Iranian say drones were used by Russia in the Ukraine war, and the North Koreans are in Russia. Like, there's a lot more collaboration, and frankly, we've been one of the driving forces of it.
Oh, for sure.
I would say, especially with Iran. Well, by the way, it is a failure of American foreign policy. Consider these governments, right? The Kim dynasty in North Korea, the Islamic Republic of Iran, the Chinese Communist Party, and the kind of Christian nationalist, Russian Empire of Putin. Those are not ideologically similar regimes.
They're anti-imperialist,
They're
though,
basically
from their
just
perspective.
pushed together by necessity in a lot of ways. When we should have, and this is what Obama was trying to do, to pursue diplomacy to kind of break that apart and see can we bring people into different structures, and can we create a different mode of politics in the world?
I think it was Jeff Stein's reporting in the Washington Post that was really fascinating on this, where he talked about the sanctions regime that we have implemented around the world, and what consequences that has created, which is like it forced a alternative market. It forced a secondary market of cooperation for a lot of countries, especially in the periphery, because we have, I think, sanctioned 69% of the poorest countries on the planet at some point. And it's a very simple process. You go to the Treasury, you say, I want this guy out, or I want this regime out. I want this competing interest in the country that I want to be involved in, to get starved out by the power of the American government.
And it's by the same authority that the Supreme Court just struck down on tariffs,
Yeah.
right? And so the Supreme Court is fine with presidents just sanctioning. I really want, the tariffs for the Republican majority was, an affront to kind of their free market ethos. I always say to people, look at the most heavily sanctioned countries in the world by the United States. It's Iran, North Korea, Cuba, now Russia, Venezuela. Did that work to achieve the stated aims? Like, sanctions don't work in changing the behavior of governments, number one. Second, they end up hurting the people of those countries, not the elites, right? Because if you get a secondary economy, a black market economy, the IRGC in Iran are the ones that are going to run that economy.
Yeah.
Right? So they're able, when people would yell at us that you're giving sanctions relief to the IRGC, it's like, no, we're trying to give sanctions relief to the Iranian people that have been fucked by our sanctions. The IRGC has been able to make money in all kinds of black market trade during the sanctions regime. And so what the sanctions end up doing is again, kind of creating this chaos, creating these humanitarian crises. And then now it's become so extreme that these countries are creating parallel economies, right?
Yeah.
Russia has figured out a way to sell its oil despite being sanctioned by the United States.
Yeah.
The Chinese are trying to turn that into an alternative to the dollar, right?
Yeah.
But the dollar is the basis of American power in the world. If every financial transaction has to run through the dollar, you have infinite leverage. But if we've sanctioned countries so much and have behaved so recklessly with tariffs and other things, that enough critical mass of other countries are like, that's it. We're not trading in this. We're not propping up the dollar. Then America becomes a normal country real fast.
Yeah, and it's really interesting you say that, because like I think we saw a version of this with like China posturing with like the nuclear option in trade when they added additional export protections on export controls on rare minerals, right?
Yeah.
And these are rare minerals that are necessary for production in the military-industrial complex. Like, this is a matter of national security.
Or your car radio, your computer in your car is not gonna work
exactly.
right.
Everything.
Yeah.
Everything is at some point like manufactured. A component is manufactured in China, and that was obviously posturing. It was a trade posture to show how much power they have at their disposal. But if they were to apply that in the same unstable ways that Donald Trump has been, engaging in these like tariff wars and whatnot, obviously everyone would look for a secondary market instantly.
Yeah.
And I think in some respects, like what we did with SWIFT after Russia's irredentis action in Ukraine, unjustifiable invasion of Ukraine, caused this moment of panic for a lot of other countries where they were like, oh, America will actually blow this entire thing up, even if it causes them harm in the long run as well.
Yeah.
And that I think accelerated the secondary market, or like these points of leverage that other nations in the periphery were looking for, like the BRICS alliance and whatnot that's put together.
I'll give you one example of that, which is India was buying Russian oil.
Yeah.
And Biden had kind of told them, hey, we'll look the other way because India, you're a big important country. And by the way, they don't have time. They can't recalibrate their entire energy market that fast to comply with sanctions. Fast forward to Trump. When Modi didn't go along with giving Trump credit for the end of the brief India-Pakistan conflict over Kashmir, because that was not true. like Trump did not broker. Pakistan nominated Trump for a Nobel Peace Prize. Modi refused to. Trump sanctioned India, or is it tariffs? He tariffed, and so Trump tariffed India and also got the EU to sanction India. Guess what Modi did a few weeks later? He went to Beijing for a gigantic celebration of, I forget what anniversary it was. He's saying, I have options, people. Like, if you're going to I have a country of 1.2 billion people. I'm not a Modi fan, but to your point, I do think he also has to act, consistent with Indian sovereignty. He's like, if you're going to keep fucking with me like this, and I can wake up one morning to find that the tariffs are 50%, or my power grid is out because of some sanction that just got put in place, I'm going to go deal with these people over here.
Oh yeah. And that is what more and more countries are doing. Even Western allies that have been vassalized over the course of the post-World War II New World Order, that played a formative role in the Cold War as like reliable allies to America, have now come to that recognition in the aftermath of the Greenland posturing.
Yeah.
That caused, Mark Carney's famous speech at was it Davos? At Davos to be like, we need middle powers to rise up and develop our own sovereignty. Now, I don't know how far they will go. I'm sure, like, if Trump says you're going to be a part of the Golden Dome, Mark Carney's probably going to say yes to that. And the same goes for not violating the embargo that was added on to Cuba. Like, Canada could easily send oil to Cuba. And they could probably send oil to Cuba with much more ease than like Mexico can, for example. And if they were truly about that lifestyle, I think they would do that. They would be like, no, this is unjustifiable. We are going to send oil against American sanctions to help other countries also come to terms with that, because the embargo on Cuba has been roundly condemned by the entire world since its inception, pretty much. I mean, with the exception of two countries, Israel and America, everyone everyone's routinely demanding America end the sanctions, and yet they don't. But clearly, these other middle powers are not doing anything against it. They're sending aid, and that's good.
Mexico
it's great.
is in particular,
Mexico's sending aid as well, but like, a part of the Venezuela scheme was to stop oil transfers to the island.
To starve Cuba.
To directly and deliberately starve Cuba. How much of that do you think is like the ideological neocon component from the likes of, Marco Rubio and the resentment that they feel, or wanting to punish this island for its sovereignty, for being like this dangerous predicament for America, that like a communist country could thrive 90 miles off the coastline of the United States? Like, how much of that is ideological? How much of that is like material, I guess?
It's ideological in this one. And the quick backstory, I negotiated in secret with Alejandro Castro, Raul's son, Fidel's nephew, in Canada. They hosted the secret talks, because they were really supportive of getting rid of the embargo. For a year and a half, we normalized relations, but the legislative embargo is still in place, right? And so we basically opened everything up that you could, through executive action, where you're basically licensing all this, activity. You licensing travel. Americans are allowed to travel to Cuba now. We're not going to punish you for that. It's crazy that Americans are told you can't travel 90 miles away.
By the way, I've talked to Cubans, and they say that was like a unprecedented prosperity for the island, where they felt for the first time ever that like people could survive without having to leave.
Well, here's why Marco Rubio is full of shit. It's because they always say they want to help the Cuban people. The Cuban government had created a private sector where people could own small businesses, and that was basically restaurants, stores, taxis.
Yeah.
And so when Americans started traveling there in huge numbers after the Obama opening, they're making money. Like, their lives are getting better. And then it's when Trump comes in and Rubio's in his ear that he slams that door shut. Now, that is about a couple of things. That is about, in part, South Florida Cuban exile politics, which is about like, settling the score, and yes, the Cuban government has done some very bad things, including to a lot of the people who left, had family members who were killed, but their property is confiscated. But look, there's a lot we can unpack in that history. I know. I'll give you the example. My first meeting with Alejandro, he goes through a bill of goods for like an hour and a half, and the negotiating partner's like, "You're going to be ready for this," but all the bill of goods were things that happened. Like you guys did the Bay of Pigs invasion. You guys tried to assassinate Fidel Castro X number of times.
638 times.
Posada Carriles, this guy, if you want to Google something interesting, Posada Carriles, the CIA asset, shot down a Cuban passenger airliner. Like there are all these things, right?
Yeah. Oh yeah, I remember. Yeah.
But anyway, to answer your question, part of this is just a pathology of there's a certain kind of South Florida politics, and politicians like Marco Rubio, Bob Menendez, so it's bipartisan. We're basically Bob Menendez.
Some of our least corrupt politicians.
Gold bars. Bob Menendez said he was for democracy in Cuba, and he would do things like he would block the approval of any ambassador. If you tried to change Cuba policy, and you'd have to kind of like steamroll the guy in your own party, right? We had to do that multiple times.
Yeah.
So some of this is just is diaspora politics, and then some of it is like I was saying, there is this kind of psychology, like the Cubans beat us. Like in '59, they ousted our guy Batista. This used to be kind of our playground, and all of a sudden it moved to the left. Then they're on the other side of the Cold War. They stuck their thumb in our eye again and again and again. And there are people. This is like the Lindsey Graham. He's not a Cuban. But he has this pathology.
We've never seen a war that he hasn't liked.
Yeah, because look, here's the thing about Cuba. It poses no threat to the United States.
No,
I can argue the threat Iran might pose. The funny thing is with Cuba, they're negotiating, but nobody even knows what they're negotiating, right? With Iran, there's something to negotiate, like your nuclear program. Cuba, it poses, and if you've been there, it is a level of poverty that does not exist in the Americas and barely exists in the world, and it is largely because of our embargo. They don't like to drive classic cars.
Camila Cabello is going to get very offended that you said that. They're going to do standpoint epistemology on you.
Well, let me just give you an example of this. We were trying to encourage investment after the Obama opening from Europe because we couldn't even get it from the U.S.
Yeah.
And the Europeans were like, we don't trust that we can invest there without getting sanctioned by you. And you, Obama, you're not going to be around forever. And so the embargo puts a total freeze on investment into Cuba. Guess what that does? It fossilizes the Cuban government. It makes them the only alternative. If no ideas, no investment, no travelers can get in the country, how can the place change? And so American policy has not only failed against its stated objective of changing the Cuban regime, it's actually been a huge ally in kind of fossilizing the status quo in Cuba.
Yeah.
And now we're literally trying to starve this place to death. And the fact that there's no discussion around the malnutrition in Cuba, like the unnecessary deaths that could happen, the kind of collective punishment as policy, that is so normalized that you don't see any discussion of it in like mainstream media. It's just like, will Trump get a win in Cuba? If the win is starving a bunch of people to death, what are you really winning,
Yeah, no, absolutely. And you're 100% right. Cuba presents zero threat to America. It's not
trying to attack us.
We have a fucking concentration camp that we are on like a lease agreement from Cuba. That's where Guantanamo Bay is.
Well, I had it. You like this, Hassan, as an anecdote. So the Cubans hate that, and every year, famously, there's an agreement signed back in the kind of colonial days where we pay like $1,000 a month or a year for that. Fidel used to never cash the checks and like stack them up and stuff. But at the end of the Obama administration, when it was evident he was not going to be able to close the prison at Guantanamo Bay, I went to the Cubans and I was like, "Hey, I just want to know if I can make this pitch to my boss. If we gave you guys Guantanamo back, would you keep the people that the United States wants to keep in prison? They're like, sure, we know how to keep people in prison, So I went to Obama and I was like, because there are people down there like Khalid Sheikh Mohammed, who was responsible for 9/11. But so I was like, this is the only way to close the prison. The only way to close the prison is to give the whole facility back to the Cubans. And obviously that didn't fly, but that's a good example. Do Americans even? Why do we have a naval base in a country that doesn't want us there? You know, I mean, like if we're acting in
It's a sequence of contradictions that make no sense when you scratch the surface of it, where you're like, none of this is 90 miles off the coastline. It's so ridiculous. It's so cruel. It's so inhumane. And it's just like all of this theatrics is like kept together by the average American's lack of interest and lack of understanding of how these things work. And I do think that is, to some respects, by design, because if Americans were more focused on foreign policy, I think, especially if they understood the impact of foreign policy on the domestic policy, whether it be the imperial boomerang, as we were talking about earlier, or like all of the funds that are going to building bombs, they could be spent here on our roads, on our healthcare, on our facilities, on our education. I think a lot more Americans would be very frustrated. So I do think that we keep people at bay by refusing to let them imagine an alternative and to constantly keep them in fear in this like panic state where we have to destroy our enemies. They always want to get us. They want to get us because they're not us.
Can I give you a specific example? Is Cuba, right? So there's literally a legislative travel ban, right? that says that Americans can't travel to Cuba. We had to essentially make it so we're not going to enforce that. We said you could travel to Cuba to have people-to-people exchanges, which basically meant if you talk to Cubans, you could travel to Cuba. Every American I know, and I know a lot of Americans who went to Cuba, go down there and they're like, what the fuck? Like, what has our government done down here? Like, why are these people so poor? They're, you know, and then guess what? The first thing Trump does is he shuts off that people-to-people travel. Like, they don't want you to see it. I mean, some of your viewers have probably been to Cuba. If you've been to Cuba, you understand it's something about American foreign policy that you can understand just sitting at home here. You know, you see what sanctions at that scale can do to a people. And I don't know anybody who goes.
And you also
there.
see the people. You're like, these are not enemies. Like, these are not my enemies. These are just like regular people who are very kind people. And
some of them hate the government. Some of them like the government, right?
Yeah.
But you can't, like Marco Rubio, for instance, he's never been to Cuba. You know, I mean, he comes from a Cuban family, but he's never set foot on the island. I mean, if you have to go there and look at, I mean, I'm not hopeful that he would change his mind, but a lot of this is kept out of sight from people, you know, because if they saw it, they wouldn't like it.
Yeah, there's, I mean, I've had a similar experience of this, like visiting China. I mean, I obviously had like in comparison to the average American foreign policy person, I was, you know, an outright sympathizer in comparison to them. But I also had my worries before I traveled to China. But seeing a government be able to develop itself and achieve sovereignty and go through the process of like their own historic struggle and get to a point where they are a force to be reckoned with, like a global superpower at this point. I think that's part of what America fears ultimately. Like they don't want Cuba to be a normal country, but then also be communist at the same time, because then there's the threat of that alternative right at our doorstep. In the same way that I think the USSR, no matter how fearful Europeans were of the USSR, there were certain aspects of USSR existence that I think played a role in pushing Europe towards social democracy in ways that like we never had. We never experienced.
Yeah, they had communist parties. And so they had to do things like free healthcare to defang the communist parties. Yeah.
Yeah, and I think that is like an ultimate. That's the ultimate fear of you know the capital owning class in general, where they're like, we don't want to. We have a really good thing going, and we don't want to give up on that. Except,
but it's
in the
collapsing.
absence,
it's collapsing.
Exactly. In the absence of that friction, in the aftermath of the dissolution of the USSR, you see, without the threat of an alternative, how much capital has dominated even Europe. European social democracy is on the brink of collapse. And what's happening as a consequence of that is the rise of fascism.
Yeah.
As it once did when liberalism was attempted 100 years ago, and it was also collapsing, and it was early, right? It was a new thing. Nation states were just being developed and not even really developed at all. And And through that process, fascism came as a force of stability.
Yeah.
A force of stability that capital owners aligned with.
Yeah.
That's why titans of industry in both Nazi Germany and in Mussolini's Italy were very much aligned with the fascist movements because they were more fearful of the communists. And the communists were about plenty at that time. They were a force to be reckoned with. So I think one of the things that I stress all the time, because there will be people that will be critical of me even having a conversation with you in my community, regardless of your worldview being far outside of like the blob, as you call it.
I'm in this place where I'm like, those people think I'm super radical, and some friends think I'm super like not.
Well, those people think I'm a terrorist.
Yeah. So I'm like stuck in this like in between space. Yeah. But I'm moving.
But from my perspective, it's like the alternative to that is not business as usual liberalism. The alternative to that is not like NATO Atlanticism necessarily, but the alternative to that is a class-based movement.
Is a solidarity.
Yeah, exactly. Like understanding that the working class individual in Cuba has the same exact interests as the working class individual living in West Virginia. They want a roof over their heads. They want to be able to feed their children. They want to feed themselves, and they want to have some meaning in their lives. And that's it. There's no like evilness component in our foreign adversaries. Same goes for people living in Iran, people living in Yemen, people living in countries that we've declared foreign adversaries. Like they have the same exact interest that we do. And I feel like that's completely lost in American politics.
I think that's right. And I think one way to think about the challenge in the world today is we always look at these, kind of older ideological paradigms, but essentially we are living through an unprecedented consolidation of power, right? And it's essentially in this country, like so much of the wealth and technologies that drive our lives are in so few hands. But if you look around the world, like what did Trump do? Like if you look at his corruption, the Emirati one is like a very good example of this. So first of all, the Abraham Accords are worth bringing into this. So the Abraham Accords happened. Emiratis are the main country normalizing relations with Israel. Bahrain comes with them. It's framed. Morocco comes with them. It's framed as a peace deal. These countries were not at war,
Yeah.
Now, what happens? Well, you get all of a sudden kind of this, the kind of mega rich in the Emirates. They're getting like surveillance technology from Israel. Israel's got, a friend, in the heart of the Arab world. The Emirates also gets like now everybody loves them in Washington because they did the Abraham Accords. So then they can do things like what they're doing in Sudan, thinking that they're not going to be held to account. But then if you look after Trump's election, the Emirates, an Emirati buys a 49% stake in World Liberty Financial, right? That's Trump's crypto business.
Yeah.
Then they make a $2 billion investment through Trump Coin.
Nothing to see here.
Right.
Seems totally above board.
Then Trump lifts the restrictions on the highest level U.S. chips going into the Emirates. Why do I tell this kind of story? Because what unites Trump and tech oligarchs and Emiratis and Netanyahu, and by the way, in their own way, Putin and Erdogan, is they're all grabbing their piece of this while people are just getting screwed. And so I'm not limiting this to a Western criticism. I think the Chinese Communist Party is doing this too. Like they're in charge of the AI monopoly in China. And there are huge majorities of people around the world who are like, why is power just being taken, like it's being like just drained out from us and given to just a very small number of people at the top who are either political elites, technology elites, or kind of financial capitalist elites, right? What you need is a solidarity movement across borders that is just going to start dismantling that apparatus, or else like that's going to lead either to, they'd be happy to have a series of wars. They're going to be fine. They're going to, their technologies are going to be used to fight the wars. Or if you're Putin, you've got your DACA you can go to. There's such a gap between the people who feel the consequences of what's happening in the world and the people that are driving those consequences. And I think that's the imbalance. It feels like it's getting less sustainable to me. And you see like AOC and Bernie giving voice to this, like the authoritarianism problem is.
I don't even think they're radical enough. I'll be honest. I love them, but I think like the ways in which they should be communicating this is like unapologetic, the language of class warfare. Because I think like a lot of Americans
You
are
don't think Bernie
fearful.
does that?
I mean, even Bernie dilutes his message quite a bit. Although he has such a long history of doing
his consistency.
exactly that, that it's a little bit different. But I do think that, I mean, Euro communism and socialism in America is a very like liberalized version as opposed to like the Marxist Leninist tradition.
Socialism in America is European social democracy.
Yeah,
It's
exactly.
free healthcare. Zoran's agenda
Yeah.
is very familiar to anyone who lives in most
Oh, yeah,
European
absolutely.
countries. You know,
But-
like
and
free
turns
childcare,
out-
free healthcare. Like this
Yeah,
is
a
normal.
modest
Yeah,
expansion of
yeah.
existing social safety nets is seen as this like radical
Zoran is
change.
far from a communist.
Yeah.
yeah.
And it's interesting because it's like
He's not
even-
seizing the means of production.
But
anywhere.
even then, like even if someone is, because I think Bernie is a socialist. Like he comes from the socialist tradition for sure. Notwithstanding his like latest mishaps every now and then, but I mean like he
Yeah,
has
Eugene
a
Debs,
consistent
yeah.
yes, he has a consistent
Labor.
socialist message for his entire career and has been at odds with American foreign policy at times when it mattered. I think like post Yugoslavia, it's a little bit different. Like if I look at his career as critically as possible, I think there has been, still consistent advocacy against like American foreign policy at times. But he presents himself as a social democrat is what I'm trying to say. I think obviously no Democrat's going to run around advocating to develop a Marxist-Leninist vanguard in the United States of America. And that's not my expectation either. But I think like as far as the language that we use, I do think that a lot of Democrats do shy away from like saying anything that can be immediately criticized as like you're a communist, you love the USSR, you love America's foreign adversaries. I think like just as Bernie played a big role in normalizing socialism as an ideology in America and like combating a century of Red Scare propaganda and did so effectively, I think we can push even past that. Like we can push further from the position that we're currently in with the language that we use. Because otherwise you run into, and I want to hear about your perspective on this, at the Munich Security Conference.
Yeah.
AOC delivered a speech. Now, it's not, I understand what she was saying. I understand where she was going with said speech. And I do think that there are some disagreements that I have with Matt Duss, some areas of tremendous agreement that I have with Matt Duss, especially with respect to his approach to China. I think like their attitude to China is very good from my perspective, where they think like no more strategic competition with China. Like they are a partner and we should treat them as a partner.
And we should negotiate things.
Yeah, exactly. Rather than, saber rattling and the posturing that we engage in. But as far as like hearkening back to almost like a NATO Atlanticist position, I do think that they find themselves in between these two forces where on the one hand, they're still running a little scared on foreign policy, where they don't want to just say like, we should only care about class here. Like, and it almost goes back to like vulgar Brandonism, as I like to call it, going back to like the Biden era of like a restoration of the liberal rule-based order.
Yeah.
Pre-October 7, of course.
So I was in Munich, and what was interesting to me about that is, look, I think that the message that she was delivering that I think was important is that they're dealing with the rise of these fascist parties, these far right parties across Europe.
Yeah.
And oftentimes the kind of social democrat class that is kind of the governing class, or the Christian Democrat, that kind of center right to center left. Yeah. They're kind of bystanders, and they're like, maybe we should just get harder on immigration, to
Hillary Clinton.
Yeah.
Shouts out to Hillary Clinton.
If you're a voter in Europe and you want a hard ass on immigration, like you have the people that will, like Viktor Orbán's of the world, who would do that. And so what she's saying is like, if you guys want to be serious about tackling the far right, It's not about talking up democracy or attacking this way. It's about dealing with the issues that your working class is facing. That the democracy crisis in Europe is a working class crisis. Now, the split screen problem with that in Munich was they were all also talking about, and this was not AOC so much as a lot of the kind of security people, how great it is that Europe is now going to spend all this money on defense because Donald Trump has bullied them into spending 5% of their GDP on defense. And it's 3.5% of GDP plus, they say 1.5 for logistics or something.
Yeah.
But an insane amount of money on defense, which, by the way, I don't believe that they're actually going to do. But that is a recipe for helping the far right, because that's that like.
Because how do you do that?
Plowing money into defense.
Austerity.
Yeah, exactly. You're not even doing job create. You're plowing money into like defense technologies and stuff,
Yeah.
right? So like, at the same time that you're like, oh yes, we must deal with the working class, you're having austerity to pay for your huge defense budgets that feel totally divorced from what it feels like they're where we were at the beginning of the Biden presidency in some respects, where it's like, are they going to wake up and realize that the recipe is not just singing from the greatest hits album of the rules-based order and talking about democracy and talking about the danger of the far right? You have to show working class people that you're like meeting them where they are, and that includes breaking from orthodoxy on some issues where you're expected to kind of go along with the Trump bullying you on defense spending. Pedro Sanchez in Spain is the one leader who basically told Trump to pound sand. He's like, I'm not spending that much on defense. I think they spend like 1 point something %. And his numbers went up.
Yeah.
And he's been governing Spain for 10 years. He's a socialist. He on Gaza, he's in a different place from most of Europe. On immigration,
there are still limitations, unfortunately, to like what they can do.
He may not be where you are, but like.
Oh no! I just meant like there are like when you're in the EU,
Yes,
there are
yeah.
severe restrictions on like how far you can go. I mean, Ireland is another great example of this. Like, these are countries that have been on the right side of history for a very long time, and there's limitations to what they can and can't do, unfortunately.
But I think if you look at Sanchez, for instance, he's doing the things that we're talking about in the sense that he's pursuing socialist policies. He's not caving on immigration. He's taking a stand on Gaza. He's not spending money in defense.
Yeah, shouts out to the king.
He keeps getting rewarded for it. He's been in power 10 years. Now he'll lose at some point, but he's had a 10-year run there. And so I think that I see your point on AOC. Look, she's there to kind of begin to get her reps on the world stage. That's what it felt like to me. Is this is a person that has ambitions that go beyond being in Congress, maybe run for president, and I'm going to kind of take my message at home to this place. I will say what was interesting to me being there is all the coverage was like tisk tisk on her Taiwan answer. People, every young person there wanted to be in the room with AOC in Europe.
Yeah.
Like, she has a star power that no American politician has outside this country.
Her Taiwan answer is because of our policy. Our longstanding policy
It
in
makes no
Taiwan
sense. Yeah,
is
yeah.
called strategic ambiguity, which is another word for lying.
We're not going to tell you. It's a word for we're not going to tell you.
It's like, oh no, you're one China, totally. Taiwan, like, because in the American government, you were in the American government. Taiwan is a part of China in the American government's like official language.
That's our agreement with China from 1979.
Shouts out to the great Maoist Richard Nixon and the other great Maoist Henry Kissinger. The only good thing that they did, probably, which was the recognition of the People's Republic of China. But they did that, and also I guess EPA. Nixon was an interesting character. I mean, he's horrible.
I don't know if you want to go into Taiwan. Do you want to do the little Taiwan or?
Oh, we can talk about Taiwan.
So what I find complicated about Taiwan is that, and look, I don't want to fight a war. Like, the goal of the policy should be no war over Taiwan. And I'll get to kind of one way you might do that. But when we made that deal, the people running Taiwan believed that there was one China, right? So Chiang Kai-shek leaves China with a couple million people.
All the gold.
Takes over Taiwan, is a brutal US-backed authoritarian leader who believed that they're the legitimate government in exile in Taipei. And so they didn't object necessarily to the idea of one China. Now, the DPP that currently governs Taiwan, they were the opposition movement that overturned the authoritarian system. And they're like, we're not Chinese. Like, Chiang Kai-shek is the one who came here and said, we're all Chinese.
Yeah.
And so I have a lot of sympathy for younger people I know in Taiwan who are like, there are all these deals that have been made over our heads. Our ancestors have been living here for hundreds of years. it was only Chiang Kai-shek who came here and said, we're all China. I'm not suggesting that that means you abrogate the one China policy. I think what you want to try to put this, you want to, and sometimes the best thing you do in foreign policy is just try to push off like a problem. Like, let's get into some negotiations here. Let's start talking about this. Like, instead of just threatening each other, arming everybody to the teeth, and kind of building up to some climax where the Chinese might try to invade or blockade Taiwan and will the United States come to the rescue. Why aren't we doing more to try to avoid that outcome diplomatically? You know,
Well, I think the real reason is because, and maybe this is where you and I diverge, but like, I think it is in. I mean, I think it was Mao who said it, or he was like, "There's two islands of empire, like Western imperialism. In the Far East is Taiwan, and in the Near East it's Israel." And I feel like it's like a base of operations for America to constantly have this like potential destabilization force, notwithstanding like the actual will of the population. Because let's be real, I don't think America really cares about it that much. I think it's good for arguments. You can always use it as
Americans
a good...
care about the semiconductor.
They care about the semiconductor industry, and they more so just care about like having something on the thorn of China, this like behemoth that has exploded in size and in prowess around the globe. So, as far as like Taiwan goes, I mean, I look at their public approvals fairly closely, and their attitude always is, we like having one foot in China and one foot in the Western world.
That's right.
And they don't want to break the status quo.
They actually don't want to be independent and have a U.S. military base there. They like the status quo.
Yeah, because it's very beneficial for them when you get to, because I have Taiwanese relatives.
Yeah.
And some of them live here. One of them is married to my uncle Cenk Uyghur.
What do they want the outcome of this whole thing to be?
They feel a sense of pride because like of China's prosperity, but they don't like, at least one of them does not like the Chinese government. But they still feel this like sense of Chinese prosperity. It's very interesting.
Look
phenomenon.
what we built.
Yeah. Because it's like, because it is pretty hard, especially when you go there and you're like, what the fuck? Like these guys were able to
Shanghai,
build.
it's like,
You're like,
shit.
this is crazy. I mean, the hotel I stayed in was like a barren wasteland 20 years ago, and now there's like towering skyscrapers everywhere. And then with my other relative, I mean, he works in China. He works in Shenzhen, right? So he's like, he's living in China, right? Mainland China. So it's, they see it as like they're not like as hardline as Americans present it, and there are certainly a lot of people from Taiwan here that are hardliners, definitely, and that happens. Like the diaspora population usually has that, but at the end of the day, they're Han Chinese, and they see that, and they see that as like a united a point of prosperity.
But I want to just come back to the AOC point, because it's the goal for the test of these people should not be whether you can stand up at a conference with a bunch of elites and recite a formula that is the right answer on Taiwan.
Yeah.
The goal is to have a worldview that makes sense to people, And so she gets all this shit for not pivoting immediately to like, we have a policy of strategic ambiguity, and but that's the wrong end. Like, why is the test of becoming president your capacity to kind of recite words that have no meaning to most people? And this is a problem I have with national security, and I'm trying to demystify it and how I try to talk about it. I'm not saying I get that right all the time, but it is designed to exclude people. Like, the language of it makes no sense to people. It's all these acronyms, or it's like these opaque readouts of meetings that we had full and frank conversations about the full range of bilateral issues, and they're not actually telling you the truth, right? And I think part of what we need to do is just change the language, and talk to people. Why can't we just have a serious conversation, like this kind of conversation, where it's like, this is a real fucking problem, man, because the Chinese are not going to let this go. Like this, they see this as part of their territory. They see it as indistinguishable from Tibet or Hong Kong. That's what the U.S. has agreed to. We have a one China policy. There's some people here, though, who are really nervous about what that means for them, because they kind of like that they have freedoms in Taiwan that they don't have in China. So what do we do about that? Like, why can't we just name these things and talk about them instead of retreating behind these kind of carefully drafted formulas that have been. It's like the two-state solution. I believe in two states side by side, living in peace and security. That language has no relevance in the physical universe.
Yeah.
Like it's just something that politicians say to avoid having to actually tell you what they think about what's happening in the
No,
West
absolutely.
Bank,
But that's precisely the reason why they do that.
Yeah.
They do that to obfuscate from the
Yeah.
truth. They do that to not have these critical conversations. And I think in many instances, I mean, look, I talk to a lot of politicians. I talk to a lot of consultants and analysts. I'm going to be honest, a lot of them haven't really thought about it.
Yeah.
Like they just haven't. It's much easier for them to just like repeat
Yeah.
whatever like this preconceived talking point is, because if they were to expend a great deal of time learning about it, reading the history, and developing like a truly coherent worldview around like what must be done in these places, I think all of a sudden you're putting yourself at odds with like the rest of the country, because the rest of the country doesn't give a shit. And sometimes are very antagonistic towards your worldview. I see that all the time from my perspective on American foreign policy.
But most Americans are like, they want to believe the good story, right? They want to believe there were sanctioning countries to help them. Like if there was more information, I think you might get different outcomes. Because in Iraq, they had good information because they had relatives fighting in that war who were coming home being like, this is a fucking shit show,
Yeah.
Now, I think there are a couple things though about the incentive structures for people in these jobs. One is jobs. So I can tell you, and I'm not saying this to toot my horn, it's just the reality of who I was. I left the Obama administration because I negotiated the normalization of relations with Cuba, and because I'd been kind of the front man for the JCPOA with Iran. I had made a bunch of enemies.
Really interesting.
Yeah,
I feel like we share a lot of enemies.
I had Black Cube, Mossad people spying on me. That's the whole story. But essentially, then I started my podcast, and I had to deprogram a little bit because I was talking like I used to talk in government, and then I was like, but then to talk honestly about, say, Israel, Palestine, or Cuba is to ensure that you're not going to be confirmed to a job in a future administration. And I can tell you that there are a lot of people that just self-censor because they're like, it's not worth, if I make these enemies, my career is cooked. Then the other problem that you put your finger on that is so, so important is that it is amazing, given the awesome power that the United States has in the world, how little people in positions of power interact with people in these countries. I mean, I have Afghan friends who rightly beat the shit out of me when I left government because they're like, we could have told you were backing the wrong people in Afghanistan. They're like, we hate the Taliban, but we fucking hate all these corrupt warlords that you were backing, who are the same people that were repressing us when the Taliban wasn't in power.
Yeah.
And I said to them honestly, I was like, you know what? In all the meetings I was in the Situation Room about Afghanistan, there was never an Afghan in the room. It's just a bunch of us, talking about a country that most of us had never really been to, right? And so there needs to be much more of a feedback loop. If you are hearing from and I tried to do this when I was in government. I certainly did this on Cuba. If you're hearing from people from these actual places, like you get a perspective that you're never going to get at a think tank in Washington.
Yeah.
Where it's all about how can I make the same talking points sound a little smarter, in my paper than the last one. And it's not informed by the views of the countries that we are actually operating in.
Yeah, no, it's mind-boggling, like how sheltered like the average American foreign policy person is. Like they get all the reading in a one-directional way in some of these best institutions that are, I think, specifically teaching them this stuff so they can go and work at the same think tanks that also are churning out the same policy papers over and over again. And that creates this like very weird self-reinforcing propaganda apparatus that traps a lot of politicians, with the exception of like what we would maybe even consider like cranks. And I have a lot of love for people like that. I wouldn't even say that Mike Ravel's a crank, right? I don't think he's a crank, but like he came across as one because of his like consistent advocacy against like American foreign policy, right? Like we used to have that. That was a tradition in American Congress.
Yeah.
And I feel like, especially in the age of like domestic polarization, where basically like if you live in a rural area, if you live in the suburbs, you're more likely to vote Republican. If you live in a city, you're more likely to vote Democrat. and that polarization is like completely set in, where everybody has a party line and they don't even get punished for working against the interests of their constituents as long as they're like, you know, in line with the rest of the party. We don't really have independent thinkers any longer, or people who like genuinely make certain causes their lives mission.
Yeah.
Even though you do every now and then have a guy like Tim Kaine,
Yeah.
who is like consistent on some
Yeah.
of these issues, and you're like, why the fuck is Tim Kaine
Yeah.
one of the main voices saying we mustn't go to war with Iran?
That's interesting though, because Tim Kaine's one good example, and then there are other ones on Cuba. But on Tim Kaine, I'd say I met Tim Kaine in around 2008 when I was working the Obama campaign, and he was just I think he ran for Senate around that time. He right away he had this view that the president should not be able to go to war without authorization from Congress. And he's been absolutely consistent on it. Doesn't matter what the war is. Doesn't matter if the president is Obama or Trump or Biden. Like, he's on it. And we need more people like that. I think if you're in Congress, it's important to you don't need to be an expert on every issue. I'd actually much rather you just become the person that really fucking cares about this thing or that. Like on Cuba, when we did the opening, Barbara Lee had deep connections in Cuba. Karen Bass, who is the mayor here, got in hot water actually when she was being vetted for VP because she spent so much time in Cuba in the 70s. Jim McGovern, another guy who can get called a crank sometimes. But these people had deep relationships in Cuba, and they knew the harm that had been done there. And and when I talked to them, it was like so wildly a different perspective than I'd get from someone who was a foreign policy expert in Congress, who's just like, well, the Cuban government is bad for these reasons, and maybe we tweak the policy this way, but God forbid, we think about actually changing it. And so I think you do need those people that are willing to kind of really burrow in on these things and become advocates, because they can make a difference.
No, for sure. I try to urge every congressperson I talk to be that person.
Yeah.
But I do see very real either disinterest or like fear of like going against the grain. And I think now is the best time.
Because there's peer pressure inside those caucuses too.
Yeah, but right now is the best possible time to make that bold statement, especially because like if there's any silver lining to Donald Trump like shattering how politics was conducted in this country, it's that. With AOC's Taiwan answer, going back to that, everyone is panning it. They even did the no edit, like I think it was Politico that did the shitty edit where they just go put the ahs and ums in there. Like, you clean up Trump every day. Come on. That's fucking bullshit. We all know what you're doing, right?
Yeah.
But again, like a Trump, I think about like a leftist Trump, right? Obviously there's a lot of structural hurdles against such a thing. But like a leftist Trump, how would a leftist Trump answer that question? Be like, why do I care about it? I mean, they're Chinese. Let them deal with it. Something like that with delivered with confidence, I think would be appealing to Americans broadly. I think Americans would go, yeah, why do I care about that?
To me, my version of that answer, which is someone who's probably a little, is just like, you know what? My policy is we should try to not have a war there. Yeah.
I wasn't even saying like this is my policy. I'm just saying like what would like a socialist Trump respond to that?
That's what he says. Like, I'm focused on what's happening.
Yeah, because he used to say that with Iran. Like, he'd be like, in 2015, there was a point where they asked him about like intervention in Iran, and this is, I guess, like before Miriam Adelson or Sheldon Adelson told him what to say about it, right? And he was like, they're telling me we got to go there, because they're making women cover their faces. And he's like, and he was saying like, it's probably easy for women to wear the hijab. I asked them, they said they want to wear the hijab. He's like, they want to wear it. Well, they don't have to put makeup on.
All right, I'll tell you a story about Cuba that illustrates both how Trump was different, and also how he ended up being full of shit. During the primary, the Republican primary, when we'd done the Cuban normalization, Trump was asked about it. He's like, I think it's fine. Like, maybe I get a better deal, but it's fine. And then I heard in 2016 that the Trump organization was down in Cuba scouting real estate properties because they wanted to develop hotels and golf courses.
I'm gonna be honest. I wish they were still invested in that.
No, that's what Trump, with absent any. If Trump was Trump, like his deal, he would have gotten into power in 2017 and said, "Hey, I want the Trump organization to develop all the keys off of the coast of Cuba. But instead, he got co-opted by these hardliners, in South Florida, and he just turns on a dime, right? And so he's not I agree with you. His critiques of American foreign policy sometimes completely overlap with some of my critiques, but he doesn't even act on those critiques.
No. Yeah.
And I think there's an opportunity though, because he's like a hurricane who's blowing everything down. And the good news about that is none of this Biden stuff, like America's back, and no. When you have a hurricane, you don't renovate, you rebuild something different. And so we have this opportunity on the back end of this, assuming there is a back end, to not just kind of tinker around the edges, but to actually imagine a totally different kind of international order. Like, that's what should we be talking to the Chinese about? That, like, what are we doing together on climate, on AI? Instead of AI race, like, how about putting some fucking guardrails around this technology so it doesn't take all our jobs and become autonomous weapons? There's a lot of stuff to talk to the Chinese about, but if you're in like a race with them on everything, or a Cold War with them on everything, like you're not going to solve those problems.
And from what I understand, talking to like even Chinese dissidents and people who are very supportive of the Chinese government, the consistent thing that I hear is that China is incredibly responsive to America. To whatever America is saying around the world and whatever America is saying about China. So in moments where they feel as though like America might, take an adversarial tone against China, they really add more domestic repression, because they're like, we don't want any sort of instability in the country. I guess maybe America shouldn't know about that, because then they're going to keep doing it. And I mean, I guess they're doing it regardless. But, but like the way I see it, one thing I did want to talk to you about was specifically Ukraine, because I think a lot of people look to October 7 as like the complete shattering of like the international rule-based order, right? But I think it was before then.
All the cracks are there, yeah.
I think, well, I mean, yeah, it was, from my perspective, from my tradition, obviously this was always a sham.
Yeah.
And I believe that it was this design was purely beneficial to like Western capital interests, constant imperialism, extraction of natural resources from the periphery, from the global south, creating like a more pliant labor force that we can use and abuse, and offshoring our domestic industries, which led to, crippling austerity and worse material conditions for the American labor force overall. But I do think that Russia's actions in Ukraine and then October 7 so close together, like so closely packaged together, is what completely shattered people's understanding of this. And I don't think we've experienced the repercussions of that yet. I don't think that, like, I think the world is only now revolting against it when you see, protests, like steady protests in European capitals against like their government's lack of interest in issuing any sort of condemnation towards Israel. It's making people realize that like maybe liberal democracy is not working. And I don't think a lot of leadership understands that. Like I don't think the American government is aware of it even. I think they just kind of are like, oh no, it's going to be fine. We're going to put the cat back in the bag.
I mean, there's all built-in hypocrisy in American foreign policy. But when you stand up, like the Biden administration did, and say Vladimir Putin is a war criminal because the ICC is, got an indictment out on him because he's killed Ukrainian kids and kidnapped Ukrainian kids, all true, and then turn around and condemn the ICC, same ICC that is prosecuting this same war crimes, right? Literally, like
with greater severity.
The
too,
killing
like
of children, the collective punishment of a population, and you are then the amount. You don't need to be a foreign policy expert.
No,
you don't have to. There's no nuance or it's complicated. That is fucking bullshit, right?
Yeah.
And if your rules-based order is essentially we get to select when we use these tools to punish only our geopolitical adversaries, and we are completely immune from any of that, then there is no rules-based order already, right?
Yeah.
And that I think that's it was like the curtain being pulled back,
Yeah,
the
it's the
contrast
third
in those
worldist
two.
position. Ironically, it's like something.
Yeah,
like,
it's
from
not
my,
new. It's not new to anybody
Yeah.
from
I
the
grew up
global
in
South,
Turkey,
yeah.
so my understanding was exactly this.
Yeah.
And when I brought it to America, people did not like it at all. When I say for years and years, from my own personal experience, like when I did this advocacy, when I talked about foreign policy from the perspective of like the victims of American empire, American imperialism, people would say, I'm an America hater. I hate America. Get the fuck out of the country. But I think now it's infinitely easier for Americans to even understand as well.
It is. In part because the emperor has no clothes. Like the Iraq War, from the Iraq War, I mean, the idea that the people in charge kind of could be trusted to know what they were doing after that, I feel like that was shattered, and that was 20 plus years ago now, right? People just keep getting that confirmed for them, right? So whatever emerges on the other side of this is going to have to look different necessarily from what came before. Now, the danger of the Ukraine piece, though, is that the one thing that the rules-based order succeeded in is preventing a World War III, right? So like all kinds of other
that
things.
and nukes, I think.
That and no nuclear war, no World War III. And so when all of a sudden you have one of the major powers, invading and violating the sovereignty of another one, and now Trump's doing the same. I mean, we've done it. So like the Iraq War, like I'm not suggesting we hadn't done it either. So Iraq was a big part of this too. I think someone could fairly point out that it wasn't Ukraine, it was Iraq, where suddenly post-Cold War, it was like, wait a second. Now that there's no Cold War, no risk of World War III, no risk of nuclear armed conflict between the U.S. and Soviet Union, that was America saying, well, that means now we can do whatever we want, And so Putin was like, well, why can't I do whatever I want, I don't think that makes him right in any way, shape, or form. I think what he's doing is horrific.
Yeah.
The danger is, the reason you really do need rules is because when there are no rules, you get nationalism kind of run amok. And the wrong strongman comes along, and all of a sudden the great powers are bumping into each other in Taiwan and in the Arctic or in Eastern Europe, and then we're in a whole different fucking ballgame,
Yeah, I mean it's still proxies. Like I don't foresee this turning into like state versus state warfare, especially between nuclear armed states.
Yeah,
but of course the proxies are so devastating for those who are stuck in the middle powers.
If you're in Sudan, or if you're in even if you're just a middle power and you're just like, I'm just trying to like negotiate trade deals and figure out like how to get clean energy, and I've got these lunatics fighting over my heads,
So where do you think we go from here with Ukraine in particular? Because like I think as much as I want to criticize Trump, and I certainly do criticize Trump in the way that he's handled Ukraine, like the showboating, the weird admiration or not even admiration for Putin, but like the ways in which he talks about Ukraine versus the ways in which he talks about Vladimir Putin, I think has offered setbacks to Ukraine as well. Yeah. Like it's definitely embarrassed Zelensky for sure,
and weakened Zelensky.
Yeah, and that's not helpful for anyone really, other than I guess it does help Russia quite a bit. But I think he also recognizes his powerlessness, because like a lot of people in the national security apparatus have this attitude where it's like, no, as long as we just like keep giving guns to Ukraine, they'll just keep putting on a fight. And now it's in a stalemate, one that is actually a beneficial stalemate for Russia.
Because it's bigger. So stalemate favors the bigger party.
Yeah, exactly. And I don't know, like, I mean, what Trump said to Zelensky was, you don't have the cards. But I don't think Trump holds the cards either. Because in the absence of like somehow trying to force the hand of India to no longer be a secondary market for Russian energy to enter the international marketplace, which is also going to be impossible, because why would India do that? India is making a lot of money as a mediator, and India can go to China, as you also pointed out. Like, there's not really a lot of additional pressures that they can apply to Russia other than just like trying to come to a managed solution. And as long as Vladimir Putin knows that, and he understands the domestic pressures that Trump has, as far as like promising that he was going to, end the war day one, he has not a lot of room here for negotiation. And I think that's a hard recognition to come to if you are a national security guy especially in comparison to like the last 50, 60 years, or especially the last 30 years, right? I don't think America has the same motion that it did, the same power that it did in terms of like dealing with foreign adversaries that are crazy enough to go out and engage in like military action.
Yeah. So here's what I'd say, and here's where I probably do put a little bit more currency into alliances and the whole transatlantic arrangement. I agree that the best case, that there was something ghoulish about a certain kind of national security mindset of like, this is great, we'll keep arming them, and they'll weaken the Russians, and we get to make heroic speeches while the Ukrainians are fighting and dying on the front lines. And actually, there was a very counterproductive raising of expectations. Like victories at hand. If you're reading like the Atlantic, it was always like victories around the corner, the counteroffensive is going to work. And I think the best case scenario for Ukraine at this point is they're going to lose territory. Like they're not going to reclaim Crimea. They're not going to reclaim the parts of the Luhansk and Donetsk in eastern Ukraine that Russia occupies. But if they can preserve their sovereignty, that they're not going to be invaded again by Russia, and become attached to, what they want is essentially to be in Europe. In the European Union. Let's put not NATO, because NATO, you're not going to, I don't think Americans are going to go to war. I don't think you have to get every NATO country to agree that you will go to war for Ukraine. That's not going to happen. So essentially, if you could ceasefire the conflict and then use the ensuing time to incorporate Ukraine into institutions and to fortify them, through reconstruction and economic arrangements as a part of Europe, and they could look up in 20 years and they've lost territory. They may never recognize that territory isn't theirs, but they're a sovereign country, and the people there can live in peace and have arrangements with Europe. That would be great for them. It wouldn't be, maybe great's the wrong word. That would be the best outcome available to them right now. What would be great to them is obviously to have their entire sovereignty. I think the reason Trump's behavior makes that worse is that's kind of all premised on political agreement among the United States and Europe about what the plan is. How is Ukraine going to be rebuilt? How is Ukraine going to be incorporated into the EU? What is the nature of the Ukrainian military such that it's sufficient that Russia won't want to invade them again? And if Putin's negotiating across the table, and he sees everybody on the other side of the table fighting with each other, he sees Trump beating up on Zelensky, he sees Trump freaking out the Europeans that he's going to invade Greenland, then that makes the negotiation so much easier for him, because he can just keep grinding away the Ukrainians. The attacks on Ukrainian civilian infrastructure has gone way up since Trump became president, and I don't think that's a coincidence. And it's not about arms; it's about the political circumstance. It's that these guys are fighting with each other, so I can just kind of do what I want here. And so that's where I think
and also because of Israel too. Like we're so hyper focused on like defensive Israel, even though Israel.
Well, that after October 7th, you could feel the tension shift. It was like a spotlight that had been on Ukraine just moves over here, and suddenly we're sending arms there, and the Biden administration is spending all its time there instead of on Ukraine. And that too advantaged Putin, right? Like Putin was at his weakest in this conflict when there was a kind of political consensus. This is wrong. We support the Ukrainians. I mean, the ICC thing we just talked about too, that helped Putin too, because it might have been uncomfortable for certain countries to host Vladimir Putin, who are ICC signatories, but after October 7th and after what happened with the ICC, where the U.S. is attacking the ICC and sanctioning the ICC, well, then it's like, well, these, I don't even play by these rules, right? So it just that's my critique.
He came to Alaska.
Yeah. So it's not that he's an indicted war criminal came to Alaska. Yeah. Just like Netanyahu's come here, like how I can't lost track.
Well,
of
I mean,
times.
that's different. Yeah. That's like it's Israel's little America. So,
but I think that the outcome, again, this is one of these things where I can agree with Trump's kind of impulse, like stop this war. It's not going well. People are just getting killed. But he's not like the way he's going about it is is making that in some ways harder because Putin doesn't have an incentive to stop. Like he's like, these guys are, as long as these guys are arguing with each other, I'm just going to keep doing what I'm doing.
Yeah. I don't see anything, like, I don't see any, like, reasonable way out of it. And for years, people yelled at me because I said, like, leading up to Russia's invasion, or even after Russia's invasion, I said, like, the best CNN, the Ellison's making significant programming changes at CNN. Chief Executive Mark Thompson sent out a memo to employees urging caution. Thompson wrote, despite all speculation you've read during this process, I'd suggest that you don't jump to conclusions about the future until we know more. And secondly, let's not forget our duty to our audience. We're still near the start of what is an incredibly newsy year at home and abroad, one that will culminate with critical U.S. midterm elections and who knows what else. Let's continue to focus on delivering the best possible journalism to the millions of people who rely on us all around the world. Trump has told people that Larry Ellison assured him that he would make the media companies more conservative if he is able to buy the media companies. Dude, this is Turkification, man. This is Turkey. It's crazy. It's strange. It's strange watching it unfold in real time. Wait, hold on. Hold on 1 second. Know the seas, chat. Piracy. I mean, I think you need to understand something here. Piracy is great, and I love it, but by the way, within the past hours, Pakistan defense minister declares open war with Afghan Taliban. Wait, what the fuck? What? Pakistan attacked Afghanistan. Pakistan strikes Kabul and Kandahar as Afghan Taliban escalate cross-border attack. What? Another thing that happened, at least one American citizen and another injured in Cuba speedboat shooting, U.S. official says. Wait, another one? Injured by Cuban officials intercepting a speedboat off his coast on Wednesday? Is this yesterday? No, this is yesterday. Border guard shot. Yeah. This is yesterday. No. This is yesterday. This is just updates on yesterday's story. Yeah. They were U.S. citizens. They were terrorists. They were straight up fucking American Cubans that wanted to go do terrorism in Cuba. And it's not like they hid it either. They just straight up, if you look at their social media profile, they, like one of the guys that was on the boat, their social media profile just very clearly shows that they were trying to, foment like, some sort of war against the Cuban government. It's pretty fucking nutty. God damn, we had so much to talk about. Is everyone here? Okay. That interview took a lot out of me, chat. I'm not gonna lie. It was fantastic though. It was really good. I thought it was very, very good. I hope you guys got a lot out of that too. All right, we're done with fucking. I can't believe I spent so much goddamn time on Tyler Hitler Vera. Some info. Pakistan has been bombing Kabul and Afghan positions consistently for the past few months, and Afghanistan invaded earlier today, taking border posts. Pakistan has retaliated big, and it looks like open war. Pakistan has been frustrated with perceived indifference on behalf of the Afghan Taliban towards letting the Pakistani Taliban operate inside its borders. Green and Reform too close call, but shows the end of the two-party system in the UK. Votes being counted in Gorton and Denton by-election. Greens say this by-election shows they're here to replace Labour. Another Hassan Abi head seizing power. You love to see it. You did waste a lot of time before the interview. Shut up, bitch. Like who the fuck? Man, when I get chatters in here being like, I didn't like the way you connected to yourself, it's like, you do it then, okay? You take the fucking role, okay? You take the reins, chatter. You be the change you want to see in the world. Like, what is this fucking time off task ass motherfuckers in my chat, bro? They think like just because I'm an Amazon employee doesn't mean you're Jeff Bezos. Okay. Fuck is this? Yeah, this is what I had to say to you. Okay. Rapid fire. Let's talk about Iran.
Chance for diplomacy
more.
before a potential new American attack on Iran. President Trump is trying to push Iran into signing a deal to give up its nuclear program. Iran's government has threatened widespread retaliation for any new airstrikes. Charlie D'Agata is in Israel, which could get caught in any crossfire.
Indirect talks began this morning in Geneva with Mideast envoy Steve Witkoff and Jared Kushner, President Trump's son-in-law, heading up negotiation. Iran's nuclear program may be the focus of today's meetings, but Secretary of State Marco Rubio says it goes beyond that.
Iran possesses a very large number of ballistic missiles, particularly short-range ballistic missiles that threaten the United States and our bases in the region.
Last June, during the 12-day war with Iran, Israeli residents experienced firsthand Iran's capabilities. A CBS News camera captured the moment missiles penetrated Israel's vaunted Iron Dome air defense system and U.S. interceptors, striking residential neighborhoods. This is just a hint of the aftermath. These buildings bore the brunt of it, but you really have to take a 360 look. Between the shrapnel and the pressure of the blast, the damage is everywhere. And this is in the heart of Tel Aviv, one of Israel's most populated cities. Adi Gaffney lives in an adjacent apartment block. That must have been terrifying.
It was insane. It really was insane, and I cannot explain it with words enough. At some point, we just had heard and felt like a boom.
U.S. forces were given advance warning of the Iranian missile attack on America's largest base in the Middle East last summer, but even then had to respond with the single biggest deployment of Patriot missiles in U.S. history, the Pentagon said. Now, all eyes on those last-ditch talks in Geneva. Iran's foreign minister said he's hopeful a deal can be reached. U.S. officials I spoke with this morning say President Trump has been given a number of options that are ready to go if diplomacy fails and he decides to take military action. Gail?
All right, Charlie D'Agata reporting from Tel Aviv. Thank you.
We're here in Jerusalem.
He said, bye-bye, Israel. I mean, I don't think so. Something happened to Yanis Varoufakis. People ask me, how can they indict you for saying you took an ecstasy pill 36 years ago in Australia? Are they mad? No, folks, they are not mad. This has nothing to do with drugs, with the law, with anything related to my actual interview. It's a reflection of what has been happening in the politics across the West with Greek characteristics. Unlike in most European countries, where new ultra-rightist parties emerged to undermine the traditional center-right party, e.g. the FD in Germany, Reform in the UK, Meloni's brothers in Italy, or Le Pen in France. In Greece, the mainstream Tory equivalent party, New Democracy, remains dominant in the polls and in public discourse. The reason behind this success is that they keep neo-fascists in their midst. Indeed, Mitsotakis, the prime minister, gave them top ministerial posts, e.g. in the health and migration, to keep them sweet. You sound like Antonio Banderas? What do you mean? He sounds like that. Does he not? He sounds like that. I'm showing him this. Don't show him this. That's embarrassing. You want to be Greek? This is my true accent as a real Greek. The prime minister and his neoliberal mainstream factions monopolize financial deals with the local and global corporate oligarchy, economic policy more generally. In exchange, The prime minister has handed over the neo-fascist ministries engaged in rightist culture wars, migration, family law, health, and the funny war on drugs, etc. The latter then used their authority to appeal to the electoral base by ensuring that the Greek Coast Guard causes migrants to drown in the Aegean, that the police shield the fascists, and the people like myself are harassed and dragged through the courts. Why are you Dracula now? This is literally what he sounds like. In short, my ridiculous prosecution must be seen within the wider West-wide surge of insidious new form of fascism. In this context, I am honored by their determination to persecute me, as it grants me the privilege of calling upon good people of good conscience from around the world to stand together to oppose them. I don't know why they fucking hate Giannis so much. Because, like, I sometimes feel a little bit like I might chop liver because I say way more unhinged shit than he does. You know what I mean? I guess he just has more emotion because he's like a former finance minister and stuff. But like, it's crazy. Like, this is a ridiculous case. Like, it's a ridiculous case to just like slap onto him. And I don't know why people don't understand that, like, if they can do that to him, they can do that to anybody, right? You are not an economist, though. Prominent leftist economists a huge rarity. You sure the EU, a minister could fuck up their machinations? He was finance minister for 3 months and the Greeks blame everything on him. What I mean is, like, I guess I have the Turkish privilege. I guess Turkey does control the EU, like, low key. And he's Greek and he doesn't have that same motion, I guess. Because, like, he was a finance minister. You're a live streamer. Both of you have insane ops. Yours just don't have motion beyond social media. No, I just mean like this is bullshit, right? Like they're trying to get him on some bullshit, like something he said, right? And for me, what I don't understand is like, like I've said way more illegal things. You know what I mean? So I'm glad in some ways that they don't have that same level of scrutiny. But one of the men identified on the boat to Cuba was from my city and was known for talking obsessively about wanting to overthrow the Cuban government. Yeah, bro, I saw their fucking social media profiles of one of the guys, and it was absolutely nutty. I think you have jester's privilege. Does that make sense? Yes. Why are you jealous of Giannis? No, I'm not jealous. I love Giannis. That's my GOAT. I would never. Oh, we didn't even get to the fucking, oh God, the Mamdani thing. There's so much going on in the fucking world, bruh. Oh my God. Inside this latest Trump-Mamdani meeting, last time the two met, Trump asked him to return with his ideas to build big things. Mamdani came back with a massive housing proposal. Mamdani's team created mock headlines to show Trump how such a project would be received. He was very enthusiastic. Oh my God, they made it themselves. Oh my God, he knows how to work the goddamn room so well. That's crazy. Mamdani pushed for a release of Columbia student detained today. Trump calls him later to tell him she's being released. Mamdani gives Susie Wiles a list of 4 other students he wants to help with, all targeted in pro-Palestinian protests. God, what a goddamn G, dude. I fucking brings a tear to my eye. I swear to God. What a fucking, oh, so good. Oh. A better world is possible. A better world is possible, dude. What else? What else do you say? I know Mahmoud is one of the names. I know. Mamdani also gave White House the Chief of Staff, Susie Wiles, a list of 4 other students targeted by federal authorities and asked for the administration's help with them. 4 students are Mahmoud Khalil, Yoon Seo Chung, Mohsen Mahdawi, which I think has already had his charges dropped, if I'm not mistaken, and Lika Cordia. He tangled the keys in front of the baby, and the baby was very happy. Yeah, I know she's been released. Elmina Agayeva has been released. I already DM'd her to see if she'd come on the broadcast. If he can get Lika out of detention, it would be fucking spectacular. I don't personalize politicians, by the way. Good W's, though, regardless. Man, you also got to fucking cling on to hope, man. You got to cling on to hope. Bro, I talked to him with regular frequency, and I was still worried, okay? You know what I mean? Because you never know. You never know. You never know with these motherfuckers. They're politicians at the end of the day. You know what I mean? New York Mayor's press team out with a readout. By the way, he's just sucking up all the comms people from every other team. That's Calvello. He also picked up another. Calvello was on the Graham Plattner team. They're all one bad sleep away from Fetterman. Brain, got to take the W's where you can.
Together here at New Jersey, and that's what he did today. Mayor took him up on this offer. We went to D.C. today to pitch him about a possible project.
Yeah, Calvello also worked for Fetterman. Not his finest moment. Not his fucking finest moment. You said this? Monster, please blow my back walls out with your weirdly disfigured penis. But like, that's again not the main character. You're in many ways like you are a freak show, a curiosity. The fuck?
In New York City, that could deliver one of the biggest federal investments in housing of the past 50 years. We proposed a project with an estimated 12,000 units. As you noted, sir, our team did mock up front pages of the paper and gave those to President Trump in the Oval Office today. The president was very enthusiastic about this idea that you pitched him. Additionally, the mayor also brought up the detainment of the Columbia student who was detained this morning. And he directed President Trump that they be released. Additionally, he handed a list of 4 additional students who had been detained in New York to the Chief of Staff and to President Trump, asking them to consider dismissing their cases as well. Shortly after the mayor left the White House, he received a call from President Trump who let him know the student who was detained this morning will be released. That's what we can share at the moment, and build things to.
This is fucking cum filter. What is this? Mystery solved over El Paso. They're so incompetent they shot down their own drone. Remember the high energy laser that Asking Hannah Spencer, UK Greens look to set defeat Labor and Reform and give us another Green MP tonight.
And so there's a lot of really historic and complex international relations issues here. But I do think in order for them to get a louder voice and ultimately to have a bigger warranted voice at the center of a better structure of global multilateral institutions, the BRICS countries need to have a more coherent strategy between themselves as well.
I'm interested in what you see the implications are for middle powers in the world and what their options are if America is the new predatory hegemon.
Well, as I think I said at the start, but to home in on it more, if I look at the whole thrust of Donald Trump's leadership on these issues and Mark Carney's fantastic speech, I joke with him and people close to him the day after that, you know, he's given purpose to Davos, which hasn't existed to the previous 20 years, because at last people are talking, you know, openly and honestly about things that have been so obvious to me for so long. And of course, many of these so-called middle powers, or even bigger ones, or ones that like to think of themselves as bigger, have been so sucked into this never-ending dependence on the United States. And now they realize that maybe it's not so smart thing to do. And some of them, as Mark is boldly and bravely leading the push on, are like, we're actually not just going to sit around thinking about it. We're going to actually try and do something about it. And again, I link it back to some of the other issues we've touched on. You know, if the US seriously wants to reduce its trade and current account deficits, that means it's going to start importing a lot less. The only way that that's really going to be successfully happening on a sustained basis is by some deliberate act for the US to raise its domestic savings rates. Now, in the process of doing that, it reduces consumption. Which US political leader is going to do that with the 4-year election cycle and the 2-year congressional cycle? Good luck. And moreover, if they are bold enough to do that, and one can see why ultimately that might be sensible for the United States, but if they are going to do that, that means the rest of the world wouldn't want to have its historic dependence with the United States, because it wouldn't be getting the economic benefit of sending so much stuff to the US that it historically got. And already, and hence why it is so much more complicated than this really simplistic, out-of-date thing about China being a communist nation and all the rest of it. In so many different markets around the world, China for a long time is the single biggest importer of this stuff. And, you know, it's particularly clear for many countries that are adjacent to it in China, in Asia, whether it's Japan or South Korea.
You know, one of the other features of the global economy that's been with us for decades, and I don't know if it's still as solid as it used to be, is, you know, oil and gas politics. Now they're saying, hey, the new oil and gas politics are GPUs and data centers and the AI race. As you kind of look at these two areas, you know, we're on the verge of something in Iran, perhaps, but you look at oil and gas, which I would put in the traditional concern box, but you're also looking at the power of AI and the amassing of, you know, electrification and power. What are the how do those two drivers fit into your sense of instability in the global economy?
The thing that grows in my mind, and some really obviously key leadership people in the whole AI game realize this themselves. And yet again, this is another reason why the US can't realistically sort of de-risk itself from China. You know, the US doesn't have enough energy, despite what it's done with shale gas, which is incredibly impressive over the past 2 decades plus. It can't give everything it needs energy-wise to the AI demand. And this could be a problem for especially the financial markets assessment of the value of these AI companies, because they're not going to be able to have the power to generate it unless the US does something a lot smarter about its energy supplies. You know, I was really struck when Donald Trump came to the UK earlier in the year for a couple of days and had a lot of these tech guys with him. And all over the British news, literally the #1 story was all this sudden talk about God knows where in the United Kingdom was going to be an AI data center. And there was even some talk about small modular reactors being specially created by these AI companies to provide it. And one of the really interesting things about that is it caused a bit of a backlash, because for those of us focused on regional issues in the UK, and I've devoted a decade plus to that since I left Goldman, you know, it's been obvious that the UK should be developing these things for our own energy security and price needs. So the idea that the UK is going to do that just because the US needs it for its AI centers, I think is, to be honest, a bit far-fetched. But all of these things are very complicated. And what is ultimately, from what I can see at the moment, China's ability to support its own AI rollout with enormous electricity generating power seems to be a lot more straightforward than it currently is for the United States.
I could just learn from you all day. I would love to have long conversations all the time. But let me just finish, Jim. Of course, you were the conceptualizer of BRICS. Now, some are saying you've moved to a new acronym, MINT, Mexico, Indonesia, Nigeria, and Turkey. And you particularly like Mexico and Nigeria. You're kind of cold on Indonesia. Sorry, folks. Don't know where you are on Turkey. But is it important to kind of continually to change and rethink which nations or clusters of countries could in fact represent a compelling challenge to the system as it is?
Well, you know, that's, I laugh when you say that. That acronym was created by a BBC journalist on my behalf to persuade me to travel around those countries. It wasn't my idea.
I see.
And it's about 10 years ago. But very importantly, more seriously, you know, these are four of the countries out of part of what a group I used to call the Next 11, which is the 11 largest populated emerging nations after the BRICS. And even more importantly, in terms of BRICS Plus, and taking it back to a lot of what we've touched on, one of them, Indonesia, that a decade on from when I did that series, has actually navigated all the ups and downs of the world economy way better than I would have imagined. Crucially, Indonesia is now the 10th member of the BRICS Club Plus. And after India, it is arguably the most interesting large populated country in the world, because it has extremely youthful labor force dynamics. And so if Indonesia can get its act together, you know, Indonesia, which is a big if, a very big if, but if it did, Indonesia could generate 8 to 10% growth for the next 3 decades. And so, yeah, places like this are hugely exciting. Nigeria, 20% of Africa's population. By 2050 or sometime after, if that sort of crazy place, exciting nation manages to stay together as one and somehow starts to go on a better path of governance and leadership, you know, Nigeria is easily going to be one of the most exciting nations in the planet. And so, of course, many people around the world, you know, I'm not the only person that knows this, to put it mildly. There are lots of really exciting places where it's in everybody's interest that they do better themselves, and bringing it right back to this rather odd period of the United States where it seems to think of everything in a zero-sum game, despite the fact it's pretty obvious its own major companies and people are benefiting from it. You know, the US is not, I don't think, very likely to cut itself off from it permanently, even if it is very fashionable to pretend that it's going to do in the near future.
Well, we'll have to leave it there. Economist Jim O'Neill, member of the UK House of Lords, thank you for helping us to think big on these issues today. Real pleasure to have you on.
Thank you so much for having me. Been a pleasure.
So what's the bottom line? What began as an ambitious bid to rebalance the dominance of the dollar over the global economy, well, it now faces a lot of structural headwinds. There are divergent national interests and uneven growth and widening political differences among its members. Expansion has added a lot of symbolism, but not cohesion. Meanwhile, existing power centers from the G7 to regional blocs, well, they continue to set most of the global agenda. The question isn't whether BRICS disappears, but whether it can evolve from a slogan of multipolarity into a mechanism that actually delivers it. That just doesn't seem to be in the cards. And that's the bottom line.
March on Al Jazeera.
Nepal goes to the polls 6 months after mass protests left dozens dead, parliament torched and the government toppled.
101 East investigates how the tiny Pacific nation of Palau could help save the world's coral reefs from climate collapse.
Syria's political, military and humanitarian landscape shift as ceasefires and regional dynamics reshape the country's future.
An industry built on slavery, exploitation, and environmental destruction. Blood, Sweat, and Sugar exposes a bitter imperial legacy that still resonates today.
NATO launches large-scale military drills in Norway. The cold response exercise tests alliance readiness near Russia's frontier.
March on Al Jazeera.
For 35 years, in moments of crisis, hardship, and hope, you were there. When hunger struck, you fed. When disaster hit, you reached out. When hope felt distant, you brought it closer. Through every Ramadan, your generosity became more than charity. It became a lifeline. You are the lifeline.
The Sheikh Hamad Award for Translation and International Understanding is accepting nominations for its 12th edition from the 1st of January until the 31st of March 2026. For more information, go to www.hta.qa/en.
Hearing the facts.
They have marched through the streets of Washington chanting, "Abolish ICE."
With the latest global news and insightful documentaries, Al Jazeera's teams across the world bring you closer to the heart of the story.
Escalating violence between Afghanistan and Pakistan. Kabul's been hit with airstrikes as fighting intensifies along the border. Hello, I'm Darren Jordan. This is Al Jazeera, live from Doha. Also coming up, Iran's foreign minister says Tehran and Washington are discussing elements of an agreement. More talks are expected next week. Dozens of international aid workers are forced to leave Gaza after Israeli authorities revoked the operating permits of their organizations. And former U.S. Secretary of State Hillary Clinton testifies in the congressional Jeffrey Epstein hearing and wants Donald Trump to face questioning. Kabul has been rocked by the sound of explosions overnight as Pakistan launched airstrikes in the Afghan capital. The Pakistani military also said it targeted Taliban hideouts in the Afghan provinces of Paktika and Kandahar. The countries have been engaged in fighting along their shared border known as the Durand Line. Each side says they have inflicted dozens of casualties on the other. Al Jazeera has been unable to independently verify those claims.
In response to repeated border violations and aggression by Pakistani military circles, large-scale offensive operations have been launched against Pakistani army positions and military installations along the Durand Line.
Well, Pakistan says aggression by Afghan forces is unprovoked and that its military is responding with full force. Pakistan's military says it's damaged 4 Afghan posts. Al Jazeera's Kamal Haider has more from Islamabad.
Heavy clashes have erupted along the Pakistan-Afghanistan border. That after the Taliban announced that this was a reprisal attack for the airstrikes that were carried out by Pakistan earlier last week. Now these clashes are over a vast stretch of the territory, starting from Chitral up north, Bajawar district, Mamand district, Khyber district, and Kurram district. Both sides, of course, have made claims that they've inflicted heavy casualties on the other side and captured border posts. However, at the moment, we cannot confirm the number of casualties. This is indeed a serious escalation after Pakistan carried out airstrikes inside Afghanistan last week, which prompted the Afghan Taliban to say that there will be a measured response against the Pakistani airstrikes. They claimed there were civilian casualties in Nangarhar. However, there was no information on the targets that were struck in Paktika province by the Pakistan Air Force, in which Pakistani intelligence sources are claiming that they inflicted heavy casualties on ISIL and Tehrik-e-Taliban Pakistan positions situated inside Afghanistan. So indeed a serious escalation, and the Pakistani government now saying that they have responded to that unprovoked fire and that they are engaging the attackers and inflicting heavy casualties. Kamal Haider, Al Jazeera, Islamabad.
US and Iranian officials are said to have made what's being called significant progress in a third round of indirect nuclear talks in Geneva. The statement came from the Foreign Minister of Oman, which is acting as mediator in the negotiations. Iran's Foreign Minister Abbas Araghchi says they've been the longest and most serious talks yet. He says differences remain, but both sides discussed elements of an agreement on Iran's nuclear program, as well as the easing of sanctions. Well, now delegations will go back to consult with their governments. Technical teams are scheduled to meet in Austria next week. Tehran and Washington have both said they want a diplomatic solution to avert a full-scale military conflict. But even as talks in Geneva continued, more US military assets are moving closer to the Middle East. The USS Gerald Ford, the world's largest aircraft carrier, has left the Greek island of Crete and is heading east. Another aircraft carrier group is already deployed near the Gulf of Oman. More than 300 US military aircraft have been flown to the region. Osama bin Javed has more now from Geneva.
It's been a day of high-stakes diplomacy here in Geneva between the United States and Iran, mediated by the Omanis. The day started with talks which were supposed to last only for a short while, that lasted for more than 3 hours. The sides broke up and then reconvened, only to discuss that they are going to meet again in the Austrian capital. Now, these talks were focused on Iran's nuclear program. The Americans want Iran to stop enrichment completely. They want Iran to get rid of its nuclear stockpile. And whereas other issues further down the line, which are supposed to be discussed about its missile defense program, about its axis of resistance, those were not on the table today. According to the Iranian foreign minister, this was the longest, most productive conversation that we've had in the recent rounds, and he's hopeful that things are going to move forward.
This was one of the most serious and longest talks we've had with the US. 4 hours of talks in the morning, then 2.5 in the evening in an indirect way through Oman. I can say that we had good progress, and we have very seriously begun discussing the elements of an agreement, both in relation to the nuclear issue and sanctions as well. On some issues, we managed to bridge some gaps. Naturally, we have differences on some others, but maybe more than before, both sides are serious about reaching an agreement through diplomacy.
Well, there are positive signs from the Iranians and the Omanis, but it will all depend on whether both of these sides can bridge the gap between them and the Americans. You have to remember that the last time they were last 8 months ago, they were communicating with the Americans in the middle of talks when America and Israel decided to attack Iran. The Americans do not trust the Iranians when they say that they're not going to build a bomb. And the Iranians are not trusting the Americans that they mean it when they say that there will be no attacks on the Iranian territories. So while these talks are happening, the ratcheting up of military hardware and military preparation is also ongoing. And that is why all eyes are on Geneva, on these teams, on the Omanis, Iranians, and the Americans to try and bridge that gap, come together and find an off-ramp so all that military buildup remains just that and does not end up in a war which could embroil the entire region. Osama bin Javed, Al Jazeera, Geneva.
Well, Mohsen Milani is from the Center for Strategic and Diplomatic Studies at the University of Florida. He described the talks as an encouraging development.
The fact that the U.S. is silent means that they have received an offer from Iran that at least deserves contemplation, and therefore we have to wait and see how President Trump and his team will respond to Iranian offer. Keep in mind that this is the most dangerous moment in the history of U.S.-Iran relations since 1979. The possibility of a war that could become regionalized is significant, and both the U.S. and Iran understand the consequences of a military confrontation. Therefore, I'm very happy that they have decided to go back to the negotiating table next week, even if it is on technical issues. If the two countries agree to focus on the nuclear issue, I have no doubt that their creativity and their desire to avoid the war they both can come out with a solution. However, if the Americans decide to expand the area of negotiations to Iranian missiles, ballistic missiles, and Iranian support for its allies in the region, at this time, I do not see any possibility of a final agreement. As long as it is a narrowed focus on the nuclear issue, I am optimistic. But if it goes beyond that, especially on the question of missiles, because keep in mind, missiles are the core of Iran's defense doctrine. And if they give it away, they have nothing left. They don't have an air force, and their missiles is the only weapon that they have right now for deterrence. And they are very unlikely to give it up.
Ukraine's President Volodymyr Zelensky says the next round of US-brokered peace talks with Russia are likely to take place in Abu Dhabi in early March. Ukraine's lead negotiator Rustem Umerov has been meeting US Special Envoy Steve Witkoff and Donald Trump's son-in-law Jared Kushner on Thursday in Geneva. Russian media say President Putin's Special Envoy Kirill Dmitriev has also held talks with US officials. Previous negotiations have failed to produce a breakthrough. Well, ahead of the meeting, Russia handed over the remains of 1,000 soldiers to Ukraine. In return, Russia received the bodies of 35 of its fallen troops. The remains of thousands of soldiers have been exchanged over the course of the conflict. Well, Al Jazeera's Dmitry Medvedenko is in Moscow, but first, here's our correspondent Audrey McAlpine in the Ukrainian capital, Kyiv.
With these bilateral talks between Ukraine and the United States in Geneva, it's important to look at what they are and what they are not. What they are is an example of diplomacy, at least at the surface, moving forward. On Thursday, there was the repatriation of bodies between both sides. 1,000 Ukrainian soldiers returned to Ukraine and 35 Russian soldiers returned to Russia. But what these talks aren't are a priority to the United States. That's at least in the words of U.S. Special Envoy Steve Witkoff, and also in and of themselves likely to bring an end to the war. But they are setting the stage for future trilateral talks. And according to Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky, he hopes that these future talks could take place at the leaders' level. But here in Ukraine, there is a lot of pessimism surrounding this process in general. According to Budanov, one of the chief negotiators from Ukraine, he has said that both sides are approaching the moment when all sides need to make final decisions to continue the war or to move towards peace. And that is the feeling here in Ukraine. There is great skepticism about whether Russia is negotiating with honesty and whether they really want an end to this war. Audrey McAlpine, Al Jazeera, Kyiv.
Ahead of a potential trilateral meeting with Ukraine and Washington, Moscow is saying that there are no deadlines for a peace deal. These are the words of Foreign Minister Sergei Lavrov. This is in reference to Donald Trump's demand to Kyiv to end the hostilities and reach a deal within the next couple of months. Now, negotiations have been described as difficult by Russia's lead negotiator, Vladimir Medinsky. The talks are taking part in 3 tracks. There's the economic track about lifting sanctions from Russia and potentially allowing American companies to come back to the Russian market. This is mainly done between Russia and Washington. And then there's 2 other tracks, political and military track, with Ukraine. Political one being the most difficult. It's about who gets what after the cessation of hostilities. Moscow has been demanding territory it doesn't even control in the Donetsk region. And it's about Moscow's demand for non-alignment of Ukraine when it comes to joining any kind of military alliances. The final track is the military one. These are the negotiations that were held in Abu Dhabi. It's about monitoring a potential ceasefire should it be achieved. But Russia's rhetoric is basically that its demands do not change. Every time that Moscow talks about ending Hostilities, it always says that it will be achieving goals either diplomatically or militarily, indicating a willingness to continue fighting should diplomacy fail. Dmitry Medvedenko, Al Jazeera, Moscow.
Syria's government has carried out a prisoner exchange with the country's Druze minority. It's the first exchange since deadly clashes erupted in 2025. The agreement allows for the release of 61 members of the Druze community and 25 Syrian government personnel. Hundreds were killed last summer during fighting between Druze and Bedouin communities in the Suwaida province. The unrest stemmed from long-standing disputes over land, grazing rights and welfare benefits. 57 foreign aid workers have left Gaza after Israeli authorities revoked the operating permits of their organizations. The NGOs refused to submit personal information about their Palestinian staff by March 1st. 17 groups have petitioned Israel's Supreme Court to block the government order, forcing them to stop operations in Palestine. Agencies, including Doctors Without Borders and Oxfam, warned the move could trigger a collapse in humanitarian aid. The UN says almost everyone in Gaza, that's more than 2 million people, needs aid to survive. Al Jazeera's Hind Hudari has more now from Gaza City.
They are a critical lifeline to the people of Gaza. Now, some of the world's largest and most respected age groups are being forced out. Licenses for 37 NGOs expired on January 1, when Israel refused to renew operating permits unless they handed over sensitive personal data. They did not comply. Their licenses have now been revoked. Among those forced out is Doctors Without Borders. After months of supporting emergency departments in Gaza's decimated hospitals, their international doctors are now required to leave.
We'll be leaving indeed tomorrow the Gaza Strip because, of course, MSF is banned by the Israeli authorities to continue our activities. It's very frustrating to be leaving now. So we'll try to continue, but unfortunately, international staff that are also, by the way, some witnessing for the international community, we will be gone by tomorrow. So it means that it will affect also some of our activities. We will not be able to maintain maybe the same level because we are not receiving supply from 1st of January 2026 already.
The impact is already being felt. MSF says it has not been able to bring critical medical supplies into Gaza since early January, including antibiotics and anesthetics essential for surgery and emergency care. For hospitals already crippled by months of war, fuel shortages, and collapsing medical stocks, this is the final blow. It's not just hospitals affected. Food and clean water projects and protection services for the displaced are also facing closure. Some organizations have already scaled down facilities. Local staff have lost their jobs. Those remaining are attempted to operate with minimal resources and sheer determination.
The Israeli ban is a fundamental redrawing of limits of humanitarian work in Gaza. Aid groups say when that space shrinks, civilians pay the ultimate price.
With operations halted, resources depleted, and international staff departing, the coming months will test an already collapsing system. Hind Hudari, Al Jazeera, Gaza, Palestine.
Time for a short break here in Al Jazeera. When we come back,
I'm Barney Below in Manila. Coming up, we'll show you the traditional artworks on jeepneys, the Philippines' version of minibuses, and tell you why fewer and fewer artists are making them.
Hello there. Let's have a look at the weather across North America, and some welcome warmth is back across the east coast of the US after a nasty winter storm dropped large amounts of snow across cities like New York. Well, things have warmed up. We are expecting a rapid thaw, and that could cause some flooding. But the sunshine will be welcome. The tail end of that system is still going to bring some wet weather to the southeastern states of the US, and that's likely to be welcomed in drought-hit Florida. Behind it it is looking largely fine and clear. Another winter storm, however, moves across eastern parts of Canada, and hot on its heels, we have another clipper moving in across the Midwest. That's going to bring some snow here and keep temperatures -6 degrees Celsius in Minneapolis, so rather low. But they will be on the up for California. Lots of heat to be found here and across the deep south. If we have a look at the 3-day for Los Angeles, we'll be touching up to 31 degrees Celsius on Friday. That sunshine staying with us through the weekend. And a lot of that warmth is being felt across the north of Mexico. We've had temperatures right up in Monterrey, 32 degrees Celsius there on Friday. But things will cool down ever so slightly into Saturday, 30 degrees Celsius as a maximum high.
Man-made substances used in countless products.
These chemicals do not break apart. Once they get into living things, they stay there.
Have permeated the planet and our bodies.
The worst pollution crisis in human history.
People in Power investigates how corporations concealed what they knew.
This is really a scandal.
And meets those fighting for accountability. Forever Chemicals, a toxic legacy on Al Jazeera.
Hello again, you're watching Al Jazeera. A quick reminder of our top stories here this hour. Kabul has been rocked by the sound of explosions overnight as Pakistan launched airstrikes in the Afghan capital. The Pakistani military also said it targeted Taliban hideouts in the Afghan provinces of Paktika and Kandahar. The countries have been engaged in fighting along their shared border. US and Iranian officials are said to have made what's been called significant progress in a third round of indirect nuclear talks in Geneva. Iran's Foreign Minister Abbas Araghchi says they've been the longest and most serious negotiations yet. And Ukraine's President Volodymyr Zelensky says the next round of US-brokered peace talks with Russia are likely to take place in Abu Dhabi in early March. Ukraine's lead negotiator had been meeting US Special Envoy Steve Witkoff and Donald Trump's son-in-law Jared Kushner on Thursday in Geneva. Now, Britain's governing Labour Party is facing an important local by-election in Manchester, with results expected shortly. It's being seen as a key test for the popularity of Keir Starmer's government, which has been rocked by a scandal over the arrest of senior party figure Peter Mandelson and his relationship with Jeffrey Epstein. Labour won the seat by a large majority in the 2024 general election, but now it faces a challenge from the left by the Greens and the far right by Reform. Al Jazeera's Sonia Gallego joins us live now from Manchester in the UK. Sonia, so talk us through why this by-election matters beyond this one constituency.
Well, you have to see this by-election as a kind of microcosm of what's happening throughout the UK as well. And this is really a fundamental change which is happening in the British political landscape, in that the traditional two-party system between the left-wing centre-left Labour Party and centre-right Conservative Party is now evolving into a system which is seeing other parties as well. To the right of the Conservatives, you have Reform UK, which is an anti-immigrant, quite nationalist party, which has shown itself up in that landscape. And then to the left of Labour, you have the Green Party, a party which started out on ecological issues and now has embraced a more broader left-wing, certainly left to the Labour type of debates and issues that it has taken upon itself with that. And in this election, this matters as well, because this particular constituency, it's an odd sort of constituency. It goes from the inner city of Manchester out to the suburbs as well. It has quite a lot of diversity to it as well. About 30% of the constituency as well consists of Muslims or people of a Muslim background as well. It's highly diverse ethnically as well, but it also has a strong majority white working class constituent base in the constituency as well. And that and their concerns as well, cost of living crisis, the rapid rise in immigration in the past 10 years, those are also issues that are currently finding favour with reform as well. So all in all these parties now are fighting for whatever they can in this particular election. And one thing is for certain, it is eating away at Labour's support base.
All right, Al Jazeera, Sonia Gallego there, live for us in Manchester. Sonia, thank you. Cuba's government says 10 passengers on a boat that opened fire on its soldiers were armed Cubans living in the US. The government accuses them of trying to infiltrate the island. The incident happened about 2 kilometers off the coast of the island's Villa Clara province. Cuba said its soldiers killed 4 people and wounded 6 others aboard the speedboat, which was registered in Florida. Cuba's close ally Russia has described the incident as an aggressive provocation by the US designed to trigger a conflict. Leaders at a summit of the Caribbean community, known as CARICOM, have raised the alarm over the humanitarian situation in Cuba. A US embargo had halted all oil shipments from Venezuela, cutting off Cuba's main energy source and causing basic services to collapse. Mexico has sent the island more than 1,000 tons of aid. US officials say they'll now allow the resale of some Venezuelan oil to Cuba, but they say they'll only grant licenses to companies that are not linked to Cuba's government or military. Al Jazeera Ed Augustin's in Havana and described the situation on the ground.
Every single socioeconomic indicator is deteriorating and fast. A source told me 2 days ago that him and his wife were in a hospital, a major maternity hospital here in Havana, one of the best maternity hospitals. They were told by the doctor there that 4 mothers had died in the last 48 hours. Cuba used to, a few years ago, have a lower infant mortality rate than the United States. And it was very, very, very rare for a mother to die. But there's no petrol. The hospital doesn't have water because of the US sanctions that every year, according to economists, strip the economy of billions of dollars. The budget to import medicine has fallen by well over a third in the last 6 years. Public transport has been effectively cancelled. Schools stay open, but increasingly school meals aren't arriving. That leads to more hunger. Hunger leads to more health problems. I think we ought to be clear here. This is collective punishment for the civil population, and it's happening before our eyes.
Former US First Lady and Secretary of State Hillary Clinton has testified at a congressional hearing investigating convicted sex offender Jeffrey Epstein. There were protests outside the hearing venue in the Clintons' hometown of Chappaqua in New York State. The hearing was held behind closed doors. Members of the House Oversight Committee traveled to Chappaqua to question Clinton. She denied any prior knowledge of Epstein's crimes or those of his accomplice, Ghislaine Maxwell. The deposition was briefly paused after a Republican representative took a photo of Clinton that was posted on social media. It prompted her to repeat a long-standing demand the deposition be made open to reporters.
They had a chance to do it in public, and I wish they had done it in public. And I think they're making the wrong decision, avoiding doing it in public. I thought it was very repetitive. I thought that they asked literally the same questions over and over again, which didn't seem to me to be very productive. And then, as I said toward the end, you know, there were other questions that were totally off subject. So if they are going to fulfill their responsibilities to literally investigate the investigations, which is what they originally said was the scope of their work, I think they could have spent the day more productively.
Al Jazeera's Kristen Salumi has more from Chappaqua in the state of New York.
The Secretary of State paused the proceedings after a Republican congresswoman leaked a photograph of what was happening inside here to a right-wing influencer. At that point, Hillary Clinton demanded that all of the media you see gathered outside of the venue be allowed in to see what was happening and hear what was happening firsthand. She gave a defiant opening statement that she released to the media, and in it, She accused the Republicans on the House Oversight Committee of trying to deflect attention from President Donald Trump, whose name appeared thousands of times in the latest release of Epstein files. She reiterated what she said before in sworn statements, that she does not recall ever meeting Jeffrey Epstein, that she'd never been to his home or on his plane, and had no idea of his criminal activity. Now, Republicans on the committee say that she did in fact know Ghislaine Maxwell, and Maxwell showed up at her daughter's wedding, and so they wanted to talk to her about that.
This isn't a partisan witch hunt. This was a motion, a bipartisan motion supported by the Democrats to bring the Clintons in. So I don't think it's any type of being unfair in any way to the Clintons. They've never answered questions, unlike President Trump, who gets questioned every day by just about every one of you about his knowledge or involvement with Epstein.
Now, neither Hillary Clinton nor Bill Clinton have been accused of any illegal activity. It's important to reiterate that fact. Hillary Clinton did point out that other people with more direct involvement in the investigation were not forced to give testimony before the House Oversight Commission, and nor was President Donald Trump asked to give testimony before the commission, even though he, again, does appear multiple times in those Epstein files. The next person to appear before this commission will be Bill Clinton on Friday. Kristen Salumi, Al Jazeera, Chappaqua, New York.
Now, a defiant stand against the US bid to seize Greenland has fueled support for Denmark's Prime Minister ahead of a parliamentary election. Prime Minister Mette Frederiksen has announced Denmark's next election will be held on March 24th. Frederiksen spent months rallying European leaders against President Donald Trump's renewed interest in annexing Greenland, an autonomous territory of Denmark. Opinion polls suggest her efforts have bolstered her popularity despite public dissatisfaction over rising costs of living. Several US lawmakers have called for an investigation after a nearly blind Rohingya refugee from Myanmar was found dead days after US Border Patrol agents left him miles away from his home. Nurul Amin Shah Alam had been missing since February 19, when agents dropped him off at a coffee shop in Buffalo, New York, following his release from a county jail. One of Mr. Shah Alam's children says the family was not informed of his release. Now, jeepneys, the Philippines' version of minibuses, are often described as a cultural symbol. And it's not only because they're the most common form of public transport, they're also moving works of art. But the government's push for electric vehicles is threatening the existence of jeepneys and, along with them, the artists who've made them so colourful. Barnaby Lowe has a story from Manila.
Putting on the final touches, Kenneth Bonsalonga's latest artwork is nearly ready to go on display on the streets of Manila. Kenneth has been painting jeepneys, a version of the minibus, for more than 20 years. He used to work at a jeepney manufacturing plant, but the company closed down. Now, he owns a small workshop, but Kenneth says he can't count on jeepneys to make enough money.
I have a colleague who does tattoos now. I paint murals on the side. We just have to diversify.
That's because the government is pushing to replace jeepneys with more modern alternatives, such as electric minibuses. The program has been met and slowed down by protests. But more and more jeepney owners are opting not to commission art because of the uncertainty.
Some of my clients used to have their jeepneys retouched every few months, but they don't want to spend any more because they expect to be required to replace their jeepneys anyway.
The first jeepneys were American military surpluses during the Second World War, repurposed for public transport, with Philippine landscapes painted on their bodies. Over time, they became canvases for different kinds of expressions.
Oftentimes, the artworks on jeepneys are personal. For instance, here we see the images of the Virgin Mary, of Jesus, and of Moses, which suggests the owner of this jeepney is likely a devout Catholic, which is also very Filipino, given how religion, in particular Catholicism, is pervasive in Philippine society.
Gaming monsters and pop culture stars are also increasingly becoming more popular.
It evolves. The jeepney is what the person who sees it believes in it. It changes. The identity changes, or the meaning changes what the jeepney is to them.
For Kenneth, It is a source of livelihood more than anything else. And if a jeepney evolves the way the government wants it to, it won't necessarily mean losing his art. He says he'll adapt and make art and money where he can. Barney Below, Al Jazeera, Manila.
All right, well, that's it from me, Darren Jordan, for now. More information, of course, on our website, aljazeera.com. There it is. The news continues here on Al Jazeera after People in Power. Stay tuned. Thanks for watching. Bye for now.
L'inquinante perfetto, no? In odore, in colore, in sapore.
In the 1950s, a new class of chemical compounds was developed.
They resist to extreme heat. They are grease-proof, waterproof, oil-proof.
They were hailed as revolutionary.
Cookware never needs scouring. If it has DuPont, Teflon.
But they can also be deadly.
Questo qua è morto recentemente, questo.
And they never go away.
They persist in the soil, the water, and the wildlife. They get into living things as well. This stuff is everywhere. It's truly global contamination on an unprecedented scale.
Many believe this pollution crisis could have been avoided.
The first studies of PFAS toxicity was apparently carried out in the 1960s and the 1970s. What did they do? They kept it hidden.
People in Power meets the men and women fighting to bring those responsible to justice.
Vorrei dire prima di tutto che questo non è un processo per violazione dei limiti tabellari e di scarichi, ma è un processo per inquinamento.
Vicenza, in the northeastern Italian region of Veneto, is currently the stage for the biggest trial for environmental crimes in Italian history.
È un caso nuovo perché nuova è la sostanza di cui ci stiamo occupando, il PFAS, che qualcuno ha definito l'oro alchemico e altri hanno definito il nemico invisibile.
15 former managers of Italian chemical company Miteni, which was owned until 2009 by Japan's Mitsubishi Corporation, are facing charges for environmental disaster, water poisoning and bankruptcy.
L'ipotesi dell'ufficio del pubblico ministero è che l'azienda Miteni di Trissino abbia deliberatamente avvelenato per anni, e per quello che oggi ci interessa in particolare con sostanze denominate PFAS, FOA e FOS in particolare, la falda acquifera sottostante.
This is a story of how our planet became contaminated with forever chemicals, and how corporations and individuals concealed what they knew until they couldn't anymore. The story begins in the United States.
One day, I get a phone call in my office, and there's a gentleman who's pretty much yelling on the other end of the line about cows dying on his property, and that I needed to help him with that.
This is a 107th calf that's met this problem right here. That calf has died miserable. It's kicked and thumped and rolled around there like you wouldn't believe, and dying. There's been 56 cows. that's been burnt less like this.
This gentleman on the other end of the line who identified himself as Wilbur Tennant, and he was convinced, he knew what was happening. There was clearly something in this white foam coming out of the landfill next to his property. It was making his cows sick.
And I still say it's this stuff up here, he says, in this water that's causing this problem. One of these days, it's going to have to come out in the open. And when it comes out in the open, somebody's going to have to wipe and clean up.
And then Mr. Tennant explained to me he had even called the owner of the landfill. And at that point, he revealed it was owned by DuPont. That was October of 1998.
DuPont was not alone. Thousands of kilometers. Since the 1950s, they've been used in countless products, ranging from cookware and clothing to pharmaceuticals and building materials.
The structure of the PFAS is it's like a chain. These are all carbons here. Each of these carbons is bound to fluorine, and that bond is maybe the most stable in chemistry. You can't break it.
Even burned food won't stick to Teflon, so it's always easy to clean. Cookware never needs scouring. If it has DuPont, Teflon.
And that makes the raincoat rain-proof. And you can also spray this on microelectronics. And for years and years, this was thought to be a miracle for industrial purposes, commercial purposes. And nobody thought very much about, but couldn't this be bad for people?
Noi lo chiamavamo APO, che è un acronimo italiano per acido perfluorotanoico, che era il prodotto principe delle Miteni.
Miteni è un'azienda divenuta in pochi anni leader nel settore della chimica del fluoro. È il partner ideale per chi intende sviluppare principi attivi fluorurati nel settore dei farmaci, fitofarmaci e coloranti.
Miteni supplied its products to 2 or 3 major chemical companies, including DuPont.
Noi avevamo la percezione che lavoravamo con prodotti pericolosi, perché per esempio l'acido fluoririco è un acido molto pericoloso.
Miteni è il secondo produttore al mondo di perfluorurati per elettrofluorurazione. Tensioattivi, additivi per polimeri, fluidi inerti per elettronica, eccetera.
Sul fatto delle polveri che potevamo inalare e comunque andare a contatto, tanto è un inerte, così ci dicevano, quindi non eravamo consapevoli della pericolosità.
Miteni's management is accused of having deliberately discharged hazardous chemicals into the environment.
The PFAS, these compounds, when they enter the environment, they will disseminate.
As a result, Europe's second largest underground water basin, which supplies drinking water to 350,000 people, is contaminated with PFAS, also known as forever chemicals.
We call them forever chemicals because they are extremely difficult to break down. And we have never met a blood sample from a human being that did not contain PFAS. We always find it. Everybody is exposed.
La prima volta che ho sentito la sigla PFAS l'ho letta sulle analisi di mia figlia nel 2017. Tutti quanti abbiamo capito che la situazione era grave e che i valori di queste molecole nel sangue dei nostri figli erano tra le più alte al mondo, insomma. Nel giro di qualche ora mi hanno telefonato delle altre mamme e abbiamo deciso di incontrarci al bar con queste analisi in mano insieme di cercare di capire cosa dovevamo fare.
Tutte mamme
Michaela and the other mothers formed a campaign group, Mothers Against PFAS, and started compiling information.
All'inizio avevamo capito che il problema era l'acqua del rubinetto. È stato in un secondo momento, cioè nel giro di qualche mese, che abbiamo capito che quella era la punta dell'iceberg. E il 22 di ottobre abbiamo fatto la prima manifestazione del 2017, abbiamo portato in piazza 11.000 persone.
No! Fatevi un applauso e urlate insieme a noi!
Grande partecipazione alla manifestazione organizzata da Mamme No FAS per chiedere a gran voce quello che dovrebbe essere un diritto scontato: acqua pulita.
Vuole lanciare un appello per la popolazione?
Dobbiamo stare allerta perché quello che è successo è un po' colpa di tutti, perché ci siamo fidati, adesso non possiamo più fidarci.
This cow eyes are cloudy with pink eyes, what they'll call it. And I'm going to cut her open and find out why it caused her to die.
When we first took on that case for Mr. Tennant, we started the process of bringing a formal lawsuit against DuPont. And we were able to get access to those internal documents at DuPont. What I saw in those documents revealed that there was, this incredibly toxic, persistent, bioactive, carcinogenic substance in massive quantities in the water these cows were drinking that had gone completely unregulated.
This is what her teeth looks like. That's the upper one. This is the lower one.
Documents detailing a chemical that they were using to make Teflon. And that chemical was PFOA. And this was one of these chemicals that 3M had invented back in the late 1940s. DuPont had started purchasing it from 3M as early as 1951.
Animals just don't achieve all these problems here by eating grass. And if it'll affect their eyes on newborn calves, and affects these kidneys like this, and affects them lungs, then it's all through that animal, from one end to the other.
DuPont and 3M had been studying this particular chemical, PFOA, going back decades. But most of this information I was seeing had never been shared outside of the company.
It was kept secret until about year 2000, when there was a whistleblower who said, there's a problem here.
I resigned my position as environmental specialist effective April 6, 1999. I can no longer participate in the process that 3M has established for the management of PFAS. For me, it is unethical to be concerned with market, legal defensibility, and image over environmental safety.
Have you ever regretted putting down those words?
No, I haven't.
And then the authorities, the United States Environmental Protection Agency, who asked the companies to reveal what they had hidden during all of those years.
And for me and the group I was in, the most obvious piece of data was the blood of a baby eagle who lived on Lake Superior, a pure water body, and it had it in its blood. Those are, oh my God, situations, and should be reported to EPA. And they didn't report, I don't know that they reported the eagle blood to the EPA.
The presence of PFAS in wildlife was not reported to the EPA until the year 2000, and that allowed environmental pollution to continue for years.
My most important study was published in 2012, and pollution started in 1960. So it's more than 50 years of pollution, including exposure to people.
So it all starts from the manufacturers, the PFAS production sites that for a long time have not even thought of limiting their emissions. So a lot of PFAS gets released into the air, into the water, into the soil. So it's a never-ending problem. We keep on accumulating it. Here you can see some very massive clusters around Belgium, for instance. Why? Because we have some big PFAS producers, especially the 3M factory, insane PFOS concentrations that have been measured.
The Forever Pollution Project is mapping the extent of PFAS contamination across Europe.
We found that the contamination was everywhere and that it was massive, which is why we like to call it the worst pollution crisis in human history. If you check Italy, so Mitteni, well, plenty of samples all around that point towards very, very high pollution.
Quando sono arrivato io scaricavano le centrifughe con la sensor e tu aprivi i coperchi o quando questo fosse e tiravi via con la spatola e caricavi il fusto e basta. Poi legavi un'altra fossetta qua, sì. Tagliavi qua e ripartivi a fare il secondo fusto.
Ok.
In the late 1970s, Mitteni, 3M and DuPont began measuring PFAS levels in their workers' bodies.
A noi dicono che la produzione ha delle problematiche ambientali perché il FOA è bioresistente, però non si parla mai di problemi sulle persone, sui lavoratori.
They found high levels of PFAS in their blood, and that the chemicals remained for years after exposure.
C'era il discorso del reprotossico, per precauzioni tutte le donne che erano esposte ai FOA quando comunicavano di essere in gravidanza o venivano spostate o comunque venivano lasciate in maternità anticipata e si chiudeva lì sostanzialmente.
3M and DuPont did the same. Animal studies carried out by these companies found exposure to PFAS caused birth defects in rats. So, in 1981, they started removing women from areas with potential exposure to PFAS.
Io sono un'infermiera, io collaboro con i medici di base. La cosa che ci ha scosso di più e che noi avevamo già intuito erano proprio i nostri bambini. I bambini che nascevano piccoli per età gestazionale, una grande percentuale di aborti, mamme col diabete in gravidanza. Io stessa ho avuto tutte queste cose, abortività, per cui ho avuto un aborto, ho avuto il diabete in gravidanza e la cosa poi che ci ha veramente fatto star tanto male, il fatto che noi comunque con l'allattamento e attraverso la gravidanza li abbiamo passati.
The PFAS have the property that they can bind to proteins to make things worse. PFAS is excreted in the human milk, and the baby will get, because it's a smaller size, the baby may get, with time, up to 10 times as much in the blood as the mother had. And now that's contaminated with some of the most toxic chemicals that we know of.
According to court documents, 3M and DuPont shared their toxicological data with European manufacturers as early as 1995. They set up a working group through the Association of Plastics Manufacturers in Europe, which is today called Plastics Europe.
Plastics Europe is the main group that represents the interest of the fluoropolymer industry.
Since 2023, it's been lobbying against a proposed PFAS ban in the European Union.
So with this document, you can see a perfect example of the main arguments that this industry likes to put forward to make them believe that there is no problem with fluoropolymers and PFAS in general. With the Forever Blue lobbying project, we have decided to gather many of those documents and arguments and to put them through a stress test. And yeah, we found out that basically all of these arguments are either false, misleading, or impossible to verify, basically.
Plastics Europe declined to be interviewed, but said in a statement that fluoropolymers that are produced today do not pose the same risks as other PFAS. It added that they are indispensable to modern society and can be manufactured and used responsibly.
Here, one big thing, persistence. And Plastics Europe says that persistence is not a problem because they can take care of limiting emissions in the production and destruction phase.
I mean, what you're seeing here is essentially the same type of talking points we've seen for decades. Persistence is the issue. The fact that these chemicals do not break apart and that once they get into living things, they stay there. That's the real concern, because the longer something is there, the longer it has this ability to act as this ticking time bomb, more potential for harm.
In 2023, the WHO's Cancer Research Agency confirmed a link between PFAS exposure and several forms of cancer.
The working group classified PFOA as carcinogenic to humans. The Group 1 evaluation for PFOA was based on sufficient evidence for cancer in experimental animals and strong mechanistic evidence in exposed humans for renal cell carcinoma, which is the main form of kidney cancer, and for testicular cancer.
Quei colleghi ci sono ancora tutti? No. C'è qualcuno che non c'è più.
A mortality study on Miteni workers has found an increased death rate in association with higher exposure to these chemicals.
Questo qua ha avuto un tumore alla prostata, poi sono complicate. Questo qua è morto, anche questo. È un mio compagno di scuola anche. Poi dopo questo qua è morto recentemente questo.
Another study also suggests that PFAS released by Miteni caused almost 4,000 excess deaths between 1980 and 2018 in Veneto.
One extra person died who shouldn't have died every 3 or 4 days or so, associated with the pollution.
Vogliamo una cosa sola, vogliamo giustizia. Il processo è chiaro. A me non interessano montagne e di documenti. L'unico documento che mi fa andare avanti è che queste sostanze nel sangue di mia figlia non devono esserci e ce le hanno messe loro. Non dobbiamo permettere che succeda più per i vostri figli e per i figli dei vostri figli. Un abbraccio a tutti quanti.
La Corte d'Assise di Vicenza, in nome del popolo italiano, condanna Osoda Maki alla pena di 11 anni di reclusione, Kimura Nayuki alla pena di 16 anni di reclusione, Suetsune Yuji alla pena di 16 anni di reclusione, Schnitzer Patrick Fritz Hendrik alla pena di 17 anni di reclusione.
11 former Miteni executives were found guilty of contaminating the drinking water in Italy's Veneto region and causing an environmental disaster. They were sentenced to a total of 141 years in prison. The court also awarded around $87 million in damages.
L'udienza è tolta, buona giornata a tutti.
This is a landmark ruling in a landmark trial and could set a precedent for similar cases worldwide.
El Salvador's president has installed a state of emergency and succeeded in dismantling the country's violent gangs. But human rights groups say many innocent people have been swept up in the crackdown, and the cost of the relative peace has been the erosion of democracy and constitutional freedoms. With rare access to high-security prisons, People in Power explores the hidden price of the war on gangs. The cost of control on Al Jazeera.
Nepal goes to the polls. With the country still shaken by deadly youth-led protests that left parliament ablaze and brought down the government, will voters choose young candidates promising change or veteran politicians pledging stability and security? The Nepal elections on Al Jazeera.
This Ramadan in Gaza, your zakat has the power to bring immediate comfort and relief to those who are struggling. By choosing to donate with Al Khair, you can directly provide a displaced family with a warm iftar meal so they can break their fast with dignity. Fulfill their prayers with your duty in the most respectful way and alleviate the famine and starvation. Bless and be blessed this Ramadan. Donate now, call our hotline or visit alkhair.org.
Innocent lives lost in a cycle of violence in Colombia.
I buried him, and with him, I buried the world around me.
And the healing process, bringing families face to face with their children's killers.
We would grab someone, and the order was to execute them.
We had to deliver results, whatever it took.
Making peace where the silence breaks on Al Jazeera.
Escalating violence between Afghanistan and Pakistan. Kabul is hit with airstrikes as Islamabad declares open war. Hello, I'm Darren Jordan. This is Al Jazeera, live from Doha. Also coming up, Iran's foreign minister says Tehran and Washington are discussing elements of an agreement. More talks are expected next week. Dozens of international aid workers are forced to leave Gaza after Israeli authorities revoked the operating permits of their organizations. And former U.S. Secretary of State Hillary Clinton testifies in the congressional Jeffrey Epstein investigation and wants Donald Trump to face questioning. Pakistan has bombed Kabul as its defense minister declared open war on Afghanistan. Islamabad says Taliban hideouts in Paktika and Kandahar provinces, close to their long mountainous border, were targeted. Pakistan's latest operation came after Afghan forces attacked Pakistani border troops on Thursday night, following earlier airstrikes by Islamabad. Both sides claim to have inflicted dozens of casualties on the other. Al Jazeera is unable to independently verify this.
In response to repeated border violations and aggression by Pakistani military circles, large-scale offensive operations have been launched against Pakistani army positions and military installations along the Durand Line.
Well, Pakistan says aggression by Afghan forces is unprovoked and that its military is responding with full force. Pakistan's military says it has damaged 4 Afghan posts. Al Jazeera's Kamal Haider joins us live now from Islamabad. Kamal, so what more details are emerging about this overnight escalation between Pakistan and Afghanistan?
Well, first of all, according to the reports, the Afghan side started attacking several Pakistani military posts along a wide stretch of the border, stretching from Chitral. There was also exchange in other districts like Bajawar, Mamand, Khyber, and Kuram Agency. There were also clashes at the Torkham border crossing. This is a major border crossing into Afghanistan. The Pakistanis then decided to launch airstrikes. We have been told that those airstrikes took place in Kabul, the capital of Afghanistan, as well as Paktia province, Kandahar province. Pakistan claims to have killed dozens of Taliban fighters on the other side of the border. Pakistan saying that this operation will continue and that the Pakistan is determined. So Pakistan has launched a major operation in reprisal to that attack. The Afghans, of course, have been saying that the attack that was carried out by their forces was in response to earlier strikes by Pakistan on at least two provinces, that is Nangarhar and as well as Paktika. The Taliban had said that they had civilian casualties in Nangarhar, after which they vowed that there would be a measured response. However, this attack by the Afghans is far beyond that from what we have seen so far. Heavy casualties have been inflicted. Both sides are claiming that they have inflicted heavy casualties. But we are also told that Pakistani aircrafts are still in Afghan airspace looking for targets of opportunity. So indeed, this is a grave escalation, probably the worst since the Taliban took over. The two sides, of course, have been fighting and blaming each other for carrying out attacks against their territories. Pakistan had also told the Afghan authorities that they must cooperate, prevent certain groups from striking inside Pakistan, but that has not stopped. So this now seems to be a very serious escalation, with Pakistan now using its air force as well.
Yeah, Kamal, and what sort of ramifications then are we likely to see play out because of this ongoing fighting you've described between both sides?
Very serious ramifications, given the fact that what Pakistan is now saying is that the Afghans started this and that Pakistan will finish it. So it appears that there is going to be an overwhelming response which is continuing from Pakistan. That, of course, would lead to more casualties and then set off a chain of tit-for-tat attacks against each other, which could further exacerbate an already complicated situation. And near the Torkham border, there were Afghan refugees who were to be repatriated to Afghanistan. They've been pulled back into a safe area. On the Afghan side also, the refugee camps which housed these refugees who were coming from Pakistan have also been vacated. So this could have serious ramifications for both countries, and it will be important to see whether friendly countries are now going to jump in and try to ease tensions between these two neighbors.
Kamal, thank you. Well, fighting between the two sides first flared up in October last year. Pakistan launched airstrikes into Afghanistan, targeting what it identified as safe havens for armed groups attacking Pakistani territory. Kabul denies those allegations. The fighting resulted in the deaths of more than 70 people on both sides. Later in October, the two nations agreed to a ceasefire after talks in Doha, but the tensions continued. Last week, Pakistan carried out more airstrikes on what it says were camps and hideouts for fighters. Elizabeth Threlkeld is from the South Asia programme at the Stimson Centre, and she says the latest attacks are not surprising given recent events.
We've seen a number of different incidences of cross-border firing and indeed airstrikes that have been conducted over the past several months. You know, I think it is significant to the extent that it represents perhaps a shift in strategy, right? We've seen last the more aggressive kinetic strikes from Pakistan into Afghanistan in October, and then really really there had been an effort to try to at least cool temperatures through negotiations in a few capitals across the region. But since then, we've seen a couple of terrorist attacks within Pakistan that were quite significant. And so, no, I'm not surprised that after kind of those cumulative attacks, that tensions have frayed and things have again gone in this direction, unfortunately. There have been a number of countries that have tried to bring both sides to the negotiating table. I don't see that really as the challenge here. I think it is just the extent to which both sides are willing to come to the table. And from Pakistan's perspective, whether the Afghan Taliban will offer them the clear written guarantees that they are not going to support these groups going forward, that the negotiations have seemed to hinge on.
US and Iranian officials are said to have made what's been called significant progress in a third round of indirect nuclear talks in Geneva. The statement came from the Foreign Minister of Oman, which is acting as mediator in the negotiations. Iran's Foreign Minister Abbas Araghchi says they've been the longest and most serious talks yet. He says differences remain, but both sides discuss elements of an agreement on Iran's nuclear program as well as the easing of sanctions. Well, now delegations will go back to consult with their governments. Technical teams are scheduled to meet in Austria next week. Tehran and Washington have both said they want a diplomatic solution to avert a full-scale military conflict. But even as talks in Geneva continued, more US military assets began moving closer to the Middle East. The USS Gerald Ford, the world's largest aircraft carrier, has left the Greek island of Crete and is heading east. Another aircraft carrier group is already deployed near the Gulf of Oman. More than 300 US military aircraft have been flown to the region. Osama bin Javed has more now from Geneva.
It's been a day of high-stakes diplomacy here in Geneva between the United States and Iran, mediated by the Omanis. The day started with talks which were supposed to last only for a short while, that lasted for more than 3 hours. The sides broke up and then reconvened, only to discuss that they are going to meet again in the Austrian capital. Now, these talks were focused on Iran's nuclear program. The Americans want Iran to stop enrichment completely. They want Iran to get rid of its nuclear stockpile. And whereas other issues further down the line, which are supposed to be discussed about its missile defense program, about its axis of resistance, those were not on the table today. According to the Iranian foreign minister, this was the longest, most productive conversation that he's had in the recent rounds, and he's hopeful that things are going to move forward.
This was one of the most serious and longest talks we've had with the US. 4 hours of talks in the morning, then 2.5 in the evening in an indirect way through Oman. I can say that we had good progress, and we have very seriously begun discussing the elements of an agreement, both in relation to the nuclear issue and sanctions as well. On some issues, we managed to bridge some gaps. Naturally, we have differences on some others, but maybe more than before, both sides are serious about reaching an agreement through diplomacy.
Well, there are positive signs from the Iranians and the Omanis, but it will all depend on whether both of these sides can bridge the gap between them and the Americans. You have to remember that the last time they were last 8 months ago, they were communicating with the Americans in the middle of talks when America and Israel decided to attack Iran. The Americans do not trust the Iranians when they say that they're not going to build a bomb. And the Iranians are not trusting the Americans that they mean it when they say that there will be no attacks on the Iranian territories. So while these talks are happening, the ratcheting up of military hardware and military preparation is also ongoing. And that is why all eyes are on Geneva, on these teams, on the Omanis, Iranians, and the Americans to try and bridge that gap, come together and find an off-ramp so all that military buildup remains just that and does not end up in a war which could embroil the entire region. Osama bin Javed, Al Jazeera, Geneva.
Ukraine's President Volodymyr Zelensky says the next round of US-brokered peace talks with Russia are likely to take place in Abu Dhabi in early March. Ukraine's lead negotiator, Rustem Umerov, has been meeting US Special Envoy Steve Witkoff and Donald Trump's son-in-law, Jared Kushner, on Thursday in Geneva. Russian media say President Vladimir Putin's Special Envoy, Kirill Dmitriev, has also held talks with US officials. Previous negotiations, though, have failed to produce a breakthrough. Well, ahead of the meeting, Russia handed over the remains of 1,000 soldiers to Ukraine. In return, Russia received the bodies of 35 of its own fallen troops. The remains of thousands of soldiers have been exchanged over the course of the conflict. Syria's government has carried out a prisoner exchange with the country's Druze minority. It's the first exchange since deadly clashes erupted in 2025. The agreement allows for the release of 61 members of the Druze community and 25 Syrian government personnel. Hundreds were killed last summer during fighting between Druze and Bedouin communities in the Soweda province. The unrest stemmed from long-standing disputes over land, grazing rights and welfare benefits. 57 foreign aid workers have left Gaza after Israeli authorities revoked the operating permits of their organizations. The NGOs refused to submit personal information about their Palestinian staff by March 1st. 17 groups have petitioned Israel's Supreme Court to block the government order forcing them to stop operating in Palestine. Agencies, including Doctors Without Borders and Oxfam, warn the move could trigger a collapse in humanitarian aid. The UN says almost everyone in Gaza, that's more than 2 million people, needs aid to survive. Al Jazeera's Hind Hudari has more now from Gaza City.
They are a critical lifeline to the people of Gaza. Now, some of the world's largest and most respected age groups are being forced out. Licenses for 37 NGOs expired on January 1, when Israel refused to renew operating permits unless they handed over sensitive personal data. They did not comply. Their licenses have now been revoked. Among those forced out is Doctors Without Borders. After months of supporting emergency departments in Gaza's decimated hospitals, their international doctors are now required to leave.
We'll be leaving indeed tomorrow the Gaza Strip because, of course, MSF is banned by the Israeli authorities to continue our activities. It's very frustrating to be leaving now. So we'll try to continue, but unfortunately, international staff that are also, by the way, some witnessing for the international community, we will be gone by tomorrow. So it means that it will affect also some of our activities. We will not be able to maintain maybe the same level because we are not receiving supply from 1st of January 2026 already.
The impact is already being felt. MSF says it has not been able to bring critical medical supplies into Gaza since early January, including antibiotics and anesthetics essential for surgery and emergency care. For hospitals already crippled by months of war, fuel shortages, and collapsing medical stocks, this is the final blow. It's not just hospitals affected. Food and clean water projects and protection services for the displaced are also facing closure. Some organizations have already scaled down facilities. Local staff have lost their jobs. Those remaining are attempted to operate with minimal resources and sheer determination.
The Israeli ban is a fundamental redrawing of limits of humanitarian work in Gaza. Aid groups say when that space shrinks, civilians pay the ultimate price.
With operations halted, resources depleted, and international staff departing, the coming months will test an already collapsing system. Hind Hudari, Al Jazeera, Gaza, Palestine.
Time for a short break here in Al Jazeera. When we come back, on the brink of total collapse, Cuba's healthcare system is in crisis because of a US fuel blockade. And fears about cartel violence looms over FIFA World Cup matches later this year in Mexico. But the president says fans will be safe. More on that. Stay with us.
Hello there. Let's have a look at the weather across the Middle East and Levant. And we've seen lots of active weather across the north of the region, thanks to the remnants of Storm Pedro. Now, those remnants will continue to bring wintry and wet weather to parts of Turkey, the Caucasus as well, and northern parts of Iraq, the northwest of Iran as well, continuing to see those wet and wintry conditions. But behind that, for eastern parts of the Mediterranean, things are starting to clear up. It will still remain breezy, and those winds will kick down into Saudi Arabia. We could see some lifted sand and dust with that. But across the Gulf, generally, it is a quiet story. We're set to see temperatures pick up here for cities like Doha in Qatar over the next few days. Now, in contrast to that, across the Levant, temperatures will sit below the average. We will, however, see sunshine in Gaza City over the next few days. Now, for the north of Africa, it's very hot, very windy as well, with warnings out for potential sandstorms for Chad as well as Algeria. Remains largely unsettled for the Canary Islands, but a dry picture across much of the region. It's much wetter further south of this, with heavy rain continuing to fall in southern parts of Kenya.
Opening up the conversation.
From all the Venezuelans in the United States, 0.05 have committed some sort of a crime.
Connecting communities.
You know, I think a lot of businesses kind of need AI to happen, maybe more than people need AI.
With fresh perspectives from lesser heard voices.
There are families living under makeshift shelters because they don't have access to the shelter that they so desperately need.
The Stream explores the key issues of our times on Al Jazeera.
Hello again, you're watching Al Jazeera. A quick reminder of our top stories here this hour. Kabul has been rocked by explosions overnight as Pakistan launched airstrikes in the Afghan capital. The Pakistani military also said it targeted Taliban hideouts in the Afghan provinces of Paktika and Kandahar. The countries have been engaged in fighting along their shared border. US and Iranian officials have made significant progress in a third round of indirect nuclear talks in Geneva. That's according to mediator Oman. Iran's Foreign Minister Abbas Araghchi says they've been the longest and most serious negotiations yet. And Ukraine's President Volodymyr Zelensky says the next round of US-brokered peace talks with Russia are likely to take place in Abu Dhabi in early March. Ukraine's lead negotiator met US Special Envoy Steve Witkoff and Donald Trump's son-in-law Jared Kushner on Thursday in Geneva. Cuba says it's communicating with the United States after a shootout involving a US-registered boat. Havana claims the people on board were armed Cubans living in the US who sought to infiltrate the country. The gun battle broke out 2 kilometers off Cuba's northern coast. 4 people were killed and another 6 injured. Al Jazeera's Ed Augustin reports now from Havana.
4 dead, 6 wounded after Wednesday morning's shootout in Cuban waters. The Cuban Coast Guard insists that they were shot at first by terrorists traveling from Florida in a high-speed speedboat that incurred into Cuban waters. We don't know all the facts yet, but what we do know is that ever since the 1959 revolution, there has been no shortage of political violence, and this latest incursion into Cuban waters plugs into that long history.
If you attack me, I have to attack you, because we're not going to stand with our arms crossed. If you come at us, you have to be ready to fight. We're not afraid. We're actually passive, but don't pinch us, because we will hit back.
Cuba doesn't want conflict with anyone. What there is an economic situation, and it stems from the embargo and a series of other things that hurt the Cuban people. Because when oil doesn't get here, that doesn't just affect the government. The ones affected are ordinary Cubans.
They're threatening the island because you don't know what they might do or whether they have weapons. I think the Coast Guard did what they had to do.
Speculation has swirled about whether the US and Cuban governments are talking. On Thursday afternoon, the Cuban Vice Foreign Minister confirmed that they are, at least about this incident.
From the very beginning, and after it was determined that the vessel sailed from the United States territory,
The Cuban authorities have maintained communication with their U.S. counterparts regarding this attempt terrorist act, including the State Department and the Coast Guard. An investigative process is currently underway aimed at clarifying the facts.
The Cuban government has been very careful not to lay the blame at the feet of the US government for this issue. It's emphasizing the importance of cooperation between the two countries. Marco Rubio, the first ever Cuban-American Secretary of State, yesterday downplayed the issue, emphasizing that the US wants to get at the facts and that they have launched their own fact-finding investigation. Ed Agustin, Havana, Al Jazeera.
Meanwhile, leaders at a summit of the Caribbean community known as CARICOM have raised the alarm over the humanitarian situation in Cuba. A U.S. embargo had halted all oil shipments from Venezuela, cutting off Cuba's main energy source and causing basic services to collapse. Mexico has sent the island more than 1,000 tons of aid. U.S. officials say they'll now allow the resale of some Venezuelan oil to Cuba, but they say they'll only grant licenses to companies that are not linked to Cuba's government or military. The UN's resident coordinator for Cuba says vulnerable people are suffering from the collapse of medical services.
Cuba, for example, we have 5 million people living with chronic illnesses, which have treatments that are at risk due to the current energy situation. And this includes thousands of cancer patients which require continuous oncology care. We have more than 32,000 pregnant women who are facing additional risk in terms of antenatal services. We have 20,000 newborns every year, which normally require incubators or ventilators, and these are vulnerable to power outages.
Earlier, my colleague Scott McLean spoke with Danny Shaw, an international affairs analyst who recently returned from Cuba, and he says it's the Cuban people who are suffering from the tensions between the government and the U.S.
I saw Cubans in full survival mode, Scott. It was tragic. It's been 36 years of a special period. Many children can no longer arrive to school. Schools are not able to provide the rice and chickpeas that they were before. It's only people who have access to dollars or euros right now who can really afford the horrific inflation caused by this fuel crisis. So everyday Cubans are the ones being impacted by this unrelenting economic siege and what the Cuban government is calling an economic genocide against the Cuban people. This is a humanitarian crisis, cutting off all the support from Venezuela, from Mexico, and the flotillas that are trying to get in is a grave violation of international law. And this reflects 67 years of unrelenting war on the Cuban people, who are the ones really suffering.
Several U.S. lawmakers have called for an investigation after a nearly blind Rohingya refugee from Myanmar was found dead days after U.S. Border Patrol agents left him miles away from his home. Surveillance video appears to show agents dropping off Nural Amin Shah Alam outside a coffee shop in Buffalo, New York, after he was released from a county jail. The shop was reportedly closed for the night. One of his children says the family was not informed of his release. Lawmakers are calling the incident a shocking breach of accountability. Former U.S. First Lady and Secretary of State Hillary Clinton has testified at a congressional hearing investigating convicted sex offender Jeffrey Epstein. There were protests outside the venue in the Clintons' hometown of Chappaqua in New York State. The hearing was held behind closed doors. Members of the House Oversight Committee traveled to Chappaqua to question Clinton. She denied any prior knowledge of Epstein's crimes or those of his accomplice, Ghislaine Maxwell. The deposition was briefly paused after a Republican representative took a photo of Clinton that was posted on social media. This prompted her to repeat a long-standing demand that the deposition be made open to reporters.
They had a chance to do it in public, and I wish they had done it in public. And I think they're making the wrong decision, avoiding doing it in public. I thought it was very repetitive. I thought that they asked literally the same questions over and over again, which didn't seem to me to be very productive. And then, as I said toward the end, you know, there were other questions that were totally off subject. So if they are going to fulfill their responsibilities to literally investigate the investigations, which is what they originally said was the scope of their work, I think they could have spent the day more productively.
Well, Al Jazeera has spoken to one of Epstein's victims, who says the US government has thrown victims under the bus by redacting perpetrators' names from the Epstein files. Juliet Bryant first met Jeffrey Epstein when she was a 20-year-old part-time model in Cape Town, South Africa. She says she was taken to the United States with promises of modeling work before being trafficked and abused by Epstein on his island. Ms. Bryant told Al Jazeera she noticed that only a number of pre-selected emails have been released in the Epstein files, and she's calling for all documents to be made public so that abusers in power can be held to account.
It's been very sloppily done. They've done a very bad job on it. You know, they released some of my emails, which wasn't supposed to happen, but that's okay. I've got nothing to hide. You know, Epstein was a very bad man and master manipulator. He had huge psychological control over myself and a lot of other people. You know, they've done a very bad job of it. And also what I've realized recently is that they didn't even release all the emails, because I was going through the emails that were between Epstein and I actually asked the boys' lawyers, I said, why have all the emails not been released, only selected ones? And they said, oh, maybe Epstein deleted them on his end. But I mean, that would be like really weird for him. Like there were emails where I was asking him like, oh, can he recommend good books to read? You know, just like arbitrary emails like that. And a lot of them weren't released. So what I've seen is that they've released selected emails. You know, because they released mine by mistake, I've, you know, seen that they were only releasing selected emails. So that brings everything into question. It means that things haven't been released properly. So, and you know, they redacted all the perpetrators' names, and then they try to throw the victims under the bus, which well, not victims, we're survivors actually, because, you know, the victims of this are dead, and that's why we're speaking out. But, you know, I think they did a terrible job of it.
Now, after cartel violence erupted across Mexico last week, questions have surfaced regarding the country's ability to co-host the 2026 FIFA World Cup. Concerns are focused particularly on the city of Guadalajara in Jalisco state. It's set to host 4 matches, but it recently saw some of the country's worst roadblocks and disruption. Al Jazeera's John Holman has this report from Guadalajara.
Guadalajara, city of mariachi, tequila, and huge pork sandwiches. But just last Sunday, it was a scene of narco-violence. After Kingpin El Mencho was killed, his cartel hit back. That's a major perception problem because Guadalajara is also a host city for the World Cup this summer. Salvador Sáenz is a locally venerated seller of those aforementioned pork sandwiches, or tortas locas y calientes, as he brands them. He expected to do brisk business with thousands of fans arriving. Now he's worried and a bit annoyed.
I am very upset because we are just 3 or 4 months away from the start of the World Cup. This is a celebration that has been in the making for more than 8 to 10 years. To arrive at the opening with this level of worry, I think it's not right.
But Gary and Amy Johnson, snowbirds from Chicago who spend their winters in Mexico, say the worst has passed and that the media exaggerated the situation.
Well, for Easter, we have friends and family coming to visit us. And now people want to change their plans because they're afraid to come. They think it's a war zone. Well, by the time they started saying that, it was already over and cleaning up and calm. So we started, as long as nothing new happens, it's perfectly fine.
It's true, Guadalajara is calm right now. Locals are beginning to come out again and the corridors are filling up in this emblematic market in the city. It's called San Juan de Dios, and locals will proudly tell you that it's the biggest roof market in all of Latin America. But the concern is for the weeks and months to come. With the cartel leader gone, others might battle to take his place, unleashing further violence. The Mexican government's deployed thousands of soldiers to the city to try and prevent exactly that. And President Claudia Sheinbaum has personally promised that all will be well. Is there no risk for visitors, she was asked. No risk, none at all, she said. This is the Akron Stadium. It's due to host 4 matches this World Cup, and there's going to be fans from Spain, Uruguay, Colombia and South Korea coming here. Before, the biggest worry about the stadium was the traffic getting here. Now there are other concerns. Everyone here is hoping that all the visitors see is the food, the culture, and the mariachis. After singing the city's unofficial anthem for us, they have a simple message. Come everyone, we're waiting for you with open arms. John Holman, Al Jazeera, Guadalajara.
Britain's governing Labour Party is facing an important local election in Manchester, with the results now being announced. It's being seen as a key test for the popularity of Keir Starmer's government, which has been rocked by a scandal over the arrest of senior party figure Peter Mandelson and his relationship to Jeffrey Epstein. Labour won the seat by a large majority in the 2024 general election, but now it faces a challenge from the left by the Greens, which we've just heard have won Hannah Spencer, their candidate. They have won the local by-election in the Gorton constituency. That's it from me, Darren Jordan, for now. You can find more information on our website, aljazeera.com. The news continues here in Al Jazeera after the stream. Stay tuned. Thanks for watching. Bye for now.
At the junction of Africa and Europe.
This is one of the most tightly guarded frontiers in the world.
A series of special reports from Ceuta.
I'm Nicholas Hawk in the most northern point of Africa. And behind me is Europe. Have you tried to make it across to Europe?
Yeah, I have tried 2 times, but I failed.
Find out how migrants make it to the other side.
Hello, I'm Stephanie Decker, and you're at The Stream. He's one of the most listened to artists in the world, and even if somehow you've never heard of him, you probably have now after his halftime show at the Super Bowl. Today, we're talking Bad Bunny, how he's put Puerto Rico on the global stage, and questioning who gets to be American.
Aquí llegó tu tiburón, yo quiero pelear y fumarme un blunt, ver lo que esconde ese pantalón.
Uruguay, Paraguay, Bolivia, Perú, Ecuador, Brasil, Colombia, Venezuela, Guyana.
Hey, where are you from?
Oh, me? I'm from Canada. Quebec. Montreal.
Just over 128 million views. That's how many of you tuned in to watch Bad Bunny's Super Bowl halftime show. Now, that's shortly after his historic Album of the Year win at the Grammys. His decision to sing in Spanish sparked a backlash among some elements of U.S. society, and his vocal opposition towards immigration body ICE further incensed those already outraged by NFL's choice for the halftime show. Now, there's lots to talk about here, and we're going to do that with Jorel Melendez Badillo, Associate Professor of Latin American and Caribbean History at the University of Wisconsin-Madison. And we have Elizabeth Booker-Houston, a political commentator, lawyer, and content creator based in Washington, D.C. Thank you very much for joining us here on The Stream. Jorel, I want to start with you. Talk us through his performance in terms of significance and symbolism. It wasn't just, a couple of songs back to back with some great dance moves. There was so much more to it, wasn't there?
Absolutely. Thank you for having me, Stephanie. I'm super excited to be here. I think it was a history lesson for the ages. Really, he used the biggest stage in the United States to show people what the Caribbean is. It began in the plantation with the sugarcane fields, which has huge symbolism for the history of colonialism in the region. He then took us throughout Latino homes to New York City, and it ends with a critique on the frail infrastructure that colonialism has created in Puerto Rico, and also creating a hemispheric approach to the idea of America, because it's not the same to say America in the United States, which simply identifies the country, as someone saying America in South America, which for them means the whole continent. So I really think that Benito used the opportunity. He had already talked about ICE and his politics in relation to immigration a week prior when he received the Grammy. But he used this stage instead to invite people and provide a history lesson of what the Caribbean is. And I think it was not only an homage to the beauty of the Caribbean and the joy of the Caribbean, but also the difficulties that colonialism has afforded to the region that gave birth to modernization.
And it was really down to the nitty-gritty details, wasn't it? We're talking about the show's symbolism. The performance also featured local New York legend Tonita. Do you know who she is and why she was there? Here you go.
This is a real Puerto Rican woman who lives in Brooklyn and owns something called the Caribbean Social Club, which is one of the last standing Puerto Rican establishments in Williamsburg, which has been a hugely gentrified neighborhood of New York City, which was always traditionally Puerto Rican. She herself has almost been kicked out many times, but refuses to sell. She's an icon of fighting gentrification in Nueva York. Actually simulated the problems with our power grid in Puerto Rico, which is a direct consequence of us being a colony, and the privatization of our power grid by the USA. And ending it with Seguimos aquí, which means we're still here.
So many messages and nuances there throughout that entire performance. Elizabeth, how would you describe his messaging? He doesn't play in the U.S. so that he doesn't subject his fans to treatment by U.S. border agents. As Yorel mentioned there, he called out ICE at the Grammys. What kind of a political climate is Bad Bunny giving this message in?
It is a very aggressive and dangerous political climate, to be perfectly honest. And I love the fact that he made that bold message, because what we are seeing when it comes to ICE in our streets, I just flat out say they're kidnapping people. They're putting them in concentration camps. You know, the ICE detention facilities might as well be concentration camps. We have children who are being locked up. We have children in these camps who are being subjected to measles. We already know, even before Trump came in for his second term, that there is an unfortunate and abhorrent history of Department of Homeland Security and ICE agents and Border Patrol agents assaulting, and that includes sexually assaulting detainees, including children. So, and then of course we have the murders of Alex Preddy, Renee Good, and others who have been murdered by ICE and CBP and others. So for him to make this statement, for Benito to make this statement, I think was incredibly bold and very much needed, because we know that art very often reflects what's going on in society and can introduce people to the legal and political issues that maybe folks aren't as tuned into. And it seemed like he was reaching people all around the world. And I think it's very important that no matter where you're living, that eyes are on what's happening in the United States right now, because this is discrimination. It is racism. It is unconstitutional. It's a violation of human rights. It's everything that our country supposedly does not stand for.
Yorel, what do you think about that? You have worked with Bad Bunny specifically, right? The history of Puerto Rico is so important to him. What has shaped his politics? And if you can, just as a follow-up, give us a little bit of sense of the identity of you're Puerto Rican, you're in the diaspora, also the sense of connection and nostalgia, I guess, that also he has in his music.
Absolutely. And I just wanted to echo what Elizabeth said, that I think it's so important that he's using his platform to amplify these messages, because although he's an artist, he has the power to move the cultural conversation in the mainstream. And I think that he's very aware of that. And that ties to the question, Stephanie, because for Benito, one of the things that I did for the record was basically to produce historical narratives that accompanied all of the songs in YouTube's visualizers. And one of the things that Benito was saying is that he understood that history was not accessible to Puerto Ricans or people outside of Puerto Rico that did not know the situation of colonialism. He was very adamant when I was writing those narratives that I include the history of repression of Puerto Rico's independence movement, that I included the history of Puerto Rico's colonialism, because really what's happening in the United States, I think that it's really tied to history. And I think that authoritarian regimes promote this idea that there's only one linear, grandiose history. And I think that history offers the possibility of critical thinking, of understanding that there are multiple ways of understanding the current moment. And I think that Benito is very aware of that. Particularly in the United States, there's a huge ignorance in relation to Puerto Rico and what Puerto Rico is. Some people think that it's a territory, a commonwealth, part of the U.S. Some people don't even know that Puerto Rico exists. And I think that Benito is using his platform to showcase the complexities of Puerto Rico's colonial history and Puerto Rico's colonial relationship to the United States. Because a lot of the things that Benito highlighted in the Super Bowl performance, particularly the power outages, they are a direct product of colonialism. A lot of the themes that Benito covers in the Album of the Year, according to the Recording Academy, the Grammys, Debí Tirar Más Foto, he's talking about gentrification, cultural displacement, and colonialism explicitly in his lyrics. So I think that I absolutely agree with Elizabeth that it's important that Benito is aware of his own political commitments in this moment. And although artists won't save us, only our communities will, I think that it's important that artists are taking a stand and using that platform. And I think that Benito is very well aware of that, and he's not creating a new discourse around gentrification, around anti-colonialism, but he is amplifying discourses of people in the ground that are articulating it.
And I think a lot of Americans don't actually know that as Puerto Ricans, you're an American, you have an American passport, right? But Elizabeth, I'm going to put this to you. Somehow it seems for many not American enough, right? There was a massive backlash because he was going to be singing in Spanish. He wasn't American enough, even though he is American. How would you define where that reaction, that backlash came from? And we saw an alternative Super Bowl, right? Even being organized with Kid Rock.
Well, I will just say, because the anti-immigrant sentiments that are being pushed, especially on the right here in the United States, and being pushed by this insane ICE enforcement that's going on, that is not the result of securing our borders. It's not the result of enforcing immigration policy or laws in the United States. It's the result of racism and prejudice. We know for a fact that it doesn't matter if you are a U.S. citizen or not. Again, we had 2 U.S. citizens who were murdered by ICE and who were white Americans because they were simply in the way. And so when it comes to Benito and his performance, for these people who I will say are extremely ignorant and hateful, it's not about the fact that he is legally allowed to be here or that Puerto Rico is a part of the United States. It's that he's speaking Spanish. He's a person of color, right? This is all rooted in racism and prejudice. And I recently started working on the campaign of Jasmine Crockett, Congresswoman Jasmine Crockett, who's now running for U.S. Senate in Texas, which is where the Dilley detention facility, and if everybody knows the story, of course, of little Liam Ramos, who had the little bunny hat on and was taken in Minneapolis, Minnesota, in his driveway along with his father, Adrian. They were held in Dilley. That's just one of the many cases that I've been able to see up close as Congresswoman Crockett has tried to get families and children who have been unlawfully detained out and who have a legal right to be here. They were lawful asylum seekers, but they were also Latino and Hispanic. And once again, this is about enacting racist policies, not enforcing immigration law. And so at this point, just with Congresswoman Crockett alone, and mind you, we have, 535 people in Congress, just in her office alone, they have had over 30 families tied to Dilley Detention Facility that they have opened casework for and spoken with, and who are they're trying to get them out of there because, once again, this is a concentration camp. It's an inhospitable place. We have measles outbreaks there. We have pregnant women and reports of women giving birth in these facilities. They should not be there. And as a lawyer, I always remind people that even if these folks were undocumented, which many are not, many are simply being punished for not being white, for not speaking English, even if they have a legal right to be here. But even if a person is undocumented here in the United States, that is a civil offense. That is not a criminal offense. And so I know that folks like Congresswoman Crockett are really trying very hard to protect the human rights and civil rights of these individuals and get them out of these extremely dangerous conditions.
Well, we were just playing a clip there of ICE agents tackling down protesters in a very, very, very brutal way. As we just mentioned there, that backlash led to the alternative so-called All-American halftime show, which featured Kid Rock. Now, according to the organizers, it completely blew Bad Bunny out of the water. But did it?
Turning Point USA's All-American Halftime Show wins the Super Bowl. Awesome U.S. flag. God bless America, U.S. flag. Yes, yes, yes. U.S. flag, clap 100s, U.S. flag. Excellent show, dash, 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 real Americans, dots. The thing is, we will never know how many people actually watched Bad Bunny and how many left the room to use the toilet or fill the snack bowl. But logging into TPUSA was a choice. When I was watching on YouTube, it showed 5 million were watching on YouTube at that time. The bottom line, it's God versus evil, and the King of Kings always wins!
Well, now, if we look at those numbers on YouTube, as of today, Bad Bunny's performance received more than 109 million views compared to that so-called alternative Super Bowl. Jordan, let me ask you about Puerto Rican identity. It's not like everybody wanted to leave and go to the U.S., right? There's a lot of circumstances that has forced people to do that, who crave for a different reality.
Absolutely. I think that, the first thing I would say is that, U.S. citizenship has never granted minoritized communities equality in the United States. And after that, after saying that, I also have to recognize that Puerto Rican citizenship is second-class citizenship, according to the Supreme Court of the United States in the insular cases of the early 20th century. So I am fully protected by the U.S. Bill of Rights and the Constitution as I'm speaking to you from Verona, Wisconsin. But as soon as I land in San Juan, Puerto Rico, I am not fully protected by the Constitution, and that's because of a Supreme Court case decided in 1921, Balzac v. Puerto Rico. And so I say that because, Puerto Rican identity has always been forged in this sort of colonial relationship, first to Spain from 1493 to 1898, and from 1898 to the present in relation to the United States. But Puerto Ricans have crafted a complex sense of self beyond what the colonial and imperial metropolis wanted. And so I think that, Puerto Rican identity, one of the things that I say in my scholarly work is that it was born out of resistance. And so that is the first part. The second part to your question, I think that, the conditions that colonialism has created, particularly in the last 2 decades, when we have an ongoing fiscal crisis and an unpayable debt, an illegal debt. Now we have a fiscal oversight board that has more power than the executive and legislative branch in Puerto Rico. There's no future for a lot of people in Puerto Rico. And so the only future that they see is leaving the island. But as Benito says, no one wanted to leave. I am part of a generation of people that left, and that is the sentiment that Benito's capturing there.
Very much his music also very nostalgic, isn't it? Elizabeth, before I go to you, we've been talking a lot about ICE. Bad Bunny has made his views about ICE very vocal, as we've been discussing. Raids and deportations have dominated headlines in the last few months. ICE agents have shot dead protesters who were demonstrating against their tactics. Listen to this.
Since the Trump administration announced they would be deploying federal agents to cities around the U.S., Renee and Alex are not the only people they have killed or injured. And where federal agents have gone, gun violence has usually followed. So far, 5 people have been killed in our streets, and there have been 17 documented incidents where immigration agents opened fire in our own neighborhoods. But again, those are just documented. And at least 31 people died in ICE custody in 2025, making it the agency's deadliest year in more than 2 decades. Already, more than $170 billion has been allocated for immigration enforcement. And it's up to Congress to ensure that no further taxpayer dollars are used to fuel the growing lawlessness of this agency.
Elizabeth, if I can just briefly get from you a description about who are ICE? How are they hired? What is their training like? What kind of people are we dealing with here?
You're dealing with extremely unqualified and violent people. And I will just say that very bluntly. I am a former Fed worker, Fed lawyer for almost 10 years until I left the government in August and did not want to work under this regime anymore. And ICE is Immigration and Customs Enforcement, which is housed under the Department of Homeland Security, or DHS. And DHS and ICE were not created until 2003 as a response to George W. Bush and the so-called War on Terror, which was really just a way for him to go and get oil and destabilize the Middle East, as we all know now, or at least we should know. So it's rooted in lies. It's rooted in violence. It's not rooted in actually protecting individuals. And so now we're seeing this influx of hiring ICE agents and offering them a $50,000 sign-on bonus. And we know that they are not going through the proper vetting. There was a journalist who recently applied to ICE to see what would happen, and she was hired in about 6 minutes with no background check. That's happening all over the place. These people are not being properly vetted. They're not given proper security clearances. And quite frankly, we have no idea who's really behind all these masks. There have been questions of whether January 6ers, people who were in the insurrection at the Capitol, are ICE agents in this moment. This is why I am a big proponent of abolishing ICE. This is an agency that has not existed long. It does not work, and I don't believe it can be reformed.
It's caused a lot of controversy, for sure. Jorel, in this political climate, I want to ask you a personal question. You know, when you watched Bad Bunny's halftime show, I mean, I watched it and I thought it was emotional, it was passionate, but it's so different for me as a foreigner to you, to your history, and you see every single nuance that he used. Like, how did you feel when you watched that? Did it pull at your heart?
Absolutely. I mean, I was nostalgic. I cried. I was in community. I was with my family. And there's something about Benito and his music for diasporic Puerto Ricans that we really connect to it. It transports us to the Caribbean. And I think that, for us, it was a very special moment. And I think, it was a celebration and a moment of joy in this dire situation that we're living through. And it was not only a celebration for Puerto Ricans. I heard the same from Latinx peoples and communities around me. We watched the show with people from all over Latin America that are friends of ours, and they all felt connected. And I think it's also very important in this political moment, as Elizabeth was talking, in which, just you're targeted for speaking Spanish, for looking Latino. And so I think that, having the biggest star in the world, using the biggest stage in the United States, not catering to the market forces of the United States, and instead making the U.S. market cater to him, was really important for Latinx peoples in the United States and also across Latin America, because right-wing regimes and conservatives are not only, and authoritarians are not only in power in the U.S., but also throughout the Americas, from Argentina all the way to the United States.
I want to follow up with you in a second, actually, about the decision to have him play at the Super Bowl. Elizabeth, do you think his performance changed something? Do you think it educated Americans? I mean, I'm going to ask about Americans, not globally right now. Do you think they took something away from that they didn't know before?
I absolutely think so. And I'm going to speak just as a Black American from, the perspective of being part of a different diaspora. And something that I've been trying to combat a lot online from the very beginning of everything with ICE is that there were Black Americans who said, oh, well, that's not us. They're not targeting us, and kind of having this apathy toward what was going on with our, Latina neighbors, our Latino neighbors, and Hispanic folks here in the US. And I was constantly trying to educate them about, wait, no, you need to pay attention. One, because that's just something that's bad for humanity, and you should just care about your neighbor. But even if you want to talk about the effects on us, this attack on birthright citizenship in order to go after Latinos here in the United States, we got birthright citizenship because that was to give enslaved African Americans citizenship and be recognized as citizens after, slaves were freed. So this is something that affects all of us here. And I think that performance and seeing so many videos, specifically from Black Americans who were celebrating Benito and this performance, and really seeing these cultures come together, it really warmed my heart. I grew up in Memphis, Tennessee, which is a majority Black city, but I specifically grew up in the largest Latino neighborhood in Memphis. So I grew up around just a lot of folks, mostly from Mexico, but also a lot of folks from El Salvador, as well as Argentina and Venezuela. And so I just really loved seeing these cultures cross over and just see everybody come together.
Well, there was another reaction to the Super Bowl halftime show from the US President, Donald Trump, who posted that the show was absolutely terrible and an affront to the greatness of America. But while Bad Bunny's performance is seen as a win for Latino representation, users online are beginning to question if it's actually as groundbreaking as it appears to be.
The Trump attack does something specific. It made millions of people feel like the NFL had done something courageous. It transformed a corporate product launch into an act of resistance. People who might otherwise question why a $2.7 billion corporate sponsorship machine gets to define what Latino representation is, while exploiting Latinos, you're supposed to feel grateful that the machine gave Bad Bunny a stage. The same week that 127 million Americans watched Bad Bunny say, "Together we are America," ICE held 70,000 people in detention. The halftime show told Latino viewers that they belong, while ICE tells Latino families that they do not.
Jodel, your reaction to that. Why did the NFL choose Bad Bunny?
Benito didn't need the NFL. The NFL needed Benito. He is the biggest star in the world. They're trying to become an international organization. They've had shows, games in Brazil. They have games in Europe. Benito, skipped the United States in his world tour, so that he didn't really need the NFL. For Latino peoples, we don't really care about football, American football. There were so many memes in Puerto Rico about, the Benito Bowl and jokes about, oh, we need to watch this game in order to watch Benito. And so in a sense, for us, we were consuming that. But this is the NFL of Kaepernick, right? This is the NFL that, is market driven. They don't really care about representation. They really care about selling a product. And that's why I think that we also need to be careful with putting all this weight on artists, because artists will not save us. They're they're marketing a product. And I love Benito. He's my primo, my cousin. I support him. I see ourselves in Benito and whatever he does, but he's still an artist participating in this machinery. And I think, there's also something there about the politics of joy. And when he sings about these very sexual reference in his songs, a lot of people have this moral panic, but for us, it's the politics of joy. There's so much Caribbeanness there. But again, this is the NFL. He was there to sell products. And so we need to be careful. So I agree with that. And that's why we need to look at this from a nuanced perspective. I celebrated it. I felt great. And then I stopped watching after Benito ended the performance.
Still a lot of work to do, certainly within the climate in the United States right now. Unfortunately, that is all we have time for. Jodel and Elizabeth, thanks for joining us here on the stream. And thank you for watching. For me and the entire fantastic stream team, I'll see you soon.
At the junction of Africa and Europe.
This is one of the most tightly guarded frontiers in the world.
A series of special reports from Ceuta.
I'm Nicholas Hawk in the most northern point of Africa. And behind me is Europe. Have you tried to make it across to Europe?
Yeah, I have tried 2 times, but I failed.
Find out how migrants make it to the other side.
The Sheikh Hamad Award for Translation and International Understanding is accepting nominations for its 12th edition from the 1st of January until the 31st of March 2026. For more information, go to www.hta.qa/en.
In Gaza, our team delivered over 10 million hot meals alongside life-saving medical care and clean water. This Ramadan, your giving became a lifeline.
Pakistan declares open war in Afghanistan as Kabul is hit with airstrikes following weeks of border tensions. Hello, I'm Darren Jordan. This is Al Jazeera, live from Doha. Also coming up, Iran's foreign minister says Tehran and Washington are discussing elements of an agreement. More talks are expected next week. Dozens of international aid workers are forced to leave Gaza after Israeli authorities revoked their operating permits. And former U.S. Secretary of State Hillary Clinton testifies in the congressional investigation into Jeffrey Epstein and wants Donald Trump to face questioning. Pakistan has bombed Kabul as its defense minister declared open war on Afghanistan. Islamabad says it targeted Taliban hideouts in the provinces of Paktika and Kandahar along Afghanistan's border with Pakistan. This latest operation came after Afghan forces attacked Pakistani border troops on Thursday night, following earlier strikes by Islamabad. Both sides claim to have inflicted dozens of casualties on the other. Al Jazeera is unable to independently verify this.
In response to repeated border violations and aggression by Pakistani military circles, large-scale offensive operations have been launched against Pakistani army positions and military installations along the Durand Line.
Well, Pakistan says attacks by Afghan forces were unprovoked and that its military is responding with full force. Pakistan's military says it's damaged 4 Afghan posts. Al Jazeera's Kamal Haider is in Islamabad with the latest developments.
Earlier on Thursday night, the Afghans attacked on a wide front on the border with Pakistan, striking military positions. They claim to have destroyed or captured many of those posts along the border. Pakistan said it retaliated and repulsed those attacks, causing heavy casualties on the attackers. The Pakistan Air Force then went into action, attacking targets in Kandahar, Paktia, Nangarhar, and Kabul, saying that they were striking ammunition dumps as well as headquarters of the Afghan Taliban forces on the other side. This is by far the worst escalation the two countries have seen, and it is now looking like a full-fledged offensive by the Pakistanis as well along that bordering region. Of course, the Pakistani side has asked the Afghan refugees who were about to cross the border into Afghanistan to be moved into a safer location. There are also reports of major clashes at the Torkham border crossing, which is a major border crossing into Afghanistan. So, indeed, a major escalation, and Pakistani aircrafts, according to the reports, are still flying over the skies of Afghanistan. Kamal Haider, Al Jazeera, Islamabad.
Well, fighting between the two sides flared up in October of last year. Pakistan launched airstrikes into Afghanistan, targeting what it identified as safe havens for armed groups attacking Pakistani territory. Kabul denies those accusations. More than 70 people on both sides were killed in the fighting. Well, later in October, the two countries agreed to a ceasefire after talks in Doha, but tensions continued. Last week, Pakistan carried out more airstrikes on what it says were camps and hideouts for fighters. Elizabeth Threlkeld is from the South Asia program at the Stimson Center. She says the latest attacks are not surprising, given recent events.
We've seen a number of different incidences of cross-border firing and indeed airstrikes that have been conducted over the past several months. You know, I think it is significant to the extent that it represents perhaps a shift in strategy. Right, we've seen last the more aggressive kinetic strikes from Pakistan into Afghanistan in October, and then really there had been an effort to try to at least cool temperatures through negotiations in a few capitals across the region. But since then, we've seen a couple of terrorist attacks within Pakistan that were quite significant. And so, no, I'm not surprised that after kind of those cumulative attacks, that tensions have frayed and things have again gone in this direction, unfortunately. There have been a number of countries that have tried to bring both sides to the negotiating table. I don't see that really as the challenge here. I think it is just the extent to which both sides are willing to come to the table. And from Pakistan's perspective, whether the Afghan Taliban will offer them the clear written guarantees that they are not going to support these groups going forward, that the negotiations have seemed to hinge on.
US and Iranian officials have made significant progress in a third round of indirect nuclear talks in Geneva. That's according to mediator Oman. The statement came from the Foreign Minister of Oman, which is acting as mediator, and he will now travel to Washington to meet with Vice President J.D. Vance. Iran's Foreign Minister Abbas Araghchi says the latest talks have been the longest and most serious yet. He says differences remain, but both sides discussed elements of an agreement on Iran's nuclear program, as well as the easing of sanctions. Well, now delegations will go back to consult with their governments. Technical teams are scheduled to meet in Austria next week. Tehran and Washington have both said they want a diplomatic solution to avert a full-scale military conflict. But even as talks in Geneva continued, more US military assets were moving closer to the Middle East. The USS Gerald Ford, the world's largest aircraft carrier, has left the Greek island of Crete and is heading east. Another aircraft carrier group is already deployed near the Gulf of Oman. More than 300 US military aircraft have been flown to the region. Salma bin Javed has more now from Geneva.
It's been a day of high-stakes diplomacy here in Geneva between the United States and Iran, mediated by the Omanis. The day started with talks which were supposed to last only for a short while, that lasted for more than 3 hours. The sides broke up and then reconvened, only to discuss that they are going to meet again in the Austrian capital. Now, these talks were focused on Iran's nuclear program. The Americans want Iran to stop enrichment completely. They want Iran to get rid of its nuclear stockpile. And whereas other issues further down the line, which are supposed to be discussed about its missile defense program, about its axis of resistance, those were not on the table today. According to the Iranian foreign minister, this was the longest, most productive conversation that we've had in the recent rounds, and he's hopeful that things are going to move forward.
This was one of the most serious and longest talks we've had with the US. 4 hours of talks in the morning, then 2.5 in the evening, and an indirect way through Oman. I can say that we had good progress, and we have very seriously begun discussing the elements of an agreement, both in relation to the nuclear issue and sanctions as well. On some issues, we managed to bridge some gaps. Naturally, we have differences on some others, but maybe more than before, both sides are serious about reaching an agreement through diplomacy.
Well, there are positive signs from the Iranians and the Omanis, but it will all depend on whether both of these sides can bridge the gap between them and the Americans. You have to remember that the last time they were last 8 months ago, they were communicating with the Americans in the middle of talks when America and Israel decided to attack Iran. The Americans do not trust the Iranians when they say that they're not going to build a bomb. And the Iranians are not trusting the Americans that they mean it when they say that there will be no attacks on the Iranian territories. So while these talks are happening, the ratcheting up of military hardware and military preparation is also ongoing. And that is why all eyes are on Geneva, on these teams, on the Omanis, Iranians, and the Americans to try and bridge that gap, come together, and find an off-ramp so all that military buildup remains just that and does not end up in a war which could embroil the entire region. Salma bin Javed, Al Jazeera, Geneva.
Well, Mohsen Milani is from the Center for Strategic and Diplomatic Studies at the University of South Florida. He described the talks as an encouraging development.
The fact that the U.S. is silent means that they have received an offer from Iran that at least deserves contemplation, and therefore we have to wait and see how President Trump and his team will respond to Iranian offer. Keep in mind that this is the most dangerous moment in the history of U.S.-Iran relations since 1979. The possibility of a war that could become regionalized is significant, and both the U.S. and Iran understand the consequences of a military confrontation. Therefore, I'm very happy that they have decided to go back to the negotiating table next week, even if it is on technical issues. If the two countries agree to focus on the nuclear issue, I have no doubt that their creativity and their desire to avoid the war they both can come out with a solution. However, if the Americans decide to expand the area of negotiations to Iranian missiles, ballistic missiles, and Iranian support for its allies in the region, at this time, I do not see any possibility of a final agreement. As long as it is a narrowed focus on the nuclear issue, I am optimistic. But if it goes beyond that, especially on the question of missiles, because keep in mind, missiles are the core of Iran's defense doctrine. And if they give it away, they have nothing left. They don't have an air force, and their missiles is the only weapon that they have right now for deterrence. And they are very unlikely to give it up.
Ukraine's President Volodymyr Zelensky says the next round of US-brokered peace talks with Russia are likely to take place in Abu Dhabi in early March. Ukraine's lead negotiator, Rustem Umerov, has been meeting US Special Envoy Steve Witkoff and Donald Trump's son-in-law, Jared Kushner, on Thursday in Geneva. Russian media say President Vladimir Putin's Special Envoy, Kirill Dmitriev, has also held talks with US officials. Previous negotiations have failed to produce a breakthrough. Well, ahead of the meeting, Russia handed over the remains of 1,000 soldiers to Ukraine. In return, Russia received the bodies of 35 of its own fallen troops. The remains of thousands of soldiers have been exchanged over the course of the conflict. 57 foreign aid workers have left Gaza after Israeli authorities revoked the operating permits of their organizations. The NGOs refused to submit personal information about their Palestinian staff by March 1st. 17 groups have petitioned Israel's Supreme Court to block the government order forcing them to stop operations in Palestine. Agencies, including Doctors Without Borders and Oxfam, warned the move could trigger a collapse in humanitarian aid. The UN says almost everyone in Gaza, that's more than 2 million people, needs aid to survive. Al Jazeera's Hind Hudari has more now from Gaza City.
They are a critical lifeline to the people of Gaza. Now, some of the world's largest and most respected age groups are being forced out. Licenses for 37 NGOs expired on January 1, when Israel refused to renew operating permits unless they handed over sensitive personal data. They did not comply. Their licenses have now been revoked. Among those forced out is Doctors Without Borders. After months of supporting emergency departments in Gaza's decimated hospitals, their international doctors are now required to leave.
We'll be leaving indeed tomorrow the Gaza Strip because, of course, MSF is banned by the Israeli authorities to continue our activities. It's very frustrating to be leaving now. So we'll try to continue, but unfortunately, international staff that are also, by the way, some witnessing for the international community, we will be gone by tomorrow. So it means that it will affect also some of our activities. We will not be able to maintain maybe the same level because we are not receiving supply from 1st of January 2026 already.
The impact is already being felt. MSF says it has not been able to bring critical medical supplies into Gaza since early January, including antibiotics and anesthetics essential for surgery and emergency care. For hospitals already crippled by months of war, fuel shortages, and collapsing medical stocks, this is the final blow. It's not just hospitals affected. Food and clean water projects and protection services for the displaced are also facing closure. Some organizations have already scaled down facilities. Local staff have lost their jobs. Those remaining are attempted to operate with minimal resources and sheer determination.
The Israeli ban is a fundamental redrawing of limits of humanitarian work in Gaza. Aid groups say when that space shrinks, civilians pay the ultimate price.
With operations halted, resources depleted, and international staff departing, the coming months will test an already collapsing system. Hind Hudari, Al Jazeera, Gaza, Palestine.
Syria's government's carried out a prisoner exchange with the country's Druze minority. It's the first exchange since deadly clashes erupted in 2025. The agreement allows for the release of 61 members of the Druze community and 25 Syrian government personnel. Hundreds were killed last summer during fighting between Druze and Bedouin communities in the Suwaida province. The unrest stemmed from long-standing disputes over land, grazing rights and welfare benefits. Lots more still to come here in Al Jazeera, including...
I'm Barnaby Lowe in Manila. Coming up, we'll show you the traditional artworks on jeepneys, the Philippines' version of minibuses, and tell you why fewer and fewer artists are making them.
In-depth analysis of the day's headlines.
Is this a genuine attempt to revive Venezuela's oil industry or surrender of state control under pressure?
Critical debate.
Netanyahu has repeatedly threatened to annex the West Bank.
Netanyahu doesn't have to annex the West Bank because effectively it's already happened.
Informed opinions.
It's still the richest, most powerful country on earth, and the idea that it's always been cheated and that needs to put tariffs, I think the world is getting tired of that.
Inside Story on Al Jazeera.
The U.S. arms industry, the largest and most powerful on earth.
They're not just making the weapons, they are creating a narrative with their dollars. That narrative is in the halls of Congress through lobbying.
Business of War reveals how these corporations use their wealth to buy influence in American politics.
Considering you've had hundreds of thousands of dollars of donations from military companies, do you not see that as a conflict of interest?
The $1 Trillion War Machine, Episode 1 of Business of War on Al Jazeera.
In the hinterland of Kazakhstan, a medical train is on a crucial mission. 101 East joins the doctors on board as they bring life-saving healthcare to tens of thousands of patients. Kazakhstan's train hospital on Al Jazeera.
Hello again, you're watching Al Jazeera. A quick reminder of our top stories here this hour. Kabul has been rocked by explosions overnight as Pakistan launched airstrikes on the Afghan capital. The Pakistani military said it targeted Taliban hideouts in the Afghan provinces of Paktika and Kandahar. The countries have been engaged in fighting along their shared border. US and Iranian officials have made significant progress in a third round of indirect nuclear talks in Geneva. That's according to mediator Oman. Iran's Foreign Minister Abbas Araghchi says they've been the longest and most serious negotiations yet. And Ukraine's President Volodymyr Zelensky says the next round of US-brokered peace talks with Russia are likely to take place in Abu Dhabi in early March. Ukraine's lead negotiator met US Special Envoy Steve Witkoff and Donald Trump's son-in-law Jared Kushner on Thursday in Geneva. Cuba says it's communicating with the US after a shootout involving a US-registered boat. Havana claims the people on board were armed Cubans living in the US who sought to infiltrate the country. The gun battle broke out 2 kilometers off Cuba's northern coast. 4 people were killed and another 6 injured. Al Jazeera's Ed Augustin reports now from Havana.
4 dead, 6 wounded after Wednesday morning's shootout in Cuban waters. The Cuban Coast Guard insists that they were shot at first by terrorists traveling from Florida in a high-speed speedboat that incurred into Cuban waters. We don't know all the facts yet, but what we do know is that ever since the 1959 revolution, there has been no shortage of political violence, and this latest incursion into Cuban waters plugs into that long history.
If you attack me, I have to attack you, because we're not going to stand with our arms crossed. If you come at us, you have to be ready to fight. We're not afraid. We're actually passive, but don't pinch us, because we will hit back.
Cuba doesn't want conflict with anyone. What there is an economic situation, and it stems from the embargo and a series of other things that hurt the Cuban people. Because when oil doesn't get here, that doesn't just affect the government. The ones affected are ordinary Cubans.
They're threatening the island because you don't know what they might do or whether they have weapons. I think the Coast Guard did what they had to do.
Speculation has swirled about whether the US and Cuban governments are talking. On Thursday afternoon, the Cuban Vice Foreign Minister confirmed that they are, at least about this incident.
From the very beginning, and after it was determined that the vessel sailed from the United States territory, the Cuban authorities have maintained communication with their U.S. counterparts regarding this attempted terrorist act, including the State Department and the Coast Guard. An investigative process is currently underway aimed at clarifying the facts.
The Cuban government has been very careful not to lay the blame at the feet of the US government for this issue. It's emphasizing the importance of cooperation between the two countries. Marco Rubio, the first ever Cuban-American Secretary of State, yesterday downplayed the issue, emphasizing that the US wants to get at the facts and that they have launched their own fact-finding investigation. Ed Agustin, Havana, Al Jazeera.
Meanwhile, leaders at a summit of the Caribbean community known as CARICOM have raised the alarm over the humanitarian situation in Cuba. A US embargo had halted all oil shipments from Venezuela, cutting off Cuba's main energy source and causing basic services to collapse. Mexico has sent the island more than 1,000 tons of aid. US officials say they'll now allow the resale of some Venezuelan oil to Cuba, but they say they'll only grant licenses to companies that are not linked to Cuba's government or military. Former US First Lady and Secretary of State Hillary Clinton has testified at a congressional hearing investigating convicted sex offender Jeffrey Epstein. There were protests outside the venue in the Clintons' hometown of Chappaqua in New York State. The hearing was held behind closed doors. Members of the House Oversight Committee traveled to Chappaqua to question Clinton. She denied any prior knowledge of Epstein's crimes or those of his accomplice, Ghislaine Maxwell. The deposition was briefly paused after a Republican representative took a photo of Clinton that was posted on social media. It prompted her to repeat a long-standing demand the deposition be made open to reporters.
They had a chance to do it in public, and I wish they had done it in public. And I think they're making the wrong decision, avoiding doing it in public. I thought it was very repetitive. I thought that they asked literally the same questions over and over again, which didn't seem to me to be very productive. And then, as I said, toward the end, you know, there were other questions that were totally off subject. So if they are going to fulfill their responsibilities to literally investigate the investigations, which is what they originally said was the scope of their work, I think they could have spent the day more productively.
Well, Al Jazeera has spoken to one of Epstein's victims, who says the US government has thrown victims under the bus by redacting perpetrators' names from the Epstein files. Juliette Bryant first met Jeffrey Epstein when she was a 20-year-old part-time model in Cape Town, South Africa. She says she was taken to the United States with promises of modeling work before being trafficked and abused by Jeffrey Epstein on his island. Ms. Bryant told Al Jazeera she noticed that only a number of pre-selected emails had been released in the Epstein files, and she's calling for all documents to be made public so that abusers in power can be held to account.
It's been very sloppily done. They've done a very bad job on it. You know, they released some of my emails, which wasn't supposed to happen, but that's okay. I've got nothing to hide. You know, Epstein was a very bad man and master manipulator. He had huge psychological control over myself and a lot of other people. You know, they've done a very bad job of it. And also what I've realized recently is that they didn't even release all the emails, because I was going through the emails that were between Epstein and I actually asked the boys' lawyers, I said, why have all the emails not been released, only selected ones? And they said, oh, maybe Epstein deleted them on his end. But I mean, that would be like really weird for him. Like there were emails where I was asking him like, oh, can he recommend good books to read? You know, just like arbitrary emails like that. And a lot of them weren't released. So what I've seen is that they've released selected emails. You know, because they released mine by mistake, I've, you know, seen that they were only releasing selected emails. So that brings everything into question. It means that things haven't been released properly. So, and you know, they redacted all the perpetrators' names, and then they try to throw the victims under the bus, which well, not victims, we're survivors actually, because, you know, the victims of this are dead, and that's why we're speaking out. But, you know, I think they did a terrible job of it.
Britain's governing Labour Party suffered a stunning loss in an important by-election.
I hereby declare that Hannah Catherine Spencer is duly elected Member of Parliament for the Gorton and Denton constituency.
The left-leaning Green Party won a seat in Manchester, which went to the polls on Thursday. Labour finished third, despite comfortably winning the Gorton and Denton constituency at the last election. The loss is a major blow to Prime Minister Keir Starmer. He's been under fire since the arrest of senior party figure Peter Mandelson over his connections to Jeffrey Epstein. Now, jeepneys, the Philippines' version of minibuses, are often described as a cultural symbol. And it's not only because they're the most common form of public transport, they're also moving works of art. But the government's push for electric vehicles is threatening the existence of jeepneys and, along with them, the artists who've made them so colourful. Al Jazeera's Barnaby Lowe has the story from the capital, Manila.
Putting on the final touches, Kenneth Bonsalonga's latest artwork is nearly ready to go on display on the streets of Manila. Kenneth has been painting jeepneys, a version of the minibus, for more than 20 years. He used to work at a jeepney manufacturing plant, but the company closed down. Now he owns a small workshop, but Kenneth says he can't count on jeepneys to make enough money.
I have a colleague who does tattoos now. I paint murals on the side. We just have to diversify.
That's because the government is pushing to replace jeepneys with more modern alternatives, such as electric minibuses. The program has been met and slowed down by protests. But more and more jeepney owners are opting not to commission art because of the uncertainty.
Some of my clients used to have their jeepneys retouched every few months, but they don't want to spend any more because they expect to be required to replace their jeepneys anyway.
The first jeepneys were American military surpluses during the Second World War, repurposed for public transport, with Philippine landscapes painted on their bodies. Over time, they became canvases for different kinds of expressions.
Oftentimes, the artworks on jeepneys are personal. For instance, here we see the images of the Virgin Mary, of Jesus, and of Moses, which suggests the owner of this jeepney is likely a devout Catholic, which is also very Filipino, given how religion, in particular Catholicism, is pervasive in Philippine society.
Gaming monsters and pop culture stars are also increasingly becoming more popular.
It evolves. The jeepney is what the person who sees it believes in it. It changes. The identity changes, or the meaning changes what the jeepney is to them.
For Kenneth, it is a source of livelihood more than anything else. And if a jeepney evolves the way the government wants it to, it won't necessarily mean losing his art. He says he'll adapt and make art and money where he can. Barnaby Lowe, Al Jazeera, Manila.
Well, that's it from me, Darren Jordan, for now. Much more information, of course, on our website, aljazeera.com. There it is. The weather is next. And then that's followed by Inside Story. That's it from me. Stay tuned. Thanks for watching. Bye for now.
Hello there. Let's have a look at the weather across the Middle East and Levant. And we've seen lots of active weather across the north of the region, thanks to the remnants of Storm Pedro. Now, those remnants will continue to bring wintry and wet weather to parts of Turkey, the Caucasus as well, and northern parts of Iraq, the northwest of Iran as well, continuing to see those wet and wintry conditions. But behind that, for eastern parts of the Mediterranean, things are starting to clear up. It will still remain breezy, and those winds will kick down into Saudi Arabia. We could see some lifted sand and dust with that. But across the Gulf, generally, it is a quiet story. We're set to see temperatures pick up here for cities like Doha in Qatar over the next few days. Now, in contrast to that, across the Levant, temperatures will sit below the average. We will, however, see sunshine in Gaza City over the next few days. Now, for the north of Africa, it's very hot, very windy as well, with warnings out for potential sandstorms for Chad as well as Algeria. Remains largely unsettled for the Canary Islands, but a dry picture across much of the region. It's much wetter further south of this, with heavy rain continuing to fall in southern parts of Kenya.
At the junction of Africa and Europe.
This is one of the most tightly guarded frontiers in the world.
A series of special reports from Ceuta.
I'm Nicholas Hawk in the most northern point of Africa. And behind me is Europe.
Have you tried to make it across to Europe? Yeah, I have tried 2 times, but I failed.
Find out how migrants make it to the other side.
Yet another visit by a Western leader to China. This time, the German Chancellor is in Beijing, saying he wants to reset ties. It comes against the backdrop of tensions between Europe and the United States. But can China be an alternative? And what does it have to offer? This is Inside Story. Hello again, I'm James Bays. After spending decades criticising China, a succession of leaders from Western countries have been lining up to engage with its leadership. In recent months, many of them have visited Beijing seeking business opportunities. German Chancellor Friedrich Merz is the latest to land in China. Merz says Beijing must not be overlooked when tackling the big global challenges. Donald Trump's huge tariffs are said to have pushed Western countries closer to China. We'll discuss what this all means for German-Chinese trade, the world economy and politics in a moment. First, this report from Imogen Kimber.
Beijing's Forbidden City, once home to China's emperors and off-limits to foreigners. Now a popular tourist site and host to German Chancellor Friedrich Merz on his first official visit to China. Merz's next stop was a Mercedes-Benz factory. It's a joint venture between its German owners and the Chinese BAIC Group. Merz is hoping this trip will get more German goods sold in China. At the moment, there's a trade deficit in China's favour, which means Beijing sells more to Germany than it buys.
The deficit between Germany and China currently stands at over $94 billion. Since 2020, within 5 years, this has quadrupled. This dynamic is not healthy. We are therefore addressing it and want to open up ways to reduce this trade deficit at our expense.
Chinese Premier Li Qiang says the two nations can increase already existing trade in automobiles and chemicals and expand cooperation in emerging fields like artificial intelligence and biopharmaceuticals. But China's high level of production is an issue Europe struggles to overcome. Besides trade, the war in Ukraine was also on the agenda.
I have asked my conversation partners to use their influence to end Russia's war of aggression against Ukraine. Beijing can use its influence to achieve this. We also know that signals from China are taken very seriously in Moscow. This applies to words as well as actions.
Europeans have relied on the US for help with defence, particularly in Ukraine. But the US president says he wants Europe to be more self-sufficient. Along with Trump's tariffs, many say this is why Germany and other European countries are looking elsewhere for partnerships. Several Western leaders have visited China in recent months, including the leaders of Canada, the UK, Finland and France. The Chinese president says China and the EU should increase cooperation in a changing world.
The more turbulent and intertwined the world becomes, the more China and Germany need to enhance strategic communication and increase strategic mutual trust. We should leverage the stability and vitality of China-Germany relations to promote cooperation in China-EU relations and seek common ground for a turbulent world.
Chancellor Merz and other Western leaders have recently said the post-World War international order, with dominance by the US and Europe alliance, is over. And it appears China is increasingly filling the gap being left behind by the United States. Imogen Kimber, Al Jazeera for Inside Story.
So plenty to unpack as we bring in our guests today who are going to discuss all this on Inside Story. In Berlin, we have Jost Webecker. He's managing partner at Synolytics and a global expert on China's industrial policy, rare earths and supply chain strategy. In Washington, D.C., Harry Broadman, he's a former assistant to the U.S. Trade Representative. And from Singapore, Dan Wang, she's an economist and director for China with the Eurasia Group. Thank you, all three of you, for joining us on Inside Story. So, Dan, let me start with you. They must be getting used to, in Beijing, seeing US allies visiting, because since December, it's not just Europeans, it's France, the UK, Finland, Germany, Canada, and South Korea. They're all lining up.
Oh, well, this is a relatively surprise to Chinese leaders. But as we can see, what's interesting is their attitude of this take it or leave it towards the request or the friendly gesture from those European leaders. And especially for the case of Germany, it has more of an urgency to improve bilateral relations with China since it's highly dependent on China for trade and investment. And for the rest of Europe, there is also an urgency to de-risk from China while stabilizing the trade relation. So this is really a difficult situation for the European countries to be in.
Just, how would you sum up the purpose of this trip by Chancellor Merz?
Yeah, let us first be clear, China hasn't been high on the priority agenda in 2025. Merz was first in India and then went to China, so this visit is actually coming quite late, but it is still the more important that this is happening now. And as you see from the delegation, also of business leaders, we have 30 business leaders being there. So economy is the main focus of this, since both countries benefit from a globalized and open trade order. So I think in that regard, this visit will be quite fundamental in also resetting the economic relations.
So, Harry, how do you see it in Washington, D.C.? Do you think there'll be unease there, particularly within the administration, and maybe even a little bit of anger from the president himself? He doesn't hide it when he's angry.
Yeah, I don't think so. I think, you know, we welcome, I'm not speaking for the president, but I'm speaking as a U.S. specialist in China. I think we welcome others from the West, you know, having a stronger relationship with China, improving trade ties between China and the West. And the more that we can get leaders from other industrialized countries having talks with China and making sure that both sides understand the value in such a relationship, that's very important. And I would hope that Mr. Trump would not be angered about it, but I think, you know, you never know with Mr. Trump's behavior, frankly.
Well, the backdrop for all of this, Jost, is the current situation in terms of Germany's trade with China. We can see the figures up here, and as you look over the years, the trade has grown and grown and grown. But it's interesting that in recent years, relatively, the imports from China have gone up, and the exports to China have gone down, meaning that instead of that surplus that Germany used to rely on, there's now a deficit. Some concern, is there not, in Germany about this, because it's affecting Germany's auto industry, its manufacturing industry, and leading to job losses?
Absolutely. And actually, this trade deficit is only part of the story, because there's also a lot of competition in third countries worldwide between Chinese and German manufacturers. And let us be clear, Germany and China have a very similar industrial structure. Yeah, so China is aiming for similar industries as Germany is, and you feel it especially in the automotive sector. So yes, absolutely, this is of big concern. We have also the situation that part of the trade that would, the exports that would go into the US is also diverted into Europe. So this is a big concern. I'm a bit skeptical that this will really be solved by this visit. We know from experience that, you know, reducing trade deficits is a very hard game. So yeah, in a certain way, you can say that the German economy and industry is quite challenged by the Chinese competition.
And just how big an issue for the Chancellor is this politically?
I would say at the moment, I mean, it's not in the mainstream that the challenge of Chinese brands and competitors leads really to job losses here. So that is not, I don't think that is in the public discussion at the moment. However, he will have to find solutions, and the solutions are especially that he helps to German business to also be able to further compete in China, because they have experience. I mean, the losses of market shares is much more destructive and obvious. I mean, especially if you talk about the automotive industries, which was always a stronghold of German car makers. But now it isn't anymore, and he will really have to find solutions for enabling German companies to stay strong in the Chinese markets. And this is, of course, about market access. It is about including also the discussion about export controls. It is also about innovation, where China is not just an innovation receiver as in the past, but also a partner in innovation. So I think that will be very critical, where the German industry also will have a close look at what he can achieve.
Harry, are you feeling echoes of the US there? Because these seem to be some of the issues that got President Trump elected, and the reason or the justification he's made for introducing all these tariffs.
Yeah, I think there are obviously similarities here, and I think the more that other allies of the U.S. like Germany can try to pry open the Chinese market, that will help everybody. I think it will help China certainly, but I think more importantly, it will help reinforce the importance of global trade, global cross-border investment. And the more I think that China can, be under the discipline of a rules-based trading regime, which has not been for some time to the extent that most people would like it to, I think this visit could reinforce those points. And so I suspect that from a U.S. perspective, I think we welcome, a coalition of the willing, if you will, to try to get China to further reform and to allow for further trade flows and investment flows between the East and the West.
Dan, that was one of the things that the Chancellor was saying in Beijing. Yes, he wants more trade between Germany and China, but he wants fair trade. And the suggestion is that some of the things that China is doing are unfair. The Chinese currency, for example, is weak, deliberately dumping products which in a situation where they are actually being put on the market in Europe for less than they cost to produce in some cases, and subsidies to Chinese companies. I mean, are these accusations, in your view, founded?
The two countries are giving very different opinions regarding those issues. For China, this is actually a feature of the economy, of China's economic model. The state subsidy were quite substantial in the first 30 years of Chinese reform era. That's from the 1980s all the way to the late 2010s. But since then, the subsidies directly coming from the state has been receding. But overall, for the exports going to Europe, they're actually selling at the highest premium globally. So for Chinese producers, they are in this fierce competition in the homeland. And there's a extended working long hours for average worker. So clearly there's a lack of labor protection in that regard. But from the China perspective, there is really not much China can do when it comes to reducing the trade surplus with the rest of the world. Because one thing is that China is doubling down on its investment in innovation and automation. And the more you invest in technology, the more cost efficient the system would be. So the cost is going down. And the revaluation of the currency is actually on China's agenda. And we see this gradual revaluation throughout the past year or so. So now the Chinese leaders have higher tolerance for yuan volatility. It's in China's favor. But there wouldn't be a kind of massive revaluation for no good reason. So I guess that's where the two leaders actually run into some major disagreements. It's really hard for either side to make concession.
Just, do you think that some of these allegations of unfair behaviour by China are made too strongly? Because you could argue this is just an amazing Chinese success story, an amazing transformation? It used to be a place that Western brands used to go and buy their parts and their components and do some of their manufacturing. Now China is producing its own products, its own brands, and those brands are now being trusted by Western consumers.
Absolutely. I mean, to be clear, the allegation against China in terms of industrial policy, I think they are, to a certain degree, justified. There are subsidies, there are kind of state investments into companies. So there is a clear level of state support that is going beyond what we would see as normal in Europe. However, and I think that is very important to mention, that is only one part of the Chinese competitiveness. There are at least, from a European perspective, two other factors. And one being that Chinese companies generally comply to lower standards, industrial standards, when they make their products. And you know, in Germany, you always want to have the premium and the higher standard and so on. But from a Chinese perspective, good enough is enough. And I think that is important to mention. And the other part is definitely innovation. I think it is not by coincidence that Friedrich Merz this time is visiting a Chinese robot maker, Unitree. And that is very special because it signals that he acknowledges that China is having cutting edge here, for example, for humanoid robotics. So I think we are not doing good in Europe or elsewhere if we assume the Chinese competitiveness is based on market distortion, but it is also to a very high degree due to innovation. And I believe that China in the years and decades ahead will even become stronger in that regard, and we need to acknowledge that.
Harry, do you have some sympathy for Chancellor Merz and where he finds himself right now? He is, throughout his career politically, a proponent of free trade. What leverage does he have here? Because he can go play it hard against the Chinese, but then he ends up in a two-front war because of what's going on with the US.
Yeah, I think you're absolutely right. I mean, this is a three-way dance, if you will, you know, with this optic of this conversation. But I would be really careful about celebrating the absence of Chinese or the reduction of Chinese subsidies. I think what has happened, and I've done a lot of work on the ground in China, in many factories, and obviously at high levels of government, the subsidies have changed from explicit subsidies to implicit subsidies. And I think the notion that China is a first-class competitor from a market reinforced system, I think that's a little bit of a falsity at this juncture. But I think the more that Western economies can deliver these kinds of messages to China, I think the more that China will open up further. But I would not be naive about what are the problems internal to China's economy, lots of contradictions. But, again, external market, power and external market forces, that improves innovation in China, that makes the labor force more productive. That's all to the good. And I would think that, the United States would celebrate those kinds of changes taking place in China. So again, the more collective action that we can get among the G7 economies to having these conversations and trips to China, that's all to the good.
Dan, China clearly has economic clout here. When it looks at what's going on with Trump, does it see countries like Germany and the whole EU as rather timid in the way they do things?
Well, from the China perspective, the EU-China relation is certainly not nearly as essential as the China-US relation. And there is very little that China can do when it comes to improvement with a single EU member country, because China cannot sign an FTA with either Finland or Germany. It has to sign an FTA with the EU as a whole. And China-EU relation is basically at its low point, a historical standard. So when we think about where this relationship is going, it's a bit worrying, because as China doubled down its commitment to build up this modern industrial supply chain, the more global market share it will take directly from Europe. As I said before, the feature of the Chinese economy is actually to produce things more efficiently than the rest of the world. And state subsidy is part of the story, but it also means China has always been having this overcapacity problem. It's only when China has climbed up this value chain and produced things that in direct competition in auto industry, in green technology, in direct competition with the European countries, with Americans, then it became a problem. So over time, we will see actually this shrinking share of GDP and shrinking share of manufactured goods from the European countries, and their wealth on the per capita level would also decrease over time if nothing can be done about China's competition.
Jost, when you look at China potentially seeing Germany and the EU as somewhat weak economically, do you think the divisions we've talked about within Europe, 27 different nations working together, and the divisions between Europe and the US, which are clear for everyone to see, do you think that plays into how China sees Europe politically?
I mean, to be honest, that is a general weakness of Europe, of the European Union, to be divided, to have many players, many stakeholders, to be slow at decisions. And I think China has been doing this, of course, to also like separate out various member states and actually make use of these different opinions within the EU. However, I think for Germany, and I think that the current government is doing better also in aligning with the other member states in the EU. That was different in the previous government. So they're already doing better. And I think when China talks to the EU, they, I would say, don't completely take seriously the EU, or they don't think it's at the same level. So I think in the end, it is good that the member states also directly face China one by one. And yeah, hopefully we will find a common ground. But we know, of course, it's not just with regard to China, but also more generally, that this is a very challenging part, of course. But I think overall, there is a very high respect now for the German delegation from the Chinese side, and they take it very seriously.
Dan, I mean, clearly in the political realm, the Chancellor will have wanted to raise things like the war in Ukraine. All Western leaders have been doing that for 4 years, trying to get China to change its position. They'll also want to oppose any effort by China to use force against Taiwan. Do you think on these sort of issues that Germany's voice is going to have any real sway in Beijing?
I'm afraid not. There is a sense that the Europeans are on very different grounds when it comes to those issues. Even if they try to improve the trade and economic relations with China, they're not going to back down on those national security issue, on Taiwan issue, on human rights issue. So for China, historically, this have been a problem. There was a very promising bilateral investment treaty in 2021, but then it was suspended over the Xinjiang human rights issue. So over time, there is a realization among Chinese leaders that maybe there's some limited area in, say, climate change collaboration, in green technology, maybe even some part of the technology transfer in the European countries is possible. But beyond that, the ideology difference is vast. It's very difficult to find common ground. And the US, despite being now a bully to its allies, still the de facto spiritual leader of the Western world.
So, Harry, on this programme, since President Trump's second term, people have been talking about a new global order. The world for the last 80 years, the system we've had has changed. We're now in a world with might is right, with different big powers having spheres of influence. Do you see the EU seriously disadvantaged in this world, given it's trying to pursue this model of all of these different countries coming to consensus on any policy. In a world where might is right, can you operate without a strong man or woman for that case? For that case?
I'm not sure. I mean, sometimes, silence carries a much bigger stick than opening one mouth all the time. And I think that's one of the problems that I think the world has seen with Mr. Trump. I think, what is most important, more important than the rhetoric, is the substance of what these leaders are talking about with each other. And I think when you have smart leaders having sophisticated conversations among themselves about what can we do that is, pardon the Chinese saying, of win-win, but I think that's really important. And I think the more that the Germans can do that, the better off that China and Germany's relationship will be. That, I think, is in stark contrast with the U.S.-China relationship under the current administration, not just with China, unfortunately, but with a lot of other countries around the world. And I think the world does not react well with a bully on the stage, nor does much of the American public. So I think if Germany is smart, continuing to try to differentiate itself as to what it brings to the table in the bilateral relationship with China, but more importantly, looking for more leadership among the G7, that would be great. But I have my doubts about how effective that can be, given who is currently in the White House, I'm sorry to say.
Jos, the EU still believes in the traditional multilateral UN system. It is an interesting, and maybe there is some common ground here, that when you look at the US now not paying its dues to the UN, focusing on the board of peace rather than the UN Security Council, you could argue that China's also more invested in that traditional system than the US is now.
Rhetorically, yes. Of course, I mean, they are using terms like multilateralism. They are holding up the United Nations. They are not dropping out of the, climate talks and so on. So yes, in theory, you could argue there's a lot of convergence. However, I think how China is leveraging its power, it's also a different discourse that China is having. So what Europeans mean by multilateralism and what China means is, I would say there's a certain distinction. And in the end, for China as a very large power, and maybe also in a very natural way, it is also about exerting its influence. And maybe the Europeans, they are the very last ones actually to believe also into this kind of world government and true multilateralism. I don't know if everyone would agree, but at least that would be the European perspective.
Jos Wiebeke, thank you very much. Yes. Thank you, Harry Broadman and Dan Wang. If you missed any part of our discussion, perhaps you came in late, that's not a problem. You can watch it again anytime at our website, aljazeera.com. What should we discuss on the programme next time? We'd love to hear your suggestions. Post them on our Facebook page. That's facebook.com/AJ Inside Story, or on X, look for us at AJ Inside Story. I'll see you here again very soon. Until then, from me, James Bays, and all the team, stay safe and well. Bye-bye for now. Nepal goes to the polls. With the country still shaken by deadly youth-led protests that left Parliament ablaze and brought down the government, will voters choose young candidates promising change or veteran politicians pledging stability and security? The Nepal elections on Al Jazeera.
Man-made substances used in countless products.
These chemicals do not break apart. Once they get into living things, they stay there.
Have permeated the planet and our bodies.
The worst pollution crisis in human history.
People in Power investigates how corporations concealed what they knew.
This is really a scandal.
And meets those fighting for accountability. Forever Chemicals, a toxic legacy on Al Jazeera.
Justification for US-backed regime change in Venezuela.
The drug trafficking is not tolerated by the military. It is done by the military.
Mehdi Hassan goes head-to-head with former Venezuelan opposition diplomat Vanessa Neumann.
The consequences of non-intervention in my country are 8 million people who have fled.
That's a political argument. That's a moral argument.
It's a moral argument.
Not a legal argument. It's illegal.
Head-to-head on Al Jazeera.
Pakistan declares an open war with Afghanistan and bombs Kabul. Both sides are reporting heavy losses in cross-border attacks. Hello, I'm Darren Jordan. This is Al Jazeera, live from Doha. Also coming up, with no deal or details, Iranian and US negotiators end hours of indirect nuclear talks in Geneva with promises of more talks.
They redacted all the perpetrators' names, and then they tried to throw the victims under the bus, well, not victims, we're survivors, actually, because, you know, the victims of this are dead, and that's why we're speaking out.
An Epstein survivor slams the US government for their treatment of victims of the late sex offender and calls for accountability.
I hereby declare that Hannah Catherine Spencer is duly elected Member of Parliament for the Gorton and Denton constituency.
And the Green Party wins a crucial British by-election that piles the pressure on Prime Minister Keir Starmer. Pakistan says it's in an open war with Afghanistan. Major cities, including the Afghan capital, Kabul, have come under attack. That's after Islamabad accused the Afghan Taliban of opening fire along the shared border. Well, both sides claim to have inflicted dozens of casualties on the other. The fighting follows days of escalating hostilities despite a ceasefire agreement in October over cross-border clashes. Pakistan and Afghanistan share a disputed 2,500-kilometre-long border that was demarcated during the British colonial era. Well, Pakistan says it's targeted several military and Taliban-related sites across Afghanistan. The strikes hit the capital, Kabul, as well as the Nangarhar, Kandahar and Paktika provinces along the border. Al Jazeera's Kamal Haider is in Islamabad with the latest developments.
Earlier on Thursday night, the Afghans attacked on a wide front on the border with Pakistan, striking military positions. They claim to have destroyed or captured many of those posts along the border. Pakistan said it retaliated and repulsed those attacks, causing heavy casualties on the attackers. The Pakistan Air Force then went into action, attacking targets in Kandahar, Paktia, Nangarhar, and Kabul, saying that they were striking ammunition dumps, as well as headquarters of the Afghan Taliban forces on the other side. This is by far the worst escalation the two countries have seen, and it is now looking like a full-fledged offensive by the Pakistanis as well along that bordering region. Of course, the Pakistani side has asked the Afghan refugees who were about to cross the border into Afghanistan to be moved into a safer location. There are also reports of major clashes at the Torkham border crossing, which is a major border crossing into Afghanistan. So, indeed, a major escalation, and Pakistani aircrafts, according to the reports, are still flying over the skies of Afghanistan. Kamal Haider, Al Jazeera, Islamabad.
Well, the Taliban government in Afghanistan has blamed Pakistan for the latest escalation.
In response to repeated border violations and aggression by Pakistani military circles, large-scale offensive operations have been launched against Pakistani army positions and military installations along the Durand Line.
Well, Pakistan holds a significant military advantage. It maintains around 660,000 active personnel. In contrast, Afghan forces number around 172,000, with plans to expand to 200,000. In terms of equipment, Pakistan has more than 6,000 armoured fighting vehicles and over 4,600 pieces of artillery. Afghanistan has some armoured vehicles and artillery, much of it dating back to the Soviet era, but exact numbers remain unknown. The gap is even wider in the air. Pakistan operates 465 combat aircraft and more than 260 helicopters. Afghanistan has no fighter jets and only a small number of aging aircraft and helicopters with uncertain operational status. And most importantly, Pakistan is a nuclear-armed state with an estimated 170 warheads, while Afghanistan has no nuclear capability. Elizabeth Threlkel is from the South Asia programme at the Stimson Centre, and she thinks the latest escalation is not surprising given recent events.
We've seen a number of different incidences of cross-border firing and indeed airstrikes that have been conducted over the past several months. I think it is significant to the extent that it represents perhaps a shift in strategy, right? We've seen last the more aggressive kinetic strikes from Pakistan into Afghanistan in October. And then really there had been an effort to try to at least cool temperatures through negotiations in a few capitals across the region. But since then, we've seen a couple of terrorist attacks within Pakistan that were quite significant. And so, no, I'm not surprised that after kind of those cumulative attacks, that tensions have frayed and things have again gone in this direction, unfortunately. There have been a number of countries that have tried to bring both sides to the negotiating table. I don't see that really as the challenge here. I think it is just the extent to which both sides are willing to come to the table. And from Pakistan's perspective, whether the Afghan Taliban will offer them the clear written guarantees that they are not going to support these groups going forward, that the negotiations have seemed to hinge on.
US and Iranian officials have made significant progress in a third round of indirect nuclear talks in Geneva. That's according to the Foreign Minister of Oman, which is acting as mediator. And he'll now travel to Washington to meet with the US Vice President J.D. Vance. Iran's Foreign Minister Abbas Araghchi says the negotiations have been the longest and most serious yet. He says differences remain, but that the sides discussed elements of an agreement on Tehran's nuclear program and the easing of sanctions. Well, now delegations will go back to consult with their governments. Technical teams are scheduled to meet in Austria next week. Washington and Tehran have said they want a diplomatic solution to avert a full-scale military conflict. US President Donald Trump has maintained the threat of possible strikes on Iran unless it agrees to a deal. Well, as talks were underway in Geneva, the US moved more of its military assets closer to the Middle East. The USS Gerald Ford, the world's largest aircraft carrier, left the Greek island of Crete on Thursday and is heading east. Another aircraft carrier group has already been deployed near the Gulf of Oman. Washington has also sent more than 300 US military aircraft to the region. Osama bin Javed has been following developments from Geneva.
It's been a day of high-stakes diplomacy here in Geneva between the United States and Iran, mediated by the Omanis. The day started with talks which were supposed to last only for a short while, that lasted for more than 3 hours. The sides broke up and then reconvened, only to discuss that they are going to meet again in the Austrian capital. Now, these talks were focused on Iran's nuclear program. The Americans want Iran to stop enrichment completely. They want Iran to get rid of its nuclear stockpile. And whereas other issues further down the line, which are supposed to be discussed about its missile defense program, about its axis of resistance, those were not on the table today. According to the Iranian foreign minister, this was the longest, most productive conversation that we've had in the recent rounds, and he's hopeful that things are going to move forward.
This was one of the most serious and longest talks we've had with the US. 4 hours of talks in the morning, then 2.5 in the evening in an indirect way through Oman. I can say that we had good progress, and we have very seriously begun discussing the elements of an agreement, both in relation to the nuclear issue and sanctions as well. On some issues, we managed to bridge some gaps. Naturally, we have differences on some others, but maybe more than before, both sides are serious about reaching an agreement through diplomacy.
Well, there are positive signs from the Iranians and the Omanis, but it will all depend on whether both of these sides can bridge the gap between them and the Americans. You have to remember that the last time they were last 8 months ago, they were communicating with the Americans in the middle of talks when America and Israel decided to attack Iran. The Americans do not trust the Iranians when they say that they are not going to build a bomb, and the Iranians are not trusting the Americans that they mean it when they say that there will be no attacks on the Iranian territories. So while these talks are happening, the ratcheting up of military hardware and military preparation is also ongoing. And that is why all eyes are on Geneva, on these teams, on the Omanis, Iranians, and the Americans to try and bridge that gap, come together and find an off-ramp so all that military buildup remains just that and does not end up in a war which could embroil the entire region. Sama bin Javed, Al Jazeera, Geneva.
Al Jazeera has spoken to one of Epstein's victims who says the US government has thrown victims under the bus by redacting perpetrators' names from the Epstein files. Juliet Bryant first met Jeffrey Epstein when she was a 20-year-old part-time model in Cape Town, South Africa. She says she was taken to the United States with promises of modeling work before being trafficked and abused by Jeffrey Epstein on his island. Ms. Bryant told Al Jazeera she noticed that only a number of pre-selected emails have been released in the Epstein files. She's calling for all documents to be made public so that abusers in power can be held to account.
It's been very sloppily done. They've done a very bad job on it. You know, they released some of my emails, which wasn't supposed to happen, but that's okay. I've got nothing to hide. You know, Epstein was a very bad man and master manipulator. He had huge psychological control over myself and a lot of other people. You know, they've done a very bad job of it. And also what I've realized recently is that they didn't even release all the emails, because I was going through the emails that were between Epstein and I actually asked the boys' lawyers, I said, why have all the emails not been released? Only selected ones. And they said, oh, maybe Epstein deleted them on his end. But I mean, that would be like really weird for him. Like there were emails where I was asking him like, oh, can he recommend good books to read? You know, just like arbitrary emails like that. And a lot of them weren't released. So what I've seen is that they've released selected emails. You know, because they released mine by mistake, I've, you know, seen that they were only releasing selected emails. So that brings everything into question. It means that things haven't been released properly. So, and you know, they redacted all the perpetrators' names, and then they try to throw the victims under the bus, which well, not victims, we're survivors actually, because, you know, the victims of this are dead, and that's why we're speaking out. But, you know, I think they did a terrible job of it.
Former US Secretary of State and First Lady Hillary Clinton has testified at a congressional hearing on convicted sex offender Jeffrey Epstein. Her husband, former President Bill Clinton, is set to address the same panel on Friday. Protesters rallied outside the venue, but the Republican-led hearing was held behind closed doors. In her testimony, Clinton denied any prior knowledge of Epstein's crimes or those of his accomplice, Ghislaine Maxwell. Representatives questioned Clinton about her daughter's 2010 wedding, which Maxwell attended, but Clinton said she had come with another guest. The deposition was briefly paused after a Republican representative took a photo of Clinton that was later leaked on social media. The incident prompted Clinton to again demand the deposition be made open to reporters.
They had a chance to do it in public, and I wish they had done it in public. And I think they're making the wrong decision, avoiding doing it in public. I thought it was very repetitive. I thought that they asked literally the same questions over and over again, which didn't seem to me to be very productive. And then, as I said, toward the end, you know, there were other questions that were totally off subject. So if they are going to fulfill their responsibilities to literally investigate the investigations, which is what they originally said was the scope of their work, I think they could have spent the day more productively.
Al Jazeera's Kristen Salumi has more from Chappaqua in the state of New York.
The Secretary of State paused the proceedings after a Republican congresswoman leaked a photograph of what was happening inside here to a right-wing influencer. At that point, Hillary Clinton demanded that all of the media you see gathered outside of the venue be allowed in to see what was happening and hear what was happening firsthand. She gave a defiant opening statement that she released to the media, and in it, she accused the Republicans on the House Oversight Committee of trying to deflect attention from President Donald Trump, whose name appeared thousands of times in the latest release of Epstein files. She reiterated what she said before in sworn statements, that she does not recall ever meeting Jeffrey Epstein, that she'd never been to his home or on his plane, and had no idea of his criminal activity. Now, Republicans on the committee say that she did in fact know Ghislaine Maxwell, and Maxwell showed up at her daughter's wedding, and so they wanted to talk to her about that.
This isn't a partisan witch hunt. This was a motion, a bipartisan motion supported by the Democrats to bring the Clintons in. So I don't think it's any type of being unfair in any way to the Clintons. They've never answered questions, unlike President Trump, who gets questioned every day by just about every one of you about his knowledge or involvement with Epstein.
Now, neither Hillary Clinton nor Bill Clinton have been accused of any illegal activity. It's important to reiterate that fact. Hillary Clinton did point out that other people with more direct involvement in the investigation were not forced to give testimony before the House Oversight Commission, and nor was President Donald Trump asked to give testimony before the commission, even though he, again, does appear multiple times in those Epstein files. The next person to appear before this commission will be Bill Clinton on Friday. Kristen Salumi, Al Jazeera, Chappaqua, New York.
Time for a short break here in Al Jazeera. When we come back, dozens of international aid workers are forced to leave Gaza after Israeli authorities revoked the operating permits of their organizations. More on that. Stay with us.
Hello there. Let's have a look at the weather across the Middle East and Levant. And we've seen lots of active weather across the north of the region, thanks to the remnants of Storm Pedro. Now, those remnants will continue to bring wintry and wet weather to parts of Turkey, the Caucasus as well, and northern parts of Iraq, the northwest of Iran as well, continuing to see those wet and wintry conditions. But behind that, for eastern parts of the Mediterranean, things are starting to clear up. It will still remain breezy, and those winds will kick down into Saudi Arabia. We could see some lifted sand and dust with that. But across the Gulf, generally, it is a quiet story. We're set to see temperatures pick up here for cities like Doha in Qatar over the next few days. Now, in contrast to that, across the Levant, temperatures will sit below the average. We will, however, see sunshine in Gaza City over the next few days. Now, for the north of Africa, it's very hot, very windy as well, with warnings out for potential sandstorms for Chad as well as Algeria. Remains largely unsettled for the Canary Islands, but a dry picture across much of the region. It's much wetter further south of this, with heavy rain continuing to fall in southern parts of Kenya.
The U.S. arms industry, the largest and most powerful on Earth.
They're not just making the weapons, they are creating a narrative with their dollars. That narrative is in the halls of Congress through lobbying.
Business of War reveals how these corporations use their wealth to buy influence in American politics.
Considering you've had hundreds of thousands of dollars of donations from military companies, do you not see that as a conflict of interest?
The $1 Trillion War Machine, Episode 1 of Business of War, on Al Jazeera.
Hello again, you're watching Al Jazeera. A quick reminder of our top stories here this hour. Major cities, including the Afghan capital, Kabul, have come under attack after Pakistan said it's in an open war with Afghanistan. Both sides have blamed each other for the latest escalation following weeks of cross-border attacks. Mediators say US and Iranian officials have made significant progress in a third round of indirect nuclear talks in Geneva. Iran's foreign minister says differences remain, but both sides discussed elements of an agreement on Iran's nuclear program. Technical teams are scheduled to meet in Austria next week. Now, 57 foreign aid workers have left Gaza after Israeli authorities revoked the operating permits of their organizations. The NGOs refused to submit personal information about their Palestinian staff by March 1st. 17 groups have petitioned Israel's Supreme Court to block the government order, forcing them to stop operating in Palestine. Agencies, including Doctors Without Borders and Oxfam, warned the move could trigger a collapse in humanitarian aid. The UN says almost everyone in Gaza, that's more than 2 million people, needs aid to survive. Al Jazeera's Hind Hudari reports now from Gaza City.
They are a critical lifeline to the people of Gaza. Now, some of the world's largest and most respected age groups are being forced out. Licenses for 37 NGOs expired on January 1, when Israel refused to renew operating permits unless they handed over sensitive personal data. They did not comply. Their licenses have now been revoked. Among those forced out is Doctors Without Borders. After months of supporting emergency departments in Gaza's decimated hospitals, their international doctors are now required to leave.
We'll be leaving indeed tomorrow the Gaza Strip because, of course, MSF is banned by the Israeli authorities to continue our activities. It's very frustrating to be leaving now. So we'll try to continue, but unfortunately, international staff that are also, by the way, some witnessing for the international community, we will be gone by tomorrow. So it means that it will affect also some of our activities. We will not be able to maintain maybe the same level because we are not receiving supply from 1st of January 2026 already.
The impact is already being felt. MSF says it has not been able to bring critical medical supplies into Gaza since early January, including antibiotics and anesthetics essential for surgery and emergency care. For hospitals already crippled by months of war, fuel shortages, and collapsing medical stocks, this is the final blow. It's not just hospitals affected. Food and clean water projects and protection services for the displaced are also facing closure. Some organizations have already scaled down facilities. Local staff have lost their jobs. Those remaining are attempted to operate with minimal resources and sheer determination.
The Israeli ban is a fundamental redrawing of limits of humanitarian work in Gaza. Aid groups say when that space shrinks, civilians pay the ultimate price.
With operations halted, resources depleted, and international staff departing, the coming months will test an already collapsing system. Hind Hudari, Al Jazeera, Gaza, Palestine.
Ukraine's President Volodymyr Zelensky says the next round of US-brokered peace talks with Russia are likely to take place in Abu Dhabi in early March. Ukraine's lead negotiator, Rustem Umerov, met US Special Envoy Steve Witkoff and Donald Trump's son-in-law Jared Kushner on Thursday in Geneva. Russian media says President Vladimir Putin's Special Envoy, Kirill Dmitriev, has also held talks with US officials. Control of eastern Ukraine's Donbas region remains a crucial sticking point for both Kyiv and Moscow. Well, ahead of the meeting, Russia handed over the remains of 1,000 soldiers to Ukraine. In return, Russia received the bodies of 35 of its own fallen troops. Such exchanges have taken place throughout the conflict, one of the few areas of cooperation between both sides. Britain's governing Labour Party suffered a major setback in a special parliamentary by-election. The Green Party won Manchester's Gorton and Denton constituency, with right-wing Reform UK finishing second. Labour, which had comfortably held the seat at the last election, finished a distant third. The result passed pressure on Prime Minister Keir Starmer, who was already facing scrutiny over his leadership and the arrest of senior party figure Peter Mandelson over his links to Jeffrey Epstein. Al Jazeera's Sonia Gallego is in Manchester with this update.
Well, this is an enormous upset in the British political landscape. For the very first time, the Green Party have managed to secure a victory in a parliamentary by-election. It was always going to be a very tough race. three-way race between Labour, which has historically been the strongest party in this area, but also from the right, the Insurgent Reform Party, right-wing Reform Party, which has been appealing to certain parts of the constituency, but also from the left, the Green Party. And it was the Greens that came through. They made headway with their message, which appealed to the more diverse part of the constituency, also a younger constituency, with their anti-reform message. Reform, on the other hand, talking up a lot about the sudden rise in immigration in the past 10 years. It got them to second place, but it didn't get them the victory that they were hoping for. Meanwhile, Labour now in third position, which is an enormous blow for a party that has for much of the century dominated this area. Sonia Gallego, Al Jazeera, Manchester.
The UN's resident coordinator for Cuba says vulnerable people are suffering from the collapse of medical services. A US embargo had stopped all oil shipments from Venezuela, cutting off Cuba's main energy source and causing basic services to collapse.
Cuba, for example, we have 5 million people living with chronic illnesses, which have treatments that are at risk due to the current energy situation. And this includes thousands of cancer patients which require continuous oncology care. We have more than 32,000 pregnant women who are facing additional risk in terms of antenatal services. We have 20,000 newborns every year, which normally require incubators or ventilators, and these are vulnerable to power outages.
Cuba says it's communicating with the United States after a shootout involving a US-registered boat. It says the people on board were armed Cubans living in America who sought to infiltrate the country. The gun battle broke out 2 kilometers off Cuba's northern coast. 4 people were killed, 6 were injured. Ed Augustin reports now from Havana.
4 dead, 6 wounded after Wednesday morning's shootout in Cuban waters. The Cuban Coast Guard insists that they were shot at first by terrorists traveling from Florida in a high-speed speedboat that incurred into Cuban waters. We don't know all the facts yet, but what we do know is that ever since the 1959 revolution, there has been no shortage of political violence, and this latest incursion into Cuban waters plugs into that long history.
If you attack me, I have to attack you, because we're not going to stand with our arms crossed. If you come at us, you have to be ready to fight. We're not afraid. We're actually passive, but don't pinch us, because we will hit back.
Cuba doesn't want conflict with anyone. What there is an economic situation, and it stems from the embargo and a series of other things that hurt the Cuban people. Because when oil doesn't get here, that doesn't just affect the government. The ones affected are ordinary Cubans.
They're threatening the island because you don't know what they might do or whether they have weapons. I think the Coast Guard did what they had to do.
Speculation has swirled about whether the US and Cuban governments are talking. On Thursday afternoon, the Cuban Vice Foreign Minister confirmed that they are, at least about this incident.
From the very beginning, and after it was determined that the vessel sailed from the United States territory, the Cuban authorities have maintained communication with their U.S. counterparts regarding this attempt terrorist act, including the State Department and the Coast Guard. An investigative process is currently underway aimed at clarifying the facts.
The Cuban government has been very careful not to lay the blame at the feet of the US government for this issue. It's emphasizing the importance of cooperation between the two countries. Marco Rubio, the first ever Cuban-American Secretary of State, yesterday downplayed the issue, emphasizing that the US wants to get at the facts and that they have launched their own fact-finding investigation. Ed Augustin, Havana, Al Jazeera.
Argentina's Senate has backed a controversial bill that environmentalists say will weaken protection for the country's glaciers. The measure being pushed by President Javier Milei seeks to reform 2010 legislation, which the government says has stalled investment in mining. It would allow provinces to set their own protection standards. Ahead of the vote, 10 Greenpeace activists were arrested on the steps of Congress after staging a toilet-themed protest. The bill will now head to the lower house of Parliament for a vote. Now, violence linked to drug cartels in Mexico has raised new concerns about the country co-hosting this year's FIFA World Cup. The focus is on Guadalajara in Jalisco state. The city will host 4 matches, but it recently saw major roadblocks and serious disruption. John Holman has his report from Guadalajara.
Guadalajara, city of mariachi, tequila and huge pork sandwiches. But just last Sunday, it was a scene of narco-violence. After Kingpin El Mencho was killed, his cartel hit back. That's a major perception problem because Guadalajara is also a host city for the World Cup this summer. Salvador Sáenz is a locally venerated seller of those aforementioned pork sandwiches, or tortas locas y calientes, as he brands them. He expected to do brisk business with thousands of fans arriving. Now he's worried and a bit annoyed.
I am very upset because we are just 3 or 4 months away from the start of the World Cup. This is a celebration that has been in the making for more than 8 to 10 years. To arrive at the opening with this level of worry, I think it's not right.
But Gary and Amy Johnson, snowbirds from Chicago who spend their winters in Mexico, say the worst has passed and that the media exaggerated the situation.
Well, for Easter, we have friends and family coming to visit us. And now people want to change their plans because they're afraid to come. They think it's a war zone. Well, by the time they started saying that, it was already over and cleaning up and calm, so we started, as long as nothing new happens, it's perfectly fine.
It's true, Guadalajara is calm right now. Locals are beginning to come out again, and the corridors are filling up in this emblematic market in the city. It's called San Juan de Dios, and locals will proudly tell you that it's the biggest roof market in all of Latin America. But the concern is for the weeks and months to come. With the cartel leader gone, others might battle to take his place, unleashing further violence. The Mexican government's deployed thousands of soldiers to the city to try and prevent exactly that. And President Claudia Sheinbaum has personally promised that all will be well. Is there no risk for visitors, she was asked. No risk, none at all, she said. This is the Akron Stadium. It's due to host 4 matches this World Cup, and there's going to be fans from Spain, Uruguay, Colombia and South Korea coming here. Before, the biggest worry about the stadium was the traffic getting here. Now there are other concerns. Everyone here is hoping that all the visitors see is the food, the culture and the mariachis. After singing the city's unofficial anthem for us, they have a simple message. Come everyone, we're waiting for you with open arms. John Holman, Al Jazeera, Guadalajara.
All right, well, that's it from me, Darren Jordan. Much more information, of course, on our website, aljazeera.com. There it is. The news continues here on Al Jazeera after Business of War. Stay tuned. Thanks for watching. Bye for now.
Innocent lives lost in a cycle of violence in Colombia.
I buried him, and with him, I buried the world around me.
And the healing process, bringing families face to face with their children's killers.
We would grab someone, and the order was to execute them.
We had to deliver results, whatever it took.
Making peace, where the silence breaks, on Al Jazeera.
October 2023, 2 weeks into the Gaza genocide. One of the world's largest weapons companies, General Dynamics, is holding its quarterly call with investors.
Israel, Hamas has created, additional demand. We have this $106 billion request from the president. Can you give us some general color in terms of areas where you think you could see incremental acceleration in demand?
The forecast for the American corporation is looking good.
The Israel situation obviously is a terrible one, frankly, but I think if you look at the incremental demand potential coming out of that, the biggest one to highlight and that really sticks out is probably on the artillery side.
In other words, more conflict means greater profits, and there's never been a better time to be in the business of war. Around the globe, conflict is on the rise, and the weapons fueling it are deadlier and more destructive than ever. Over the past 10 years, I've reported on how these tools of war destroy lives and communities. Arms companies say they're merely responding to a surging demand for their products, but that's not the full story. In this episode, the US weapons industry, the largest of them all. In Gaza and beyond, what impact is it having on our world?
Since October 7th, the United States has sent all types of military aid to Israel, and bunker buster bombs have been a substantial portion of US military aid, and we know that Israel has used these to decimate Gaza. One is the BLU-109, which is manufactured by General Dynamics. These bombs are designed to explode after they penetrate hardened targets, like underground facilities or fortified concrete buildings. And so Israel has used bunker buster bombs to destroy residential areas by hitting concrete buildings from the top all the way to the foundation of the building.
Weighing 2,000 pounds, the BLU-109 and its sister weapon, the Mark 84, are some of the largest bombs on the market. Since the bombing started, the US has sent Israel more than 15,000 of them. Their explosive power means they can kill people hundreds of meters from the point of impact. In Gaza, one of the most densely populated places on Earth, Israel has repeatedly used 2,000-pound bombs in areas that it forced civilians to move to, like the tent encampment in El Mawasi in 2024, and on medical facilities like the European Hospital in May 2025. Ed Brown is a British vascular surgeon. As a volunteer in Gaza, he treated victims from both attacks.
The attacks on Al Mawasi and the European Hospital are distinguished by the huge volume of casualties, but also by the severity of the injuries. Anyone within the blast radius of an airstrike like this is at risk of death from both the force of the explosion, which can cause very severe internal injuries and external injuries. It can cause civilians to be thrown long distances, to have limbs ripped off, to have severe internal injuries which could cause instant death. And then, as well as the initial blast, anything nearby gets sucked through what's called the blast wind. Masonry, glass, dirt gets picked up and causes severe injuries to the body. Because there are so many displaced people in Gaza living in such small, cramped conditions in makeshift tents in what is supposed to be a humanitarian zone, there's no doubt that a great number of people will be killed or injured by an explosion like this.
For all the devastation US weapons have caused in Gaza, in the context of the US war industry, they're a drop in the ocean. More than 40% of all weapons sold worldwide come from US companies. That trade is dominated by the so-called Big Five US firms, which are also the 5 largest in the world. Since the start of the conflicts in Gaza and Ukraine, their revenues have soared, but selling weapons overseas is only part of their business. At home, they enjoy an almost guaranteed windfall every year, from a US military budget worth roughly $1 trillion, more than half of Washington's entire federal budget. In US politics, money means influence, and warnings of the war industry's potential to corrupt American democracy go back decades. In 1961, Republican President Dwight Eisenhower used his farewell address to alert his fellow citizens of this new danger and coined a new phrase to describe it: the military-industrial complex.
We must guard against the acquisition of unwarranted influence, whether sought or unsought, by the military-industrial complex. The potential for the disastrous rise of misplaced power exists and will persist. We must never let the weight of this combination endanger our liberties or democratic processes.
When he delivered his remarks, it was the first time that the U.S. had decided on, after war, to not demobilize. It drew down troops slightly after the Korean War, but it kept its war industry going, kept its arms industry going. The government specifically subsidized the creation of a dedicated arms industry that would be permanent. So Eisenhower's concern was that the country's war machine would effectively become sentient and realize that their existence and their growth depends on war and wartime levels of military spending, and that they would fight and manipulate the political system, the social system, the economy to achieve those ends.
The main difference between the military establishment today and in 1961 is that it's much more powerful. Prior to the 1990s, there were dozens of arms contractors that constituted this US military establishment. Now, there are 5 prime contractors that take home over half of the DoD budget every single year. That means that they have an incredible amount of power and influence on legislators through campaign donations as well as through lobbying.
But US weapons companies do have an Achilles heel. They rely on Congress to keep up wartime levels of military spending all the time. This is where they use their financial muscle. In the last election cycle, more than 98% of US lawmakers received campaign donations from the arms industry. That's on top of the nearly $150 million these companies spent on lobbying. Here on Capitol Hill, the influence of the arms industry is never far away. You've got the lobbyists, roughly 2 for every elected official. You've got the campaign contributions by these military companies to both Republican and Democratic lawmakers. And then you've got the personal investments. It's all become normalized here, but it raises obvious questions as to whose interests these politicians serve.
Members of Congress are effectively incentivized to vote for military budget increases in the form of campaign contributions from arms manufacturers. So for the past 4 military budgets on the votes, I've compared the average amount of money that members of Congress who vote yes on the military budget, as in, yes, I want to increase military spending, versus the average amount of campaign cash from the arms industry of the members who vote no. In every year, the members who vote yes on the military budget take 4, 5, 6 times more money from arms manufacturers prior to their vote than those who vote no. It's a stunning correlation that you just see every single time.
Another potential obstacle for the war industry comes in the form of congressional committees, which scrutinize legislation worth billions of dollars to US weapons companies. It's on these committees that you'll find the politicians who receive the most in industry donations. A case in point is the Senate Armed Services Committee, which oversees the Department of Defense's yearly budget.
This hearing will come to order. Thank you all for coming.
It's led by Republican Senator Roger Wicker.
Roger Wicker is the chair of the Senate Armed Services Committee. He is also the largest recipient of industry donations in terms of his political campaign. And he is one of the biggest proponents of so-called peace through strength, the sort of Reagan-era mantra for the defense buildup. And he has advocated for the United States Congress to increase military spending to 5% of GDP in the next decade or so. This would add literally trillions of dollars to the national security budget.
The United States is up against the most dangerous threat environment we have faced since World War II.
So Roger Wicker is one of the main actors in pushing the national security budget higher and higher, and he is also one who has most vested interest in that happening.
Roger Wicker didn't respond to our requests for an interview, so I went down to the committee he chairs to ask him about allegations of a conflict of interest.
Mr. Wicker, how are you? Hind Hassan. I just wanted to ask you, why is it important to increase military budgets, in your opinion?
I've released an entire paper about that.
Yeah, I read it actually, but my main question was to ask you, considering you've had hundreds of thousands of dollars of donations from military companies, do you not see that as a conflict of interest, being in a committee like this, sir?
Excuse us.
I had more luck with Democratic Senator Tim Kaine. He sits on the same committee as Roger Wicker and is the second largest recipient of arms industry campaign donations in the US Senate.
Do you think that there's a conflict
I
of
have
interest?
not received money.
The donations into your campaign. Do you think there's a conflict?
Campaigns is not me receiving
but
money.
Is there a conflict of interest there?
No.
But is there a conflict of interest at all?
Because I get donations. I probably got donations from 150,000 donors to run for the Senate. So can I not vote on anything that affects any of them?
Voting for bills that benefit your donors is one thing. What makes it especially controversial is Tim Kaine's role on a committee with the power to influence those donors' profits. The other key body with that authority is the Senate Appropriations Committee, which oversees all federal government spending. Its chair is Republican Senator Susan Collins, who also serves on the subcommittee responsible for the military. She too is a major recipient of campaign donations from the arms industry, but she also has another connection. Her husband owns stocks in 4 weapons firms, including RTX, which produces bunker buster bombs, and Boeing, which makes the guidance systems. That raises the prospect of her family benefiting financially from the increases to military spending that happen under Senator Collins' watch. She's previously disclosed these holdings, so her reaction when I asked her about them was a little unexpected.
I just wanted to ask you about your household shares in military companies, and do you think that that's a conflict of interest given your position as the chair of the Appropriations Committee?
I have no idea what you're talking about.
Your household shares in RTX and Boeing?
I don't know what you're talking about.
Basically, there are people who have raised concerns about the fact that your household has shares in...
household?
Yeah. Your husband has shares in RTX and Boeing? Is that not something that you know about?
I truly don't know. No, I don't know what my husband's holdings are.
You don't know what your husband's holdings are in your household? It's been well reported.
No, we have separate...
It's been well reported.
I don't understand what you're saying.
A spokesperson for Collins says her husband's investments are managed by an advisor. They are also legal. In fact, an estimated 37 lawmakers or their family members have traded stocks in weapons companies worth up to $113 million. It's one of several incentives for Congress to channel taxpayers' money the industry's way. But for companies with billions of dollars at stake each year, the most important thing is that these lawmakers follow through with legislation. Stephen Semler spends his time documenting the impact and influence of the military-industrial complex, but he used to be an insider as a director for one of the industry's leading lobby firms.
You were previously a lobbyist. What did that job entail?
Lobbyists are particularly skilled at rescuing dysfunctional programs that don't have any even military utility and should otherwise be killed off. I have an example for you. This is a GAO report, Government Accountability Office, is recommending to Congress that Congress really shouldn't appropriate or give any more funding to this Littoral Combat Ship or LCS program because it's so dysfunctional. I don't know how my firm got it, but we did, and we put together this presentation, and this was the standard presentation we would deliver to members' offices. The biggest part of the lobbying blitz was, at least my contribution, was to basically say to members of Congress, look, if you kill this project, you're killing jobs. And particularly, if you kill this project, you're killing jobs in your state or your district.
In what way was it dysfunctional?
There were cracks developing in the program, quite literally. There was cracks developing in the hull of the ship. The computer system wasn't working right. The weapons were malfunctioning. Everything you can think of that could go wrong with the ship was going wrong with this Littoral Combat Ship.
Today, Wisconsin Senator Tammy Baldwin announced there will be 3 new Littoral Combat Ships funded through the National Defense Authorization Act. The LCS program employs thousands of people in the Badger State.
Helping the Big Five to win government contracts is their cozy relationship with their primary customer, the Pentagon. Former defense secretaries or top generals sit on the boards of all 5 firms. Some former weapons executives move back in the other direction, to the Department of Defense. The Pentagon has failed all of its last 7 financial audits. It can't account for the majority of its assets. Cases of fraud, like weapons companies overcharging the government, are commonplace. We requested interviews with all of the big 5 US arms firms. No one responded, so we tried our luck at the headquarters of 2 of them.
Hello, how are you?
Put your camera down, sir.
RTX refused to speak to us and asked us to leave. And we got a similar welcome at General Dynamics.
Yeah, unfortunately we're not allowed to, so we can't do anything about that.
Not allowed to what?
Get access to our property. It's private property.
Oh yeah, that's fine, but is there anyone that would speak to us though? They've just said, what did they say exactly?
They're busy right now. So.
They're busy, okay. Despite the influence weapons companies have over US politics and the trail of destruction they've left around the world, there's been very little in the way of accountability. So I'm about to meet a former prosecutor who's trying to change that. Brad Wolf spent his career as a government lawyer for the state of Pennsylvania. Over the past couple of years, he's led the Merchants of Death War Crimes Tribunal. What is the Merchants of Death?
So the Merchants of Death is a people's tribunal, and people's tribunals have a long-standing tradition such that when the courts refuse to act and hold people or corporations or governments accountable, the citizenry has to act. This tribunal was meant to hold accountable U.S. weapons manufacturers for knowingly producing products that kill innocent civilians in very large numbers across the globe. We interviewed international attorneys, we interviewed military officers, we interviewed award-winning journalists, we interviewed victims, we interviewed doctors, human rights workers, and put all the information together in video documents in order to present it to the judges, but also to present it to the public, because we wanted this to be an educational tool as well.
And what did you conclude?
So after 8 months of presenting evidence to our judges, the judges deliberated and they found the 4 defendants, Raytheon, Lockheed Martin, Boeing, and the drone maker General Atomics. Our 10 judges found them guilty of war crimes, crimes against humanity, and genocide as defined by the Rome Statute of the International Criminal Court.
The companies, they say, we just make the weapons. We're not in charge of what happens with the weapons or who's dropping it or who's using it. How do you respond to that?
Well, they're not just making the weapons. What they're doing is they are creating a narrative with their dollars. And that narrative is in the halls of Congress through lobbying. They're able to lobby individuals in the Pentagon. They're able to employ retired officers from the Pentagon, put them on their board of directors for large sums of money, and then have them go on television shows like CNN or MSNBC or Fox and tell the American public that it's necessary for military action, which of course means more contract for that weapons maker.
Iran is back on their heels. We have an opportunity to finish these guys once and for all for their malign and aggressive behavior and destabilize in the Middle East.
So they create a narrative to sell products that they know are killing innocent people.
There are some people who will say that at the end of the day, this tribunal doesn't have any legal jurisdiction. We've heard over and over again how powerful the military-industrial complex is. Is there a way of holding it accountable within the legal framework that we have?
Yes. There is a way to change this. The tribunal, the judges, outlined a number of recommendations in their final verdict. So, for instance, if you would have a ban on weapons makers lobbying members of Congress who are approving contracts for these weapons makers, that would be a step in the right direction. If you would prosecute the CEOs of these companies and hold them accountable for war crimes, that too could have a big impact.
Decades of lavish spending in Washington have created the largest military the world has ever seen, with a network of roughly 750 foreign bases and troops stationed in more than 160 countries. In US foreign policy, conflict is a permanent fixture. Since 1945, the US has bombed or invaded at least 28 countries, causing the deaths of millions of people.
Don't kid yourself. You do have a military-industrial complex. They do like war.
President Trump presents himself as the antidote to this status quo.
One of the first meetings I want to have is with President Xi of China, President Putin of Russia, and I want to say, let's cut our military budget in half.
For a moment, the president's talk of budget cuts had the Big Five on edge.
We are seeing defense stocks pretty much all lower right now. You got Lockheed Martin, RTX, Northrop Grumman, all losing investor money today.
But Trump's actions speak louder. Within just 6 months of taking office, Trump's administration bombed 3 countries: Yemen, Somalia, and Iran.
American military capabilities were on display with Operation Midnight Hammer. Some 75 missiles launched, including 14 GBU-57 massive ordnance penetrators, also known as the bunker buster bombs.
Under the pretext of what the Pentagon calls great power competition, Trump has proposed a Pentagon budget worth more than what the next 10 military powers spend on their armed forces combined.
Highest budget we've ever had in history for military, $1 trillion. And we're getting the greatest missiles, the greatest weapons. And, you know, I hate to do it, but you have to do it because we believe in peace through strength.
The forecast for the US war industry, once again, is looking good, whatever the wider cost.
The arms industry has now infiltrated almost every part of our federal government to the point that civilian control of the military is at times in question. This great power competition lens is so ambiguous that the strategic end is completely unclear, which is perfect for contractors because that means that there's never going to be enough to win a great power competition. No empire has ever maintained its dominant role in the world forever. We have seen that in history over and over again. Yet the United States somehow thinks that it is special or different and that it will be able to maintain global dominance forever. And now the United States is poised to spend itself into oblivion in an attempt to maintain this global dominance. And that will come to the detriment of democracy, to the quality of life for Americans, and probably to the detriment of peace in the world.
In the next episode of Business of War, I look at the new nuclear arms race, the companies profiting from it,
through building over 450 missiles and supporting long-term global stability and peace,
and the dangers it poses to us all.
After decades of progress on nuclear arms control, a new battle for supremacy has begun.
89 seconds to midnight.
China is developing a nuclear triad capability.
Why are we doing this? Have we lost our minds?
Justified through politics, fast-tracked for profit, fueled by corporations with far-reaching influence.
A nuke is a nuke. You risk going up the escalation ladder and stumbling into all-out nuclear war.
100 Hiroshimas, Episode 2 of Business of War on Al Jazeera. Understanding the reality.
The government is providing stability, but the next hurdle is giving people somewhere to live.
Asking questions.
Everyone is breaking the rules, including permanent members. Might is right now, isn't it?
Reporting from the action.
What they want is a full withdrawal of all federal agents from the city.
With the latest global news and insightful documentaries, Al Jazeera's teams across the world bring you closer to the heart of the story.
At the junction of Africa and Europe.
This is one of the most tightly guarded frontiers in the world.
A series of special reports from Ceuta.
I'm Nicholas Hawk in the most northern point of Africa. And behind me is Europe. Have you tried to make it across to Europe?
Yeah, I have tried 2 times, but I failed.
Find out how migrants make it to the other side.
Pakistan declares an open war on Afghanistan and bombs Kabul. Both sides are reporting heavy losses. Hello, I'm Fuli Batibo. You're watching Al Jazeera live from Doha. Also ahead, 6 Palestinians are killed by Israeli drone attacks, the latest violation of the Gaza ceasefire. Iran and the U.S. end hours of indirect nuclear talks in Geneva with the promise of more negotiations. And the UN warns of rampant sexual violence against women in South Sudan. We speak to refugees who say no one is helping them. Pakistan has declared open war on its neighbor Afghanistan after launching airstrikes on several major Afghan cities. The escalation follows months of growing hostilities despite a ceasefire agreement in October. People in the capital, Kabul and Kandahar, heard explosions until the early hours of Friday. Earlier, Islamabad accused the Afghan Taliban of opening fire along the border. Pakistan says Afghanistan has failed to take action against armed groups that carry out attacks in its territory, an accusation the Taliban government denies. Pakistan says it targeted several military and Taliban sites across Afghanistan. As we mentioned, the strikes hit the capital as well as the border provinces of Kandahar, Paktika and Nangarhar. The countries share a disputed 2,500-kilometer border that was decided during the British colonial era. Each side says it has inflicted dozens of casualties on the other. Health officials in Nangarhar say they treated at least 9 people injured when a shell hit a camp housing Afghans returning from Pakistan. They say 1 person was critically wounded. Now, the Taliban government in Afghanistan has blamed Pakistan for the latest escalation.
In response to repeated border violations and aggression by Pakistani military circles, large-scale offensive operations have been launched against Pakistani army positions and military installations along the Durand Line.
Well, this latest escalation comes after fighting between the two sides flared in October of last year. Pakistan launched airstrikes into Afghanistan, targeting what it said were safe havens for armed groups attacking Pakistani territory. Kabul denied those accusations. More than 70 people on both sides were killed in the fighting that followed. Later in October, the two countries agreed to a ceasefire after talks in Doha, but tensions remained. And last week, Pakistan carried out more airstrikes on what it said were camps and hideouts for fighters. Let's bring in Al Jazeera's Kamal Haider, who's in the Pakistani city of Peshawar, near Afghanistan's border. Bring us up to speed with the situation on the ground, Kamal, and what drove to this huge escalation.
Well, earlier on Thursday evening, that is around 15 GMT, the Afghan Taliban launched attacks across a wide front from Chitral in the north all the way down to South Waziristan. That includes several districts. They attacked Pakistani security posts and said that this was retaliation for Pakistani strikes earlier last week, in which 7 targets were hit. The Pakistanis claimed that they had struck targets of ISIL and the Tehrik-e-Taliban Pakistan in Paktika as well as Nangarhar province. The Afghans, of course, then said that there would be a measured response. But what happened last night was definitely far beyond the measured response. Pakistan then decided to retaliate and to launch counter attacks against the attacking forces of the Taliban. Pakistan says that they have destroyed a number of artillery pieces, armored vehicles, and also destroyed many of their positions. But what led to the escalation was the fact that the Pakistani Air Force went into action, taking out military infrastructure in Kabul, Kandahar, and other areas as well.
Pakistan's Defense Minister Kamal has described this as open war. Is this officially being framed now as a state-to-state conflict or as a counter-terrorism operation?
Well, it is difficult to tell at this moment whether this is an all-out war. Pakistan, of course, is saying that it is open war, that this was an unprovoked act by the Afghan Taliban, and that the Pakistanis will respond forcibly. However, friendly countries like Saudi Arabia, Iran, Russia, and even the United Nations is urging restraint. They want that the two sides should start negotiations, start a dialogue to bring the situation under control. But it seems right now that Pakistan is still taking out targets inside Afghanistan. We've heard that Pakistani aircraft are still in the skies over Kandahar.
And so with these tensions ongoing now for several months, how are cross-border communities affected?
Well, there is a large number of people living on both sides of the border. The first victims, of course, are the Afghan refugees. Pakistan, of course, pulled back those refugees from the Torkham border because of the clashes there to a safer location. The Afghans who have gone back to Afghanistan are also located in camps near the border. The Afghans, of course, relocating those people as well. There are population centers along the line of which is known as the international border, also known as the Durand Line. And so any cross-border attacks against each other and artillery duels runs the risk of collateral damage as well. So it's a precarious situation, but it's also a tricky situation. Pakistan cannot afford to go into Afghanistan because that is not an option. So it is going to be important to see how long this tit-for-tat will continue and whether this will escalate into a major full-blown war between the two neighbors.
A very volatile situation indeed. Kamal, thank you very much. We'll keep a close eye on these tensions between Pakistan and Afghanistan with you, of course. Kamal Haider reporting there live from Peshawar. At least 6 Palestinians have been killed in Israeli drone strikes targeting police posts in central and southern Gaza. Medical officials at Al Nasser Hospital in Khan Yunis say 4 people died when a drone hit a police checkpoint in the Al Mawasi area, with several others wounded. In the Bureij refugee camp in central Gaza, 2 more were killed in a similar strike on a police station. Let's get the latest with Al Jazeera's Tariq Abouazoum, who's in Gaza City for us. So, Tariq, more attacks on Gaza despite a ceasefire. Update us on the situation this morning.
Well, it has been a bloody night, as we do understand. Israeli forces carried out a series of deadly airstrikes, this time primarily focusing on police checkpoints that have been deployed too close to the areas where armed militias are operating in the eastern communities of the Gaza Strip, in particular in 2 regions, Khan Yunis and in Al Bureij refugee camps. 6 police members have been killed as a result of these activities, but also here the timing and the location are critically reshaping the whole equation between both sides. Israel has made it clear that Hamas will not be responsible of reorganizing the rhythms of life in Gaza. That's why we can see that any sort of restoration for previous services, including police, civilian services, will be thwarted either by airstrikes, also by warning by the Israeli military. Israel, in fact, used to justify attacks on Gaza to be a response to any security incident it claims occurring at the areas under its control, particularly in Rafah. But recently, the Israeli military announced that Rafah has been completely demilitarized and they have managed to control the underneath ground tunnels that have been responsible for allowing fighters to attack Israeli soldiers. But now Israel did not deliver any sort of justification on that incident, as this morning has become one of the bloodiest over the past few weeks in this ongoing fragile ceasefire agreement.
Yeah. Meanwhile, Tariq, several aid organizations are facing a ban, which is going to have a huge impact, no doubt, on the situation on the ground because the needs are acute.
Well, this could mark a major turning point in the humanitarian response system in Gaza. Israel ordered 37 humanitarian organizations to halt operations unless they hand over personal data, in fact, on Palestinian staff, a move that NGOs could say that it could really endanger employees and undermine humanitarian neutrality, as they have described in different statements that have been put out recently. But 17 international groups have challenged the decision in Israel's Supreme Court, warning they may be forced to suspend operations entirely if the order stands. And for more on this developing story, here is Zain Basravi.
For decades, international aid groups have been vital to Palestinian healthcare, food distribution, housing, and schooling. Now they say Israel is putting unprecedented pressure on them to hand over sensitive staff information or risk losing their legal status. Israel says the rules are about security, preventing aid from being misused by armed groups. Aid organizations argue it could put their staff in danger and compromise neutrality. This tension isn't new. In 2021, Israel labeled 6 major Palestinian civil society groups as terrorist-linked, accusing them of having ties to the Popular Front for the Liberation of Palestine. The organizations denied the claims, and several European governments said public evidence was lacking. It would be a turning point in Israel's approach toward NGOs operating in the occupied territories. After the Hamas-led October 7th attacks, Israel expanded its scrutiny to international and UN agencies. Employees of UNRWA were accused of involvement. Some were dismissed as part of internal investigations. In January of this year, Israeli authorities demolished buildings at UNRWA's headquarters in occupied East Jerusalem, an action criticized by the UN and governments worldwide. Aid workers face real danger on the ground. In April 2024, 7 workers from the World Central Kitchen were killed when Israeli airstrikes hit their clearly marked convoy in Gaza. Israel called it a tragic mistake. The attack sparked global outrage and renewed concerns about protecting humanitarian workers. The UN reports more than 100 staff have been killed during the Gaza war, one of the deadliest conflicts for aid personnel in history. For Israel, these measures are about oversight and security. For international aid groups, they shrink the space for humanitarian work. And for civilians relying on that aid, the outcome could decide whether help keeps reaching those who need it most. Zain Basravi, Al Jazeera.
Heavy Israeli restrictions are preventing many Palestinian worshippers from reaching the Al-Aqsa Mosque compound for Friday prayers during the fasting month of Ramadan. Only a few dozen are being allowed through checkpoints in the occupied West Bank, while thousands are turned back. Israel had said up to 10,000 Palestinians would be allowed into occupied East Jerusalem, but only with special permits. Only children under the age of 12, men above the age of 55, and women 50 and older are eligible. In other world news, U.S. and Iranian officials have made significant progress in a third round of indirect nuclear talks in Geneva. That's according to the foreign minister of Oman, which is acting as a mediator. He'll now travel to Washington to meet with U.S. Vice President J.D. Vance. Iran's foreign minister Abbas Araghchi says the negotiations have been the longest and most serious yet. He says differences remain, but that the sides discussed elements of an agreement on Tehran's nuclear program and the easing of sanctions. Now, delegations will go back to consult with their governments. Technical teams are scheduled to meet in Austria next week. Washington and Tehran have said they want a diplomatic solution to avert a full-scale military conflict. U.S. President Donald Trump has maintained the threat of possible strikes against Iran unless it agrees to a deal. Now, as talks were underway in Geneva, the U.S. moved more of its military assets closer to the Middle East. The USS Gerald Ford, the world's largest aircraft carrier, left the Greek island of Crete on Thursday and is heading east. Another aircraft carrier group has already been deployed near the Gulf of Oman. Washington has also sent more than 300 U.S. military aircraft to the region. Osama bin Javid has been following the developments from Geneva.
It's been a day of high-stakes diplomacy here in Geneva between the United States and Iran, mediated by the Omanis. The day started with talks which were supposed to last only for a short while, that lasted for more than 3 hours. The sides broke up and then reconvened, only to discuss that they are going to meet again in the Austrian capital. Now, these talks were focused on Iran's nuclear program. The Americans want Iran to stop enrichment completely. They want Iran to get rid of its nuclear stockpile. And whereas other issues further down the line, which are supposed to be discussed about its missile defense program, about its axis of resistance, those were not on the table today. According to the Iranian foreign minister, this was the longest, most productive conversation that he's had in the recent rounds, and he's hopeful that things are going to move forward.
This was one of the most serious and longest talks we've had with the US. 4 hours of talks in the morning, then 2.5 in the evening in an indirect way through Oman. I can say that we had good progress, and we have very seriously begun discussing the elements of an agreement, both in relation to the nuclear issue and sanctions as well. On some issues, we managed to bridge some gaps. Naturally, we have differences on some others, but maybe more than before, both sides are serious about reaching an agreement through diplomacy.
Well, there are positive signs from the Iranians and the Omanis, but it will all depend on whether both of these sides can bridge the gap between them and the Americans. You have to remember that the last time they were last 8 months ago, they were communicating with the Americans in the middle of talks when America and Israel decided to attack Iran. The Americans do not trust the Iranians when they say that they are not going to build a bomb, and the Iranians are not trusting the Americans that they mean it when they say that there will be no attacks on the Iranian territories. So while these talks are happening, the ratcheting up of military hardware and military preparation is also ongoing. And that is why all eyes are on Geneva, on these teams, on the Omanis, Iranians, and the Americans to try and bridge that gap, come together, and find an off-ramp so all that military buildup remains just that and does not end up in a war which could embroil the entire region. Osama bin Javid, Al Jazeera, Geneva.
Still ahead on Al Jazeera.
I hereby declare that Hannah Catherine Spencer is duly elected Member of Parliament for the Gorton and Denton constituency.
The Green Party wins a crucial British by-election that piles the pressure on Prime Minister Keir Starmer.
Hello there. There has been some welcome spring-like warmth across western and central parts of Europe, but unfortunately, that's not going to hold. We've got a front moving in from the Atlantic, brought in by westerly winds. That's going to bring some rain to parts of Western Europe, moving towards central areas over the next few days. So unsettled conditions coming back in for Ireland and Britain. Some wetter weather sweeping down the Low Countries into France and onwards to northern parts of Spain and Portugal on Friday. Now, to the east of that, the heat is being pushed across into places like Poland. We are going to see temperatures sitting very high for the likes of Warsaw. If you have a look at the 3-day, we're about 10 degrees above above the average, with that sunshine taking us through to Sunday. It's largely quiet to the south of this across much of the Mediterranean. A little bit of winter snow lingering for eastern parts of Turkey and another wave of winter weather touching into Russia. But even here, temperatures are above the average for this time of year for cities like Moscow. We will see some wetter weather, however, moving into eastern parts of Spain. Temperatures coming down slightly, 16 degrees Celsius in Madrid on Saturday.
Innocent lives lost in a cycle of violence in Colombia.
I buried him, and with him, I buried the world around me.
And the healing process, bringing families face to face with their children's killers.
We would grab someone, and the order was to execute them.
We had to deliver results, whatever it took.
Making peace where the silence breaks on Al Jazeera.
Again, a reminder of our top stories on Al Jazeera. Major cities, including Afghanistan's capital, Kabul, have come under attack after Pakistan said it's in an open war with Afghanistan. The sides have blamed each other for the latest escalation of cross-border attacks. At least 6 Palestinians have been killed after Israeli drone strikes targeted police posts in central and southern Gaza. Medical officials say the attacks hit checkpoints in Al-Mawasi in the south and at the entrance of the Burej refugee camp in central Gaza. And mediators say U.S. and Iranian officials have made significant progress in a third round of indirect nuclear talks in Geneva. Iran's foreign minister says differences remain, but both sides discussed elements of an agreement on Iran's nuclear program. A new report by the United Nations has revealed widespread sexual violence against women and girls in South Sudan. Renewed fighting between government and opposition forces has plunged the country into a deepening humanitarian crisis. The UN is warning of grave violations, including the recruitment of children as fighters. Hundreds of thousands of people have been forcibly displaced. Al Jazeera's Malcolm Webb reports from a displacement camp in South Sudan, where many have fled to.
Hundreds of thousands of people have escaped with their lives from Jonglei State in South Sudan, many of them with stories they'll never forget. We've hidden the identities of these 4 women for their protection, each of them described running from village to village seeking safety. One told us armed men beat her with rifle butts so hard they broke her arm and killed her friend with a blow to the head. She says she's had no medical treatment.
We fled to the fishing camp to find something to eat. Soldiers arrived there in 2 armoured cars and 3 pickups. In the evening of January 22nd, we went out to fetch water. Me and another girl were captured by armed men and beaten with rifles again and again.
Fighting between government and opposition forces has escalated since December. Observers of a 2018 peace deal that ended the last civil war say it's all but collapsed. The deal ended 5 years of fighting between soldiers from President Salva Kiir's Dinka community and those from the Nuer community of his deputy and rival Riek Machar. Hundreds of thousands of civilians were targeted for their ethnicity. Both sides are now facing accusations of similar abuses. The women we spoke to come from Nuer communities in areas that were held by opposition forces that government troops recently attacked. One told us she was raped after walking for weeks with her 6 children.
I don't know where my 2 eldest daughters have gone. I couldn't tell how many attackers there were or how many of them raped me. They beat me until I was unconscious. When I came around, I saw them and realized they are not from our side, they are from the other side.
UN peacekeepers who were withdrawing troops because of funding cuts have reported a rise in kidnapping and sexual violence against civilians since late last year. This woman told us she was raped by 5 government soldiers and that she's not been able to breastfeed her daughter since.
When they caught me, they raped me, and my children were crying. They beat my older daughter with rifle butts. I was found and rescued by some people later when I was unconscious.
The army didn't comment on the allegations in this report. It's previously promised accountability for abuses, as do opposition leaders. The UN says impunity is entrenched. This woman told us she was fleeing with a group when armed men attacked and raped them. She says she was spared because she's pregnant, but she doesn't know what happened after being beaten unconscious. She says her husband and 2 children are missing, and something has felt wrong with her unborn child ever since. And, along with all the women we spoke to, she says there's no one to help. Malcolm Webb, Al Jazeera, South Sudan.
Tom Fletcher is the United Nations humanitarian chief. He's been visiting parts of South Sudan hit by the recent violence, where thousands of people are in need of urgent support.
One challenge we have is that the cuts that we faced over the last year have massively hit projects that protect women and girls from this kind of violence and reach out and support survivors. We're still there. We've got brave humanitarian teams on the ground, despite all of the dangers, responding to those who are in such crisis. But those programs are facing massive funding cuts, and it's getting harder and harder for us to get the support needed to those women who so badly need it. Over the last year, 30–40% of funding in the sector has gone, and so we are making brutal life and death choices, literally life and death choices, about who to help and who we can't help, who to prioritize, who to hyper-prioritize in a situation of very, very scarce resources. The needs have not gone away, including in South Sudan, where 7 in every 10 people need help right now. But our teams are having to, day in, day out, make those choices. And it's a very, very tough set of decisions that they face because of those cuts. And so we are imploring the international community to come back in with the funding that is so badly needed.
Britain's governing Labour Party has suffered a major setback in a parliamentary by-election. The Green Party won Manchester's Gorton and Denton constituency, with right-wing Reform UK finishing second. Labour, which had comfortably held the seat at the last general election, finished a distant third. The result piles pressure on Prime Minister Keir Starmer, who's already facing scrutiny over his leadership and the arrest of senior party figure Peter Mandelson over his links to Jeffrey Epstein. Al Jazeera's Sonia Gallego has more from Manchester.
Well, this is an enormous upset in the British political landscape. For the very first time, the Green Party have managed to secure a victory in a parliamentary by-election. It was always going to be a very tough race. Three-way race between Labour, which has historically been the strongest party in this area, but also from the right, the insurgent Reform Party, right-wing Reform Party, which has been appealing to certain parts of the constituency, but also from the left, the Green Party. And it was the Greens that came through. They made headway with their message, which appealed to the more diverse part of the constituency, also a younger constituency, with their anti-reform message. Reform, on the other hand, talking up a lot about the sudden rise in immigration in the past 10 years. It got them to second place, but it didn't get them the victory that they were hoping for. Meanwhile, Labour now in third position, which is an enormous blow for a party that has for much of the century dominated this area. Sonia Gallego, Al Jazeera, Manchester.
Ukraine's President Volodymyr Zelensky says the next round of US-brokered peace talks with Russia are likely to take place in Abu Dhabi in early March. Ukraine's lead negotiator, Rustem Umerov, met US Special Envoy Steve Witkoff and Donald Trump's son-in-law, Jared Kushner, in Geneva on Thursday. Russian media says President Vladimir Putin's Special Envoy Kirill Dmitriev has also held talks with US officials. Control of eastern Ukraine's Donbas region remains a crucial sticking point for Kyiv and Moscow. Ahead of the meeting, Russia handed over the remains of 1,000 soldiers to Ukraine. Russia received the bodies of 35 of its own fallen troops in return. Exchanges have taken place throughout the conflict, one of the few areas of cooperation between the two sides. Former U.S. Secretary of State and former First Lady Hillary Clinton has testified at a congressional hearing on convicted sex offender Jeffrey Epstein. Her husband, former President Bill Clinton, is set to address the same panel on Friday. Protesters rallied outside the venue, but the Republican-led hearing was held behind closed doors. Clinton denied any prior knowledge of Epstein's crimes or those of his accomplice, Ghislaine Maxwell. Representatives questioned Clinton about her daughter's 2010 wedding, which Maxwell attended, but Clinton said she had come with another guest. The deposition was briefly paused after a Republican representative took a photo of Clinton that was later leaked on social media. The incident prompted Clinton to again demand that the deposition be made open to reporters.
They had a chance to do it in public, and I wish they had done it in public. And I think they're making the wrong decision, avoiding doing it in public. I thought it was very repetitive. I thought that they asked literally the same questions over and over again, which didn't seem to me to be very productive. And then, as I said, toward the end, you know, there were other questions that were totally off subject. So if they are going to fulfill their responsibilities to literally investigate the investigations, which is what they originally said was the scope of their work, I think they could have spent the day more productively.
Al Jazeera's Kristen Salumi has more from Chappaqua in the state of New York.
The Secretary of State paused the proceedings after a Republican congresswoman leaked a photograph of what was happening inside here to a right-wing influencer. At that point, Hillary Clinton demanded that all of the media you see gathered outside of the venue be allowed in to see what was happening and hear what was happening firsthand. She gave a defiant opening statement that she released to the media, and in it, she accused the Republicans on the House Oversight Committee of trying to deflect attention from President Donald Trump, whose name appeared thousands of times in the latest release of Epstein files. She reiterated what she said before in sworn statements, that she does not recall ever meeting Jeffrey Epstein, that she'd never been to his home or on his plane, and had no idea of his criminal activity. Now, Republicans on the committee say that she did, in fact, know Ghislaine Maxwell, and Maxwell showed up at her daughter's wedding, and so they wanted to talk to her about that.
This isn't a partisan witch hunt. This was a motion, a bipartisan motion supported by the Democrats to bring the Clintons in. So I don't think it's any type of being unfair in any way to the Clintons. They've never answered questions, unlike President Trump, who gets questioned every day by just about every one of you about his knowledge or involvement with Epstein.
Now, neither Hillary Clinton nor Bill Clinton have been accused of any illegal activity. It's important to reiterate that fact. Hillary Clinton did point out that other people with more direct involvement in the investigation were not forced to give testimony before the House Oversight Commission, and nor was President Donald Trump asked to give testimony before the commission, even though he, again, does appear multiple times in those Epstein files. The next person to appear before this commission will be Bill Clinton on Friday. Kristen Salumi, Al Jazeera, Chappaqua, New York.
Netflix has walked away from its $82 billion offer to buy Warner Brothers Studio and its streaming platform. It paves the way for rival Paramount Skydance to win the months-long fight. Warner Brothers board announced Paramount's latest offer at $31 a share was more competitive than the agreement previously struck with Netflix. That means HBO Max, the Harry Potter franchise, and CNN could soon be under the Paramount banner. The deal still needs approval from both Warner shareholders and regulators. More on all the stories we're covering on Al Jazeera on our website at aljazeera.com. I'll be back with more news after the documentary Making the Peace. Thank you for watching, and do stay with us on Al Jazeera.
Nosotros ya sabemos qué iba a pasar. Ya sabíamos qué iba a pasar en ese sitio, ya sabía qué teníamos que hacer, y cuando escucháramos los disparos, era porque tocaba también nosotros disparar, simular un combate. Cogíamos una persona y la orden era ejecutarlo.
Gildardo, ¿usted de pronto se acuerda un poquito ya el otro día de...?
No, no me acuerdo.
No, pero usted estuvo al otro día mirando dónde fue. De pronto, si se acuerda algo.
No. Cuando entramos de soldado profesional, el entrenamiento era matar, matar, matar. Entonces nos entrenan como una máquina de guerra, una máquina de matar. Es duro para mí. Yo era esa mamá y decirle, no, es que yo estuve en el momento que lo mataron. Y no hice nada, no hice nada.
Jason tenía 20 años cuando se lo llevaron. A medida que iba pasando la noche, yo me iba desesperando más y yo buscaba por todos los lados, yo busqué por todo Caldas. Ya cuando amaneció yo ya estaba inconsolable. Ya lo encontré, lo enterré. Como un muchacho que pertenecía a las fuerzas militares en ese barrio y me dijo, Nancy, esto está lleno de falsos positivos. ¿Qué es eso? ¿O en qué consiste? ¿O cómo es la situación? El falso positivo es que los personal del ejército cogemos muchachos, reclutamos muchachos, se los llevamos a cierta gente. Los matan y los hacen pasar como guerrilleros. Y eso le da unos beneficios al Estado. Entonces el muchacho me dijo así, ¿sabe cuánto costó Carachito? Porque ese era el apodo de él. 4 millones de pesos y 15 días de licencia. Si a Jason lo mató el Estado lo tiene que reconocer. No es la primera víctima.
Yo soy el mayor de la casa. Yo empecé a trabajar a los 13 años en el campo. Cumplí los 18 años y me vine para el ejército. Y a mi mamá, me voy para el ejército. Y mi mamá me dijo, no, eso es para hombres. Yo, ¿cómo así que yo no soy hombre? Y me voy para el ejército. En ese tiempo salió un decreto del ejército para conformar las fuerzas especiales de cada ciudad. Desde 2004 empezamos a hacer extracciones judiciales.
En ese tiempo presionaba al comandante del batallón. Bueno, ¿y qué? ¿Los resultados qué? ¿Llevan tanto tiempo sin combatir y los resultados qué? ¿Qué pasa? ¿O están amangualados con el enemigo? ¿Qué? ¿O los mandaron de vacaciones o qué? Y así era que de ahí es de parte que ya venían los falsos positivos, que le entregaban a uno una persona que uno no sabe ni quién era. Y entonces ya había que buscar un resultado. ¿Cómo? Como fuera, pero había que rebuscarlo. Y ahí recuerdo yo que ahí fue donde quedó Víctor y aquí quedó el otro joven aquí arriba.
Ya sabíamos qué íbamos a hacer cada grupo, cada soldado, ya sabíamos qué íbamos a hacer, quién iba a disparar contra los muchachos. En el caso mío, nos mandaban de seguridad para la parte del Burgón, porque el engaño era que íbamos para una operación, que ellos iban de guía de nosotros. Ese era el engaño.
Cogían a cualquier persona de un barrio que se dejara coger, lo asesinábamos, le poníamos las armas y lo presentábamos como si fuera sido una persona que delinquía en un grupo delincuencial.
Todo era una falsedad, y todo era una falsedad. Realmente los sentimientos son muchos, demasiados. Mucho daño hicimos nosotros, hermano.
Ahí le quitamos la vida a este joven. ese día.
Y ahí empezó el calvario mío. Hace 18 años que no sé quién se lo llevó, por qué se lo llevó, cómo se lo llevó. Nadie supo darme razón de él. ¿Cómo hizo para sacarlo de allá? Porque es que Jason del barrio no se movía para ninguna parte. ¿Cuántos tiros le dieron? Creo que le dieron 6 tiros por la espalda. Con una AK-47, un fusil. Del ejército. Ya lo enterré, le di gracias a Dios que lo encontré. Lo enterré. Y a mí se me olvidó todo. O sea, lo enterré a él y enterré el mundo. Ya no quise saber nada, de nada, ni de nadie. En marzo ya recibí una llamada de la JEP. Vea, lo que pasa es que hay unas audiencias programadas para aclarar los hechos, para que se le diga a usted la verdad como tal. Yo estoy asumiendo este proceso porque para mí es volver a vivir lo que viví hace 18 años. Volver a tener esa misma tristeza, ese mismo dolor. Pero yo quiero que esto le sirva a mucha gente, porque es que yo no soy la única víctima. Habemos muchas víctimas de falsos positivos.
Mi hijo Dyson tenía 22 años. Un día cualesquiera: papá, yo me voy a ir para Prado. Se fue para Prado, salió y se fue. Pareció muerto. Es lo último que supe de él. No supe más. Fui. Me lo entregaron, entonces yo hice lo que tenía que hacer para llevarlo a enterrarlo a mi muchacho. Pero las cosas son así. Hoy está vivo uno y mañana está muerto. Todo en la vida se derrumba y se acaba. Me sentí muy mal, muy mal, muy mal, muy mal. Y me siento todavía mal. Bastante. Porque el ser querido se va, pero uno queda con sus pensamientos. No tiene comparación ninguna con nada, porque uno sufre mucho, uno le dan ganas de llorar, de chillar, de reírse, de todo. No hay justificación.
Yo le pido mucho a Dios que me lleve ligero, que yo no quiero estar acá. ¿De qué forma? No sé. De pronto suena desagradecido. No sé, pero yo le perdí el amor a la vida, a todo. Yo ni siquiera lo quise ver. No fui a reconocerlo. Y es algo que me voy a enterar que en 18 años nunca quise saber. Pero ahora que me lo van a decir ellos a mí, sí lo quiero escuchar.
Bueno, Nancy, hay mucha rabia con los responsables. Hay negación. Todavía no aceptas que tu hijo se fue.
Los voy a conocer. Los voy a mirar a la cara. Entonces, no sé cómo reaccionaré, pero Después de eso, independientemente, creo que voy a quedar un poquito desubicada. Porque yo la primera vez que tuve la sección con usted, te manifesté que yo no quería vivir.
Entonces, cuando tú dices, yo no quiero vivir, mi pregunta es, ¿tú no quieres vivir o tú quieres es acabar con ese dolor? ¿Tú estás aburrida realmente con la vida o con ese dolor?
Con la vida. Pero déjeme decirle una cosa. Si a mí me dicen la verdad hoy, supongamos que usted me esté diciendo a mí la verdad, esto y esto y esto y esto, y yo me muero el otro día, se lo juro que me muero feliz. Me muero feliz.
18 años con una pregunta. Cuando yo me entro en la habitación, que es lo que me lleva a esa depresión, se va mi hijo, ocurre el hecho, todo eso es muy doloroso, ¿cierto? Pero ¿qué es lo que empieza a quitarle el sentido a la vida, Nancy? Esa pregunta de ¿qué pasó? ¿Qué pasó?
Sí. Y la verdad sí, yo sí me quiero liberar.
Porque tú necesitas que te devuelvan la vida, eso te va a devolver la vida. En eso sí te puedo acompañar.
Sí, listo, doctora.
Yo decidí hacer parte de la vida militar porque yo no vi otro camino. Después de que mi padre fue desaparecido por el grupo paramilitar, vi como la forma de escudarme y protegerme dentro del Ejército Nacional. Me duele mucho todo este proceso. Yo no vine al ejército a hacer esto, haberle causado daño a unas personas, haberles quitado los seres queridos. No tuve esa gallardía en el momento de pararme y decirle al comandante, yo esto no lo hago y no lo voy a hacer. Aún no sabemos la realidad donde está mi padre y yo quisiera algún día saber la verdad, qué pasó, para yo poder ir a buscarlo, desenterrarlo si está enterrado y darle cristiana sepultura. Lo de mi padre es lo que me hace sentarme acá y decirle con mi propia verdad, con la verdad real, lo que sucedió.
Lo que yo necesito para estar en paz es que salga a la luz todo. ¿Cómo fue que me mataron a mi muchacho? ¿Por qué lo mataron? Que todo se salga a la luz y se haga justicia. Porque la justicia es lo que necesitamos en la vida, no necesitamos nada más. Muchos años han pasado y nunca, jamás había vuelto a saber nada de mi muchacho. Hasta hoy. Me recuperaron unas fotos.
¿Y tú sabes qué tipo de fotos tenemos? ¿Cuáles fueron las que pudimos recuperar?
No sé.
¿De qué momento de
Yo
eso?
creo que ahí lo que hay es una grabación de que cuando la fiscalía lo levantó, le hizo un levantamiento.
Ricardo, ¿y qué crees que tu corazón necesita? ¿Por qué crees que necesitas ver estas fotos?
Necesito paz. No más.
¿Y usted quiere que veamos esas fotos?
Sí.
¿Está listo?
Sí.
Bueno. Son efectivamente las fotos de la necropsia. Es una foto triste.
No le hace.
¿No le hace? ¿Sí? ¿Estás listo?
Sí, podemos ver.
Bueno, respira.
Hágale.
Ese es tu muchacho.
Me lo aporrearon mucho.
Decir, y aquí estoy.
Y le robaron el celular y todo.
Y decir, y aquí estoy.
Y aquí
Para
estoy.
dignificarte.
Para dignificarte.
Gracias, hijo.
Gracias, hijo.
Por la vida que estuviste conmigo.
Por la vida que estuviste conmigo. Ya. A usted muchísimas gracias.
Que esto te dé la certeza, no de que él era, que te dé la certeza de su amor. Y que de ahora en adelante sea lo más importante, que te acompañe.
Dios la oiga.
No la imagen de su muerte, la imagen de su vida, la imagen de tu amor. Porque siempre será un faro para ti y una luz que te llene de fuerza.
Sí, señora.
Y gracias por eso.
Gracias a ustedes, señora. Mejor dicho, gracias a ustedes, todos. Porque por ustedes estoy yo acá. Y porque ustedes me están abriendo la luz de la vida.
Bueno.
Buenos días.
¿Y en la escuela?
Audiencia de la gente.
¿Me hace el favor y me presenta su cédula? Taller.
Hace su ingreso el magistrado Pedro Elías Díaz de la Subsala Segunda Especial de Conocimiento y Decisión de la Ruta No Sancionatoria para compadecientes de fuerza pública de la Sala de Definición de Situaciones Jurídicas de la Jurisdicción Especial para la Paz.
La verdad es una fuente directa de reparación integral a las víctimas que ayuda a restaurar el daño que se ocasionó y a luchar contra la impunidad. El derecho a la verdad se encuentra en cabeza de las víctimas, de sus familiares y de la sociedad en conjunto. Tienen derecho a conocer la verdad de lo sucedido y que les permita lidiar y paliar lo ocurrido.
¿Se identifica, por favor?
Muy buenas tardes, señor magistrado. Muy buenas tardes, señora magistrada. Muy buenas tardes para esta madre, este padre, estos hermanos que fueron víctimas por mi actuar en este día. Señor magistrado, primero que todo quiero decir de que soy culpable desde el antes, durante y después de estos hechos.
Pero cuando ustedes salen de la unidad, de la sede, ¿qué es lo que sabe? ¿Quiénes son las víctimas?
No sé quiénes eran las víctimas ni cuántas personas eran, solamente que se llevaron resultado. No sé por qué yo acepté, pudiendo haber salido traslado para allá, para otro lado, a patrullar.
Buenos días para todos.
Desde que ustedes salieron del batallón de la unidad militar, ¿ustedes ya sabían qué tenían que hacer?
Afirmativo, ya sabíamos todos qué íbamos a hacer, porque quién iba a disparar, quién iba de seguridad, cómo iba de todo, ya todos sabíamos qué íbamos a hacer.
Ya. ¿Cuál fue su participación en este hecho?
Sí, señor, reconocimiento del área, tengo responsabilidad directa del caso, porque conozco desde el momento de la planeación hasta la ejecución y todo, señor magistrado. Ahí hicimos el retén. Montamos las personas, a Jason y a Víctor, al camión de ejército.
¿Cuántos disparos hizo usted, si lo recuerda?
Dos.
¿Dos? ¿De qué arma?
De fusil, un Tabor, calibre 5.56.
¿Y le plantan algún arma, algún objeto para incriminar, hacer el montaje?
Sí, señor, el soldado Villacañón, el Cabo Espina, le ha entregado a él dos armas cortas. Un changón, ese changón fue colocado a Jason porque creo que él fue el que quedó en la parte de arriba, el que asesinó a Herrera, y creo que el de Hidalgo y Víctor, ese le colocaron, Villa le colocó un revólver de arma corta también.
Ahí hicimos el simulacro de combate, disparamos al aire, yo disparé muchas veces al aire para demostrar que ha sido un combate, para cuando llegaran las autoridades del CTI hacer el levantamiento, ellos vieran que sí habíamos tenido combate en el lugar.
Ya. ¿Cuántos disparos recuerda haber hecho contra Víctor?
Aproximadamente por ahí entre 4 o 5 disparos.
Ya. ¿Y recuerda si él estaba de frente, de perfil o de espalda?
Sí, él estaba de frente.
Él estaba de frente. En igual forma nos dicen la señora Nancy que ha solicitado la palabra.
Ellos ya lo manifestaron que yo quería que limpiaran el nombre de mi hijo, porque mi hijo nunca le hizo mal a nadie, nunca fue guerrillero, nunca. Que el nombre de mi hijo quede limpio, no fue ni guerrillero ni ladrón como lo hicieron parecer en San Pedro de los Milagros, que era un ladrón, y en ningún momento perteneció a ninguna banda criminal. Por favor, muchas gracias.
Señor magistrado, acepto mi responsabilidad. Quiero pedirle perdón a las víctimas y limpiar el buen nombre de Jason y Víctor, que ellos no eran ladrones, ni bandidos, ni criminales como se decía ante la justicia penal militar.
Señor Joaquín Ferney Hidalgo Higuita. En la misma línea de la pregunta.
Acepto responsabilidad, señor magistrado, y le pido disculpas a la familia, aquí a la esposa de Víctor y Jason, la mamá, y su hermano.
Señor Gildardo Antonio Montoya López.
Señor magistrado, acepto toda mi responsabilidad en los hechos, ya que participé y fui conocimiento de los hechos. A las víctimas, a los familiares les pido perdón. Ellos no eran delincuentes. Perdón.
Entonces, siendo las 2:15 de la tarde, se suspende la presente diligencia. Gracias.
Después de que limpiaron el nombre de mi hijo, me sentí reconfortada, me sentí contenta porque era algo que me atormentaba demasiado. Cuando uno escucha todo esto, uno va liberando muchas situaciones y muchas cosas reprimidas, como un odio, una venganza, un deseo como de no querer a nadie, de no confiar en nadie.
El momento en que esos soldados dijeron la verdad, ese es un impacto para mí y muy duro, porque yo ese impacto no lo sabía. Yo estaba escondido detrás de una oscuridad que todo el mundo mentía. Sí, porque primero decían que mi hijo era un ladrón, un asesino. Ya vieron que mi muchacho era un muchacho inocente, que no tenía nada que ver con la delincuencia. Entonces, por ese lado me siento mejor, me siento aliviado.
Mi hijo ya puede descansar en paz porque ya yo lo estoy sintiendo así, de que ya logré llegar a la verdad y estoy tranquila, y yo sé que él también. Entonces ya vuelvo y retomo mi vida, ya con alegría, ya con la verdad y con mi corazón abierto para recibir muchas cosas.
Families in El Salvador torn apart by gang violence, and mothers united in their grief, turning personal loss into collective strength.
There's no greater gift than a child, but an angry heart won't succeed.
Choosing hope over despair, making peace. Pain didn't come to kill me, on Al Jazeera.
This Ramadan, for an orphan, the month of mercy can also be a month of loneliness. No parent to prepare suhoor, no family to share iftar. Today, more than 50,000 orphans are supported through our program. Over 25,000 orphans from Gaza, but many more are still waiting. This Ramadan, stand with them. Help us reach more children, because for a child without a parent, you can be their lifeline.
In the hinterland of Kazakhstan, a medical train is on a crucial mission. 101 East joins the doctors on board as they bring life-saving healthcare to tens of thousands of patients. Kazakhstan's train hospital, on Al Jazeera.
At the junction of Africa and Europe.
This is one of the most tightly guarded frontiers in the world.
A series of special reports from Ceuta.
I'm Nicholas Hawk in the most northern point of Africa. And behind me is Europe. Have you tried to make it across to Europe?
Yeah, I have tried 2 times, but I failed.
Find out how migrants make it to the other side.
Pakistan declares an open war on Afghanistan and bombs Kabul. Both sides are reporting heavy losses. Hello, I'm Fuli Batibo. This is Al Jazeera live from Doha. Also ahead, Israeli drone attacks killed 6 Palestinians in the latest violation of the Gaza ceasefire. Iran and the U.S. end hours of indirect nuclear talks in Geneva with the promise of more negotiations. Plus,
I'm Barton Below in Manila. Coming up, we'll show you the traditional artworks on jeepneys, the Philippines version of minibuses, and tell you why fewer and fewer artists are making them.
Pakistan has declared open war on its neighbor Afghanistan after launching airstrikes on several major Afghan cities. The escalation follows months of growing hostilities despite a ceasefire agreement in October. People in the capital, Kabul and Kandahar, heard explosions until the early morning hours of Friday. Earlier, Islamabad accused the Afghan Taliban of opening fire along the border. Pakistan says Afghanistan has failed to take action against armed groups that carry out attacks in its territory, an accusation the Taliban government denies. Pakistan says it targeted several military and Taliban sites across Afghanistan. As we mentioned, the strikes hit the capital as well as the border provinces of Kandahar, Paktika and Nangarhar. The countries share a disputed 2,500-kilometer border that was decided during the British colonial era. Each side says it has inflicted dozens of casualties on the other. Health officials in Nangarhar say they treated at least 9 people injured when a shell hit a camp housing Afghans returning from Pakistan. They say 1 person was critically wounded. The Taliban government in Afghanistan has blamed Pakistan for the latest escalation.
In response to repeated border violations and aggression by Pakistani military circles, large-scale offensive operations have been launched against Pakistani army positions and military installations along the Durand Line.
Well, fighting between the two sides flared up in October of last year. Pakistan launched airstrikes into Afghanistan, targeting what it said were safe havens for armed groups attacking Pakistani territory. Kabul denied those accusations. More than 70 people on both sides were killed in the fighting that followed. Later in October, the two countries agreed to a ceasefire after talks in Doha, but tensions remained. And last week, Pakistan carried out more airstrikes on what it said were camps and hideouts for fighters. Al Jazeera's Abdurrahman Matar is following developments from Landi Kotal, a Pakistani town on the border with Afghanistan.
Currently, it's quiet over here on the borders between Pakistan and Afghanistan after a long and difficult night, especially when Pakistan launched airstrikes in response to what it called the unprovoked fire from Afghanistan. Pakistan, using fighter jets and artillery against Afghan forces, targeted 27 military posts and controlled 9 of them, as the information minister confirmed. Pakistani Prime Minister Shahbaz Sharif affirmed in an official statement that the Pakistan armed forces are fully capable of crushing any hostile intentions. A Pakistani spokesperson confirmed 133 Afghan Taliban fighters had been killed and more than 200 others wounded.
And let's bring in Al Jazeera's Kamal Haider now, who's in the Pakistani city of Peshawar, also near the Afghan border. Kamal, what's led to this latest escalation, a huge escalation from what it looks like?
Indeed, a huge escalation that started on Thursday evening when the Afghan Taliban launched attacks across a large section of the border, which they call the Durand Line. This is the dividing line between Afghanistan and Pakistan. The attack started at about 15 GMT at night. Pakistan then responded with retaliatory fire. The Pakistani authorities also decided to carry out airstrikes. They said that they have struck military infrastructure, ammunition dumps in Paktika, in Kabul and Kandahar, and according to the military sources, the retaliatory response, as Pakistan likes to call it, is continuing. And all this happening after Pakistan carried out strikes at 7 different locations a little over a week ago. Pakistan claimed that they were targeting Tehrik-e-Taliban Pakistan sanctuaries and hideouts, as well as ISIL. Afghans, of course, on the other hand, while admitting that there were civilian casualties in the Nangarhar province, did not elaborate on what happened in Paktika, where Pakistan said it had neutralized and attacked Tehrik-e-Taliban Pakistan positions. So indeed, a dangerous escalation, and according to the Pakistanis, the situation is still ongoing.
And the Pakistani Defense Minister, Kamal, describing this as an open war. What does that mean? Is this officially now a state-to-state conflict?
Well, it's difficult to explain what he means by that, because at the moment there is no chance that Pakistani troops will go into Afghanistan, because anybody from history that has gone into Afghanistan has got caught up in a quagmire. Most likely scenario is that Pakistan will continue to patrol the airspace over Afghanistan. We heard reports that fighter jets were still flying over Afghan airspace, and so the likelihood of carrying out more attacks from the air, airstrikes, cannot be ruled out. Also, the fact that the two sides will continue to exchange tit for tat, exchange of fire along the border, but there is no explanation as to whether this is going to end up in a full-scale invasion. So it's difficult to imagine what the defense minister means.
Okay, Kamal, thank you for the update. We'll, of course, check in with you regularly throughout the day here on Al Jazeera. Kamal Haider in Peshawar. At least 6 Palestinians have been killed in Israeli drone strikes targeting police posts in central and southern Gaza. Medical officials at Al Nasser Hospital in Khan Yunis say 4 people died when a drone hit a police checkpoint in the Al Mawasi area, with several others wounded. In the Burej refugee camp in central Gaza, 2 more people were killed in a similar strike on a police post. Let's bring in Al Jazeera's Tariq Abouazoum in Gaza City. So more attacks, Tariq, on Gaza despite the ceasefire. Tell us about what's been happening.
Well, Israel has surprisingly attacked 2 police checkpoints across Gaza over the past 12 hours. We saw that those 2 checkpoints were set up close to areas where armed militias are currently operating, and they aim to maintain internal security across Gaza, which has been resulted after Israel systematically destroyed the police infrastructure across the Strip in terms of police stations and directly attacking police members who have been working around the clock in order to maintain the civil front here in the territory. So apparently Israel seems to be sending clear message that Hamas will not regain internal control or project any significant authority on the ground we got reports from Gaza's health ministry that 6 police officers were killed in both strikes. This has been a shock, in fact, for many of the civilians in Gaza, because they realize that Israel is trying to pave the way for armed militias to replace Hamas in the territory, which gives further signals for more chaotic days to be coming ahead. So apparently Hamas has denied the attack from its side, saying it's another violation for the fragile ceasefire agreement that was brokered lately between Hamas and Israel under the United States supervision.
Meanwhile, Tariq, amid a dire humanitarian situation in Gaza, several aid groups are facing a ban. Talk to us about who's leaving and how it's going to affect people on the ground.
Well, Israel has instructed 37 humanitarian aid organizations to suspend its operations in Gaza unless they hand over personal information about Palestinian staff. This is something that has been rejected by lots of NGOs in the territory, including Doctors Without Borders, Oxfam and many others, who are saying that complying to this could expose employees to risk, could certainly put the reputation of the organization at stake and also violate the international data protection standards. We understand also that 17 organizations have been challenging this decision in Israel's Supreme Court, as they are trying to say that they might suspend their operations entirely if that order in fact stands. So in order to understand that better and to take a closer look at what this means for the delivery of aid supplies on the ground, our colleague Zain Basravi has this report.
For decades, international aid groups have been vital to Palestinian healthcare, food distribution, housing, and schooling. Now they say Israel is putting unprecedented pressure on them to hand over sensitive staff information or risk losing their legal status. Israel says the rules are about security, preventing aid from being misused by armed groups. Aid organizations argue it could put their staff in danger and compromise neutrality. This tension isn't new. In 2021, Israel labeled 6 major Palestinian civil society groups as terrorist-linked, accusing them of having ties to the Popular Front for the Liberation of Palestine. The organizations denied the claims, and several European governments said public evidence was lacking. It would be a turning point in Israel's approach toward NGOs operating in the occupied territories. After the Hamas-led October 7th attacks, Israel expanded its scrutiny to international and UN agencies. Employees of UNRWA were accused of involvement. Some were dismissed as part of internal investigations. In January of this year, Israeli authorities demolished buildings at UNRWA's headquarters in occupied East Jerusalem, an action criticized by the UN and governments worldwide. Aid workers face real danger on the ground. In April 2024, 7 workers from the World Central Kitchen were killed when Israeli airstrikes hit their clearly marked convoy in Gaza. Israel called it a tragic mistake. The attack sparked global outrage and renewed concerns about protecting humanitarian workers. The UN reports more than 100 staff have been killed during the Gaza war, one of the deadliest conflicts for aid personnel in history. For Israel, these measures are about oversight and security. For international aid groups, they shrink the space for humanitarian work. And for civilians relying on that aid, the outcome could decide whether help keeps reaching those who need it most. Zain Basravi, Al Jazeera.
Heavy Israeli restrictions are preventing many Palestinian worshippers from reaching the Al-Aqsa Mosque compound for Friday prayers during the fasting month of Ramadan. Only a few dozen are being allowed through checkpoints in the occupied West Bank, while thousands are turned back. Israel had said up to 10,000 Palestinians would be allowed into occupied East Jerusalem, but only with special permits. Only children under age 12, men above the age of 55, and women 50 and older are eligible. In other news, U.S. and Iranian officials have made significant progress in a third round of indirect nuclear talks in Geneva. That's according to the foreign minister of Oman, which is acting as a mediator. The foreign minister will now travel to Washington to meet with the U.S. Vice President J.D. Vance. Iran's foreign minister Abbas Araghchi says the negotiations have been the longest and most serious yet. He says differences remain, but that the sides discussed elements of an agreement on Tehran's nuclear program and the easing of sanctions. Now delegations will go back to consult with their governments. Technical teams are scheduled to meet in Austria next week. Washington and Tehran have said they want a diplomatic solution to avert a full-scale military conflict. U.S. President Donald Trump has maintained the threat of possible strikes against Iran unless it agrees to a deal. Now, as talks were underway in Geneva, the U.S. moved more of its military assets closer to the Middle East. The USS Gerald Ford, the world's largest aircraft carrier, left the Greek island of Crete on Thursday and is heading east. Another aircraft carrier group has already been deployed near the Gulf of Oman. Washington has also sent more than 300 U.S. military aircraft to the region. Let's bring in Al Jazeera's Tawhid Asadi in Tehran now for more. Tawhid, so Oman's foreign minister says there's been significant progress in the talks in Geneva. What's the political mood in Tehran?
Well, indeed, we can say that Iran's positioning, specifically following the talks in Geneva yesterday, is based upon a sort of cautious and calibrated optimism and a sort of pragmatism that we see there as a matter of fact when it comes to the statements that we hear from the Iranian side, specifically Iranian foreign minister, who, following the talks between the two sides, came out to say that based on his assessment, progress has been made, and we are expecting at least 2 rounds of talks, one in Vienna, which is set to be held on Monday, and the conversation there is going to be on the technicalities, and the UN nuclear watchdog IAEA is going to host those talks. And on that, we also know that the IAEA's Director General Rafael Grossi was also involved, in addition to Omani Foreign Minister, in the indirect talks between Iran and the United States that took place yesterday. And also, we know that there is this possibility of military confrontation, specifically following the major military buildup by the Americans in the region. And on that, just ahead of the talks, we've got the foreign minister saying that the country is ready for both scenarios, just an indicative of the same actually rhetoric that we have been hearing from Iran, based on an oscillation between confrontation on the one hand and engagement on the other, while Foreign Minister Araghchi says that what tops the list of priorities is diplomacy rather than war, as the controversies related to the nuclear dossier of the country could be solved, according to him, not by military option, but by diplomatic engagement. All in all, this is a delicate situation highlighted by several contextual elements. First, this is a very complicated issue, and there are several actors and factors, not just when it comes to the nuclear dossier, in which we have serious issues such as a stockpile of enriched uranium, as well as the entire process of enrichment and the inspections, but also other controversial issues between Iran and the United States that for the time being remain off the table. And added to that is the cloud of uncertainty that is putting a certain amount of impact on the talks between the two sides.
Some very complex negotiations, no doubt. Tawhid Asadi in Tehran, thank you. Still ahead on Al Jazeera.
They redacted all the perpetrators' names, and then they tried to throw the victims under the bus, well, not victims, we're survivors, actually, because, you know, the victims of this are dead, and that's why we're speaking out.
A call for accountability. A sexual abuse survivor denounces the U.S. government for its treatment of victims of the late sex offender Jeffrey Epstein.
Hard-hitting interviews.
Israel keeps defying that court. Should you not take tougher sanctions because of that?
Well, we condemn.
Words.
Facing realities.
Who is responsible?
Genocide is committed by those who give the orders, but even subordinates who obeyed those orders are also responsible.
Thought-provoking answers.
And where does a nuclear-powered Pakistan stand with that?
Pakistan obviously would stand as a member of the Ummah, will discharge his duty.
Hear their story on Talk to Al Jazeera.
March on Al Jazeera.
Nepal goes to the polls 6 months after mass protests left dozens dead, parliament torched and the government toppled.
101 East investigates how the tiny Pacific nation of Palau could help save the world's coral reefs from climate collapse.
Syria's political, military and humanitarian landscape shift as ceasefires and regional dynamics reshape the country's future.
An industry built on slavery, exploitation, and environmental destruction. Blood, sweat, and sugar exposes a bitter imperial legacy that still resonates today.
NATO launches large-scale military drills in Norway. The Cold Response exercise tests alliance readiness near Russia's frontier.
March on Al Jazeera.
You're watching Al Jazeera. A reminder of our top stories this hour. Pakistan says it's in an open war with Afghanistan. This is after Pakistan launched airstrikes on major Afghan cities, including Kabul. The sides have blamed each other for the latest escalation of cross-border attacks. At least 6 Palestinians have been killed after Israeli drone strikes targeted police posts in central and southern Gaza. Medical officials say the attacks hit checkpoints in Al-Mawasi in the south and at the entrance to the Burej refugee camp in central Gaza. And mediators say U.S. and Iranian officials have made significant progress in a third round of indirect nuclear talks in Geneva. Iran's foreign minister says differences remain, but both sides discussed elements of an agreement on Iran's nuclear program. Now, Netflix has walked away from its $82 billion offer to buy Warner Brothers Studio and its streaming platform. It paves the way for rival Paramount's Skydance to win the months-long fight. Warner Brothers board announced Paramount's latest offer at $31 a share was more competitive than the agreements previously struck with Netflix. That means HBO Max, the Harry Potter franchise, and CNN could soon be under the Paramount banner. The deal still needs approval from both Warner shareholders and regulators. Former U.S. Secretary of State and First Lady Hillary Clinton has testified at a congressional hearing on convicted sex offender Jeffrey Epstein. Her husband, former President Bill Clinton, is set to address the same panel on Friday. Protesters rallied outside the venue, but the Republican-led hearing was held behind closed doors. In her testimony, Clinton denied any prior knowledge of Epstein's crimes or those of his accomplice, Ghislaine Maxwell. Representatives questioned Clinton about her daughter's 2010 wedding, which Maxwell attended, but Clinton said she had come with another guest. The deposition was briefly paused after a Republican representative took a photo of Clinton that was leaked on social media. The incident prompted Clinton to again demand that the deposition be made open to reporters.
They had a chance to do it in public, and I wish they had done it in public. And I think they're making the wrong decision, avoiding doing it in public. I thought it was very repetitive. I thought that they asked literally the same questions over and over again, which didn't seem to me to be very productive. And then, as I said, toward the end, you know, there were other questions that were totally off subject. So if they are going to fulfill their responsibilities to literally investigate the investigations, which is what they originally said was the scope of their work, I think they could have spent the day more productively.
Well, Al Jazeera has spoken to one of Epstein's victims who says the U.S. government has thrown victims under the bus by redacting perpetrators' names from the Epstein files. Juliet Bryant first met Jeffrey Epstein when she was a 20-year-old part-time model in Cape Town, South Africa. She says she was taken to the United States with promises of modeling work before being trafficked and abused by Jeffrey Epstein on his island. Ms. Bryant told Al Jazeera she noticed that only a number of pre-selected emails have been released in the Epstein files. She's calling for all documents to be made public so that abusers in power can be held to account.
It's been very sloppily done. They've done a very bad job on it. You know, they released some of my emails, which wasn't supposed to happen, but that's okay. I've got nothing to hide. You know, Epstein was a very bad man and master manipulator. He had huge psychological control over myself and a lot of other people. You know, they've done a very bad job of it. And also what I've realized recently is that they didn't even release all the emails, because I was going through the emails that were between Epstein and I actually asked the boys' lawyers, I said, why have all the emails not been released, only selected ones? And they said, oh, maybe Epstein deleted them on his end. But I mean, that would be like really weird for him. Like there were emails where I was asking him like, oh, can he recommend good books to read? You know, just like arbitrary emails like that. And a lot of them weren't released. So what I've seen is that they've released selected emails. You know, because they released mine by mistake, I've, you know, seen that they were only releasing selected emails. So that brings everything into question. It means that things haven't been released properly. So, and, you know, they redacted all the perpetrators' names, and then they try to throw the victims under the bus, which well, not victims, we're survivors, actually, because, you know, the victims of this are dead, and that's why we're speaking out. But, you know, I think they did a terrible job of it.
A candlelit vigil has been held in Buffalo, New York, following the death of a nearly blind Rohingya refugee from Myanmar. Nurul Amin Shah Alam was found dead days after U.S. Border Patrol agents left him miles away from his home. Surveillance video appears to show agents dropping him off outside a coffee shop in Buffalo, New York, after he was released from a county jail. The shop was reportedly closed for the night. Several U.S. lawmakers have called for an investigation, labeling the incident a shocking breach of responsibility. Argentina's Senate has backed a controversial bill that environmentalists say will weaken protection for the country's glaciers. The measure being pushed by President Javier Milei seeks to reform 2010 legislation, which the government says has stalled investment in mining. It would allow provinces to set their own protection standards. Ahead of the vote, 10 Greenpeace activists were arrested on the steps of Congress after staging a protest in defense of water resources. Britain's governing Labour Party has suffered a major setback in a special parliamentary by-election. The Green Party won Manchester's Gorton and Denton constituency, with right-wing Reform UK finishing second. Labour, which had comfortably held the seat at the last general election, finished a distant third. The result piles pressure on Prime Minister Keir Starmer, who is already facing scrutiny over his leadership. Jeepneys, the Philippines' version of minibuses, are often described as a cultural symbol. And it's not only because they're the most common form of public transport, they're also moving works of art. But the government's push for electric vehicles is threatening the existence of jeepneys, and along with them, the artists who've made them so colorful. Barnaby Lowe has this story from Manila.
Putting on the final touches, Kenneth Bonsalonga's latest artwork is nearly ready to go on display on the streets of Manila. Kenneth has been painting jeepneys, a version of the minibus, for more than 20 years. He used to work at a jeepney manufacturing plant, but the company closed down. Now he owns a small workshop, but Kenneth says he can't count on jeepneys to make enough money.
I have a colleague who does tattoos now. I paint murals on the side. We just have to diversify.
That's because the government is pushing to replace jeepneys with more modern alternatives, such as electric minibuses. The program has been met and slowed down by protests. But more and more jeepney owners are opting not to commission art because of the uncertainty.
Some of my clients used to have their jeepneys retouched every few months, but they don't want to spend any more because they expect to be required to replace their jeepneys anyway.
The first jeepneys were American military surpluses during the Second World War, repurposed for public transport, with Philippine landscapes painted on their bodies. Over time, they became canvases for different kinds of expressions.
Oftentimes, the artworks on jeepneys are personal. For instance, here we see the images of the Virgin Mary, of Jesus, and of Moses, which suggests the owner of this jeepney is likely a devout Catholic, which is also very Filipino, given how religion, in particular Catholicism, is pervasive in Philippine society.
Gaming monsters and pop culture stars are also increasingly becoming more popular.
It evolves. The jeepney is what the person who sees it believes in it. It changes. The identity changes, or the meaning changes what the jeepney is to them.
For Kenneth, it is a source of livelihood more than anything else. And if a jeepney evolves the way the government wants it to, it won't necessarily mean losing his art. He says he'll adapt and make art and money where he can. Barnaby Lowe, Al Jazeera, Manila.
Stay with us. Talk to Al Jazeera is next. Thanks for watching.
The Argungu Cultural and Fishing Festival is back. The centuries-old festival was meant to usher in the fishing and shortly after the crop planting season. Rituals are held to appease the dozens of crocodiles that share the river with the community.
We're extremely happy the festival's back. Almost everyone's made a good catch.
Its transformation from a local cultural event began in 1934. Since then, several elements and competitions have been added, allowing others from different areas to participate. But in the last 2 decades, there have been disruptions to the event.
The government was forced to suspend it because of threats of attack from armed groups. But the biggest challenge is climate change. Waters in the Argungu River has receded significantly over the years.
Organizers called this year's festival a success, but what is not clear is whether the security situation will allow it to be held again next year. Armed groups are still active in this part of northern Nigeria.
Justification for US-backed regime change in Venezuela.
The drug trafficking is not tolerated by the military, it is done by the military.
Mehdi Hassan goes head-to-head with former Venezuelan opposition diplomat Vanessa Neumann.
The consequences of non-intervention in my country are 8 million people who have fled.
That's a political argument, that's a moral argument.
It's a moral argument.
Not a legal argument, it's illegal.
Head-to-head on Al Jazeera.
The students refuse to trade in the blood of Palestinians.
An urgent, intimate portrayal of Columbia University's protest.
The future generation is risking arrest, suspension, expulsion for Palestine.
That ignited the student uprising.
It was just like an electric moment.
Against the university's ties to the war on Gaza.
People in Gaza are under bomb, and here we are under disciplinary charges.
Witness presents the encampments on Al Jazeera.
Always
From Iran to North Korea, the US and Russia to China, India and Pakistan, the global nuclear order is taking strain. Diplomatic attempts are inconsistent or stalled, treaties lapse while arsenals grow, power plants are on the front line, and uranium enrichment dominates high-stakes negotiations. So, when the world asks how close are we to a nuclear war, it turns to one organization and one man. Rafael Grossi is the Director General of the International Atomic Energy Agency, the UN's nuclear watchdog. His inspectors verify, measure and report. No opinions, no narratives, just the facts. But now Grossi is seeking a new challenge. He was the first person to declare himself a candidate for Secretary General of the United Nations. He argues the UN is absent where it matters most, in preventing war, enforcing international law, proving it still has a purpose in a world vastly different from the one in 1945 when it was born. The man who monitors the world's most dangerous materials is asking to lead what some argue is an obsolete institution, at a moment when multilateralism is being challenged from all sides. So, can the UN be reformed, or is it being dismantled piece by piece and replaced by regional blocs? Can a Secretary General be effective when permanent members of the UN Security Council have veto powers? And can Grossi convince the world he is independent, as his candidacy is being put forward by Argentina's President Javier Milei, a fierce critic of the international rules-based system? Rafael Grossi, Director General of the International Atomic Energy Agency, talks to Al Jazeera. Rafael Grossi, Director General of the International Atomic Energy Agency, thank you for talking to Al Jazeera. That's the current hat you're wearing, the head of the IAEA since 2019. But we're also talking to you as you're seeking another hat. You are a declared candidate to be the next Secretary General of the United Nations, the 10th Secretary General of the United Nations. Given the state of the world, why would you want that job?
Because it's absolutely necessary to redress the situation that we have, not only in terms of the international situation, but also the institution. I think the UN is nowhere near the place it should be, in many respects, in particular when it comes to international peace and security. Also, of course, with regards to development and human rights and humanitarian actions, but quite clearly in a world that is so fragmented, where conflict has reappeared in such a terrible way, we see the absence of the UN and we feel the absence of the UN in a much more clear way than at any time in the past. So I think this is a very consequential election, perhaps unlike a few of the past ones, because on top of all this crisis, that we are going to be talking about and we have discussed in the past, you have a profound skepticism about the utility of the UN, the added value of the UN, and it needn't be so.
But of course the UN has a historical structure that is very hard to change. Can one man change things?
It's not about one man changing that. It's, of course, member states willing and wishing to do that, but also because we still, thank God, we live in a world that the human factor is very important. And I have seen that in my own experience with my current hat, to use your analogy, as the head of the Atomic Energy Agency, the nuclear watchdog, in different crises, in Ukraine and Russia, in the Middle East, with Iran, but also Syria and other places, where we have been able to add value, to improve situations from what they were at some point and where they are now. Or we are involved in the solution of some, hopefully, of some of these, like is the case in Iran. So this shows me, more than any vision that I could have or any idea that I could have of my potential abilities, that we have been able to do it. And so what can be done in such a strategic area like nuclear weapons and non-proliferation can be extrapolable to the wider scene of the United Nations. And I think it's essential to have a UN that works.
Okay, we've got a lot to cover in this interview, so let's move to Iran. They do not yet have a nuclear bomb, and they've been involved for years and years in nuclear diplomacy. They were involved in nuclear diplomacy, ongoing nuclear diplomacy, in June last year when they were attacked by Israel, and then the US joined in. Before that, you had inspectors on the ground. You knew how much highly enriched uranium Iran had, 408.6 kilograms. You knew where it was. Was that military attack by Israel, then the US, a mistake?
Well, it happened. And so I think the essential task at hand is to try to prevent another event like this, and also to try to establish a framework so that we are going to have, at long last, stability when it comes to the Iran nuclear program and the way others react to it. We had the JCPOA, an agreement which was negotiated by the 5 permanent members of the Security Council plus Germany, coordinated by the EU. The problem with that was that the American administration didn't like it. President Trump always made it very clear that he considered that agreement flawed, and so he contested the logic of the agreement. And so it gradually unraveled to a point where it doesn't exist anymore. But what is clear is, for me, is that we will have to find another expression of an agreement, of an understanding of what can take place in Iran when it comes to nuclear civilian activities, how to verify those. Otherwise, we are going to be open to use of force as the only recourse to a solution, which is, of course, not the preferable one, especially for the diplomat.
I know you want to move on, and I want to ask you to move on and what happens next, but it was a violation of international law, was it not, and of the UN Charter? Because if you get this job of Secretary General, you are the guardian of the Charter.
Yes, we have been very clear in my interventions to the Board of Governors of the IAEA and the United Nations Security Council that attacking nuclear facilities goes against a body of pronouncements by the General Conference of the IAEA, the Statute of the IAEA, and other things. But for me, this is not about a discussion about labeling these things. It's about solving the problems that we have. The underlying problems prevent future problems. Listen, I don't avoid these issues. Since the advent of the United Nations, when you look at the times where armed conflict took place, there are different statistics about this. 30-something, and many more if you add civil war and all of that. you can count with the fingers of half a hand the opportunities where you had perfect alignment between the situation and the charter. So this is happening almost all the time. It's one of the features of our world, the recourse to the use of force, which is lamentable, of course. What we have to do is to prevent those from happening in the first place, and in the second place, when something like this happens, try to attack the root of the problem to prevent more war and destruction.
And it looks like there is diplomacy underway again between the US and Iran.
Yeah.
It looks like you're getting your inspectors back in. Is that right?
We have been able to return to some of the facilities, not all, very important, because the ones that we really need to inspect, because the conviction that we have is that the material is still there under the rubble, but is still there, is of course Natanz, Isfahan and Fordow.
Which is where you think most of it was?
Yes, I think there is a general, quite a solid.
So does it look like you'll get the inspectors back there? Is it promising?
This is part of what we are negotiating now with Iran. But it's also, importantly, contingent to what may be happening or not at the bilateral or indirect proxy, or however you may describe it, talks between the United States and Iran.
You want to be judged on your record on nuclear weapons. We've seen those two files where there's not any great positive progress. We've got now the New START treaty, the last remaining nuclear treaty between Russia and the US. That's expired. China's looking at nuclear tests, the US talking about nuclear tests. And on Ukraine, where you have a civilian nuclear power plant there on the front line, you've not got a resolution to that. So if I judge you on your results, I know it's not your fault. You're not starting these wars. But has your nuclear diplomacy been a success?
Well, I think so, to the extent that we have been able to exercise our role. And if we take, for example, the issue of the war between Ukraine and the Russian Federation, we have been able to establish channels of diplomacy. We have negotiated successfully 4 ceasefires between Russia and Ukraine to be able to ensure that the nuclear power plant, the Zaporizhzhia nuclear power plant, does not have a nuclear accident because of the lack of external power supply. In the case of Iran, of course, happened what happened, and as you rightly say, the head of an international organization can never logically be accused of being the reason why this is happening, but he or she can be at the table for a solution of it. So the need, the legitimacy and the need to have an effective body dealing with these things is absolutely unquestionable.
You were the first declared candidate to be UN Secretary General. I remember in September on Al Jazeera you telling me you were running for the job. And there are now other candidates from Latin America.
Yeah.
Because it's the view that there's a regional rotation, an understanding there should be a regional rotation, and it's Latin America's turn. Is it not also a woman's turn? 9 Secretaries General, all of them men, over 80 years, and not a single woman.
Yes. I don't think any election, nationally or internationally, should be decided on the basis of gender, the color of your eyes, your political persuasion.
Sorry, the colour of your eyes is very different from gender. When women, when half of humanity have been excluded from this role for 80 years.
Yes. The criterion is a criterion of merit and the capacity to build a political consensus. From the moment you have women candidates, the principle of equality between men and women is very well taken care of. And I say it from the perspective of one who is second to none in protecting these interests in a very real way, not repeating slogans. My organization, which is a highly technical organization in a very sophisticated technological field, when I arrived, had only 28% of women in professional positions. Today, after 6 years of me at the helm, 53% of my staff are women. So one thing is to repeat slogans, and the other, very important, is to really show that you ensure equal opportunities for men and women. And this is, for me, the important principle. Of course, I respect every opinion, and if there are people who believe it should be a woman because it should be a woman, I respect that. But I think we all have a right to put forward candidacies, show what our record is, what we can do for the organization. That's, for me, it's a very simple proposition.
You talk about promoting women, but it's very different to be the leader. You say it should be done on merit, but surely, and there are so many highly qualified women in positions in the public world.
Yes.
Surely there is a woman who merits this job right now.
Surely there are women and men that may merit to be...
And a woman might bring different characteristics to the job, a different management style, a different perspective on things.
Of course. The thing is to be able to win an election. I am sure that there are many meritorious men or women that could, in theory, deserve position not only at the UN, nationally, in countries. But the mere fact that they may have a good resume does not make a good case for the legitimacy of their aspiration. You have to garner political support. You have to show that you have what it takes to be there. Of course there are. It's not an issue that there are not, like you say, half of the humanity are women. Of course there must be many, hundreds, I'm sure, and of course men. As men, apart from myself, that could be described as perfectly fit for the job. But then you have a discrete number of candidates, and a decision must be made. So let the processes, we talk about the Charter, let's allow the Charter to do its work and go through the election selection process as the Charter foresees it.
You, if you get this job, are going to be taking it at a very interesting time. Many believe that the post-World War II global order is coming to an end, that there is a new era. The world is dividing between powers who are trying to have their own spheres of influence. And at the same time, there's an argument that many of those powers believe might is right. Forget about the consensus, forget about the rules, forget about the UN Charter, for example. We've mentioned already the US and Israel bombing Iran, Russia invading Ukraine, Israel bombarding Gaza, 70,000 people killed, the majority of them women and children, and most recently the US going into Venezuela and just stealing its leader and putting him on trial. This is not how the world used to work.
Well, I think it could be argued that we've seen many of the things that you described with different names, perhaps, and personalities, but we are not coming from a rosy world and entering one which is fraught with conflict. We are in a very difficult moment. I fully agree with that, and this is why it is so important to strengthen the multilateral structures that we have, and in particular the United Nations, and in particular its role in peace and security. Because all of these things that you described, even the derivations of it to human rights issues and humanitarian aspects, stem from these violations of peace and international law and all these things you described. So I think this absence of the UN from the resolution of conflict is at the source of many of these very, very bad developments that we are seeing now.
And of course, the Secretary-General plays an absolutely key role, but so does another body in the UN system. Listen to this quote, recent quote from former Secretary-General Ban Ki-moon. The current crisis at the UN stems from multiple causes, but the Security Council's ongoing failure to properly function constitutes the most egregious cause. Would you agree? And how do you reform the Security Council when 5 members of the Security Council are permanent and effectively have a veto against any reform?
Well, the reform is very important reform is a very wide concept, and it includes many things. We are talking about UN80, and Secretary General Guterres launched this process, which is very necessary. Then you have the process of the reform of the Security Council proper, which has been launched 20 years ago or so, and which is, you know, moving in a difficult way.
Not moving very fast, is it?
No, not moving very fast. But this is typically in the hands of member states. It's not in the hands of the Secretary General. It's the will of member states whether they can come to an agreement on that. No one denies that reform would be necessary. It is incredibly difficult because the Security Council, as we know it, was the result of a post-cataclysmic moment where certain important decisions and rules of the game were being set, and that was possible at that time. Now, coming to the same or a reformulation of some of these rules in out of a consensus, and countries yielding to other countries is extremely difficult. And we see how or why this is happening. Anyways, while we get to this reform, we should still work and not simply throw our hands up and say, well, you know, because the Security Council is not being reformed and it's not working properly, there's nothing we can do.
Well, there's one thing the Americans think you can do, which is set up a new body, the Board of Peace. Now, as you know, that was set up because of Gaza, a resolution by the Security Council itself, 2803, to oversee the reconstruction and political transition in Gaza. President Trump now wants it to have a much bigger role. He wants countries, if they want to be on it full time, to pay $1 billion. He wants to be in charge of it, it seems, for life. I mean, is this a viable alternative to the Security Council? Is this going to work in your view?
But I don't know. You know, I think initiatives for peace are initiatives for peace, and they will have the development that they will have. From my perspective, obviously, and also as a candidate and as the leader of an international organization that deals with matters related to peace and security, I would say let's put our act together at the UN. Let's make our role. And for those who criticize that, the Board of Peace, well, let them contribute to make the Security Council work. Because, of course, when you have the institution not delivering in the way it should, others may come with initiatives. I don't have a problem with any initiative. I will focus on the work of the Security Council, and I believe that in spite of or despite all these internal problems, the Security Council is absolutely indispensable. Is the place where countries discuss war and peace. Whether they can come to agreements, that's a completely different thing. But this is where the Secretary General can operate, can talk, can gauge what is possible, can talk to the leaders and try to move towards peace. I wouldn't measure the efficiency of the Security Council against the number of resolutions it approves. It would be perfect. It would be perfect, it would be fantastic, but again, let's go to history. And when we go back in history, we'll see that perhaps there was a very short period after the fall of the Berlin Wall where there was some understanding at the Security Council, the number of vetoes decreased, but then the differences re-emerged. And this is not going to change because of a reform, because the underlying political difference will still exist, and we will still need a body to discuss and perhaps from time to time to come to solutions.
Now, one of the countries that is joining the Board of Peace is Argentina. And the way this works, this process, is you don't put yourself forward, you get put forward by your country. Even though you've been an international civil servant for the last 6 years, you are an Argentinian national, and Javier Milei, the president of Argentina, has put you forward. Now, he has some very controversial views on the international system
Yes.
and the UN. And I was recently in New York, and many people were questioning, well, are you going to reflect in any way the views of your sponsor? Let me give you one quote. Back in September, he described the UN as a supranational, i.e. above nations, model of governance led by international bureaucrats who seek to impose a particular way of life on the citizens of the world. You've worked with those bureaucrats for quite a long time.
Yes.
Is that how you see it?
Yes. No. Argentine foreign policy is something that should be dealt with Argentina. I'm not the Argentine foreign minister. I'm not an Argentine official. I'm an independent, as per the charter, I'm an independent international civil servant. And I have, as you know, because you follow UN matters, at the time you introduce your candidacy, you have to present your vision. So if you care to read my vision, you will see my vision, which is mine, and I'm the sole responsible. And to the credit of the Argentine government, they didn't touch a comma on it. So it is my vision, the vision that represents the leadership that I have been exercising at the IAEA for the past 6 years. So to try to amalgamate these things and to put me against or pitch me against President Milei will not work.
It's not me doing it. I've spoken to all sorts of people in New York who are asking these questions. Let me do a very quick fire with you to make sure that you are doing what you say. He says that the World Health Organization is a criminal organization. Do you agree with that?
I think that this is a question for President Milei.
No, but I want to know, do you think it is? Because we're just making sure on you say your vision statement is different from him.
You have doubts. So I will tell you immediately that the IAEA works very, very closely with WHO, with the FAO, with the rest of the... In fact, we are a model because we are the only international organization that works so closely in the system that we have joint divisions, for example, with the FAO, and we work in this direction. So again, to judge a candidate, you have to look at his record, not the statements of the democratically elected president of the country.
And I assume it's a similar answer on the Sustainable Development Goals, which he opposes. I've read the IAEA website. You talk about them too. Let me ask you about one other, which people have raised with me, which is Israel. Yes. Strong backing for Israel from the current Argentine government.
Yes.
And in a recent vote on a two-state solution, Argentina was just one of 10 countries that voted against. You are being sponsored by someone who doesn't believe in a two-state solution. And that, of course, has been the centre of the UN's position since the Oslo Accords 1993. Exactly. I'm assuming you still support a two-state solution. I just want to get it on the record so the world knows.
It is very clear. The position of the United Nations is very clear. We need still to be able to come to operational solutions to the problems that we are seeing in Gaza, in Palestine, and in general in that part of the world. And I work very, very closely with the Arab group in my organization, and my organization is responsible for a very key matter that goes to the heart of the Arab region in general when it comes to peace and security, and we work very, very well. So again, you may try to continue quoting the president of Argentina as many times as you wish. My vision is my vision, and I think that is very clear.
You have said, and you told me earlier on, that you're not happy with the way the UN is operating at the moment. It is not operating to its full potential. It's not functioning as it should. In your view, then, is the current Secretary-General partly to blame?
Absolutely not. How can we say that? Antonio Guterres is a great statesman. He has been dealing with a very intractable international situation. Now he is laying the foundations of reform through UN80, which is a first step, of course, which will have to be continued. So I think times in history demand certain types of leadership. He incarnated that. I remember when he was elected in 2016, lots of hope in his wisdom to do the job. And I think he will be leaving a legacy of great respect for his work. Now we are having different conditions, different situations, and we have to tackle them energetically.
Rafael Grossi, thank you for talking to Al Jazeera.
That was a great pleasure, as always. Thank you very much. Thank you.
At the junction of Africa and Europe.
This is one of the most tightly guarded frontiers in the world.
A series of special reports from Ceuta.
I'm Nicholas Hawk in the most northern point of Africa. And behind me is Europe.
Have you tried to make it across to Europe?
Yeah, I have tried 2 times, but I failed.
Find out how migrants make it to the other side.
Not much happens in Rockwood, Texas, as far as the eye can see. And there are a lot of eyes here. It is at dusk that they all open. Check it out. This is a telescope farm. These telescopes have been shipped here from enthusiasts all over the world who then control them remotely through their computer screens. And they're sent here because there is no light pollution, which means that the pictures that they can get are quite literally out of this world.
Some of the coolest things our customers see is when big groups of them work together to take a photo. Before this place, there really weren't many affordable ways to get into remote observing.
Right in the heart of the Lone Star State, this is the gateway to billions more.
Pakistan declares an open war on Afghanistan and bombs Kabul. Both sides say they're inflicting heavy losses. I'm Tom McRae. This is Al Jazeera Live from Doha. Also coming up, 6 Palestinians are killed in Israeli drone attacks and the latest violation of the Gaza ceasefire. Iran says progress is being made in indirect nuclear talks with the US, but there's no sign of a breakthrough deal.
They redacted all the perpetrators' names and then they tried to throw the victims under the bus, well, not victims, we're survivors actually, because, the victims of this are dead and that's why we're speaking out.
And an Epstein survivor slams the US government for its treatment of victims of the late sex offender and calls for accountability. Pakistan has declared open war on its neighbour Afghanistan after launching airstrikes on several major Afghan cities. The escalation follows months of growing hostilities despite a ceasefire agreement in October. The people in the capital Kabul and Kandahar heard explosions until the early morning hours of Friday. Earlier, Islamabad accused the Afghan Taliban of opening fire along the border. Pakistan says Afghanistan has failed to take action against armed groups that carry out attacks in its territory, an accusation the Taliban government denies. Well, Pakistan says it targeted several military and Taliban sites across Afghanistan. As we mentioned, the strikes hit the capital as well as the border provinces of Kandahar, Paktika and Nangarhar. The countries shared a disputed 2,500-kilometre border that was decided during the British colonial era. Now, each side says it has inflicted dozens of casualties on the other. Health officials in Nangarhar say they treated at least 9 people injured when a shell hit a camp housing Afghans returning from Pakistan. They say 1 person was critically wounded. Well, the Taliban government in Afghanistan has blamed Pakistan for the latest escalation.
In response to repeated border violations and aggression by Pakistani military circles, large-scale offensive operations have been launched against Pakistani army positions and military installations along the Durand Line.
Well, shells from an Afghan attack fell on a border town in Pakistan. 1 mosque and several homes were damaged in the strike. The people on both sides of the border have been caught in the crossfire.
There were 4 of us in the house and all of us got injured.
My mother was wounded, so is one of my sisters, who was taken to Peshawar, and my sister-in-law died.
I was watching a cricket match on television when the first mortar hit our village. My friends ran away, and soon after, more mortars hit our village, including a mosque. The fourth mortar hit our property's rooftop. As a result, my sister, two of my daughters, and I were injured.
Well, fighting between the two sides flared up in October of last year. Pakistan launched airstrikes into Afghanistan, targeting what it said was safe havens for armed groups attacking Pakistani territory. Kabul denied those accusations. And more than 70 people on both sides were killed in the fighting that followed. Later in October, the two countries agreed to a ceasefire after talks in Doha, but tensions remained. And last week, Pakistan carried out more airstrikes on what it said were camps and hideouts for fighters. Well, Al Jazeera's Kamal Haider is in the Pakistani city of Peshawar near the Afghan border. He joins us now. Kamal, first of all, can you just bring us up to date with the current situation and really what brought about this massive escalation that we've seen?
Yeah, just to let you know that we have been able to reach Landi Kotal, and just a couple of minutes ago, we were able to see and hear outgoing fire from the Pakistani side. That is, it appears to be heavy artillery, which means that the clashes are still continuing. Pakistan has been striking targets from the air as well inside Afghanistan, and the situation is quite tense. Now, it should be remembered that the Afghan side decided to attack on a vast stretch of the Pakistani border from the north all the way across to Waziristan, and that the attack, according to the Pakistanis, was unprovoked. It happened at about 15 GMT on Thursday night, after which Pakistan said it retaliated with heavy fire and inflicted heavy casualties on the other side. So there are reports by both sides that they've inflicted heavy casualties on each other. The situation indeed is alarming because Pakistan now says that it will continue with what it calls a retaliatory response.
Yeah, like you say, it is alarming. Pakistan's defence minister has described this as open war. Can you just explain, is this officially being framed as a state-to-state conflict or as a counter-terrorism operation?
Well, they are calling it an open war, but what they mean by that war, does it mean that Pakistani troops are going to cross the border? Very unlikely. However, we cannot rule out a continual exchange of fire across the border, the Afghans and the Pakistanis both using heavy artillery. The Afghans do not have an air force, so the Pakistanis at the moment have the upper hand in striking across the border. They've attacked Kabul, they have attacked Kandahar and other places. They say that their main targets are ammunition dumps and also military infrastructure. So as far as the wordings of the defense minister, it only shows that there is now going to be a continuing tit-for-tat, sporadic fire, sometimes intensified fire across the border.
OK, thank you so much, Kamal, for that update. Kamal Haider for us there in Peshawar. Well, Al Jazeera's Abdul Rahman Mahtar is following developments from Landi Kotal, a Pakistani town on the border with Afghanistan.
Currently, it's quiet over here on the borders between Pakistan and Afghanistan after a long and difficult night, especially when Pakistan launched airstrikes in response to what it called the unprovoked fire from Afghanistan. Pakistan, using fighter jets and artillery against Afghan forces, targeted 27 military posts and controlled 9 of them, as the information minister confirmed. Pakistani Prime Minister Shahbaz Sharif affirmed in an official statement that the Pakistan armed forces are fully capable of crushing any hostile intentions. A Pakistani spokesperson confirmed 133 Afghan Taliban fighters had been killed and more than 200 others wounded.
At least 6 Palestinians have been killed in Israeli drone strikes targeting police posts in central and southern Gaza. Medical officials at Al-Nasser Hospital in Khan Yunis say 4 people died when a drone hit a police checkpoint in the Al-Mawasi area and several others were wounded. In Al-Barij refugee camp in central Gaza, 2 people were killed in a similar strike on a police post. Well, Al Jazeera's Tarek Abu Azoum is in Gaza City for us. And Tarek, more attacks on Gaza despite the ceasefire. Can you just give us an update on the situation there as it stands right now?
Well, these attacks suggest that military pressure remains a priority for Israel over consolidation of calm, and it seems that Israel seeks to prevent any armed faction, including Hamas, from demonstrating any semblance of administrative governance or even control during the second phase of the ceasefire agreement. That's why we saw Israel targeting 2 police checkpoints in Khan Yunis and in Al Bureij refugee camp in central Gaza, leaving behind 6 police officers killed, whose bodies have been transferred to the main hospitals across Gaza, and they were mourned this morning by their families who have been leaving behind a trail of memories that will remain really very difficult to comprehend. Specifically, that the people on the ground believe that removing any governance structures during a ceasefire phase risks leaving behind a security vacuum that can easily be filled by extremist figures, and that's why we saw a remarkable activation for armed militias that's very close to where these checkpoints were set up. So people believe that these checkpoints were basically designed in order to maintain internal security, but Israel, on the other hand, is trying to show that it's the main figure responsible of dictating the dynamics of the ceasefire and deciding who will govern Gaza and how the rhythm of the community will be going forward. So basically, there is a growing sentiment of frustration among local civilians in the Strip as Israel's activities are still ongoing without any sort of respite. As I'm talking to you right now, Tom, the thunder of the drones is quite heard in the background, as Israel also killed a Palestinian man in the city of Beit Lahia, very close to the yellow demarcation line, as these killings have been repeatedly recorded on a daily basis since the ceasefire was signed back in October.
Indeed. Thank you so much, Tarek. As always, Tarek Abu Azoum for us there in Gaza City. Well, heavy Israeli restrictions are preventing many Palestinian worshippers from reaching the Al-Aqsa Mosque compound for Friday prayers during the fasting month of Ramadan. Only a few dozen are being allowed through checkpoints in the occupied West Bank, while thousands are turned back. Israel had said up to 10,000 Palestinians would be allowed into occupied East Jerusalem, but only with special permits. Only children under the age of 12, men above the age of 55, and women 50 and older are eligible. To other news now, Netflix has walked away from its $82 billion offer to buy Warner Brothers Studio and its streaming platform. It paves the way for rival Paramount Skydance to win the months-long fight. Warner Brothers board announced Paramount's latest offer at $31 a share was more competitive than the agreement previously struck with Netflix. That means that HBO Max, the Harry Potter franchise, and CNN could soon be under the Paramount banner. The deal still needs approval from both Warner shareholders and government regulators. Former US Secretary of State Hillary Clinton has testified at a congressional hearing on convicted sex offender Jeffrey Epstein. Her husband, former President Bill Clinton, is set to address the same panel on Friday. Now, protesters rallied outside the venue, but the Republican-led hearing was held behind closed doors. In her testimony, Clinton denied any prior knowledge of Epstein's crimes or those of his accomplice, Ghislaine Maxwell. Representatives questioned Clinton about her daughter's 2010 wedding, which Maxwell attended, but Clinton said she had come with another guest. The deposition was briefly paused after a Republican representative took a photo of Clinton that was later leaked on social media. The incident prompted Clinton to again demand that the deposition be made open to reporters.
They had a chance to do it in public, and I wish they had done it in public. And I think they're making the wrong decision, avoiding doing it in public. I thought it was very repetitive. I thought that they asked literally the same questions over and over again, which didn't seem to me to be very productive. And then, as I said, toward the end, you know, there were other questions that were totally off subject. So if they are going to fulfill their responsibilities to literally investigate the investigations, which is what they originally said was the scope of their work, I think they could have spent the day more productively.
Al Jazeera has spoken to one of Epstein's victims, who says the US government has thrown victims under the bus by redacting perpetrators' names from the Epstein file. Juliet Bryant first met Jeffrey Epstein when she was a 20-year-old part-time model in Cape Town, South Africa. She says she was taken to the United States with promises of modelling work before being trafficked and abused by Jeffrey Epstein on his island. Ms Bryant told Al Jazeera she noticed that only a number of pre-selected emails had been released in the Epstein files. She is calling for all documents to be made public so that abusers in power can be held to account.
It's been very sloppily done. They've done a very bad job on it. You know, they released some of my emails, which wasn't supposed to happen, but that's okay. I've got nothing to hide. You know, Epstein was a very bad man and master manipulator. He had huge psychological control over myself and a lot of other people. You know, they've done a very bad job of it. And also what I've realized recently is that they didn't even release all the emails, because I was going through the emails that were between Epstein and I actually asked the boys' lawyers, I said, why have all the emails not been released, only selected ones? And they said, oh, maybe Epstein deleted them on his end. But I mean, that would be like really weird for him. Like there were emails where I was asking him like, oh, can he recommend good books to read? You know, just like arbitrary emails like that. And a lot of them weren't released. So what I've seen is that they've released selected emails. You know, because they released mine by mistake, I've, you know, seen that they were only releasing selected emails. So that brings everything into question. It means that things haven't been released properly. So, and you know, they redacted all the perpetrators' names, and then they try to throw the victims under the bus, well, not victims, we're survivors actually, because, you know, the victims of this are dead, and that's why we're speaking out. But, you know, I think they did a terrible job of it.
We're still ahead here on Al Jazeera.
I hereby declare that Hannah Catherine Spencer is duly elected Member of Parliament for the Gorton and Denton constituency.
The UK Green Party wins a crucial by-election that passed the pressure on Prime Minister Keir Starmer.
The Galapagos Islands. They're a jealously protected wildlife sanctuary and UNESCO World Heritage Site. There are land and sea animals here that exist nowhere else.
Ecuador is proud of its natural wonder of the world, but in the last 6 years, the archipelago's location has made it a strategic stopover on an aquatic superhighway for drug traffickers to smuggle drugs into the United States.
Cocaine produced in Peru and Colombia is smuggled into Ecuador, where traffickers entice or threaten local fishermen to transport it to the nearest refueling point, the waters of the Galapagos. The crackdown in the Pacific represents only a tiny fraction of the drugs making their way to the United States. It's a problem that's beginning not only to put at risk the archipelago's reputation as a pristine sanctuary, but also its domestic and geopolitical security.
In the hinterland of Kazakhstan, a medical train is on a crucial mission. 101 East joins the doctors on board as they bring life-saving healthcare to tens of thousands of patients. Kazakhstan's train hospital on Al Jazeera.
Understanding the reality.
The government is providing stability, but the next hurdle is giving people somewhere to live.
Asking questions.
Everyone is breaking the rules, including permanent members. Might is right now, isn't it?
Reporting from the action.
What they want is a full withdrawal of all federal agents from the city.
With the latest global news and insightful documentaries, Al Jazeera's teams across the world bring you closer to the heart of the story.
Al Jazeera, wherever you are.
You're watching Al Jazeera. Just a reminder of our top stories this hour. Pakistan says it's in an open war with Afghanistan. That's after Pakistan launched airstrikes on major Afghan cities, including Kabul. The sides have blamed each other for the latest escalation of cross-border attacks. At least 6 Palestinians have been killed after Israeli drone strikes targeted police posts in central and southern Gaza. Medical officials say the attacks hit checkpoints in Al-Mawasi in the south and at the entrance to Al-Barij refugee camp in central Gaza. Well, US and Iranian officials have made significant progress in a third round of indirect nuclear talks in Geneva. That's according to the Foreign Minister of Oman, which is acting as mediator. He will now travel to Washington to meet with US Vice President J.D. Vance. Iran's Foreign Minister Abbas Araghchi says the negotiations have been the longest and most serious yet. Now delegations will go back to consult with their governments. Araghchi says differences remain, but that the sides discussed elements of an agreement on Tehran's nuclear program and the easing of sanctions. Technical teams are scheduled to meet in Austria next week. Now, Washington and Tehran have said they want a diplomatic solution to avert a full-scale military conflict. Well, for the latest, we're going to go to Tohid Sadi, who is in Tehran for us. And Abbas Araghchi has since spoken with his Egyptian counterpart. Do we have any more details of how that conversation went?
Yeah, just following the talks between Iran and the United States that just concluded yesterday, earlier today, we've got Iranian Foreign Minister Abbas Araghchi talking to Badr Abdulati, his Egyptian counterpart. And according to the statement that we had from the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, the discussions revolved around regional developments as well as the trajectory of talks between Iran and the United States. Iranian Foreign Minister on this phone conversation once again said that Iran is trying to solve the issues with diplomacy, but the thing is, according to him, the extent to which this diplomatic pathway could be successful is conditioned upon the determination of the other side on the one hand and avoiding a sort of excessive maximalist demands as well as miscalculations, according to Iranian Foreign Minister. Well, actually, this is not the first time that two sides are talking. Just 1 week ahead of yesterday's negotiations, the two foreign ministers had another phone conversation, and I can say that from the beginning of this year, at least 4 times they have spoken, and that is indicative of actually Egyptian role when it comes to this diplomatic engagements between Iran and the United States on the one hand, and of course a part and parcel of Iran's continuation of interactions with the countries in the region to make sure that this pathway at the end of the day is in coordination with other actors and factors in the region.
Okay, thank you so much for that, Tohid Sadi, for us in Tehran. Well, Cuba says it is communicating with the United States after a shootout involving a US-registered boat. It says the people on board were armed Cubans living in America who sought to infiltrate the country. The gun battle broke out 2 kilometres off Cuba's northern coast. 4 people were killed and another 6 were injured. Ed Augustin reports from Havana.
4 dead, 6 wounded after Wednesday morning's shootout in Cuban waters. The Cuban Coast Guard insists that they were shot at first by terrorists traveling from Florida in a high-speed speedboat that incurred into Cuban waters. We don't know all the facts yet, but what we do know is that ever since the 1959 revolution, there has been no shortage of political violence, and this latest incursion into Cuban waters plugs into that long history.
If you attack me, I have to attack you, because we're not going to stand with our arms crossed. If you come at us, you have to be ready to fight. We're not afraid. We're actually passive, but don't pinch us, because we will hit back.
Cuba doesn't want conflict with anyone. What there is an economic situation, and it stems from the embargo and a series of other things that hurt the Cuban people. Because when oil doesn't get here, that doesn't just affect the government. The ones affected are ordinary Cubans.
They're threatening the island because you don't know what they might do or whether they have weapons. I think the Coast Guard did what they had to do.
Speculation has swirled about whether the US and Cuban governments are talking. On Thursday afternoon, the Cuban Vice Foreign Minister confirmed that they are, at least about this incident.
From the very beginning, and after it was determined that the vessel sailed from the United States territory, the Cuban authorities have maintained communication with their U.S. counterparts regarding this attempt terrorist act, including the State Department and the Coast Guard. An investigative process is currently underway aimed at clarifying the facts.
The Cuban government has been very careful not to lay the blame at the feet of the US government for this issue. It's emphasizing the importance of cooperation between the two countries. Marco Rubio, the first ever Cuban-American Secretary of State, yesterday downplayed the issue, emphasizing that the US wants to get at the facts and that they have launched their own fact-finding investigation. Ed Augustin, Havana, Al Jazeera.
Britain's governing Labour Party has suffered a major setback in a special parliamentary by-election. The Green Party won Manchester's Gorton and Denton constituency, with right-wing Reform UK finishing second. Now, Labour, which had comfortably held the seat at the last general election, finished a distant third. The result piles pressure on Prime Minister Keir Starmer, who is already facing scrutiny over his leadership, and the arrest of senior party figure Peter Mandelson over his links to convicted sex offender Jeffrey Epstein. Al Jazeera's Sonia Gallego is in Manchester with this update.
Well, this is an enormous upset in the British political landscape. For the very first time, the Green Party have managed to secure a victory in a parliamentary by-election. It was always going to be a very tough race. Three-way race between Labour, which has historically been the strongest party in this area, but also from the right, the insurgent Reform Party, right-wing Reform Party, which has been appealing to certain parts of the constituency, but also from the left, the Green Party. And it was the Greens that came through. They made headway with their message, which appealed to the more diverse part of the constituency, also a younger constituency, with their anti-reform message. Reform, on the other hand, talking up a lot about the sudden rise in immigration in the past 10 years. It got them to second place, but it didn't get them the victory that they were hoping for. Meanwhile, Labour now in third position, which is an enormous blow for a party that has for much of the century dominated this area. Sonia Gallego, Al Jazeera, Manchester.
Violence linked to drug cartels in Mexico has raised new concerns about the country co-hosting this year's FIFA World Cup. The focus is on Guadalajara. The city will host 4 matches, but it recently saw major roadblocks and serious disruption. John Holman has this report from Guadalajara.
Guadalajara, city of mariachi, tequila and huge pork sandwiches. But just last Sunday it was a scene of narco-violence. After Kingpin El Mencho was killed, his cartel hit back. That's a major perception problem because Guadalajara is also a host city for the World Cup this summer. Salvador Sáenz is a locally venerated seller of those aforementioned pork sandwiches, or tortas locas y calientes as he brands them. He expected to do brisk business with thousands of fans arriving. Now he's worried and a bit annoyed.
I am very upset because we are just 3 or 4 months away from the start of the World Cup. This is a celebration that has been in the making for more than 8 to 10 years. To arrive at the opening with this level of worry, I think it's not right.
But Gary and Amy Johnson, snowbirds from Chicago who spend their winters in Mexico, say the worst has passed and that the media exaggerated the situation.
Well, for Easter, we have friends and family coming to visit us. And now people want to change their plans because they're afraid to come. They think it's a war zone. Well, by the time they started saying that, it was already over and cleaning up and calm, so we started, as long as nothing new happens, it's perfectly fine.
It's true, Guadalajara is calm right now. Locals are beginning to come out again and the corridors are filling up in this emblematic market in the city. It's called San Juan de Dios, and locals will proudly tell you that it's the biggest roof market in all of Latin America. But the concern is for the weeks and months to come. With the cartel leader gone, others might battle to take his place, unleashing further violence. The Mexican government's deployed thousands of soldiers to the city to try and prevent exactly that. And President Claudia Sheinbaum has personally promised that all will be well. Is there no risk for visitors, she was asked. No risk, none at all, she said. This is the Akron Stadium. It's due to host 4 matches this World Cup, and there's going to be fans from Spain, Uruguay, Colombia and South Korea coming here. Before, the biggest worry about the stadium was the traffic getting here. Now there are other concerns. Everyone here is hoping that all the visitors see is the food, the culture and the mariachis. After singing the city's unofficial anthem for us, they have a simple message. Come everyone, we're waiting for you with open arms. John Holman, Al Jazeera, Guadalajara.
Argentina's government wants to overhaul labour laws, which President Javier Milei says are outdated. He says loosening hiring regulations would increase productivity and attract investment, but powerful trade unions are resisting the changes. They have a long history of pushing for strong labour protections in Argentina. Teresa Bove reports from Buenos Aires on what's at stake.
Workers on the rooftop of one of the largest tire manufacturers in Argentina. It happened when the company announced it was shutting down for good.
Around 900 people were laid off from this factory. Workers tell us that last week they came to this factory and found this lock on the main entrance and that they were not allowed in. Unions say that what's happening here is an example of what labor reform will generate in Argentina, where companies will use the momentum to cut jobs and reduce labor rights.
The company says the factory stopped being competitive after the government of President Javier Milei made it easier to import cheaper goods. Alejandro Azuma was among those who lost their jobs.
This is a loss of genuine labour. Work gives you a sense of dignity. And what happened here is important. It's also happening in many other factories around the country.
On Friday, the Senate will vote on legislation the government says will modernize the labour market. It aims to reduce severance pay and collective bargaining, make it easier for companies to hire and fire workers, and limit often costly labour lawsuits. If the measures pass, they will have an impact on more than 13 million registered workers. The government says the current system is outdated and its complex hiring procedures discourage investment. But unions are pushing back against the proposed changes.
For decades, Argentina's labor courts acted as a powerful shield for workers, but that's something the government is hoping to change. And that's why hundreds of people gathered right here in front of Argentina's Supreme Court.
There's going to be chaos. We want to disband 80 courts and create 10 to deal with labor issues. That is going to collapse any labor claim in Argentina.
But not everyone is against the government's plan. Guillermo Garat is a restaurant owner who believes something needs to change.
I think a labour reform is necessary because anyone can take you to court and you have no chance of winning. The system has been abused and they discourage hiring new people.
The new legislation is likely to pass. If it does, it will be one of the most significant victories for the government since Milei came to power. But millions of workers are uncertain about what the new regulations will mean for their future. It could represent a significant loss. Teresa Bo, Al Jazeera, Buenos Aires.
Well, that's all from me, Tom McRae, for the moment. You can find much more information on our website, though. That is aljazeera.com, including all the latest on the Pakistan-Afghanistan escalation following months of growing hostilities. The news continues here on Al Jazeera after 101 East next.
is more than a train. It's a hospital on wheels and a lifeline for Kazakhstan's most remote communities.
Әр жаңа станцияға келгенде жүйкеміз жұқарады, себебі не күтіп тұрғанымызды алдын ала білмейміз.
With doctors and equipment on board, this train travels to more than 100 isolated villages every year.
Очень даже, работа идет прям активно, народ хорошо идет. Суть, да, из-за дефицита специалистов, может, там некоторых узких специалистов нету.
They offer free tests, consultations and emergency care.
Для жизни это могут быть жизнеугрожающие аритмии, кардиогенный шок, вплоть до остановки сердца. Поэтому, да, здесь важна точность диагностики и оперативность лечения.
Так, нитроглицерин под язык. Часто бери саладина, чтобы боль снимать, потому что шок будет сейчас.
101 East meets the doctors bringing life-saving health services to the hinterland of Kazakhstan. It's the middle of winter. The Healthy Kazakhstan medical train is the only healthcare service that has reached this village in more than a year. Normally accessible by dirt roads, the community has been completely cut off by heavy snowfall. Leading the team of doctors on board the train is Chief Medical Officer Dr. Aynur Yiginbayeva.
Сол үлкен ата-әжелерді, басқа да кісілерді жыл сайын күтіп, жаңағындай күтіп отқандарын көріп, бізге сеніп.
Today, the medical team is expecting up to 300 patients.
Ақырын.
Ол кісілер бізге деген сенімдері өте жыл сайын келіп қаралатындықтары және де жаңағындай
Қан тапсырама? Матча.
Очень даже, работа идет прям активно, народ хорошо идет. Суть, да, из-за дефицита специалистов, может, там некоторых узких специалистов нету. Болып тұрды, ар жақ әлі пустой. Қазір ары қарай кетеді бар. Педиатр, кішкентай балаларды, новорожденных, пожалуйста, можете.
Бас, аяғын, бас. Басаңыз баяқты. Үйге барған кезде радоны шыққанын келген жоқ болсыздар ма? Бізде не жоқ. Педиатр жоқ деді.
Окулист тоже бүкіл несі бар.
Сол жоқ. Қазір кел, бай, сал, ерті.
Келесі бізде стоматолог. Так, кардиолог. Одан кейін бағана айттым, ар жақта ЭКГ-дан кейін ол жаққа келеді кардиологқа.
Аяқта ісік жоқ қойда?
Аяқ ісік жоқ, просто тартылып қалады.
Мен жамбасымды түсіп көрейік, ә?
Жамбасыңызды қай жер не болды?
Мына ерге сынған жамбасы.
Қашан сынған?
7 жыл бұрын.
Пойызды негізі енді 8 ай жүріп келатыр. Ал біз бірінші келдік, шынына керек енді жаңағыдай чемоданымды алып қайттан кетіп қалғым келді. Енді үлкен қалада өмір сүргеннен кейін ол жақта бүкіл комфорт бәрі бар, кең үйде өмір сүргеннен кейін мен өзім ойландым, 2 мынандай квадратный метрде мынандай жататын жерде қалай жатам, қалай жүрем, шыдай алам ба мен деген бірінші өзіме сұрақ қойдым.
The train hospital is operated by 27 medical professionals and 20 support staff from all across the country. Dr. Aidana Tastanbekova is a cardiologist. This is her first time aboard the train.
Вложение, то есть я рассматривала его как получение нового опыта, как возможность путешествовать, также возможность побольше общаться с людьми с дальних регионов и узнать о проблемах, посмотреть, как я могу помочь, что в моих руках.
Құрметті Ақтоғай кентінің тұрғындары, құрметті қонақтар, саламатты Қазақстан медициналық пойызының қызметкерлері мен еліміздің ең үздік дәрігерлері, қош келдіңіздер.
Қайырлы күн, құрметті Ақтоғай станциясының тұрғындары. Сіздерге көптен көп рахмет, осындай құрметпен бізді қарсы алып жатсыздар. Саламатты Қазақстан медициналық пойызы бұл әлеуметтік жоба. Жоба аясында біз халыққа тегін түрде медициналық көмек көрсетеміз. Біздің медициналық пойыз 8 вагоннан құралған. Оның 4 вагоны толығымен медициналық құрал-жабдықтармен жабдықталған. Келіңіздер, қаралыңыздар. Сіздер үшін қызмет жасауға келдік. Күтеміз, есігіміз ашық.
The Healthy Kazakhstan medical train was launched in 2010, addressing the shortage of health facilities in the most remote regions of the world's 9th largest country. Funded by the government, the train travels 20,000 kilometres to more than 100 villages and towns every year. In Aqtogai, residents have been waiting for the train for a year, and news of its arrival has spread quickly. With only a day or two in each location, the doctors are under pressure to treat all the patients before the train moves on.
Да, обычно очередь большая, поток пациентов очень большой, и они все стоят в коридоре, там тесно, поэтому время ограничено, мы не можем долго беседовать, обсудить все вопросы.
Today, cardiologist Dr. Tastanbekova has already seen 60 patients. With just an hour left before the train is due to depart, an emergency case arrives.
Ем алу керек асты ғой, жүрмеу керек. Қай жер ауырды? Инсульт неге жатқансыз? Инсульт қазір? Жаңа жұмыс болған екен, дәрі салып та. Байқаңыз, апа. Өзіңіз жұмыс
Инсульт является очень грозным состоянием, острое нарушение мозгового кровообращения. Это острое опасное состояние. Очень часто встречается как осложнение неконтролируемой артериальной гипертензии, атеросклероза. Поэтому, да, необходимо быстро реагировать, лечить, госпитализировать и наблюдать.
Шынайы воздух жетіспей тұр. Мен бұрыннан башқа да қалдым жаңа.
Екісі күні яртыжла.
Екісі күні?
Да, КТ түсіріп, киямен жіберген.
Жоқ па деп ойлаған едік, бірақ бар болып тұр ғой.
Time is running out. The train must depart soon in order to make it to the next town on schedule. The patient is stable for now, but the doctors remain concerned.
Жаңа жазды, я соны айттым, ертең хабарда болайық дедім. Рахмет деп. Таңертең скорыймен апаратын болды, қалаға МРТ істесін, потом бүкіл. Вот так вот подсказывает. Близко к сердцу по-любому принимаешь, переживаешь, думаешь пока. Сейчас, например, я буду думать о ней, потому что завтра пока на МРТ не пройдет, пока нам не скинет, потому что нам тоже как-то будет неспокойно. Вот, будет интересно, чем все это закончилось. Могли ли мы вообще чем-то ей помочь? Дальше она до конца довела это или нет, деген сияқты.
As the train travels further north, temperatures plunge to below 20 degrees Celsius. The train must reach the next station before the heavy snowfall cuts off access. Before the chaos of the workday begins, paediatrician Dr. Indira Bayetova wakes up at 4 a.m. to acclimatise herself to her new surroundings.
Каждый станцияға барған кезде бүкіл почти мен каждый тоқтаған станцияның бүкіл жердің, в общем, жаяу ауылын бәрін полностью қарап шыққанмын негізі. Даже асфальт жоқ жерлер бар ғой бізде. Асфальт кәдімгі топырақ. Сол топырақтарда жүргенмін мен. Деп бәрін ойланып жүремін.
Overnight, snow blanketed the village and then turned to ice, making the roads treacherous. Chief Medical Officer Dr. Yigin Baiva has been fielding calls all morning from families who do not want to risk visiting the train hospital. The local nurse has arranged for transport so that the doctors can make house calls.
Қолыңыз ұстап, маңдайыңыз да. Бір қолым маңдай, бір қолым қолыңызда. Аха. Тоқта. Бірақ тісі бар. Ойбай. Кетесің бе? Кальций берсең аған, бітірей кальций бермейсің ба? Сартты ғой. Жүресің ба? Қандай жағалап жүре ме?
Жағаланы түргеп тұрады, жүрмейді.
Еңбек дейді. Еңбек дейді ма?
Иә, еңбек дейді.
Тісі жоқ қой ше. Неше айлық? 9 ай. Ручка қағаз бере салшы. Қандай проблема болған кезде? Бірінші очередь, бірінші профилактика ретінде бізге балдар Д витамин ғой негізі. Д витамин, кальций, педиатр мамандығы тапшылық болғандықтан, және де бізде педиатр мамандығын алып тастаған ғой, семейный врач отырыс болғандықтан, қаралмай жатыр.
The train has now been travelling across the country for months.
Армысыздар, қадірлі Асқаралы Алатау қаласына арнайы келген қонақтар, ақ халатты абзал жандар. Саламатты Қазақстан медициналық пойызы жобасы аясында ұйымдастырылған кезекті қалаға қош келіпсіздер.
Жобамызды 1 мамыр Астана қаласынан бастадық. Осы 140 станция жоспарланған болатын. Соңғы станциялардың бірі. Сіздер үшін қызмет жасауға келдік. Күтеміз, келіңіздер. Есігіміз ашық.
Саламатсыз. Окошкаға келеміз. Мын жаққа апай.
Жағын, терізге, көршініға.
Сосын?
Деңге.
At their next stop, a small village, an emergency patient has arrived.
Жоқ, ауыстырма просто. АВР кішкене қисық болып тұр да. Да, я вижу изменения на ЭКГ. Надо сейчас УЗИ сердца провести.
Так, нитроглицерин под язык. Джексон бери салат, чтобы боль снимать. Потому что шок будет сейчас.
Не, Гүлзат, зил бар ана жерде мен кабинетімде соқтан 4 таблетка 75. Сол қырыңызбен 4 таблетка, су, стакан су. ОКС подозреваем. Жүректің острокоронарный синдром, жедел коронарлы синдром. Себебі кеудесі ауырып жатыр, түннен бастап ауырып жатыр екен. Скорый шақыра берейік.
Как? Айта салыңдаршы, жазылып тұрған шығар?
Жоқ, жазылған жоқ. Абай ғана алып келгенде.
60-шы жылға? 60-шы жылға қазір сіздердің жинағатын қараңыз. Орайды мынау 3-пен
Это просто состояние, надо ввести срочно в центр ЧКВ, это черезкожное вмешательство. Для жизни это могут быть жизнеугрожающие аритмии, кардиогенный шок, вплоть до остановки сердца. Поэтому да, здесь важна точность диагностики и оперативность лечения.
Ар жақта уже білет главврачы күтіп алады өзі де.
Потому что по протоколу некоторые лекарственные средства мы не можем держать, такие как наркотические, обезболивающие и так далее. Что у нас нет всего необходимого оборудования, того оборудования и отделения для дальнейшего наблюдения. То есть сначала их условий нету, как бы у нас другой немножко вектор помощи пациенту, у нас как бы первичная помощь, диагностическая и консультативная.
The patient will be transferred to a hospital 4 hours away. The staff and crew on this 8-month medical mission have forged a strong bond. After treating an estimated 100,000 patients, tomorrow they're heading home.
Бүгін
соңғы отырыс осы коллективта. Бірақ көзді ашып жұмғанша 8 ай деген жаңағыдай тез ұшып өтті.
Dr. Yegenbaeva says she'll leave with good memories, but she's not sure if she'll come back for a 5th year. Staffing remains a challenge every year. Despite a $2,000 monthly salary, well above the usual pay for doctors in Kazakhstan, few are willing to make the sacrifice this life on rails demands.
Құрметті коллектив, локомотив составқа қосылды. Қазір жүреміз, сақ болыңыздар.
One more sleep for the doctors before they complete their mission tomorrow.
Бүгін соңғы жұмыс күні, получается, біз полностью поезды өткіземіз. Қазіргі кезде, енді айта аламын, просто мен өте қатты шаршадым десем де болады. Просто все вспомнила. Соның бәрін еске алып, көзіме жас келіп отыр. Возможно, қайтып келмеймін деп енді кетіп бара жатырмын. Негізі бірақ та халық мысалы үшін бізді күтіп отыр, қарап отыр.
Кім екеуміз?
Никуда жүргенін братишка.
Бір лақтырып алайын маған.
Давайте, прощаемся. Амотаевна.
Больше всего поездардың дауысын, наверное, да. Шучу. Поездан кетем дейтін, ой бар. Былтырда шықпаймыз дедік, бірақ шықтық биыл. Енді биыл да соңғы жыл деп енді айтып жатырық. Бірақ енді андай ғой. Шақырса көреміз депті.
After months of hesitation, Chief Medical Officer Dr. Yegenbaeva has decided not to embark on a 6th mission. She's opening her own clinic in Astana to stay close to her daughters. Dr. Bayetova, the paediatrician, has joined a state clinic in the north of the country. But cardiologist Dr. Tastan Birkova has decided she'll be on board when the train sets off on its next mission to bring life-saving care to some of Kazakhstan's most remote communities.
In the Philippines, tuberculosis claims nearly 100 lives every day. 101 East meets the doctors embracing technology to treat patients in remote and dangerous areas.
We'll send the samples via drone and we'll get the results within 1 hour.
Fighting tuberculosis in the Philippines on Al Jazeera.
Al Jazeera, wherever you are.
Man-made substances used in countless products.
These chemicals do not break apart. Once they get into living things, they stay there.
Have permeated the planet and our bodies.
The worst pollution crisis in human history.
People in Power investigates how corporations concealed what they knew.
This is really a scandal.
And meets those fighting for accountability. Forever Chemicals, a toxic legacy on Al Jazeera.
At the junction of Africa and Europe.
This is one of the most tightly guarded frontiers in the world.
A series of special reports from Ceuta.
I'm Nicholas Hawk in the most northern point of Africa. And behind me is Europe.
Have you tried to make it across to Europe?
Yeah, I have tried 2 times, but I failed.
Find out how migrants make it to the other side.
Hello, this is the News Hour on Al Jazeera. I'm Fuli Batibo, live in Doha. Coming up in the next 60 minutes. Pakistan declares open war on Afghanistan and bombs Kabul. Both sides say they're inflicting heavy losses. Iran says Washington must drop its excessive demands to reach a nuclear deal, while the U.S. moves the world's largest aircraft carrier to Israel. Also this hour, we are in northern Kenya, where pastoral communities are in the grip of a severe drought, worsening a hunger crisis.
I hereby declare that Hannah Catherine Spencer is duly elected Member of Parliament for the Gorton and Denton constituency.
The Green Party wins a crucial British by-election that piles the pressure on Prime Minister Keir Starmer. And how a piece of Europe on the African continent has become a symbol of hope for migrants and a flashpoint for those who want to stop them. Thank you for joining us. Pakistan has declared open war on its neighbor Afghanistan after launching airstrikes on several major cities. The escalation follows months of growing hostilities despite a ceasefire agreement in October. People in the capital, Kabul and Kandahar, heard explosions until the hours of Friday morning. Earlier, Islamabad accused the Afghan Taliban of opening fire along the border. Pakistan says Afghanistan has failed to take action against armed groups that carry out attacks on its territory, an accusation the Taliban government denies. Now, here are the areas Pakistan says it targeted. It includes several military and Taliban sites. As we mentioned, the strikes hit the capital as well as the border provinces of Kandahar, Paktika and Nangarhar. The countries share a disputed 2,500-kilometer border that was decided during the British colonial era. Each side says it has inflicted dozens of casualties on the other. Health officials in Nangarhar say they treated at least 9 people who were injured when a shell hit a camp housing Afghans returning from Pakistan. They say one person was critically wounded.
Last night around 10:30, an explosion hit. People started running away with their families. They left all their belongings here. Some even left their kids. 2 or 3 kids were missing. There were 3 to 4 people injured.
I saw blood. It wounded 2 or 3 children and 2 or 3 women. I don't know about the rest, if they were taken to the hospital, but the situation last night was bad. We left everything behind.
Meanwhile, shells from an Afghan attack fell on a border town in Pakistan. The strike damaged a mosque and several homes. People on both sides of the border have been caught in the crossfire.
There were 4 of us in the house, and all of us got injured. My mother was wounded, so is one of my sisters, who was taken to Peshawar, and my sister-in-law died.
I was watching a cricket match on television when the first mortar hit our village. My friends ran away, and soon after, more mortars hit our village, including a mosque. The 4th mortar hit our property's rooftop. As a result, my sister, 2 of my daughters, and I were injured.
Al Jazeera's Kamal Haider is in Peshawar near the Pakistan-Afghan border. He explains what led to this escalation.
Pakistan has been striking targets from the air as well inside Afghanistan, and the situation is quite tense. Now, it should be remembered that the Afghan side decided to attack on a vast stretch of the Pakistani border from the north all the way across to Waziristan, and that the attack, according to the Pakistanis, was unprovoked. It happened at about 15 GMT on Thursday night, after which Pakistan said it retaliated with heavy fire and inflicted heavy casualties on the other side. So there are reports by both sides that they've inflicted heavy casualties on each other. The situation indeed is alarming because Pakistan now says that it will continue with what it calls a retaliatory response. They are calling it an open war, but what they mean by that war, does it mean that Pakistani troops are going to cross the border? Very unlikely. However, we cannot rule out a continual exchange of fire across the border, the Afghans and the Pakistanis both using heavy artillery. The Afghans do not have an air force, so the Pakistanis at the moment have the upper hand in striking across the border. They've attacked Kabul, they have attacked Kandahar and other places. They say that their main targets are ammunition dumps and also military infrastructure. So as far as the wordings of the defense minister, it only shows that there is now going to be a continuing tit-for-tat, sporadic fire, sometimes intensified fire across the border.
Well, Pakistan holds a significant military advantage. It has at least 660,000 active personnel. In contrast, Afghan forces number about 172,000. In terms of equipment, Pakistan has more than 6,000 armored vehicles and more than 4,600 large caliber guns. Afghanistan has some armored vehicles and artillery, much of it dating back to the Soviet era, but exact numbers remain unclear. The gap is even wider in the air. Pakistan operates 465 combat aircraft and more than 260 helicopters. Afghanistan has no fighter jets and only a small number of aging aircraft and helicopters. And Pakistan is a nuclear-armed state with an estimated 170 warheads, while Afghanistan has no nuclear capability. Well, to discuss this further, we're now joined by Obaidullah Baher in Kabul. He's a political analyst and adjunct lecturer at the American University of Afghanistan. And in Islamabad is Hassan Khan, who's a political analyst and security analyst. Thank you so much, gentlemen, for joining us. Hassan Khan in Islamabad, if I can start with you. The defense minister has described this as an open war. What does it mean exactly? Is this officially being framed in Pakistan as a state-to-state conflict now?
Thank you very much. I think let me first make a small correction that Pakistan has not opened war against Afghanistan.
Well, that's what the defense minister declared. Defense minister says we are now in an open war.
I'm coming to it. Initially, it was your statement. Yesterday at 5 o'clock, when the Muslims were just breaking the fast, Afghan Taliban opened, as Kamal Haider has also referred to that, over a long stretch of Pakistani border. They attacked the Pakistani checkpoints, and then later on, after I think 3 or 4 hours, Pakistan decided to retaliate and retaliate hugely. Pakistan codenamed this operation against what they call it, Afghan Taliban, as Ghazab Lil Haq, a fight for the rights. So I think now this is Pakistan has declared it an open war against Afghan Taliban. The reason is, it's not only Pakistan which is saying that Afghan Taliban are harboring the terrorist networks which are using the Afghan soil against Pakistan. The entire world is convinced. The UN reports have said it time and again. Just a week back, the Russian Foreign Ministry has repeated it, that Afghan soil is being used by the terror organizations, and even Russian foreign ministers.
Let's allow Obaidullah Baher in Kabul to respond. What do you say to that? A serious accusation leveled by the Pakistanis against the Afghan Taliban. What does the Taliban government in Kabul respond?
Fair enough. I mean, for starters, I think it's really important to clarify who the aggressor in this conflict is. The retaliation that was clearly framed as such, that was conducted by the Afghan government last night, was stated that it was a retaliation for the Sunday bombing of a madrasa and families within Afghanistan. Pakistan claimed that it was doing that in response to TTP attacks, based on the bogus claim that you just heard, that the Taliban are supporting the TTP, an insurgent group operating within Pakistan. First off, there is no evidence showing that the Taliban are sheltering TTP or supporting them or harboring them. The UN report that was mentioned by your guest from Pakistan is a UN sanctions and monitoring report that very clearly states that it has no teams deployed on the ground inside Afghanistan. Even so, the Afghan government offered the team to have access to Afghanistan. They refused to come. Their information is completely reliant on member states. So Pakistan feeds the same information to the UN team, and then the UN team then posts it, and then it is used as evidence, supposedly. Also, during the last conflicts that we had in October last year, the Afghan Taliban actually proposed that a third-party verification mechanism be imposed, in which Pakistan could forward any claims that they have of attacks being conducted against them from Afghan soil, and through that verification, fines and penalties can be imposed. Pakistan refused to go down that route. There seems to be an element within the military that wants conflict, and nothing seems to back them off.
Hassan Khan, what do you respond to that? Again, Islamabad has repeatedly accused Kabul of failing to act against groups which are attacking Pakistan. But has Pakistan actually shared intelligence dossiers with the Afghan authorities? Is there any back-channel security coordination between the two countries?
Look, I think this is not since I think for more than a year, Pakistan is repeatedly sharing the intelligence and this information not only with the Afghan government but with the friendly countries who were engaged in talks, specifically Qatar, Turkey, and Saudi Arabia. And last time, you know, when Qatar and Turkey failed, there was almost they reached an agreement. But when there was this specific about the monitoring, so it was Taliban who backed out, and then Saudis intervened, and at the last, Saudis also shared a draft with Pakistan and Afghanistan. Pakistan sent that draft back to Saudis, but Afghan Taliban sat on that. They refused to sign a draft for the Saudis mediation. So I think this is not only yesterday. It was just I mentioned that the Russian Foreign Ministry statement, they clearly stated it, that there are 20,000 to 23,000 foreign terrorists on the Afghan soil, and they are threatening the regional peace. And just day before yesterday, it was just yesterday, Russian Foreign Minister Sergei Lavrov, he had stated it clearly that the provocative statements which are coming out from Afghanistan, especially the Afghan Taliban's leadership, using suicide bombers against the neighboring countries, these are provocative. So I think this is the time for the Afghan Taliban to accept the reality that it is not only Pakistan, it is the UN member countries, whether I'm not sure that Pakistan is...
Let's allow Obaidullah Baher to respond. I mean, is the Afghan government, is the Afghan Taliban in control of the armed groups that are operating on its soil? And what concrete steps has it taken, if any, to prevent these cross-border attacks into Pakistan?
First off, it's actually quite sad to see journalists of a certain caliber refer to AI-generated videos of statements from Russia the same way that the Pakistani journalists actually posted AI videos of Netanyahu claiming that he wants to give aid to the Taliban. So that's just quite ridiculous. But to talk about the TTP specifically, the fact that if there is any TTP presence within Afghanistan, there are the arguments of how difficult it is to police the 2,600 separating kilometers line between both countries. There is also the concern that the TTP is a problem for Pakistan. It is an internal problem. It requires a solution, but the solution has to be political. It cannot be military, and it definitely cannot be escalation with Afghanistan. I mean, yes, the Afghan Taliban have a limited influence over the TTP by virtue of respect that is given to them, but that also has its limits. Afghanistan has offered multiple olive branches to Pakistan since the October conflicts, from gathering thousands of religious scholars and giving a religious decree that no fighting should be conducted inside Pakistan, from releasing Pakistani prisoners that were held during October clashes last year, to multiple other actions that were taken to show a willingness to sit down and find solutions to problems diplomatically. But there seems to be no appetite for diplomacy. There seems to be elements within the military that want a conflict. And considering that, if, okay, let's say Afghanistan is responsible for the TTP, who's responsible for the BLA? Who's responsible for the PTI being locked up and the political problems inside? Who's responsible for PTM, the Pashtun Tahaffuz movement, or the Baloch movements that are non-violent movements that are being prosecuted? Who's responsible for the economic situation? There seems to be complete scapegoating and lack of accountability on Pakistan's part, and it's easier to punch down on Afghanistan and start bombing their cities and killing families there.
Okay, Obaidullah Baher, let's allow Hassan Khan to respond. Your response to that, and also what would de-escalation, what would it take to have de-escalation right now? Because this is a really serious situation, a concerning one.
Look, I think talking about the Pakistan's internal affair is one thing, but being convinced that just a week back there was an attack, suicide attack in Bajawal, and the man was from Balkh province, and he was previously related to the special forces of Afghan Taliban. There was an attack in Peshawar where 3 suicide bombers, all the 3 was from Afghanistan. There was an attack on Islamabad Islamabad courts, and both of the attackers were from Afghanistan. So Delhi, Pakistan is sharing these information. Not only the Pakistani, the Afghans are being used as suicide bombers. And definitely look, as there is properly, people are preaching jihad against Pakistan inside Afghanistan. So I think it is the time, I will say, for Pakistan has, I think Taliban has initiated the war. So Pakistan has decided that it will be finished by Pakistan. When it will be finished, I think Pakistan has already given it a name, so I don't know how long it will go. But I think at the end of the day, we have to sit for a talks, for a negotiating table. So when we are sitting tomorrow, it is better to do that today. But at least Afghan Taliban has to accept the reality that it is not only the TTP, it is the Al-Qaeda, it is the Al-Qaeda Arab Peninsula, it is the Al-Qaeda subcontinent, it is the ETIM, it is the IMU, it is all the terrorist networks, 20 terrorist networks who are there. And it's not only Pakistan is saying it, as I said, the entire world is convinced that Afghanistan's side is posing a serious threat not only to the regional peace, but to the international peace.
Thank you, gentlemen, for a very fascinating, heated discussion. Thank you for joining us. Hassan Khan in Islamabad and Obaidullah Baher in Kabul. Thank you. Now, Iran's Foreign Minister Abbas Araghchi has urged the U.S. to drop its, quote, excessive demands to reach a nuclear deal. This comes a day after both sides held a third round of indirect negotiations in Geneva, mediated by Oman. The Omani Foreign Minister is now set to travel to Washington to meet with the U.S. Vice President J.D. Vance. Araghchi says differences remain, but the sides discuss elements of an agreement on Tehran's nuclear program and easing sanctions. He's also held a phone call with the Egyptian Foreign Minister to discuss recent developments. Technical teams are scheduled to meet in Austria next week. Washington and Tehran have said they want a diplomatic solution to avoid a full-scale military conflict. While U.S. President Donald Trump is maintaining the threat of possible strikes against Iran unless it agrees to a deal. Military assets are moving closer to the Middle East as we speak. The USS Gerald Ford, the world's largest aircraft carrier, has reached Israeli waters. Another aircraft carrier group has already been deployed near the Gulf of Oman. Washington has also sent more than 300 U.S. military aircraft to the region. Well, we have three correspondents covering the latest developments. Noor O'Day is in Ramallah, Tawhida Sadi in Tehran. First, we go to Osama bin Javed, who's in Geneva, following the nuclear talks that were held there. So the Omani foreign minister has been saying there's significant progress in these talks. Osama, cautious optimism it would look like. What happens next diplomatically?
Well, Folly, diplomacy is walking on eggshells as more armadas and swarms of military aircraft come to the Middle East. What you're seeing now is an inkling of a hope that there could be a diplomatic way out of it. Now, there has been multiple rounds of talks. Just yesterday, the talks in Geneva were said to be productive, where they were substantive, and they essentially had a written proposal for the first time by the Iranian side, talking about a wide range of issues, engaging the United States not only on the nuclear front, but trying to offer financial incentives to the Americans as well. Now, there's a number of issues that remain to be resolved. What has been seen as a positive development is the involvement of the International Atomic Energy Agency and the talks moving forward towards the Austrian capital, where it is the headquarters of the IAEA. Why is that important? Because that is the only international agency which can guarantee the implementation of a deal. So if the United States wants 0% enrichment, or the Iranians want somewhere under 5% enrichment, that will be the agency which will deliver those results. And then the Iranians are looking at concessions, not just avoiding war, but lifting those crippling sanctions by the United States that continue to be piled on them. But all of this is under the fog of war, where more military hardware, more military personnel, and more statements continue to come. Even today, where you're seeing the U.S. ambassador to Israel asking people in the Israeli embassy, Americans, to leave if they're not needed. So it is cautious optimism, but there is still a lot to be ironed out between these two sides.
Indeed. Tawhida Sadi in Tehran, what is the political mood in Iran, and how closely are ordinary Iranians following this, especially given the economic stakes?
Very closely, Iranian ordinary citizens are watching this trajectory of talks. The public focus at the time being may not be the diplomatic language or the procedures or the next round of talks, but one certain thing, and that is the outcome that they are expecting, specifically in respect of the reservations, considerations, and concerns that they have, which goes to their very ordinary daily lives. The first concern is perhaps the shadow of the war, and there is this concern among the people that in case of a failure of the talks, there is this confrontational scenario becoming more and more colorful. And for the people who already experienced the war back in June, when the Israelis and Americans started a campaign of strikes, that means a lot. Also, in terms of the economic hardships, people are following these talks with the hope that any deal or agreement at the end of the day would pave the way for the removal of the sanctions under which the country has been over the past few decades. And that is putting a certain amount of negative impact on the daily expenditures, fluctuations in terms of prices that people are facing. And last but not least, this is a situation of neither war nor peace that people are facing. It is creating a lot of uncertainty and instability that people are, I can say, fed up with at the time being.
And Noor O'Day in Ramallah, despite what's been described as progress in Geneva, the U.S. military buildup continues in the region. The USS Gerald Ford has just arrived in Israeli waters. What more can you tell us about that?
Well, Foley, in addition to the USS Ford, we've also seen reports of Israel receiving up to 20 refueling aircrafts, U.S. aircrafts arriving at Israel. That's after 12 of the F-22 stealth aircraft or jet fighter belonging to the U.S. Air Force, one of the most advanced, capable of carrying tons of explosives. Those have also arrived in Israel. The mood here, not just in receiving all of this military equipment, is one of anticipation of war and of casting doubt about all of that optimism that we've heard about, cautious as it may be. But in Israel, really, the focus is on when, not if, and about the fears, as Israeli media reports them, that the U.S. would buy into Iranian assurances that a deal can be struck and that an agreement can be reached on all the outstanding issues.
Tauhid, in Tehran, how's the U.S. military posture being viewed in Iran?
Well, the basic or the most fundamental characteristics of Iran's positioning at the time being is a cautiously calibrated pragmatism, a sort of realistic optimism that they have pertaining to the trajectory of diplomatic affairs. And on that, Iranian foreign minister, just ahead of the talks, said that Iran is preferring diplomacy over war. However, there is this preparedness for a confrontational scenario down the road, specifically seeing this unprecedented major military buildup by the Americans in the region. The rhetoric here in Iran is oscillating between confrontation on the one hand and diplomatic engagement on the other, with different officials, specifically military officials, coming out to put emphasis on this military readiness, so it is being seriously considered. But all in all, what we heard from Iranian foreign minister very recently is that Iranian nuclear program and the controversies in that regard are not going to be possibly settled down through the trajectory of military option, and diplomatic settlement, according to foreign minister, is the only way out of this standoff. So Iranians are, in a sense, trying to give a mixed message in that regard, and they're trying to signal resilience about this possibility of military confrontation down the road. However, there is another key important point that we have to take into consideration, and that is the several key players other than Iran and the United States that are going to be at work if in case of a confrontation. And on that, Iran says in case of a U.S. military attack, the U.S. bases scattered in the region are not going to be safe. According to Iranian officials, it's going to be their legitimate targets, running the risk of a further regional confrontation down the road.
Noor Odeh in Ramallah, you said earlier that for Israel, it's not a matter of if, but when. But given what that could mean for the rest of the region, how is that being viewed in Israel? And where does Israel stand on the talks and the talks continuing between the U.S. and Iran?
Well, Foley, Benjamin Netanyahu, the Israeli prime minister, has been advocating for war on Iran for decades, not just in the past year. Launching those attacks in June of last year was something that he had worked for and prepared for over 2 years with American officials, according to his statement. So right now, cognizant of the threats, knowing full well that Israel could possibly bear the brunt of Iranian retaliation, especially that Israel is now receiving all of this military equipment because countries in the region have signaled their rejection of using their airspace or land as a launching pad for attacks against Iran. All of those factors are taken into consideration, and yet, as far as Israeli calculus is concerned, this is a point of consensus by the government and the opposition. They're willing to pay the price, and that's why all the institutions here in Israel are preparing for the contingency plans, for the emergency plans in the health sector and others, knowing that they might have to put them in play if and when those strikes occur, and knowing that a strike on Iran, as far as Israeli strategic thinking is concerned, advances Israeli goals in the region, does not take away from them.
All right, Osama in Geneva, back to you now. Is there then a version of an interim deal that both sides would accept in order to stabilize the situation and prevent a conflict that everyone fears today?
Well, you speak to regional diplomats and they'll tell you that the Israelis have been saying that Iran is close to a bomb for decades now. Having said that, there is a proposal that is on the table now from the Iranians. Going forward, there are going to be technical teams who take this proposal in Vienna and they start discussing how can it be implemented with the help of the International Atomic Energy Agency. And further to that, now, because there is such a huge concern in the entire region about an incoming war which could embroil the entire region, the Omani diplomat, Oman's foreign minister, is heading to the United States, where he's going to be holding meetings with J.D. Vance, which is very crucial because he's one of those people who's been hawkish about Iran in the U.S. administration, but he is against war as someone who's served in the war and he felt betrayed by his own country. So a protracted war is not in the favor of the U.S. politics. A protracted war is what is being warned against by Iran, and the region is on tenterhooks because if Iran is attacked, there's plenty to go around which could encapsulate the entire Middle East. And that is why a lot of people, although they don't have a lot of hope in diplomacy, but they want to give it a chance so that they can avoid war.
All right, Osama bin Javed in Geneva, Noor O'Day in Ramallah, and Tohira Sari in Tehran. Thanks to all three of you for bringing us the latest there. Returning now to our top story and the tensions between Pakistan and Afghanistan. Pakistan saying it's in an open war with Afghanistan after Pakistani forces launched major airstrikes on Afghan cities, including Kabul. The two sides have blamed each other for the latest escalation in cross-border attacks. Let's find out about the latest on the ground and speak to Abdurrahman Mata, who's in Landi Kotal, which is a Pakistani town on the border with Afghanistan. How tense is the situation where you are? Talk to us about what's happening there.
It is tense, no doubt it is tense, but to be very specific about the area, particularly where I am staying, I can say that there is some kind of unseen tense since there is no exchange of fire at this time in this particular place, but overall there was a lot of exchange of fire during the last maybe 20 plus hours, and the Pakistani sources are confirming that they have killed more than 200 Taliban fighters, Taliban Afghanistan fighters, who are, we can say that the Afghan National Army, the fighters of the Afghan National Army, they are saying that Pakistan is saying that they have, targeted 74 military posts of the Afghan army. And there is a lot of airstrikes done by Pakistani military jets deep inside Afghanistan. Pakistan says that they have destroyed so many command centers inside Afghanistan, especially in the capital, Kabul, and even in Paktia, in Nangarhar, and in Kandahar in the south of Afghanistan. So the tense is there, the state of war is there. The defense minister of Pakistan said that Pakistan now is in an open war with Afghanistan since Afghanistan did not, control the so-called terrorist groups inside Afghanistan.
And so how are communities who live on both sides of the border affected? What's been the impact on them?
I came to know from a local official in this area where I am standing that there is some kind of some of the villagers who used to live on the border, on the gate, on the border gate between Pakistan and Afghanistan, evacuated their homes. They, prefer to go back a little bit, a few kilometers inside Pakistan to avoid any kind of what's happening between the Pakistanis and the Afghanis. Some of the Afghan refugees who were planning to return back to Afghanistan. We're asked by the Pakistani authorities to go back again to the towns in Landi Kotal and in Peshawar to avoid any kind of casualties in case the situation escalates in this area. So definitely the local population is affected in a way or another, and they are mainly affected since the last 4 months, since this problem started between Pakistan and Afghanistan, and since the border closed during the last 4 months.
Abdurrahman, thank you so much for the update. Thank you for bringing us the latest there from Landi Kotal. Abdurrahman Matar from Al Jazeera. Thank you. Now, conflicts, poverty and climate change are just some of the issues behind an unprecedented global displacement crisis. Each year, millions of people risk their lives in hopes of a better future, making treacherous journeys. Europe is among the destinations of a rising number of arrivals, often from African countries. Thousands attempt to reach Europe mainly through the central Mediterranean, Western Mediterranean and Western African routes. The Spanish enclave of Ceuta is one of the only two land borders between Africa and the European Union experiencing a surge in arrivals. The Spanish government has approved plans to grant around 500,000 undocumented migrants legal status. Since then, authorities say they have recorded a 600% increase in crossings since the start of 2026. Our correspondent Nicholas Haak has been following their journeys and filed his latest report from the Spain-Morocco border.
Night falls on Europe's southern border. Ceuta, a narrow strip of Spain on the African continent. Across this fence lies Morocco. During the COVID-19 pandemic, thousands stormed these barriers. Chaos at the gates of Europe. Now the fence is higher and the patrols tighter. Still they come.
In the distance behind me, behind the barbed wire fence, are three shadows. We're not sure if they're going to try to jump into the water. They wait for these weather conditions. At dusk, when the weather is bad, they know that the Moroccan Navy will not try to rescue them. But on the other side is the Spanish Guardia Civil, keeping a watch over this border. Tu es venu à la nage?
17-year-old Mustafa is from Casablanca. He swam 6 hours through these waters to get here. He says he came for work he could not find at home. By morning, the new arrivals are easy to spot, drifting through the old city. Some excited to have made it this far. Outside a fuel station, we meet Amadou and his friend Hassan from Guinea, pumping air into tires for spare change. Ceuta is not the end of the journey. They say they want to go to Spain. It's as though they're not already on Spanish soil.
We haven't found jobs yet. The authorities told us to wait here 3 months, and then we can get to mainland Spain.
They say they came searching for what home could not provide.
My parents are so proud of me. I called my mother. They were so excited to know that I made it here. I left them to bring them happiness.
Happiness for now means sleeping in warehouses, temporary shelters provided by the state, stretched beyond capacity. Outside, a city shaped by centuries of trade between two continents. Ceuta, older than Rome, facing the Rock of Gibraltar, a fragment of Europe on African soil. Once a bridge between continents, now a barrier. For those who make it, Africa is behind them, but Europe is still uncertain. Nicholas Haak, Al Jazeera, Ceuta, Spain.
Well, to further discuss this, we're now joined from Madrid by Ruth Ferrero Turion, who's a specialist in migration policies and professor of political science and European studies at the Complutense University of Madrid. Thank you so much for your time. As you heard in our report there, many migrants say they will try again no matter what. Are current EU border policies actually deterring these crossings, or are they simply making these routes more dangerous?
I mean, basically, what the EU border policies are is by deterring these crossings, they're making it much more difficult than they used to be. We can have a look to the numbers, and we see that they fluctuate depending on the weather, seasonal patterns, or broader geopolitics interests. But we have to take into consideration that the stronger border controls and externalization may not significantly reduce overall pressure, but shift it into more dangerous routes, if you want to say it. At the same time, we are, supediting the human rights of this population, since we are not protecting them of the wars and other threats that are on their way towards Europe. So if you asking me about if the border control and externalization within the European Union borders are working to stop the arrival of migrants, yes, they have been reduced. On the other hand, they are finding another ways to get into their destiny.
And we've seen a 6% increase in crossings into Spain since Spain announced that it was planning to regularize around 500,000 undocumented migrants. What does Spain gain from this concretely?
Okay, as I mentioned, this increasing has to do with climate conditions, with the weather conditions. So we cannot state correlation or causality among the arrivals and the regularization announcement. On the other hand, we have been through these regularizations processes for some other times, and basically what we have is an increasing dynamism of the economy within Spain, and the increased contributions on social security income and income taxes as the regularized workers gain lawful employments. And we have to have very clear that this regularization process is just for the people already in Spain, not for the ones who are coming right now. Yeah. So we have to advise that also to the people. If you were not in Spain before 2025, 6 months before the end of the year, you will not be able to apply for this extraordinary regularization process, and you have to use other channels to get into Spain by legal means.
It's very important that you make that clarification, because I imagine that a lot of the migrants who are trying to make it in are not aware of that. But, critics argue, Ruth, that this regularization scheme that the Spanish government has put forward, that it actually rewards irregular entry. What do you say to that? And do you think this policy unintentionally actually strengthens the smuggling networks?
I think it's the other way around. Basically, what we have been seeing over European countries over the last, let's put it like this, 10 years, it was a more restrictive ways of arriving legally to the labor market in Europe. What we have is increasing numbers of irregular migrants in irregular situation, administrative irregular situation within European countries, working in a clandestine labor market, which is basically against the rights of the workers, because what we have is disloyal competence with the local workers. So if you have legalized all these migrants within the labor market, you have a more clarify of the situation of the labor market. It's not just an issue linked to Spain. Spain is the first country who is aware of this situation. They want that the Spanish workers work at the same level of competence with migrant workers, and you have to combat vulnerability of the migrant workers on one hand, and the other hand, you have to protect also the local workers within the labor market. So if they have the same rights and they have the same protection, the competence will be much more equally.
Thank you so much for talking to us. Very interesting to hear your thoughts. Ruth Ferrero Turrion joining us there from Madrid. We appreciate your time. And don't miss the final report of our 4-part series from the land border between Africa and Europe, airing on Saturday right here on Al Jazeera. Now, one of the issues, as we've been discussing, that's been driving migration from Africa into Europe is the climate crisis. Well, in northern Kenya, acute hunger is ravaging communities after 4 years of failed rains. The Red Cross says more than 3 million people are facing life-threatening shortages. The government is reporting severe drought conditions in at least 10 counties. Livestock in some areas are dying in large numbers. Aid agencies are struggling to help those in need because of funding cuts by major donors. Let's now go live to Al Jazeera's Catherine Soy, who's at one of the worst hit areas in the Turkana County, that's in Kenya. So what does hunger look like in Turkana?
So, yes, hunger looks like this. We are in a very remote village here in Turkana East. Many of these residents have come from different areas. These areas are quite vast. People live far apart, so they have to walk for very many kilometers to get to this place. This is a mobile clinic set up by the Red Cross, and children are getting food supplements. The elderly, people who are sick, are also trying to get some help as well. Some of them cannot go to health facilities which are located very far away from here, and these services come very, very slowly. They don't come. They don't get these services often, so many of them come here hoping to get the help they need. So what does hunger look like? It looks like people who do not have anything to eat. We've spoken to people who say that they are starving. We've spoken to women who are going to collect berries in different areas. These berries are quite dangerous. Others are very bitter. They have to boil the berries for hours to remove that bitter taste as well. Hunger, to some of them, say that they have not had a proper balanced meal. They have not had a vegetable or a fruit. They are only eating these berries which have no nutritional value. And now joining me to discuss all this is the coordinator of the Red Cross, Rukia. What is the problem here?
Thank you so much, Catherine. My name is Rukia Abubakar, County Coordinator, Turkana. As you say, Turkana County is almost 77,000 meters squares. And you look at, we have we have two components, that is agro-pastoralism and pure pastoralism. As we are here today in terms of mobile clinic outreaches, this is a place where we bring services near to the community. That is almost 10 to 15.
But how bad is the situation now?
The situation on the ground, we have drought. The drought is with us. Almost 300 children are affected. We have 600 women with malnutrition. We have around 4,000 who are in the program, and we have women around 200 who are in the program for school feeding, for the malnutrition program at the county level.
This is a vast region and very sparsely populated. What are the challenges, especially when it comes to like the logistical challenges and also security challenges as well, because there's a big problem here when it comes to security?
You look at the drought shortage of the rain that we missed last year. It brings the results of drought. And when you look at the vastness of the county, it is big. And the logistic part of it, when you look at compromisation of the fuel, that is logistics, we have from one quarter to from one village to another village is almost 300 kilometers. Where you look at, we have pastoralists who are living inside the hills, getting water, getting food. It is very tough. And we are living in border of three international countries, and we are having 5 counties, which we have conflict of raids, we have conflict of best pasture due to the grazing lands. That is what we are getting in terms of security in our county.
All right, thank you very much for your time. That was Rukia Abubakar, and one of the biggest problems here is that security challenge that I was telling you about. There's a lot of cattle rustling, bandits who come and steal cattle from the communities. And another paradox is that this is a rainy season in Kenya. In many parts, it's raining, but here in Turkana and other areas, it's not going to rain. Weather experts say that there's not going to be sufficient rain this season as well. So this is worrying a lot of people here.
Catherine, thank you so much for your reporting. That's Al Jazeera's Catherine Soy live from Turkana in Kenya. Now to the UK, where a tightly contested by-election has delivered a significant setback for Prime Minister Keir Starmer. The Green Party has secured a shock victory in a three-way contest that has traditionally been a safe Labour seat. It's won Manchester's Gorton and Denton constituency, with right-wing Reform UK finishing second. Labour, which had comfortably held the seat at the last general election, finished a distant third. Let's go to Milena Veselinovic, who's in London for us outside Downing Street, the official residence of the British Prime Minister. Before we talk about the impact on Labour and Prime Minister Keir Starmer, first of all, how did the Greens pull off this victory?
Well, despite what their name might suggest, the Greens didn't campaign much on environmental issues at all. They focused on the cost of living, they focused on inequality, and they also targeted two sets of voters that are highly represented in this constituency, and that's the Muslim voters, of which there are up to 30, even 40% in some areas, and voters who are very disaffected with how Labour has handled their response to the Gaza war. At the beginning, many saying they didn't come against Israel strongly enough, whereas the Greens have always been staunchly pro-Palestinian. And then the other set of voters are the young people, the students, of whom there are many in this constituency. And according to polls, lots of students across Britain do actually see the Greens as their number one party.
And so what's going to be the impact of this victory on Labour and Prime Minister Keir Starmer?
Well, it is a crushing defeat for Labour. There's no two ways about it. They've lost a majority of over 13,000 from the previous general election in 2024, coming third in what used to be a safe Labour seat. And it will raise even more questions about UK Prime Minister Keir Starmer's political strategy, because what Labour has been doing is trying to court the voters on the right, to try to stave off that threat from the right-wing Reform Party. But what that has done is alienate some of their core progressive voters who clearly now see the Greens